Welcome to the European International Championships. Trainers from across the globe are coming together, catching up, trading their prize cards, leveling up Pokémon, and diving into exhilarating side events. But let's not forget the main attraction, the fierce and thrilling battles. The finest competitors from across the globe are here, each aspiring to etch their name in history as a Pokémon International Champion. The stage is set, excitement fills the air, and history is unfolding right before the International Championships have served as a global arena where the world's best competitors converge, showcasing the Welcome to the European International Championships. Trainers from across the globe are coming together, catching up, trading their prize cards, leveling up Pokémon, and diving into exhilarating side events. But let's not forget the main attraction, the fierce and thrilling battles. The finest competitors from across the globe are here, each aspiring to etch their name in history as a Pokémon International Champion. The stage is set, excitement fills the air, and history is unfolding right before our eyes. Since 2017, the International Championships have served as a global arena where the world's best competitors converge, showcasing the ultimate in Pokémon match play. This weekend, we're all part of that same story. Get ready to see amazing skills and strong will in the upcoming Pokémon battles. Last year at the Excel in London, a beloved favorite from France left his mark in the world of Pokémon Go.
This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for World.
Blast burn on a low health Stuntus for the 3-0 sweep.
Over on the VG stage,
This is it! The battle is over and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion!
Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
last season, Talibobo believers etched their name in history as the inaugural winners of Unite at EUIC, proudly claiming the EU AOS Cup title.
In the end, we just pulled through and we were all so happy. It means the world to us.
This season, the AOS Cup is welcoming competitors from all regions. Hailing from the USA, Alex Szymanski made an impact in Pokémon TCG, triumphing over Tord Rekleb and winning the EUIC Champion Trophy.
I never really doubted my strategy this weekend, just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me.
Who emerges victorious in this clash of trainers is a thrilling uncertainty, as each competes with determination and skill, aiming to rise up and seize the title of International Champion.
Stomping tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Flutter as it does get caught with the freeze drive. Risk 2-0. Ready away.
Oh, wow, straight away. Is he doing time? Yes, he does, this is huge.
Can they get somebody's points in? That goes in! That goes in!
Hello and good morning to all the Pokemon fans joining us from around the globe. We are live here at the Excel Center in London, UK. I'm Chip, and we are itching to get our second international event of the 2024 season underway.
I'm Zoe, and let me just say on behalf of the entire casting team, we are honored to be the ones here welcoming you all to watch and compete in the Pokemon titles this weekend.
Lifting the trophy at the end of a long-fought tournament weekend is an unforgettable moment that's made all the sweeter by the prize money earned for your efforts.
That's right, trainers will be competing for their share of the staggering prize pool exceeding $500,000. Additionally, top performers will earn enough championship points to secure an invitation to our prestigious Road to Worlds campaign in Honolulu, Hawaii later this year.
We have more than 4,000 trainers competing this weekend, and we're about to kick things off to see who will make it to Saturday Night Rumble for Pokemon Unite and to Championship Sunday for the Pokemon Trading Card Game, VG, and Pokemon Go.
This is Pokemon Unite's first live event of the season and their very first open bracket event. That means we'll have the best online teams joining together with the top open bracket performers to see who will reign supreme.
The weekend is set to be a showcase of non-stop excitement with the Pokemon Trading Card Game and video game, each offering its own epic storylines and dynamic battles. Amidst these, Pokemon Go stands as a vibrant part of the event, contributing its unique flair and engaging gameplay into the mix.
Calling all competing trainers, you are about to embark on your journey towards international championship glory. It's time to head over to the play tables. For everyone else, stay tuned with us here as we transition to our expert casters who will get us ready with the pre-game shows and set the excitement for the weekend tournament ahead.
And here's a teaser for you. Tune in to the end of Championship Sunday for our closing ceremonies to learn more new information about Worlds 2024 and what to expect. You are not going to want to miss it.
Now be sure to catch all the action this weekend at pokemon.com/play. Use the hashtag PokemonEUIC to join the conversation online. And most importantly, follow this very channel if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch.
We already know this event is going to be one for the history books. So let's kick off the first day of the 2024 Pokemon European International Championships. Casters, over to you.
To the 2024 Pokemon International Championships from Europe. We are live in London, and it's a perfect morning to play some Pokemon. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Zionic, and this is the biggest competition in Pokemon Go history. Zionic, how are you feeling?
Oh my goodness, the atmosphere here is electric, and what I love about EUIC is every single year, the Pokemon Go community always goes, it's the biggest tournament. It's the biggest tournament. 3 times in a row it has been the biggest, and we are not stopping. 320 battlers are here today to compete from around the world. Top players from NA, top players from LATAM, top players from Australia, and of course the top players from EU, and we all know why they are here. They are here for points.
Yes, because the ecosystem has changed this season with the introduction of championship points. If you get to 500 championship points in North America or in the European region, you will qualify for Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii. That's what a lot of these trainers are going for, but also there are travel awards and travel stipends as well. That's why you see these players coming back and back again. And you know what helps them come back, Zionic?
It's the prizes. I mean, take a look at the prize money that can be won here. $5,000 for first place, all the way down to 25th place, getting $400, which could honestly cover your plane ticket if you're coming from the EU.
Absolutely, and it's important now that we're at this biggest competition that we go through the stages of the meta. So let's start first in Vancouver, our most recent event in North America. And it's gonna be some changes here. Guzzlord is actually coming into the top 10 in Vancouver, and also I believe Gligar does become the #1 most used Pokemon, and Cresselia is just creeping up the standings.
You know what's really interesting to note here is that normal Gligar used to be the top earlier in the season, and trainers have really shifted to the Shadow Gligar, and that's due to the additional damage that it can do while trying to avoid hard-hitting fast moves like Ice Shard from Dugong.
Right, absolutely, and I got some coaching from the special event champion of this event, Inadequates, because in Utrecht, we had a different meta because we still had the Lickitung on the top, but this, I believe, this has to be the day 2 meta. This is gonna be on the championship Sunday of Utrecht, and Mantine was all the way up there, which is crazy. Of course, Talonflame has been the Pokemon of the European region in my eyes.
Yes, Talonflame has been extremely strong, but I also love is that Lickitung is consistent. Everyone is gravitating towards Pokemon that they feel comfortable with, and Lickitung provides that to you. It's a steep investment, right, to power that thing up, but it is definitely worth it, as it's a strong performer here at the Play Pokemon tournaments and at home at Go Battle League.
And let's go back to the previous international championship in Latin America. Of course, Harjeffi won that, and that was back when Metagame was still at the height of its powers before the Annihilate release, right? And now it's kind of more Annihilate and Vigoroth, but Superior making top 3 there. That was the meta of old, the Metacham, Lickitung, Superior, Lantern. 2 of those Pokemon are pretty much out of there, and even Shadow Alolan Sandslash doesn't make as many appearances these days.
Yeah, and a Pokemon that has risen up recently has been Vigoroth, getting access to the charge move of Rock Slide, as we have a little spotlight here for you. Having access to counter as the fast move Body Slam, which we are all familiar with. But that Rock Slide was crucial, and once it got it, it became meta.
Yeah, and this is a huge reason why Cresselia is creeping up the usage and Lickitung is dropping. This Pokemon right here, because it's so polarizing. We saw Inadequates do that in Utrecht, where you just have these hard counters for Lickitung. It makes it so hard to use. And up next, it's that European flavor that I was talking about. Talonflame has been so strong. Specifically, a lot of teams are running Talonflame plus Abomasnow, which is pretty much a core that you really don't see in North America. But if there are trainers making the travel here, they definitely have to prepare for the strongest fast attack in Pokemon Go.
Yes, and what I also love is we have a pseudo flyer here with Gligar. We talked about it earlier. Getting access to Dig and the update to Aerial Ace allowed it to instantly climb to the meta. I remember when that information was released from Pokemon Go from Niantic, that everyone was like, whoa, Gligar is now going to be instantly meta. Everyone is excited, and as you see, it is the top performing flyer in this meta.
Yeah, it is dominant. You really have to have strong answers for it, and it kind of pushes some of the steel types out like Registeel, but a really good counter to that Gligar is a new Pokemon in this new season of World of Wonders. We have the Shadow Claw is available for the Feraligatr. Oftentimes trainers will opt for the Shadow Feraligatr, and I think it kind of plays of Shadow Swampert of old. You can just get an energy advantage or a Protect Shield advantage. You can absolutely go off with this Pokemon. We really haven't seen it yet so far in competitive play, but I feel like EUIC might be its time to shine.
It could be, because I think what happens with a lot of trainers picking these new Pokemon is just like Annihilate. When it was first introduced, it wasn't dominating its first tournament. Everyone overweighted the counters to it in anticipation, but then we saw it really rise to the top, and I think Feraligatr has that opportunity because it does have access to Ice Beam, a very good coverage move for a lot of Pokemon like Venusaur and Altaria.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You were completely right there, and going on into what we can expect for this month, we have our April update. It is the Registeel raids are coming. For you PvPers out there, definitely try to get those Registeels and trade with some fellow trainers, preferably at low friendship. And one event that I'm actually really excited for is the event that's going on right now too, Sizable Surprises. You have an increased chance right now to get XXLs and XX Smalls if you are encountering a Pokemon. I love the cosmetic change of the XXL and XX Small. I'm trying to get all my team of 6 to be either huge or tiny.
Yes, that is what's so cool about Pokemon Go. But what's also cool is the members of our community who won EUIC last year. Tauntaun Batuse dominating the EUIC 2023 with the Shadow Dragonair. I remember last year that was so fresh and inviting into the meta, and now it's everyday common. Everyone at home's like, what do you mean? It's very common. But last year, Tauntaun brought it, and it was spicy.
And you know what's crazy? This isn't even spicy for Tauntaun. If you look at some of his previous teams with the Shadow Zapdos as well, he gets even more insane. So will he bring some more spice to the European International Championships in 2024? He is the reigning champion. He's going to be here once again, but we have some North American trainers trying to take down the champion. So let's look at our top 16 from North America. Of course, it is going to be Doombug in #1, a 2-time regional champion this season. I think probably the best player in North America this season.
Yeah, and we also have Lyles Jeff, Nighttime Clasher, Rise to Occasion. You guys can see the names here, and a lot of these trainers are actually competing here today. 320 battlers, as we see. It's Axon, the previous world champion, Nighttime Clasher, the spicy chef, bringing some unique Pokemon, obviously Doombug, Mr. Consistent and Dominant.
He was a chef in NA, but he came to Europe and he cooked in the largest regional to date in Liverpool. He came in as a North American and defeated all of the Europeans, and he's going to try to do it again in the biggest Pokemon Go competition ever. But of course, we have our top players from Europe, and it's going to be overwhelmingly European players here. We have Colin, once again, a 2-time regional champion, the first trainer to do that from the European region.
Yes, and we also have Paddleman, Stone Collection, Status Stan, Arceus Aurelius, Inadequance, who's actually casting here today, Tomahawk UK. I mean, these trainers are the best of the best, and everyone has come here. And as we can see, Tauntaun Patus, Paul Asha, Paddleman, all of these trainers. I remember specifically Paddleman able to win with the Charmeleon Ninetales and finally get that regional win. That was incredible to watch.
Yeah, Paul Asha's been absolutely on fire since last EUIC as well. Of course, the special event champion of Torino, and then of course we talked about Colin already, and then Andres was the runner-up of that special event, and she did well in previous big competitions. She was 5th place in Liverpool, so can she bring that magic again here at UIC, which of course we have 320 competitors playing here today.
Yeah, we also have a lot of top competitors from LATAM as we take a look at the top 16 trainers from there. Ellen Diaz, Rargev, Andrew, Zardy, JW Naldo. I mean, these are household names.
Yeah, Hard Jeffy, the way he was able to go undefeated in a regional and then take an international championship, he is up there for the best season of 2024. But that entire region is stacked, and remember, you need 400 for that region, so a lot of them have qualified. Vintuski is a trainer that's going to try to qualify here today in the European International Championships. He was top cut in Santiago, but one of his best performances was actually at an international championship. He was just out of top cut range at LAIC, so can he bring that here to EUIC?
Yeah, I know, and he did love running the Shadow Gligar, again, the top performing Pokemon recently in Vancouver. And it goes to show just how strong these Pokemon can be. And what I always like to say is, you never know when it's going to be a meta. It's going to be one move update away, so that's what's great about Pokemon Go, right? Collecting as many Pokemon as you can, and then one day, they might make it into the meta.
And we never know what's going to be meta, but we sure try. So let's look at the caster predictions, and I don't know if any of these are going to be meta. I'm going to focus on my first pick because I think this has the biggest chance for success. We saw Inadequance dominate with this Pokemon, make some amazing plays. It's the Giratina Origin. I think if Lickitung usage drops, Cresselia usage raises, I think that Pokemon is going to be insane in the meta.
Yeah, and I'll do the counterweight to that. I think we're going to see a lot more Guzzlord. I personally used it myself, absolutely loved it. It's a great answer to Giratina Origin with that defensive typing of Dark. It has Dragon Tail. It does well against Lantern, any waters, any grass. It is a beautiful Pokemon to have, and I think we might see it as the opposing Dragon.
Yeah, and a huge plus in its favor, it doesn't really have to worry about the charge attacks of the Annihilate because of the Night Slash and Shadow Ball is usually the attacks of choice. And of course, Zoe's got the Dedenne, also has that Goodra that I have on my team as well. And here we have our caster prediction players. It's going to be Inadequates going for Scafo, and it's going to be Leo going for Maxi 1 million.
Yes, and I'm going to be going with Status Stan. Probably the top performing player here in the EU, the most consistent player in the EU, and I think he has a great opportunity to win today. And what was your pick?
Yeah, no, I like that pick because he was 3rd place at EUIC last season. He has been one of those trainers that hasn't gotten over the hump yet, but can it be his day today? I went with Doombug. I mean, I'm the only North American trainer here. I feel like I might be a little biased that I've seen a lot of Doombug in action, but he has just been absolutely insane. And I think he's bringing a bit of a hard meta team into this spicy EU region. So if he gets in the top 16, I think it might be a little bit of a different pace for these European trainers to face these hard meta teams. So Doombug is my pick.
Speaking about bringing something into this meta, we got something we're going to bring home to you, and that is going to be the Iron Hands giveaway. If you guys see the code there on screen, fake out EUIC, you guys can redeem that for Iron Hands. We also have Raging Bolt as a giveaway as well with the code coming on the screen. Burst Roar EUIC 2024. That is a great thing to pick up if you just love Pokemon in general.
Yeah, and I love this next Twitch drop for Pokemon Go. We have LNDS Hard Jeffy's entire team that is going to be available. Remember, you have to actively watch the channel for 30 minutes to qualify for this Twitch drop, and then you will get some of the best Pokemon in the meta. I know Charjabug is on that team. I know Gligar is on that team. Really high usage Pokemon. So if you have some friends that are Pokemon fans, let them know. Bring them in because you're going to get set for Pokemon Go.
Getting set for Pokemon Go, you also want to be following all of the channels that we do have. Be sure to check out @PlayPokemon and use the hashtag PokemonEUIC, as well as follow the YouTube channel or Twitch channel, whether you're watching from home. And be sure to tune in every single day as we have a jam-packed event this weekend. And with that, we have some battles underway very shortly, so we're going to be passing it off to the casters.
Thank you so much, Ryan, and a warm welcome here from the caster's desk as well, of course, from me, Koning Lionheart, and I'm joined by the one and only special event Utrecht champion, Inadequance.
Yes, thank you for the fantastic introduction, Leo. I am so excited to be here. Our co-cast has already said it as well. This is the biggest event from Europe. Everything that happened in the past, every tournament these competitors have been to, it all comes together here, and I'm all
all of those trainers have trained so much. They have worked with their Pokemon to get the best team going. But before we go deep dive into the trainers and into the Pokemon that they are using, we're going to show you a little video that explains the format of the tournament.
This 2024 International Championships event has been showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend from London, United Kingdom. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $500,000 in cash prizes, booster packs, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 3-day event with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Today on Championship Sunday, only 3 trainers remain, and the last one standing will be crowned the European International Champion. Matches have been best of 3, except for the upcoming Winners Finals, Losers Finals, and Grand Finals, which will all be best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of the European International Champion? Who will be joining us on the roads to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned to find out and enjoy the show.
A helpful video from our co-caster from Europe, Lundberger. You may recognize her from casting the Latin America International Championship. Now, speaking of Latin America, we also have Latin America streams. We have here, as you can see here, the top 4 casters for a Spanish stream and the lower 4 casters for a Portuguese stream. You can check these channels if you'd like to see it in these languages on twitch.tv/PokemonGo@LA for the Spanish stream, and for the Portuguese stream, you can check this on twitch.tv/PokemonGo@BR.
Yes, thank you, Amanda, for this introduction for the format video. And of course, you can enjoy this stream in whatever language you like. We have Portuguese, Spanish, and English. That is very, very cool. I personally love that. So now we can go a little more into Pokemon, into the tournament that lies ahead of us, and we have a sneak peek for you. We have the day 1 usage. We have the meta breakdown, and oh, we have no Pokemon that is above 50%.
Wow, I actually didn't expect this. We have so many different flyers here at the Europe International Championship. By no surprise, probably, Gligar is top usage here, and Annihilate is the top fighter. We do see Vigoroth as well, as mentioned earlier by Zionic and Butters. But what really stands out to me here is the Mandibuzz, the Altaria, and the Azumarill. 3 Pokemon we have not seen in Goiânia and in Vancouver.
That is true. Azumarill maybe profits from Guzzlord picking up in usage. People are saying, hey, Guzzlord is so incredibly strong, we need to bring a counter. Which fairy type is good right now? And there's not really any one fairy type in the format, so people go back to Azumarill because it's just like such a good all-rounder.
Yeah, and I think Azumarill may have been a little bit scary to use at first, because I think players were predicting Feraligatr usage to increase right after it learned Shadow Claw now. However, Azumarill doesn't even have a great matchup there as long as shields are up. So now players are noticing, wait a second, there's more Gligar, there's more Annihilate, apparently there's more Altaria, and there's now more Mandibus. Azumarill seems like a pretty smart pick, Leo.
That is true. However, there's still this Lantern that is mainly trying to spark those flying types out of the sky, but it also like puts Azumarill back into the sea, I guess. And it has really good matchups against that. We have 40% Lantern. Lantern has been such a dominant Pokemon with quite some polarizing matchups. And I think that if you want to bring Azumarill into your team, you will have to have good answers for Lantern.
Yeah, absolutely. What also stands out to me, we don't see any Talonflame again in top 12 usage. I believe we've only had that once. I believe in Dortmund that we had Talonflame in the day 1 top 12 usage. But it always seems to get very far in the tournament. Perhaps we'll see it in our next matchup because we have our battlers coming up. Let's head to the stage for Leo. I'm so excited for our first upcoming battle of the day.
I just can't wait for it to happen now. We have been building up this tension, even amongst the casters team. You know, we were just waiting there, preparing stuff, and like, can this tournament please finally start? We want to cast some matches, and now it's finally going to happen.
Yeah, here we have on the left from the United States, we have Mish, and on the right we have from France, Jainako.
Yes, with this very, very cool Pikachu with the shades.
Yeah, I love that plushie. Now, if you take a look at these teams, I know that Mish loves to run the spicier teams here. She really likes to use Machamp, but she didn't bring it this time. Instead, she brought something else that looks pretty cool here. We have the Goodra. Is this good?
Goodra, I have been trying to make Goodra work a lot of the time. In GBL, it is absolutely amazing. I just couldn't get a grasp on it in Show 6 tournaments. So I think that players have performed well with Goodra. Also in Vancouver, I think it made a top 8 appearance. But yeah, I'm curious to see how Mish makes it work.
It has interesting coverage, right? You have the Aqua Tail and the Power Whip, as we see that Mish is running here. It also has access to Sludge Wave and Draco Meteor, but Mish is going for that more coverage here on the Goodra. We see Nice Slash on Annihilate, no Ice Punch, so you have more chance to get that attack boost, right? And then I think all other movesets are quite standard here. Ice Beam on Feraligatr is very useful to attack against Dragon types, for example, and Grass types. Should we see any? And then we have Cresselia with a, with a few sizes out of the move. And here we see the team from Jainako on the right. I'm curious what he is running. I believe, he has that Wish Cash, and he has a Cresselia with Moonblast here, Leo.
Yeah, Moonblast is... You need an answer to Guzzlord on every team. And even though Jainako is stacked against Guzzlord, Annihilate does decently well. Dugong is amazing against it. You still want to have this extra coverage. Future Sight was really good on Cresselia to be able to flip the matchup against Lickitung.
Yeah.
However, Lickitung is not as dominant as it was before. I remember times when it was like at 80% and then the lowest was 50%. Now we're at 38%. I think this is the lowest usage of Lickitung since the season.
Yeah, and I think Jainako did prepare for the Lickitung because he brought that lock-on, Focus Plus, and Zap Cannon Registry, right? Which is like such a good wall there. I think it's also very good against Mish team in general. She really only has that Annihilate to counter it because even Gligar in its shadow form doesn't take the Zap Cannons quite well to almost knock it out. And then Feraligatr only performs well when Shield Shrub because, man, if a Zap Cannon lands on Feraligatr, it's, well, bye-bye Feraligatr.
That is true. And I mean, we're seeing Registeel on both sides. Registeel is gaining popularity again. There were times where Registeel wasn't used as much, but now it is really dominant again. It has barely any hard-losing matchup. Wishcash was kind of pushing it out of the metagame. Now there is fewer Wishcash, and now we're seeing how Machamp is trying to integrate the Registeel into her team.
I think Wishcash still makes a decent showing, though, especially after players figured out that, wait, Feraligatr is not going to be as dominant. Wishcash might still have a lot of good play. Scald still is a very strong charge attack. We have 50% chance to lower the attack of the opposing Poke. Yeah, really. It's like a coin flip, right? We've seen the couple regionals and in the couple season. Yeah, I'm curious what these players are going to use here. I do expect, I really hope that we see the Goodra here from Mish. It looks quite neutral against Jainako, but you do have to be careful of the Dugong.
Yeah, that is true. And I think if you want to bait out fairy types, Goodra is absolutely phenomenal because the most used fairy type is Azumarill and you have this Power Whip, so you can try to flip the switch. The Zumrel is going to have to give you a shield back, but we're going right into game 1. Mish versus Janako, and we have the Shadow Glider versus Wishcash, which is not as bad as it seems.
Yeah, this is actually more neutral than you think. If you have a decent Gligar, the Scald won't knock you out even with the Mudshot. Janako not going for the Scald before the ground-type Charge Sack Dig is thrown here. And that means that this won't even be debuff potentially. So Dig goes through and does a huge chunk on this Wishcash.
Oh, and that changes the matchup quite a bit, because I think now that the aerial ace that will be on the charge attack priority with the next Scald has a good chance of knocking out the Wishcash.
Give it debuff, let's see! And yes, there is a debuff on this Gligar. And now, not going for the charge attack priority, Janako counting the wing attacks from this Gligar perfectly, and now putting up the shields against this aerial ace.
Oh, Janako, you're putting a lot of pressure on this Wishcash, because now you have to farm up a lot of energy. Oh, we're just going to throw one more Mudshot to make sure we're outpacing the next Pokemon that Mish is going to bring in here. But Mish has the shield advantage, says, hey, Gligar, you have done enough. That was a good job. You can go back to your Pokeball.
Now going into the Annihilate, going to counter down this Wishcash, but taking a Scald in the process. This is quite uncomfortable, because your Annihilate might be debuff for the next matchup. Again, Leo, it's a 50% chance. Let's see if he gets a debuff here.
Oh, and we're not going to see 2 for 2 here. Now we're going to go Gligar into the Annihilate. We're going to throw a Shadow Ball. Janako's already out, down to 1 shield. Is he going to shield this? Is he calling a bait? He's not going to shield this!
Oh my! That's it's so hard, it does so much damage! And now Cresselia comes in to take all this damage from this Gligar. I really like the swap from Janako here, because he has that Gligar and the Cresselia to counter the Annihilate. But Mish had so much energy to throw a Shadow Ball into this Gligar, and it put it so low here.
Yeah, and there's no hard answer for the Gligar on Mish's team, because she has the Feraligatr, which wins the matchup typically. But if you switch Feraligatr into the Shadow Gligar, it's not as good anymore.
Yeah, because you're one Shadow Claw down, and then Gligar just outpaces. Indeed, a very clever note there you have, Leo. But in comes the Cresselia from Janako. This Cresselia does have Moonblast, which hits a little bit harder, but I still think you need 2 Grasshops from Janako's side to KO the shiny Cresselia from Mish.
Oh, they have special attention to the shiny Cresselia right here. Looking good. The Grass Knot is connecting. Let's see when Janako is going to throw right before Mish gets to the next Grass Knot. The thing is, I don't think it will knock out, but you have a chance of getting a debuff here.
Yeah, I think 2 Grasshops may have been a little bit more efficient, but indeed trying to get a debuff there maybe, and going for the Grasshop right before Janako reaches his Grasshop. So now, do you decide to shield here? No, not decide to shield here. And it makes sense, because the Annihilate has super effective Night Surge and Shadow Ball, so you kind of want to be prepared for that.
I also like that Janako just kept this Whiscash for a potential sacrificial swap, trying to swap it in there, use it as another shield for the Cresselia, but you're taking so much damage on that Cresselia. Unfortunately for me, she doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure. Counters are resisted, Psycho Cuts are resisted and deal no damage anyways. Now we're going to see the Cresselia being knocked out. We keep the last shield for the Annihilate.
Yeah, at this point, can you counter down this Cresselia? Psycho Cuts don't add up a lot, but they are super effective. In comes a Grass Knot Bait. Does Mish shield this? This won't KO yet, but it will put the Annihilate very low. And oh, she no-shields this, Leo. That's a huge play.
She no-shields it, but now you're under so much pressure, because the Psycho Cut against Annihilate actually do add up. We're going for a Night Slash right here. It is going to be shielded. This is a race.
Does she get the boost?
Mish. Oh, is that a boost?
It's possible. It's possible. Oh, we see no boost, and I think that was her win con, because then you may have counted deep down the Cresselia, but she didn't, and Janako gets game number 1 here.
And I think that if she shielded that and did not throw the Night Slash, she could have actually farmed down the Cresselia.
Perhaps,
Maybe.
but I think that Janako may have just reached the Moonblast then, which is super effective, and that would also knock out that Annihilate, right? So kind of a tough position here. I think the no-shoot was a very good play, but at that point your Annihilate was just barely too low, so I think that you had to go for the boost there.
What a very good read by Janako. Looking at his team, there is Registeel, there's Dugong, there are Pokemon that have huge problems with Annihilate, but you have great answers. So there was no play for the Annihilate in the back. If Annihilate was in the lead versus Whiscash, it would have been a rather neutral scenario, so that would have been okay for Mish. But the other 2 matchups against Cresselia and Shadow Gligar, nuh-uh.
Yeah, exactly. Annihilate was just not in the spot that it wanted to be. Now, I think as Mish, you probably want to look into taking care of that Gligar. Gligar from Janako just looks so safe here, right? It had a pretty good matchup against Annihilate. It doesn't do too bad against Cresselia from Mish, and the opposing Gligar is also a neutral matchup. So perhaps maybe we do see the Goodra this time, especially since Janako didn't bring the Dugong at all, which was a good call, I think, right? Because Mish did have that Annihilate in the back. If Annihilate was on Dugong, it was going to be tough.
And she also brought the Cresselia, which is a rather positive matchup into Dugong, even though those are two very bulky Pokemon that Cresselia deals super effective damage with Grass Knot, but it doesn't deal as much damage as you would think. So I'm genuinely impressed by the choice of team that Janeko brought. He baited his opponent.
Yeah, just really covering the Annihilate as hard as he could, right? So and that just worked out very well because Mish did bring an Annihilate. Now, if you bring the Gudra here as Mish, the two Pokemon you really need to be careful of are the Cresselia. Oh, we have the replay here, by the way. We have the Night Slash on the Cresselia, and unfortunately, we had no boost there. The boost was her win con here on that to take out the Cresselia there.
And there you absolutely see, if she shielded that Grass Knot, there would have been another one and even a Moonblast as well.
So players are picking their next Pokemon in. If you bring Gudra, you kind of have to avoid the Cresselia with Moonblast, but also the Dugong. So I'm curious if we're going to see it. I'm definitely expecting the Gligar from Janeko, but let's take a look at what these players are going to bring. I believe they're about to start, Leo.
Yeah, they're going to go into the game, and we're going to see a lead of Gudra versus Cresselia. You said it earlier, you have to be aware of the Moonblast that is on it. Let's see how Mish plays this matchup out. We're going to go for a Grass Knot bait on the side of Janeko. Is Mish so afraid of this that she's going to shield this?
She does shield it! That's a Grass Knot bait! That's resisted! That would have been resisted, would have not done a lot of damage at all. Going for an Aqua Tail bait here from Mish. Aqua Tail has been boosted since last season, but it doesn't do that much damage on Cresselia, and Janeko just lets that comfortably go.
That is true, but the Dragon Breath do add up so much. We're trying to go for a catch, but we are not at the Moonblast already, and now there is Annihilate on the Registeel. This is a catastrophe for Mish right now, because this Annihilate is going to counter through it, and you are already at a shield advantage. You're going to let this Zap Cannon go.
Yeah, this does a lot of damage, puts the Annihilate almost into the red, and it has a chance of debuffing, which it does. The attack is dropped off the Annihilate, and now you have to go for a full Shadow Ball here as Janeko. And what's also troublesome, the Annihilate even has energy left to take care of the Gudra.
Yeah, that is true, but there is one Pokemon in the back of which we actually get 2 more counters in. That is used because of the debuff, so actually lucky for Janeko, right?
Yeah, it was very painful for Mish because it's almost at a Shadow Ball. You kind of have to throw your Aqua Tail immediately here. And going right before the Shadow Ball. Excellent counting from Mish here on the left side.
Fantastic. She is living up to the pressure right now. We're knocking out the Annihilate, so no energy left from that matchup. But there's still this huge shield advantage for Janeko, and you are going to get Moonblasted. You can't really use another shield because then you're down 0-2 shields with the Feraligatr. You have to put it all on the Gator right here.
Gudra hung on. It also got a debuff, by the way. Now going for the super effective Grass Knot. Feraligatr is a fragile Pokemon, so Mish does decide to shield up. But this is very rough because there's a Registeel in the back, which has access to Zap Cannon, which is also super effective.
Yeah, Mish just had to hope right here that this is the Gligar in the back, or maybe the Whiscash that you outpace and can deal with this matchup. But there is 2 shields on Janeko's side, and we're getting closer and closer to the Zap Cannon, and Feraligatr is not the bulkiest Pokemon despite being a really big Gator. Zap Cannon is not going to come out yet. Janeko trying to go for the 2-shield flex right here, but Feraligatr just paces so fast.
Yeah, that's not possible. These Hydro Cannon damage is way too much. You gotta shield that. But this Zap Cannon is now coming through. It's going to deal a tremendous amount of damage to this Feraligatr. In comes the Zap Cannon, and it knocks out the Feraligatr.
Feraligatr is going to get KO'd here, and then we are lock-oning down the Gudra, and that is a 2-0 swift victory by Janeko, who is celebrating this, looking into the crowd.
Yeah, Janeko hasn't played for a while, from what I know, but now he's back at the Europe International Championship and making a strong performance in his first battle of the day.
Yeah, that was really, really impressive. Reading the teams of Mish like that, I mean, there was no play in Game 1 for the Annihilate, and then he just turned it all around in the second game.
Yeah, and then the Gudra was just stuck, right? The problem was you have the Gudra in the lead that takes super effective damage from the Moonblast from Cresselia, but you cannot really go into your Feraligatr. It also takes super effective damage from the Grass Knot that Cresselia has, and that just makes Cresselia such a versatile and excellent Pokemon because of that coverage, right? You can run Moonblast, but also Future Sight is so good for neutral damage, even winning against like an Alolan Sandslash, which you do resistant damage all the time.
Yeah, Feraligatr is... It is a tricky Pokemon to play. It reminds me of Shadow Swampert. It is a Pokemon that needs other Pokemon to really support it, to have decent bulk. You can't really be in the position to use shields with anything else. You want the shields on it. You want to get into the situation where you can throw 3 or 4 Shadow Claws to farm something down and then have the energy advantage to carry into the next matchup and throw Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon, and after that you throw what?
Yeah, you throw another one.
Ah, exactly.
Because they play so fast, right? They charge so fast. Yeah, this is what we call in the grassroots tournaments, we call this a sweeper. Yeah. This is a Pokemon that if you get this like an energy advantage, a shield advantage, it can just sweep up Pokemon by Pokemon, right? And I love that about Pokemon, like you said, Shadow Swampert in the past, and now Feraligatr is a Pokemon that could do that. But yeah, with the shield disadvantage, it was not able to pull through against the Regisu and a Cresselia.
It is quite similar, not only that is also a first partner Pokemon from Johto this time, it is quite similar to Shadow Swampert, but we're going to get into that later because we're going to look at the highlights from this last match now for a second. And I wonder if Shadow Feraligatr is in there, because it is a really cool Pokemon, and I expected to see more of it, to be honest, this season.
Yeah, I want to see more Feraligatr. I also would have loved to see the Goodra in game 1 here, but here we see indeed that Regisu against Feraligatr with shields up. This is fine for Feraligatr, but shields are down here, and Feraligatr just was knocked out by one Zap Cannon there, and we see Jainico celebrating. We know that the French have a big support, a lot of supporters here, right? So yeah, probably cheering to his friends there. And I believe last year when Tonton Bateus was winning the grand finals, you just heard the French supporters go wild. And like, I would love to hear that again.
Yeah, the venue was absolutely electric, as it is now. Even this casting area is kind of electric, I want to say. There is tension up here. We want to see more battles. And this was already a fantastic start to the tournament. We have seen a quick 2-0. Of course, I would have loved to see a 2-1, 1-2. But that was impressive. We saw great team reads here from Jainico.
So, Leo, I want to give one of our co-casters, 2-0 Butters, a bit of a hard time, because he is from North America, and he's supporting the North American players. The count's at 1 right now, of North Americans being defeated by Europeans.
That's true, and we are going to look to keep it up this tournament. We have plenty of talented European trainers who want to win this tournament. We also have, we have the world champion. We have Doonback, who's one of the best trainers.
But yeah, they're both here, and they're both really good. So yeah, North American players, they are here, and they're tough to defeat, right? But again, we have Twitch drops for you if you are watching the stream here. As you can see here, you can get the team that Linus Rajev used at the Latin American Championship. We have the Lickitung, the Lantern, the Umbreon, the Gligar, the Metagame, and the Chargebug. You also get some Stardust, and you get a Charge CM. I know that PvPers really love those Charge CMs, right?
Man, I should watch this stream.
Well, just open it, right? You have to watch 30 minutes or so, and then you get the Twitch drop. You get a special research that rewards you with these Pokemon, and you can use pretty much all of these Pokemon for PvP right now.
Yeah, and there is Metagame in there, which has been the most dominant Pokemon in previous tournaments. We've seen 98.3% in usage. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was used a lot back then at the Latin America International Championship. It was such a good Pokemon. And you know what? I still think it's quite good. Yeah. It's just that you need to cover a Pokemon like Annihilate a little bit stronger. And that's why I really like that you also get the Gligar with the Twitch drop. Because Metagame and Gligar still make a pretty decent core, in my opinion.
That is true. And I think the reason why Metagame usage has decreased is, of course, the change of the Psychic attack. 10 damage less is pretty huge for the same energy. But also, Metagame was known to be just better than other fighting types because you resist the other counters. You resist the other fighting types. And now Annihilate double resists those.
Exactly, but what Annihilate doesn't have going for it is the bulk that Metagame does have. And I think that's what made Metagame so outstanding. It was so much more consistent against a neutral matchup like Lantern. Lantern can be so good against Annihilate if you no-shield the Night/Bait or if you shield the Shadow Ball. I believe that in the 2-shield scenario, could win that with like 50% HP on a Lantern going straight. You need my assistant often, so I'll just tell you that.
Martijn, do you know what the best defense is?
Tell me.
Offense, especially if your attack rises sharply. So you're actually, if you get the Night/boost, game might be over for your opponent.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times, and one of the players you mentioned earlier, Doonbug, actually, I believe in one of the previous tournaments that he played in San Antonio, where he made an incredible loser's run. That's where he had the Night/boost quite often, and it's just so difficult to overcome, right?
Sometimes you just gotta play to your win conditions, right? Even if it is a Night/attack boost.
Yeah, so one thing that reminds me of is like, previously it was basically Obstagoon using Night Slash, right, to get the boost. And then if you want to get rid of that, you know, of the Obstagoon, just throw your Metagame, and Obstagoon's like, okay, well, I'm out of here, see you later. I cannot fight back in this matchup, even with the double boost. But Annihilate is more difficult to counter, right? You can, I think the one Pokemon that resists its charge attacks is Wigglytuff. And not every player, we haven't seen it in the top 12 usage, so not every player is bringing the Wigglytuff. So if Annihilate gets a boost, it can throw a Shadow Ball into about anything except Lickitung.
To be honest, Wigglytuff was my first position caster pick to win the tournament. And that is because, yes, you piloted it in Utrecht and it was a big deal. You did great. Congratulations. But also, if you're not prepared for a Wigglytuff, that Pokemon just runs through your team.
It can run through your team. It core breaks, especially Lickitung and the Annihilate core, right? And then you also have Dragon's Den counters.
Yeah, exactly. But enough from us for the moment. We're going to go over to an interview with Zoe.
Okie dokie. So, big congratulations, phenomenal performance. How are you feeling after that battle?
Can you repeat? I didn't hear correctly.
Yes, of course. How are you feeling after the battle?
Oh, feeling great.
Yeah.
I mean, this is my first time here in London and my first time on stage, so I'm a retired player. I don't even play the game anymore, so I just came here for fun, and
just came
that's
back
cool for
to
me.
show off and flex and show your skills to everyone?
Sorry.
Came to show off and flex your skills to everyone as well?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I did a few battles before with Welton, Wolfpack, Vish, and that helped me, I guess, so I'm happy with this result.
It's absolutely helped. Tremendous performance. So the casters had a question. Was there a reason for you choosing Moonblast Cresselia? We don't see that a lot at the moment.
Yes. I mean, I was thinking about dragons like Ghostword, Giratina, and I mean, Fiddleside, it's good for some matchups, but if you can't one-shot like dragons, it can be terrible. You can be farmed down, and for that reason. So it's still okay, and that works.
Yeah, of course. Are you feeling confident for the rest of the battles this weekend, going in strong?
For this weekend?
Yeah.
Not at all.
No.
As I told you, like, I'm a retired player. I just come here for fun, so I'm so happy with this result. One win on stage.
Of course.
That's good for me. That's enough.
That's excellent. Like, this is, you know, nothing can go down from here. Perfect moment, excellent start to the weekend, and it's all fun for the rest of it too. So I hope you have a fantastic weekend. Have so much fun. We'll send it back to the casters. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, good insight there from Jenico indeed about that Cresselia. And like he also mentioned a couple French players, right? He has some supporters here with him. I recognize the name Vish, one of the best French players that I know. I hope you might see him on stream as well.
Yeah, Vish also beat me in a tournament once.
I'm not surprised, he's one of the best French players.
Yeah, it was absolutely phenomenal to play against him. But he also mentioned that he put the Moonblast on the Cresselia because of Giratina. You're scaring people, man.
Giratina can be good, yeah. If you don't have a Lickitung, you should be afraid, probably.
Yeah, that Pokemon is absolutely strong. I wonder if we're going to see it more, or if we're going to see harder answers, because yes, it is not the most likely that your opponent has it on the team. You know, it's not in any top 12 usage charts, but that is the beauty of Pokemon Go. You have to still be prepared for everything, because if you have one person in your bracket who's running an off-meta Pokemon that nobody has an answer for, they're going to run through them.
Yeah, and the Open Grey League is so diverse, right? So even though you have that top 12 usage meta that you can prepare for, if someone brings like a Giratina at a Wigglytuff, you know, that can really just throw someone off. Especially Wigglytuff can be so good when there's like no steel type, right? So yeah, that's and like in that case, Janico didn't have the Wigglytuff or any other fairy type Pokemon, but that's why he has the Moonblast, because fairy type coverage can be just so important in Pokemon Go PvP, especially those dragons. Dragons can be just so oppressive, right?
Yeah, and he has been quite good against dragons in his team, I want to say. So there was Dugong and there was Registeel, which typically take care of dragons. Not of Giratina, though. Giratina hard walls, as we call it, the Registeel, basically. But it doesn't hurt to have another answer, especially in the Cresselia. Even though I want to say that Cresselia is not the best answer to it per se. And there we have our next matchup, which is Birds of Prey versus Mr. McKelvin.
Yeah, 2 players I'm very excited to see. I believe this is the first tournament that Mr. McAlvin actually has played, so very excited to see him. And he is a well-known name in the grassroots scene, so I have high expectations here. He's a very good player. But the player on the left, Birds of Prey, a player from Norway, is also very good. At the Europe International Championship last season, she played against me in the side event. It was the biggest side event we had, with about 75 players, I believe. And she knocked me out, so I know she can be very good. She likes to use meta Pokémon, and she knows how to use them. Like, the way you position the meta Pokémon against your opponent can be so important, and that is something she's very good at.
I mean, meta Pokemon are meta for a reason, you know? They're probably the most consistent, maybe the best Pokemon to use. But they also have this one disadvantage, that your opponent is very likely to be prepared in them. So there is still like this huge skill that you need to utilize this team that everyone is prepared for, which is sometimes even more difficult than piloting Rogue Team.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'll have a little spoiler for you already. You were talking about Giratina counters earlier. Both players have Mandibuzz. And we saw Mandibuzz in the top 12 users. Is that like one of your favorite Pokemon, Mandibuzz? Yeah. So you're very excited for this one.
And I just, this weekend, I got a really good Australian Mandibuzz from Zoe. Yeah, at breakfast. I was so happy about this. It is an absolute menace. I love to use it already. I can't wait to bring it to tournaments. But let's first see what our trainers on stage are doing with their Mandibuzz, and if we are going to see some exciting mirror matches.
Right. You know what other Pokemon Mandibuzz beats? It's the Annihilate, right? It's also one of the other Pokemon that resist the charge attacks. Most of the charge attacks from the Annihilate. Because Night Slash resisted and Shadow Ball's resisted. However, if you get a boost there, the counters still add up, right? So Mandibuzz is solid there. And another thing that I like about it, the Snarl fast attack from Mandibuzz is neutral. It's not resistant, right? Because you have the Ghost type on the Annihilate.
But also, if we go back to Annihilate release times, I'm talking Liverpool. People considered Ice Punch the best charge attack on Annihilate. Nobody was talking about Night Slash until Tomahawk happened. So then, when we were calculating the matchup, basically, it didn't look too bad for Annihilate, because those aerial A's, I don't think that 2 necessarily knock out. You still need to farm down. There's a lot of damage to be done.
Yeah, it does a lot. I believe it's like about 6 or 7 wing attacks, plus the aerial A's would knock out the Annihilate indeed. And you know, it's kind of a funny storyline in the Annihilate, because I believe the player Arrow from North America, who's also here at the Europe International Championship today, he piloted the Night Slash moveset first. And everyone's like, you're crazy. This is never going to work. And we see how it went in Charlotte before Liverpool. And then Liverpool also, Night Slash was so good. But the one player who didn't believe in Night Slash, that was Nighttime Clasher. And who won Liverpool? That was him, the Ice Punch user. I believe he is also, I'm not sure if he's running Annihilate today. I did see some drafts from teams from him, and he had Ice Punch again. So he is one of those beaters. Yeah, because one thing that it does pick up is Altaria. Altaria, Dragon, and Flying type, double weak to Ice. And that gives Annihilate such much more play there, right? So that's why I do like Ice Punch sometimes on Annihilate, but you don't get a boost opportunity.
Also, there is always a chance that your opponent has not read your team sheet correctly. And if they just see Annihilate, they go, Night Slash Shadow Ball. But there might be an Ice Punch. To be honest, it's a bit suspicious if your opponent throws after 6 counters.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would double check.
You have 10 seconds, right, before the charge attack goes through. But yeah, it's important to double check. I can actually tell you something pretty funny about that. Because I played against Colin, the Stuttgart regional champion, in a local tournament, and I had a Vigoroth. But I didn't have Rock Slide. I had Brick Break. And he actually shielded the Brick Break thinking it was a Rock Slide. Anyway, that's enough about me and Colin. Let's take a look here, as I just told you about the Mandibuzz. But we also see the Azumarill here, Leo.
I was going to say, that's where all the Azumarils come from, the Azumarill. This is such a great Pokemon. And now let's just check this team, because there is not too many answers to possible Guzzlord encounters. Guzzlord is looking really, really good. So Birds of Prey really saying, hey, I need this Azumarill to keep Guzzlord in check.
Yeah, absolutely. Azumarill has such good coverage. But one other Pokemon you have to be careful of is Cresselia, and Mr. McAlvin also has one. Yeah, let's take a look at the team of Mr. McAlvin here. Like I said, Cresselia is what he has on his team, and it also has Moonblast here, right? We saw Future Sight from Birds of Prey, and yeah, here we see Moonblast on it, Leo, which, yeah, that does help against Mandibuzz, because if you have Future Sight, Mandibuzz hard walls your Cresselia.
That is true, but even with Moonblast, this is not a good matchup for Cresselia. The only thing you now have going for yourself is if you have a huge energy advantage, or Mandibus is at like 40%, you have a way to pressure a shield or to knock it out, possibly. If the Mandibus is at 40% and you're bringing a future side Cresselia, you just still lose the matchup.
Yeah, and then another counter to that Cresselia is the Charge Bug, which Mr. McCalvin also has. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. I think for Mr. McCalvin, the Vigoroth is probably looking very safe here, simply because there's no Annihilate on the team of Birds of Prey. That makes Vigoroth such a safe option, even in some of its worst matchups, because she does have the Azumarill, the Cresselia, and the Shadow Gligar. Vigoroth still puts up a very good fight because counters a good fast attack, and Body Slam, a neutral, same type attack bonus charge attack, comes out very quickly and is a very efficient charge attack.
Vigoroth looks very, very neutral into everything, but in general, this seems like there's not too many really hard counter matchups. There's not too much polarizing stuff going on. Yes, the Azumarill Mandibus versus Cresselia Mandibus scenario, possibly, this could be hard-walled, but if players go for rather neutral lines, this could be very, very interesting. I'm sure it is going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious what these players are going to use. I do expect some Mandibus action here. It pairs very well with a Wish Cash, but that'll be the option of the players to use, of course. I think that something like a Charge Bug could be very neutral into these teams. Even against like a Wish Cash, it could have some play. The one thing you have to be careful of, though, is the Gligar, because Gligar does resist everything from the Charge Bug.
That is true, but still, if Charge Bug gets like a lot of energy from another matchup, if you get to farm something down with the Volt Switch, then you might have still a decent time against the Gligar, because it still deals some damage. But I think that the players are going to be ready, and we're seeing a Cresselia versus Shadow Gligar lead.
Wow, this is a very neutral matchup here, Leo. The Cresselia does have a slightly better matchup just because of its sheer bulk. Going for the Moonblast here. Moonblast helps in the zero shield scenario here because you need a Moonblast and a Grass Knot to knock out the Gligar. It goes unshielded and Burst of Prey takes the Moonblast on the Gligar.
Oh, and that deals about 50% added up with those Psycho Cuts. But if you're looking closely at the teams, there's an Azumarill for Birds of Prey in the back, and Mr. McCalvin is going very, very weak to it.
Yeah, I think he has to bait out the Azumarill at some point. I'm curious if he is going to switch out at some point. Yes, trying to get... Oh my goodness, the catch on the dig here!
Mr. McCalvin is going for it, and he has not used his shield yet. So the matchup versus Azumarill is still not that bad. Dig still deals an okay chunk of damage.
I don't know, Leo. Didn't do as much as Burst of Prey was hoping for, I think. But he does draw out the Azumarill. That's exactly what he's looking for. Cleaning up the Azumarill with the Cresselia, and then have Mandibus roam free in the back and still have energy on the Cresselia. That's what really helps. But Burst of Prey can get a lot of energy here and throwing right before the next aerial ace.
Oh, and we're going to go unshielded right here. Mr. McCalvin says, hey, I dealt 50% to this Azumarill. Let me get my Cresselia back in. Cresselia avoids a possible Mandibus and counter, and I get rid of this Azumarill. If it goes unshielded, Grass Knot is going to deal a hefty amount of damage here.
Yeah, but it barely doesn't knock out here. And Azumarill has so much HP as well. It's going to get to this player quite comfortably. And I think, as Mr. McCalvin, what do you do here? Yeah, you're going to shield this up. Probably get a lot of energy here on that Azumarill, but I think Burst of Prey might just switch out if possible, because she is not weak to this Cresselia at all, right? There's the Mandibus and the Gligar in the back. No, going to get this huge farm down and 100 energy now. Mr. McCalvin on the Cresselia. And let's see what Burst of Prey brings in here. Yes, you have the Mandibus, but there's also Moonblast, and Mr. McCalvin waits to see what comes in. This is super effective, Leo.
Yeah, this is going to deal a lot of damage if it goes unshielded, but it is still shielded. Now let's see if this is going to get a debuff or not. It doesn't. We're charging up to yet another Moonblast, and I think this is going to be shielded again, possibly what could be in the back for Mr. McCalvin. That would deal more damage than a Moonblast on the Mandibus for Birds of Prey. She lets it go.
Yeah, super effective damage, and it does a nice chunk. Now in comes Mr. McCalvin's own Mandibus here. Aerial Ace is going to do so little damage here, because these two birds are so tanky, Leo.
Yeah, and Aerial Ace is not the highest damaging attack. We don't have high attack on the Mandibus as well, and now this is going to play out. This is sometimes dependent which of the Pokemon is just a little bit bulkier, but now that this Moonblast chip was applied onto the Mandibus of Birds of Prey, Mr. McCalvin, of course, has a huge advantage in the mirror match.
Yeah, I really like the play of Mr. McCalvin here, because he's managing his energy so well. It's difficult for Birds of Prey to swap in the Gligar, but now going into the Gligar anyway. Look, because he already has so much energy, he can now get to the Dark Pulse quite comfortably. And look at the counting here, Leo. Perfectly right before the area ace. This Dark Pulse will knock out if unshielded, but Birds of Prey does put up the Protect Shield here.
And I do like the play of Birds of Prey using this shield right here, because now you get to actually throw an aerial ace. This will go shielded. You get to apply a little bit more wing attack damage, and you force your opponent to throw against the Gligar as well. So your Mandibuzz is freed a little bit from this. And Mr. McCalvin is counting perfectly again, throwing at suboptimal timing in terms of fast attacks. But this is perfect in terms of energy, throwing the aerial ace to knock out the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, barely knocks out. Area is not the strongest charge attack in terms of damage, but it was just barely enough here. Area is coming through. I think 2 areas will be enough here, Leo.
Oh, this might be with the extremely huge Snarl chip as well. This might actually get close, but there is also the Cresselia in the back for a potential catch or a potential farm down if we go really low HP.
Yeah, and this might be valuable information for Mr. McCalvin, because now you know that you win charge attack purity against the Mandibuzz from Birds of Prey. Going for the area ace on charge attack purity again, which Mr. McCalvin wins once again, and I believe this area ace will knock out the Mandibuzz from Birds of Prey.
No, Birds of Prey is just now thinking, hey, I should have made the call to shield the Moonblast, because this is what cost her the game in the end. Mr. McCalvin wins the first game in a very thrilling matchup in the end.
Yeah, this was such good play from Mr. McCalvin. It actually was looking quite bad for him up until he farmed down the Azumarill from Birds of Prey with that Cresselia. The energy was so valuable because he had 2 Moonblasts ready to go against the Mandibuzz, and that chip damage was so useful later. Because like you said, because she didn't shield the Moonblast earlier on, now you got knocked out by an Aerius, which does so little damage, right, compared to a Moonblast.
I mean, after all, it came down to a prediction which Pokemon is the last Pokemon in Mr. McCalvin's line. If it is a Gligar, maybe, and you don't shield this, that's still fine, you know? But this was tough.
Yeah, maybe she was predicting something like the Charger Bug, and in that case, it's difficult to shield a Moonblast versus a potential discharge, right? So I think that maybe that was what she was predicting there. Yeah, I really liked what we call the team that Mr. McCalvin brought here, because it's technically what we called in the grassroots format an ABB team. And an ABB team is where you lead strong against a particular Pokemon, you bait it out with one of your B Pokemon, in this case the Gligar, and then your second B Pokemon, in this case the Mandibuzz, was free of the Azumarill. And that's what Mr. McCalvin applied here. Baited out the Azumarill with the Gligar, cleaned it up with the Cresselia, sweat with the Mandibuzz. Out of the books.
Perfect execution right here.
Yeah,
and if he caught the Azumarill, oh, there we go. The aerial ace knockout on the Mandibuzz, absolutely crucial here. As you can see, there is quite the health advantage, and that wouldn't have been there if it wasn't for the Moonblast that went unshielded.
Yeah, exactly. Moonblast was very useful there. And it's just kind of tough, right, for players to decide, do I go for Future Sight for better neutral matchups, or do I go for Moonblast for, like, coverage, right? Because it's so good against dark types, against fighting types, and against against dragon types. That's the one I meant to say. Yes, against dark, dragon, and fighting types. Yeah, so Moonblast, very good attack here.
Especially matchups like, of course, Guzzlord, but also Shadow Dragonair become more difficult if you have these the Future Sight, because you need to land it in the matchup.
You need to bait?
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to bait to win that. Yeah. One of our players is ready, and the other player is still deciding. A lot of things go through these players' minds, right? What kind of strategy am I going to use this time? Or am I going to use the same strategy? Everything goes.
Yeah, sometimes if you lose the lead, I like to play that strategy. I just think, they're not going to do that again, right?
But let's see here. We see the Gligar mirror matchup from both players here. Gligar on the field. This might come down again to who wins charge attack priority. But I can't really tell, Leo, because both Gligar are also the same CP.
Oh, that is huge right here. But we will figure out later, because Mr. McCalvin is over-farming heavily here through 7 wing attacks. Now Birds of Prey through after 6. We're at half HP. This is a very quick mirror match as opposed to the catch.
Another catch on the aerial ace on this Mandibuzz. This is neutral, but it's... I mean, the Mandibuzz can take it very well here. Going into the Vigoroth, Mr. McCalvin, that's his best answer right now. But I think Mr. McCalvin is very happy here, because now his Cresselia won't be aligned to this Mandibuzz later.
Yeah, and the Dark Pulse is immediately thrown right here against the Vigoroth. This is a decent neutral matchup, as you said, but you have this Rock Slide that is going to deal such a huge amount of damage against the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, I don't think this will knock out yet, but it will definitely put the Mandibus very low. However, I think Mr. McCalvin is just fine there. You still live a Dark Pulse from here, and you might be able to counter down this entire Mandibus.
Yeah, and then you're almost at 2 Body Slam. That is absolutely huge. We're going to see another Dark Pulse. It's going to be very close, though. So the Snarls also do add up. Let's see how this is going to turn out. I think that Vigoroth has the advantage here. Oh, big.
Ooh, barely farms down this Mandibus. I think one more Snarl would have knocked out. You have so much energy here, but I think one Wing Attack and one Bubble will knock out. So you only get to throw one Charge Attack here. What are you throwing as Mr. McCalvin? Going for the Rock Slide. I love this play. You know why? This does about 2 more damage in the Body Slam. It's less efficient, but it does more damage if you only get to 1 Charge Attack.
Exactly. That was the correct play by Mr. McCalvin. It is inadequacy approved, and now we're going back into the Shadow Gligar. And the other Shadow Gligar are pacing at the same time. Mr. McCalvin with the charge attack priority, and that is huge.
Yeah, this is so massive, because now I think you can let this Gligar go. This is so huge. This just shows that it sometimes pays off to have a higher attack here as right? In these kind of mirror matchups. This is wonderful for Mr. McCalvin. Now going to try and sweep with his Cresselia. Knowing there is a Azumarill in the back, you now might be able to sweep it.
I think Birds of Prey could have undercharged right there because they were both energy dry after the aerial ace.
Yeah, that's a fair point there, Leo, but she did it. Now, she still has some energy here. Looks like Mr. McCalvin is putting up a shield just in case that was the ground-type charge stack. But yeah, charge stack priority here. This Moonblast will knock out the Gligar if unshielded.
Okay, we are going to shield this. I thought that maybe you could sneak in 1 or 2 more Psycho Cuts after this, but we're going to see another Wing Attack. Raise Dig is going to be thrown just before we reach the Moonblast, and we're going to shield this up. Mr. McCalvin is really protective of his Cresselia.
Yeah, wanting to preserve the HP on this Cresselia, also realizing this probably does more damage than anything the Azumarill can throw here. Going for the Moonblast, I think a Grass Knot may have been enough here, but Mr. McCalvin just making sure if this is a really good Gligar, since I want charge attack priority, it might barely live the grass, and I don't want to take that risk. Now, Cresselia does have a really strong matchup against this Azumarill, but I'm not sure if 2 grasses will knock out the Azumarill, and I'm pretty sure that 2 Ice Beam will.
There is a lot of chip on the Azumarill, though, so we're going to see how much damage to this Grass Knot. This is a surprisingly low amount of damage, and look at these Psycho Cuts. They don't deal anything, basically.
Leo, these Pokemon are too bulky. They just don't deal that much damage with super effective charge stacks sometimes. This Ice Beam won't do as much as well, but the Bubbles and the next Ice Beam will knock out. So this is going to be a race. Can you get to the Ice Beam as Birds of Prey here? The Grass Knot is coming through. Oh man, this is going to get so close, Leo. Is it going to knock out?
Oh, I don't think this will knock out, but are the Psycho Cuts going to knock out after this? This is very, very close.
Goodness.
I think that Mr. McCalvin has the advantage here. Going for a few...
Oh, the knockout! Wow, what a close game there. Mr. McCalvin takes game number 2.
Wow, another 2-0 right here. The very cute Gligar plushie didn't help Birds of Prey there, and this was such a close matchup. This was very, very crucial. Both games came down to little decisions in the end.
Yeah, I love the plays that these players made, and I also love the showcase of Mandibus, but also the Azumarill that we saw there. Unfortunately, Azumarill was aligned to the Cresselia every time, so it was a little bit difficult. But what we also saw is a showcase of the most used Pokemon in the Open Grading Battle right now, Gligar.
Shadow Gligar was always neutral, and you saw it. It was used to bait out the Azumarill, which is, of course, not the best matchup. However, it's not the worst. If you have shields, if you want to invest some shields, then you can actually deal so much Wing Attack damage. You are outpacing the Azumarill, because some people might consider it clunky, is the words I've heard people use. It takes so long to reach those charge attacks, and sometimes you just get outpaced by Pokemon that you have the type advantage against.
It just takes an eternity sometimes to get to the Ice Beam to the player. We saw the slow pacing from the Azumarill to get to that Ice Beam against the Cresselia, right? It was just a little bit too slow to get to another attack here. Yeah, like you say, Gligar doesn't even have that terrible of a matchup against Azumarill, because, you know, you deal a lot of neutral damage there. Let's take a look at the highlights of the matchup that we just had of Birds of Prey versus Mr. McCalvin. We see here that Grass Knot coming through on the Azumarill, which wasn't enough to knock out. Boom! But the Psycho Cuts after were.
Yeah, I want to say future sights, but the Psycho Cuts really dealt this one damage, knockout right there. Very, very strong performance by Mr. McCalvin. Good calls. We have even seen a catch from Birds of Prey. She caught the aerial ace on the Mandibus, but that was still enough chip, basically, right?
Right, and it gave an opportunity for Mr. McCalvin to align the Vigoroth exactly where it wanted to be.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have a great matchup against the Gligar and the Cresselia, really. So it was aligned to the Mandibus there, and it worked just perfectly. So, yeah, just really well aligned there. Sometimes making a catch is not always the play because switch advantage can be so important, right? So switch advantage means that basically you have the control of which Pokemon you swap into the opponent. If the opponent swaps first, you have the opportunity to answer with your swap.
And this is where team reading really comes into play, because I love going for catches. Like it feels cool. You feel like, hey, I'm controlling this game. But sometimes you're just not than your opponent. Sometimes you catch a really big attack and you think, hey, I just caught an Earthquake on my Shadow Gligar. That's amazing. Then your opponent swaps in a Dugong, and it's like, I don't care. I'm just gonna farm this all the way down, and you have a problem now.
You don't always want to catch though.
Yeah.
You don't want to catch, for example, Dynamic Punch on an obstacle. So it kind of depends on what you want to catch, right? Like catching the ground type charge attack on a Gligar, phenomenal. But there are exceptional scenarios.
Imagine catching a one-hit KO with like a smirk on your face in a tournament, like, I'm not gonna shield. Oh.
Oof. I actually had that today when I thought I caught a Scald on my Vigoroth from a Poliwrath, and then there was a Dynamic Punch, and well, goodbye, goodbye Vigoroth. So yeah, that's tough. Sometimes a catch can be very decisive though, and even as you say, the one-hit KO on a Pokemon still can be sometimes very important if you know that Pokemon is just not useful.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk a little bit about Vigoroth. Because this Pokemon came out of nowhere. It got Rock Slide, and then it became slightly more popular. But it wasn't like crazy popular immediately. We had a bit of a, I want to say, Poliwrath metagame at first. But why is Vigoroth so good now?
Yeah, I think it's just so neutral, right? Anyway, we have some social posts from Twitter, I believe, and I'm very excited to see that. This is where the fun begins. The Pokemon EUIC from Ben Priest.
You're right, Benjamin. This is where the fun begins. We're having fun already. 2 rounds have been over, and this is already the greatest day of my life, I want to say. So I'm absolutely right there. Come to these events, guys. I can't stress this enough. Pokemon events, especially in IC, this is the first I've ever been to, are amazing. There's Guzma!
Ready to go 0-3 drop at Pokemon EUIC. I hope Yuki is doing better than that, though. Yeah, cool outfit, right? I believe that was one of the
Team Skull.
Yeah, exactly. Team Skull leads, exactly. Yeah, really cool outfit there.
Yeah, also the Wimpod just chilling there on the shoulder.
Yeah, and here we see Jack White. Day 0 of EUIC at the Pokemon Center pop-up was electric. Yes, there were so many people, so many items. It was a great time at the Pokemon Center.
I mean, we were there yesterday. How did I miss this gigantic Pikachu?
I think we're just looking at all the merch.
That is true. That is true. I went on a shopping frenzy, to be honest. I got like 6 or 7 plushies. I have a Quagsire now, so I'm really, really happy. But now we're going to see another interview that is ready from Zoe.
Congratulations, absolutely down to the wire for those 2 battles. How are you feeling, first of all?
I feel great. Like, it's my first ever battle on any Play Pokemon event, and that's I was very stressed, and now I feel really so much relieved. Yeah.
You did fantastically. You also had, you won the charge move priority on the Shadow Gligar. Was this intentional for you to train a Gligar to have a higher attack?
So, when I started building the team, I didn't have a good Shadow Gligar, and I tried to build around it without the Shadow Gligar. But over the course of time, I realized that I just don't want to give up on this one, and I really had a not that good one. And I just practiced with this and realized that it's actually a better pick, so I got I thought I got unlucky, but in practice now I feel like I got lucky that I have this higher attack, but still fine spread.
Yeah, it's really worked out well for you to get both of those wins in there. As well, I noticed Mandibuzz on your team. How do you feel Mandibuzz is performing in the current meta?
So I really think we're probably going to see a bit of a rise in its usage because first, Reggie is not as common as it used to be. And fairies in general, like Azus makes a little comeback, but still it's not as common. And if those 2 are out of the play, Mandy has a lot of play. Also, I try to build a team that scares away Lantern. So Mandy is pretty free, and I think over most of the practice battles that I did, Mandy was very much playable.
Excellent. Good to see some more variety in the competition this weekend. So good luck for it. Fantastic effort, and I can't wait to see the rest of your battles this weekend. So back to you guys, casters. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I like the theory there from Mr. McCalvin on how to use Mandibuzz, and that it's better if there is no Registeel or just few Registeel and few Azumarill in the competition. But what I think about the Registeel matchup, I think that you can maybe ABB with Mandibuzz to bait out a Registeel, because your Dark Pulse, they still deal a chunk of damage, and you can't really get farmed down. Your opponent, you're so bulky, your opponent will have to throw 2 Zap Cannons or undercharge perfectly, and I don't even know how I would do that.
The problem like with undercharging is it just gives Mandibuzz more time to build an energy. And undercharging in this case is like not hitting all the bubbles, so it deals a little bit less damage, right? And in that case, Lock-On, the fast attack from Registeel, which does like 1 damage per Lock-On, might be able to farm it down. But yeah, like you say, Dark Pulse, a pretty efficient charge attack, neutral. Mandibuzz can take a Zap Cannon. It's honestly a little bit awkward sometimes for Registeel. In fact, if you don't get an attack drop on the Zap Cannon, Mandibuzz can potentially win it with shields up. But let's take a look at the players we have upcoming here.
Yeah, this is Sod versus Kazim. This is going to be a really interesting matchup. 2 players from the UK, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we have a local scene battle here, right? I'm very excited for what these players bring. I remember Kazim is a huge Whimsicott fan. Wait, is that a Whimsicott plushie? Of course it's a Whimsicott plushie. Yeah, no, I didn't see that before I said that. I promise.
Yeah, sure. It's showbiz, guys. Okay. It's all a ruse. No, but we have had a little bit of a preview from those teams, and there is going to be some spice.
Tell me.
I think that we're going to see a Shadow Dragon Knight.
Dragon Knight.
Dragon Knight.
Not Dragonair.
Dragon Knight.
Dragon Knight.
Dragon Knight.
I can't wait to see that. It's such a fragile Pokemon, but it also just melts everything, right? It's really good. I really love using it. The problem though is it cannot take charge attacks.
Yeah, I was gonna say Shadow Dragon Knight has one specific feature that is almost unique. Dragon Knight. Did I say Dragonair now?
Dragon Knight.
Dragon Knight. it has one specific feature that is very unique to a dragon. It loses to Lantern.
It does. Lantern can actually go straight Surf in the 1 shield. So Lantern, as long if 2 shields are not used, Lantern just wins going with Surf. That's how fragile it is. And the Sparks, we do have to say, if you have Water Gun, Lantern does lose.
Oh yeah.
But if it has the fast attack Spark, the electric one, then it can beat the Dragonite. It's almost like Lantern's a good Pokemon.
To be fair, Altaria is also not too strong against Lantern. I mean, there's also scenarios where
you're
Lantern
right. Yeah,
so,
Lantern is a very strong Pokemon where if it has neutral matchups, it usually wins those.
Why is nobody playing it?
Oh, I think pretty sure it's like in top 12 usage. But people are probably fearing the Whiscash, right?
You think there are some? Yeah, that's true. But Whiscash usage has also gone down. There were times where Whiscash was looking like it's going to be the new Medicham.
Yeah, well, of course, Scald is such a good charge attack.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you use it? But now we see more Altaria. We saw it in the top 12, which walls the Whiscash. It has access to Blizzard, but I don't think a lot of players are using that. Now
which makes it more dangerous in GBL, I want to say that.
It's true. It can be a surprise. Right? In the Go Battle League, you can run charge attacks, and the opponent doesn't know which charge attacks you have. So if you run like a Hyper Beam Obstagoon, players might not see that coming. That'd be pretty cool.
Or a Gunk Shot Obstagoon, right?
What are you referring to?
No, I'm not referring to anything.
Yeah, not a battle we have.
No. But I mean, that is why baiting in GBL especially is so important. You can farm up to a Blizzard, even though if you're running Mud Bomb and Scald, your opponent might be a bit afraid of a Blizzard that they're going to shield in this bad matchup. Then you're coming out ahead in the end. But this is also why I like Shadow Whiscash so much, because it actually still deals a little bit of damage to the Altaria.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look here at the team we have from Salt on the left. We see indeed that Shadow Dragonite. Dragonite. With Dragon Breath, Dragon Claw, and Superpower, which is an absolute superpower for Dragonite, because fighting is so important as coverage, right? It hits super effective on normal, on rock, on ice, and 2 more that Steel. Yes, that was the other one.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to do that too now. I found that really cool. Then you have the duo with Ice Shot, Icy Wind, and Drill Run, drilling through those steel types that you otherwise have a bad matchup against. So this is also a Pokemon that can be used to bait out a potential Registeel from your opponent.
Yeah, I really like how he covered the Whiscash there with, like, you know, the Dragonite.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here at the team from Kazim. No Whimsicott, but we see it's going to be a battle of the dragons. We have the Gus Lord, a huge Dark-type Dragon Pokemon that just jumps through his opponents. And we see that Kazim opts for the Crunch Charge stack instead of Brutal Swing. Brutal Swing is a little bit more efficient, however Crunch has 30% chance to drop the defense off your opponent.
Yeah, and we like the defense drop, especially if you're playing Dragon Tail as the fast attack. That is consistent damage that is applied to your opponent a lot, so a defense drop can be absolutely crucial in that one. And I think in the mirror match of the Dragons, Guzzlord has the edge, because Dragon Tail is just slightly more efficient.
Yeah, Guzzlord's also just a little bit bulkier than Dragonite, right?
Yeah.
That really helps you in those
that's also
Dragon
huge.
mirror matchups. That's in fact why Guzzlord can also defeat other Dragon types like Dragonair. And there's also Altaria where you win the one shields. We saw that in Stuttgart a lot when we saw Colin play against Dinoski at the time, and Dinoski had the Guzzlord. It was his only answer to the Altaria. So every time Altaria was there, Guzzlord was also there, and just wins the one shields there, putting the next Pokemon in such a good position against Colin at the time. So yeah, I'm really curious how this battle of the Dragons is gonna go.
I think that the Guzzlord looks... I think we're going to see the Guzzlord because it looks very, very decent. Shadow Gligar is a very close matchup. Dragonite is a good one. Lickitung is a really good matchup. Lantern is a perfect matchup. Dugong is problematic, and you have play against Annihilate.
Yeah, we see Dugong. Let's take a look. Yeah, indeed, Dugong is tough there. But we see here, we have Gligar into Annihilate. This is a great lead for Kazim. A terrible one for Salt. I expect to switch here.
Very cheeky advantage that Kazim has here. Gets, wow, 2 wing attacks in, and Salt did not expect the Guzzlord in the back.
Yeah, in comes Big Chomper, about to eat fish today. It's on Lantern, Shiny Lantern in fact, and it's Thunderbolt. Everything that Lantern has here is resisted, so Guzzlord has an incredible matchup here. Going for the crunch, I think if you get a debuff here, you can easily just Dragon Tail down this Lantern.
Yeah, there is a reason why Guzzlord is called Schlinking in German, which it basically translates into the king of feasting.
I'm not surprised. Look at this thing go. It's eating and eating. Lantern is almost down here as it goes for another Thunderbolt. This will drop the Guzzlord quite low, but the Guzzlord also has so much energy. I believe it can... I love this play from Kazim, right? Letting some sparks through so the Annihilate gets less energy to fight back against the Gligar, right? I love this play. You probably only get 1 charge stack off here, as 1 counter might knock out this Guzzlord already.
And you're very safe to throw a crunch if you're looking at the team of your opponent. There is no resistance to Dark type whatsoever, so you're going to deal a hefty amount of damage. Are we going to see the 30% defense drop? We don't. Oh, far down!
In comes Dragonite, and it's time for some Dragonite action. In comes Lickitung. It's 1 lick behind, however, and this comes down to evade. If you can land a superpower here, you knock out the Lickitung. But I would think that Kazim will shield here just to get all the lick damage in against Dragonite.
Yeah, and I think that you don't really, if Lickitung shields everything, you don't get to a superpower right here because you only have 1 Dragon Breath advantage. We're going for the superpower. Is this going to be shielded by Kazim?
Oh man. Oh, putting up the shield at the very last time. What a genius shield here from Kazim.
Just quickly calculating how this matchup works. We're going to see another superpower. Body Slam wasn't thrown yet. Are we going to see another shield? And no, we're letting it go. The superpower connects. This is a Dragon Day. No, it's a Dragonite right here. Now we're going to get a big farm down with 4 wing attack. That is so much energy on the Gligar.
Yeah, Lickitung went down, but I don't think that Kazim might, because this Gligar now is at 2 Aerial Ace, and 1 Aerial Ace will definitely be enough here to knock out the Annihilate. Is Salt going to shield this? Yes, going to shield this, hoping to catch Kazim off guard maybe, but there's another Aerial Ace loaded, and it will go through here.
GG Kazim with the Guzzlord, basically destroying the Lantern in the matchup. Sparks, I don't care. Surf, I don't care. Thunderbolt, I couldn't care less. We're Dragon Tailing.
Yeah, it makes sense that the Lickitung comes out there from Kazim, right? Yeah. There's no real hard answer from Salt because the Annihilate still takes super effective damage from the Lick fast attack. So it was kind of to be expected from Kazim to have the Lickitung, but I still really like that Dragonite was in the plan there, right? I think Dragonite just, in general, has such good coverage. If you don't face a Fairy type, and there's no Whimsicott on Kazim's team, it can fight back against anything. But with 2 shields against Lickitung, it's rough.
Yeah, that is true. Lickitung is just such a good Pokemon. And I want to mention something.
Tell me.
I lost my train of thought right there, but now I got it again. Lickitung, in a meta where people are playing less Lickitung, you know, people prepare less for it. They think, hey, maybe I don't need to run Vigoroth because, I don't know, so many players are going away from Lickitung, which is the primary target for Vigoroth. But now, when Lickitung is safe against teams, it's insane. It's so good. There is no Pokemon on Salt's side that is really, really strong against the
Right?
Lickitung. There is Annihilate, but you still take super effective damage from League.
Yeah, that really means that Kazim can basically pivot it every single time. Let's take a look at the replay here. We see the superpower launch from Salt, and if this went unshielded, would have knocked out the Lickitung right there, but Kazim basically shielded at the very last second. And superpower also drops your attack and defense, so that made it easier to knock out.
And we have the knockout aerial ace right here. Kazim taking a deep breath and celebrating the 1-0 against Salt. But this match isn't over yet. You need 2 wins. But of course, you're happy that you won the first game that you're playing on stream.
Yeah, exactly. But how are you going to adapt here as Salt? You expect the Lickitung. How are you going to tackle the Lickitung, right? Maybe with your own, because the mirror match is like the one thing you can swap into the other Lickitung, right? Maybe if you get a good lead here as Salt and Kazim pivots the Lickitung right into there, you can like chip it with your lead and then go into your own Lickitung to secure the switch defense. We've seen this strategy a lot.
Yeah, and you said tackle the Lickitung. Why don't you bring in a Greedent with tackle to win the normal type bulky mirror match very hard?
Yeah, and fun fact about Salt, by the way, we saw Mr. McColvin earlier playing his first ever play Pokemon tournament. This is also the first ever play Pokemon for Salt Mimir on the left, but he has to make a comeback here against Kazim first, should he want to push through here. I believe both plays here are ready, Leo. We are going to have the Lickitung into the Skarmory.
Oh, and that is actually a decent matchup for the Lickitung as well. You would think that those very resistant charge attacks make this matchup terrible, but Licks are so good and you're so bulky.
Yeah, Lickitung actually doesn't do, as you say, terrible here. Especially if Skarmory goes for a Brave Bird, the Licks will add up way more here. But I think that Salt is very fine with his Skarmory here somewhat, because he has the Gligar in the back. And if you look at the backlines, Gligar might be key to winning this matchup. In comes the attack. And it looks like Salt is no-shooting immediately, realizing I can take a Brave Bird easily here, so I no-shoot this.
Yep, that is very well played. Knowing your matchup, Salt, I see we're going for another body slam, and we're also already putting the Skarmory into the red, so you see how not really dominant this matchup is for Skarmory, even though you can kind of control the switch and you already have a charge attack. We're going for the Brave Bird, and I like that.
This will do so much. Are you ready, Leo? Are you ready? Here we go. Brave Bird's coming in. Boom! Takes out the Lickitung, and in comes the Gligar and swaps in the Lantern immediately, but Lantern doesn't really have that great of a matchup, especially when it's one wing attack behind. But going for the Surf immediately to catch up here.
Yeah, Surf is going to deal about 60%, but the sparks don't really add up, especially if it's shielded, it doesn't deal 60%. So we're going to be really in an advantageous position in this matchup with the Shadow Gligar. We are farming up to almost 2 digs. 1 dig is going to be thrown here. Kazim is considering to no-shield this.
Oh, last second shield from Kazim. Yeah, again, deciding at the very last second. He's thinking it's time for the shield for sure. We see there Kazim waiting a turn before throwing the Surf, making sure Salt doesn't catch us on something else. But Salt is like probably very happy to see the Lantern in the first place, because the Dugong in the back is so dangerous. Going for another dig here. If Kazim shields this, Salt is in a very tough spot, right?
That is true. And we're going to shield last second again. Kazim is making it interesting for us. Thank you so much.
Keeping us on our toes. And oh my goodness, did you see that? He was waiting a turn, Salt waited a turn, but Kazim was waiting longer and now going for the Thunderbolt on the Dugong. What a magnificent, patient play from Kazim here.
That was absolutely phenomenal. Kazim, he's really him right here. And we're going to see a drill run on the Dugong right here. Dugong can fight back against the Lantern. However, it is not the best matchup.
It doesn't even knock out Leo. This Lantern will just get to another Thunderbolt here if it wants to. And it's actually just sparking down the Dugong instead. Now has a charge tank. But oh, go for that catch. What is going on here? He has a family.
Kazim is already laughing. He's like, I don't know where that came from. I'm just playing the best Pokemon Go of my entire life. This is going so well for him. Son has no shields left. Everything hangs on to this Gligar, and I don't want to spread bad news, but this Lickitung is definitely going to win this matchup here.
Yeah, Kazim is playing out of his mind here, Leo.
Wow.
He is from the UK, and he wants to keep the championship in the UK. He has his first battle here on stream. It's going phenomenal here. The Power Whip is coming through, and this will lead Kazim into a 2-0 victory.
That was absolute peak Pokemon Go gameplay. How are you this good, Kazim? That was absolutely insane. The patience that you need to have. Keep in mind, guys, he's overwhelmed. I would be too. Keep in mind, you're sitting on this big stage and there's so many people watching you in the crowd already. And you know, there is a lot of pressure. So just to have this mental strength to go, I will wait a turn, I will not press anything on my phone. And then I will react to what my opponent is doing. And then you make the game-winning play.
Pokemon Go players when someone doesn't tap the screen for a second.
to be honest, yeah, that's basically it, because we're so used to tapping the screen,
right?
So that's something phenomenal. But yes, without jokes, that was top tier.
Yeah, right. Waiting a turn just to check if your opponent is doing something, and because he didn't see a swap coming through, didn't see a wing attack coming through, he just waited longer. Then saw the Doom come in, and then went for the Thunderbolt. These are the kind of plays that you need to keep up if you want to win a championship that is as competitive as this one.
And I want to tell you, this sounds easy to just wait a turn. But first of all, you have to get into your brain how long 0.5 seconds is, and you have to register in your brain that there is like an animation or that there is no animation, and that can be really, really crucial. That took me ages to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and these are the kind of plays you need to make at the biggest tournament that we have so far in Pokemon Go. Now, we have a video for you about the tournament format that we have at these tournaments. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the match highlights first, actually. We still have the replay, right?
Yeah.
We still have the replay that we saw from these crazy plays that we saw here. We see here game number 1. We saw the Lickitung into the Dragonite, shooting the first superpower, but letting the next one go.
Yep, that is absolutely great call. Also, Kazim knew, hey, this is going to knock off the Lickitung, but I don't care. And we're going to see the Aerial Ace knockout here from game number 1. Kazim already celebrating, not knowing that he will achieve greatness in game 2 already.
Yeah, the game 1 played out pretty naturally, right? I think that Salt was unprepared for the Lickitung that we see here, and we see here the Brave Bird thrown from Kazim, which knocked out the Lickitung here. Tremendous damage on such a bulky Pokemon. And then in the next moment here, we see indeed the Gligar into the Lantern, and we see Kazim being patient as ever. Look at that, Salt waiting just barely, Kazim nodding to the crowd, to his friends, and then closing out the game just barely. Look at him looking at his phone there. Can I farm this down? Then catches the Aerial Ace. Phenomenal, absolutely. He's just laughing. He's like, I don't know what I'm doing even, man. I don't know how I played as well.
Martin, I wish I was this cool. I wish I was.
You're pretty cool. You're pretty cool. But we're talking about good here.
that was phenomenal gameplay. Kazim just steamrolling through this, and he's already like now a face that could win the tournament. You know, I'm expecting him day 2 at least.
Right. It seems like players from the UK quite good.
Oh, that is true. We have so many phenomenal trainers from the UK. We have so many that we have seen in multiple tournaments throughout the season. They have been performing all over the place. Tomahawk, Maxi, 1 million P. And now we also see more of these very talented UK trainers. How high can the ceiling go?
Wasn't Maxi on your play prediction to win it all?
Yeah.
You have high expectations. I think he topped it like 3 times this season, right?
Yeah, and he really deserves. He had deep runs. He already won a medal. Also in the last season, he's a phenomenal trainer. He just didn't get the win yet, and I want him to.
Yeah, I believe he was the 4th place special event finalist at Barcelona indeed. So indeed has a medal, and he also did well at other tournaments, such as in Utrecht. So yeah, UK battlers are indeed very good. And as you say, Tomahawk UK got to 2nd place in Liverpool, also in the UK. So maybe we see him do well here. But however, let's go to one of our co-casters who is going to interview our winner from recently, Kazim.
Kazim, that was some absolutely cheeky play from you. You look like you're absolutely stoked with that. How did that feel, those battles?
Amazing. I still feel very nervous, like, you know, first game being on stream in probably the biggest Go tournament there's ever been. But just delighted to get through the first round. I was, you know, when I saw I was playing Sard, who I know is a brilliant battler, you know, I was honestly fearing the worst. Just, you know, got a bit of luck on my side with the lead in the first game. With the Gligar on the Ape, and then the Guzzlord on the Lantern, and then yeah, it was kind of plain sailing from there. Yeah. Luckily, shielded the super effective superpowers, which was very lucky as well.
The Guzzlord was absolutely feasting in that first battle, as I believe Leo called in the caster's booth. How do you think Guzzlord's going to perform going through the tournament as well?
I think it has good play. You know, there's a lot of Lickitung. I've seen Mandibus creeping up as well, and it obviously beats. Well, no, it doesn't. It beats the Future Sight Cresselia, and also with Annihilate on the Night/Shadow Ball moveset, it can come in and soak all of that damage comfortably. So I think there's good play for it. I've never used it before this tournament, so I'm still getting to grips with it. I was like, do I throw Crunch on the Lantern? I guess it worked in the end.
It all worked out, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Another question for you. You were very patient with your Lantern swap. Did you know that Dugong was going to come in, or did you suspect it? Because that was phenomenal.
I know Sal's a good player. I always anticipate a good player to make a catch. I didn't want the Surf being caught like on his own Lantern, or like he attempted resisting it on the Dugong. So I always wait a turn, which is like half a second in real time, before I throw the charged attack. And luckily he waited as well. I didn't see any animation come through, and I just, I was patient. It felt like an age, and just held on and launched the Thunderbolt in the end, and
all paid off. All paid off.
Yeah.
Fantastic play. Big congratulations to you.
Thank you, Zoe.
And good luck for the rest of the weekend as well.
Thank you so
You're going to do great.
Thank you.
We're going to go now to our next little segment, so stay tuned, everyone.
I started playing competitively in Pokemon Go in the official format from the very first tournament, the 2022 Liverpool Regional Championships, which I won. Prior to that, I've been playing grassroots tournaments ever since PvP was introduced into Pokemon Go around December 2018. I've been a very, very avid competitor ever since. My favorite partner Pokemon from the main series games, I would have to say Piplup. Just really love the little cute blue penguin. But for PvP, my partner Pokemon is and always will be Cresselia. It's changed over the years with different updates to the game, different changes to the meta. I'm a massive fan of playing Cresselia. My favorite team of all time that I've ever played is Cresselia, Sirfetch'd, and Scrafty. 3 massively underrated Pokemon that should not work together, but somehow pull through. I am a very competitive person by nature. I always have been. But really, for me, these tournaments is an opportunity to hang out with friends, to meet some people that I've been chatting online with for years through our grassroots tournaments, just to share some laughs and create some memories. No, not really. I'm maybe one of the only players that can say they've beaten both world champions at the World Championships. So it's less looking up to these players and more wanting to have another opportunity to show my stuff against the best of the best.
My name is Leo Marin Torres, and Patoman in the game.
So many times he's tripped up, but now he wins this! Patoman is your Gata's Regional Champion 2024! Give it up for Patoman, resetting the bracket and then finally winning it! After getting second place twice, he is now the champion!
My motivation right now is kinda crazy, because this is my third grand final. I lost twice, now it's great to finally take it all. With the experience of the other regionals, I thought, okay, I have to be focused. I cannot be sad for this, and let's try to win that 3 matchups in a row.
Please give a huge cheer for our champion. It is Patoman!
Tonton is a great player. He has so much level. He's the UAC champion of 2023. It was a complicated opponent to beat. I will try to go to more regionals. Also, UAC will be a great option because that could give me great points. And then if I can get maybe that travel award, will be nice. And then I will have to prepare for Worlds, and let's see.
How did we get here? So far
come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Hi trainers, I'm Tomahawk UK, and though Tactical and I are very privileged to be joined by one of Europe's finest battlers, Colin Six. Colin, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Colin, you are a two-time regional champion, and that is something that no one else in Europe has yet to achieve. Are you gunning for your third?
I definitely am. I already got close at the previous regional in Stuttgart, and even hungry for more now.
That's honestly one of the most exciting things that a lot of people are following. How are you feeling about European International Championship?
I'm really looking forward to the European International Championship. I've already achieved quite some medals now, and I'm still gunning for that trophy.
I think it's going to come sooner than you think. One of the things that we wanted to chat to you a little bit more about is your team building and your approach to the meta. We're in the World of Wonders season at the moment. How do you feel about that?
It seems like there's not that many changes compared to last season, although Mantin seems to have gotten a buff, which was kind of a problem for the team I ran in Stuttgart. So we'll have to do some team building before Utrecht.
So when you go about building your team, do you build it around a single Pokemon, or do you build around the core? How is your process there?
I usually like to build around the core, usually try some picks in the Go Battle League, see which work for me there, identify 2 or maybe 3 Pokemon even on my team, and complement those with 3 or 4 other Pokemon.
Speaking of the Go Battle League, didn't you recently reach the #1 rank on the leaderboards there?
I recently did. Right before Stuttgart, I did reach the #1 on the leaderboards with Talonflame and a Bomber Snow, which I also ran in Stuttgart.
And you guys, you're obviously locals, and you must play at local tournaments together. So what is that like for you playing against a man like this?
Oh, Colin, I don't like playing versus him, to be honest. Well, I love playing him. He's an incredible battler, and playing against incredible players is great, but he's beaten me twice so far in regionals. His first regional win was in Lille last season, and he beat me there in the grand final. So, you know, I gotta get back at him sometime.
Colin, you've been doing very well in regionals, you compete in locals, international championships are coming up, and a lot of championship points are on the line. You're already very high in the Travel Award race. How are you feeling for the last run?
I think I've got a good buffer right now with the points I've already achieved at the locals and the regionals. But the EUIC is still going to be important with a lot of points on the line. So hoping for a good performance there.
And then on to the final track at Worlds. What can we expect from you at Worlds?
Last year I got around top 48, I believe. This year I'm definitely looking to improve that and hopefully get one of those trophies.
I think we're all going to be watching and supporting Colin's run, but for now, back to the action with you.
Welcome back, trainers. We are live here in London at the European International Championships. I am your host, Zionic, along with 2-0 Butters.
Yeah, just as Colin mentioned, there's so many points on the line here, of course, because this is our biggest competition ever. 320 competitors. A lot of these Europeans are competing not only for qualification, but of course, that travel award and travel stipend as well.
Yeah, we saw some amazing battles already this morning. That last battle was pretty intense with the beautiful catches. And what I love is the unique twist that we're seeing on some of the teams. We're seeing a lot of Moonblast Cresselias to counteract a lot of dragons that are coming into this meta.
Yeah, and you know, actually, I feel like the Europeans overall have been a little conservative. I've seen in the past a lot of spice from the region, but so far we've seen a lot of these teams with some meta picks. We have another matchup coming with some more meta picks, but it's all about those nuances. Like you mentioned, having the ability to run the Moonblast. We've seen more Future Sight lately, but Dragon has been creeping up. I know one of your picks was that Guzzlord.
Yes, Guzzlord is a phenomenal Pokemon to have in the Great League because, as you saw, it does incredibly well against Lantern, which is very dominant in this tournament. And it also handles all the other dragons with Dragon Tail. Now, I would love to see the showdown of a Shadow Dragonair with Dragon Breath versus the Dragon Tail Guzzlord, because that match would end very, very quickly.
You know, that's why I think Guzzlord is so good, because it kind of is the king of the dragons. If you look in these, in like one shield situations, Guzzlord is just so strong because of its bulk. And it's, of course, doing that same type attack bonus, Dragon Tail, and it just chunks over time. And crucially, it's one of those dragons that has the Dragon Claw charge attack, like Shadow Dragonair with that Body Slam or Goodra with Aqua Tail. So it actually has something super effective as well.
Now, we do have the battles basically ready to go, as the trainers are going to be ready here any second. We do have Andreas versus Osprey Sheltu. And this is going to be a very intense match, as we see the lineups right there. Shadow Gligar, Cresselia, Annihilate, Lantern, Lickitung, and Dugong. Nothing too spicy, but what I do love is the Dugong Lickitung. You have different versatility with your more tankier, bulky Pokemon right there, whether you need the neutral matchup coverages or you want that Icy Wind debuff.
And I love how it's the Dugong Annihilate Core, because when I think of Dugong Annihilate Core, that reminds me of Tomahawk UK versus Nighttime Clasher. And that's what this tournament reminds me of, because we are in the UK and we have some NAs trying to win it all. But so far, the Europeans have been doing better, like Andres. Andres was the Paulino Special Event runner-up, as well as she was 5th place in Liverpool, which was the largest regional in Europe at the time. So she has experience with these huge tournaments. It's a pretty meta team, but once again, running that Moonblast Cresselia.
We are seeing a meta shift, and again, it's all because of the Dragons. Dragons are doing so well in this meta, as we will see the next lineup coming up here, as we do have Trevenant making it back. Trevenant was dominant in previous seasons. The Trevenant knocked out meta of tournaments past. It's making a comeback. It's still strong, right? Shadow Claw, Seed Bomb, Shadow Ball, and it can still do very well in this tournament, so we'll have to see how it performs today.
I'm glad you brought up the Trevenant, because this trainer in particular loves the grass types. Aspreltu has brought a grass type in every single tournament he has competed in. Superior in Gdansk, Torino brought the Shadow Venusaur, in Warsaw brought the Venusaur as well, and here the Trevenant, like you mentioned, almost no one is running Trevenant anymore, but Aspreltu is keeping the grass dreams alive, and grass is really strong in the meta if you can avoid Skarmory, and there is no Skarmory on this opposing team of Andrews.
You know, what's really interesting is the grass of choice is always dependent on what the other meta has. And I think with so many Annihilates coming into the fold, and the Skarmory there with Steel Wing instead of Air Slash, it can do incredibly well in those matchups.
Yeah, just going to have to worry about that Shadow Gligar, and of course the Annihilate has the Night Slash, so it's going to outpace the Trevenant, so that's going to be weird seeing that Ghost type, I guess, also lose to a Ghost type, and here are the leads. It's going to be Lantern into the Annihilate, the back lines, double Lickitungs as pivots, and then this is the matchup you want to avoid. There is a Gligar versus Skarmory in the back, so alignment in the front is going to matter a lot.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if the Lantern is going to be getting the Surf Shield, and it does. A shield goes up early, but Annihilate can answer right back. Shadow Ball is a move you do not want to let land, but they're looking to go for the Night Slash bait.
Aspreltu goes for the bait here. This is crucial. Alignment is going to matter a lot, and gets the Protect Shield on the first Night Slash. Can you get the boost as well? No boost here, but you're going to be able to get to that Shadow Ball before the Thunderbolt, so you had to force the Surf Energy, and Aspreltu knows that this is Surf Energy, but still Protect Shields anyway. I think he is trying to line up that Skarmory in a positive scenario in the back.
Yeah, Annihilate in a great position right here, where Shadow Ball, oh, a beautiful catch into the Lickitung, catching the Shadow Ball. Oh my goodness.
Double resisted.
Andres is going to be smiling from ear to ear as the Shadow Ball is going to be resisted, but Annihilate isn't done yet.
What a ridiculous swap here. You're able to soak all that energy, and you're going to be able to. There's another counter swap. Aspreltu can do it as well, but this time only single resisted instead of double on the Lickitung, and Skarmory soaks that up. And the good thing for Skarmory here is you actually put the Lickitung in range of Sky Attack and the Steel Wing, so you can be quite patient here with how much energy you want to take into the next matchup.
Oh my goodness, good morning Europe. Back-to-back catches right here. This is going to be an incredible set of battles. Now this matchup, like you said, that lick damage is really going to start adding up, but Skarmory has the opportunity to potentially go for the double sky attack to secure the knockout.
Yeah, so here comes the body slam. This is not enough to knock out, and you have all that energy, so you're going to be able to sky attack. You can't really steal him down. The crucial thing is the timers are coming up. The timer is up right there, but no, there's actually a half-second remainder on Andrea's timer, so she couldn't swap it even if she wanted to, but I think it's actually pretty good to soak up a full sky attack energy on such a low health Lickitung, but she will have a swap available. You could go for the Peekaboo, you could come in Gligar, and then swap into the Lantern.
Ooh,
do we see the Peekaboo? No, Peekaboo.
Brave Bird will be able to land. We'll see if a final shield is given up. This is going to be resisted, but mind you, this is a Brave Bird, and this might just knock out.
And it
does! It does!
Wait, it does knock out the Lantern, you're right.
Now it's going to be Shadow Gligar versus Lickitung. 2 Pokemon still left in the back. No shields remaining, but guess what? Those Pokemon act as a shield for the endgame, so this is going to get incredibly close.
And here comes the dig into the Lickitung. The Lickitung is in range of the next dig. There is 1 Protect Shield remaining for Andres, deciding not to use it, trying to save it maybe for the next Body Slam here. The trouble is there is energy on that Skarmory as well. There's 3 Pokemon remaining for a Sprout2, and it's only the Gligar for Andres.
Yes, but the switch clock, mind you, is 60 seconds, and Lickitung is just praying that the clock can come up so Annihilate can come in and catch the charge move, but the dig, unfortunately, is going to be landing, and this is going to knock out the Lickitung.
This will knock out the Lickitung, but the Gligar still has so much work to do, able to secure that one, but you need to take out the Annihilate and the Skarmory. And
it has a Shadow Ball! What were we even thinking?
Yeah.
We were so caught up with all the catches, we forgot Annihilate is annihilating today, as the Shadow Ball will be landing. See you, Gligar.
Taking that knockout in game number 1 for a Sprout2. Yes, banked all the energy. Remember, there was an awesome swap by Andres to take that double resisted Shadow Ball, but then a Sprout2 was very patient and stayed in with that Annihilate, banking over a Shadow Ball worth of energy, 2 Night Slashes, and then using it in the end game.
Oh my goodness, what an epic battle. That was so good. And it just goes to show that, you know, just because you don't have the right matchups or the right energy or shields remaining, you still have an opportunity to win, right? You still have that chance to catch a charge move that's heavily resisted. Now, I know there's a lot of fan favorites out there that are saying Close Combat Annihilate is making a comeback. I personally tried it this weekend and it landed. Every single Lickitung let it through. Now, will it come into the Play Pokemon Tournament series? I don't know.
I love it too. I think it has so much potential, but it's harder because now we have the open team sheets and you're able to see that it has close combat available. Let's focus on Andres for a moment. Like I mentioned, was Liverpool top 8, which was the biggest EU regional at the time. And then the runner-up, it was Paulasha versus Andres in that Turin special event. And so far, she was making an amazing catch in that game number 1, but she's going to have to reverse sweep. I know she has already taken out her first opponent, so she is 1-0 in the tournament, but she's down 0-1 in this matchup.
Yeah, these are some... It feels like a grand finals kind of matchup right there, right? And that's what I love about this tournament. There's so many incredibly strong trainers here. 320 have showed up from North America, right? We got Caleb here today, right? We got Arrow, we got Rise. Oh, is Rise here? No. Maybe
yeah, Rise is here too.
Dunebug.
It's like, Axon, the world champion.
Like, we're just getting started. Like, oh, and speaking of getting started, we're getting right into the battle. Lickitung here versus Lantern.
And this is ideal for the Lickitung. It is why a lot of trainers, I mean, first of all, Lickitung is just so safe, but it is the pseudo grass type that you usually use. Some trainers have been using Cresselia as well. Cresselia is on this team as well, but the crucial thing is if Lantern is able to protect shield the Power Whip, it's actually not terrible for Lantern.
Yeah, and that's what I like. Oh, we do see a swap out here as the Lickitung comes into the mirror. They're going to go ahead and bring in the Annihilate. Now, Annihilate has a unique situation here with Night Slash. Going for it instantly. You do not want to overload on energy when you're against a Lickitung because you want to try to fish for that boost, and the sooner you get it, the better. But what's great is you can come in and fully farm down this Lickitung, but you do have to watch out for the Power Whip.
And this is such a tough 50-50 here because if you ever let a Body Slam go, you'll get so far ahead, but deciding to properly shield the Power Whip because it's so risky to just go for that bait there, and now this this Annihilate is in range of just countering down before the Power Whip is available. This Lickitung throws, actually throws the Night Slash. I don't know if you need to throw it in this situation because the Lickitung would not get to a Power Whip, so you could have possibly saved that energy for the back line.
I think that was a safer play though, right? Lickitung's one of those Pokemon where it's kind of hard to keep track of energy, especially on the swap when you had your own Lickitung, and they were at the body slam. But yeah, I think that's just a safer, more conservative play right there, knowing you still have excess energy. You're going to be able to get to a charge move against any Pokemon on the back end, and the Altaria here going to respect the potential Shadow Ball.
Yeah, but she gets the Protect Shield on that Night Slash and swaps instantly. You can't see if there was a boost there. Swapping into the Lantern. There is a Lantern in the back for a Shrieltu, and maybe you try to swap into attack, but the thing is, you're going to be swapping into a Thunderbolt because there's no way you're going to be throwing a Surf into this Altaria.
Now, Andrus Lickitung still has the Power Whip ready to go as we do see a swap in into the Lantern Mirror, and that is kind of unfortunate. You really wanted to try to land a Thunderbolt and put that electric pressure against the Altaria, but unfortunately it escaped, and now we're going to be seeing the mirror match.
And a lot of trainers have opted more for Lantern, it seems, at EUIC this year. Charjabug has obviously been the Pokemon that has climbed up the meta, usually the electric type of choice because you're a little bit stronger against those fighting types, but there's just so many Lanterns here in London, and it's a Lantern Mirror right now, and Andres is kind of in the situation that a Shrieltu was in that game number 1. She might be able to come out of this with 3 Pokemon remaining if this Thunderbolt is enough, but she thinks it's not.
Yeah, this is going to be close. The opponent Lantern is going to be able to fully spark down right here just before the Surf. Ooh, that was a bit close. Lots of energy loaded. Annihilate. Oh, the Peekaboo!
The Peekaboo!
There it is! There it is! Able to catch the Thunderbolt here, and then gonna go ahead and go for an aggressive farm down. We're gonna see a Lickitung versus Altaria matchup. Double body slams ready to go.
A shocking turn of events there to bring in that Pokemon to absorb the Thunderbolt. And here comes the body slam. This is not enough, so you're gonna need Licks plus another body slam. Can you get there in time before the Sky Attack? I think this is almost gonna be enough.
Oh!
You're almost at the double body slam, but if this is not enough, Shrieltu might get to that Sky Attack.
I think the Altaria has the Sky Attack after that last Dragon Breath. Let's look. No, one more! Oh, wins a charge attack priority, able to get it just in time. Altaria is going to be able to hang on and knock out the Lickitung.
Oh, that was so close, and Andres is going to get knocked out there. Shrieltu does take this game, or this series, 2-0.
What an incredible set of battles right there. Those were 2 intense matchups, and a beautiful peekaboo catch by Andres in order to catch the Thunderbolt right there, which definitely was a key to victory. And as we saw, it literally came down to a charge attack priority in order to win the game. If the Lickitung got that body slam, well then it wins. But Altaria was able to win the charge attack priority because they had the same energy.
Yeah, that's so tough. It's literally a game of inches at time. It's just a half turn getting to the charge attack at the exact same time. Lickitung is so safe, it's so strong, but it does not have the attack that Altaria has. So Shrieltu was able to take that series 2-0 with some fantastic plays, even coming back from these amazing catches from Andres. We saw 2 different times Andres swapping into the Lickitung, taking the double resisted Shadow Ball, and then the patience from Shrieltu. Okay, that was a nice move, but now I'm just going to bank that energy right back up, use it for the end game, and the same thing happened on that Peekaboo. Even though you got Peekabooed, you still won the game.
Yes, and what I also love, I want to talk about a little bit, we were talking about the moveset of Annihilate, but it has been shifting. Originally, the meta was Ice Punch and Shadow Ball, and then we saw in Liverpool, there was a clash, right?
Yeah.
Nighttime Clasher versus Tomahawk UK, Night Slash versus Ice Punch. Right. Ice Punch was able to overcome, but we are seeing a lot of trainers opt for Night Slash, and this kind of brings the availability for Altaria to be able to come back into the fold. In years past, we've seen Metagame with Ice Punch, and Altaria had to respect that, right? It does an incredible amount of damage. But now it's a bit safer because you only have the Night Slash and Shadow Ball.
Yeah, and Gligar is even safer. I mean, it's top usage, and now it doesn't even have to worry about that Ice Punch. There was that battle. Nighttime Clasher was the one with the Ice Punch, but he kept getting those little energy advantages, and if you cut that off, you're just going to win that matchup with the Gligar. So trainers are picking the Night Slash because it's much safer. But let's look at those highlights because we had so many amazing catches, specifically from Andres. And this is the double resisted on the Shadow Ball. Woo! And look at the timing of that too. Yes. Like, it wasn't an obvious swap. It wasn't at Shadow Ball energy. So that was a huge play from Andres.
That's the kind of play where you're wondering at home, how did they know to swap? Like, it's not on the energy. You couldn't count the charge move. It's a feel. these trainers have been playing for so long against the best players in the world that you get a feel, you have an inkling like, you know what, now's the time to swap, and sure enough, it was.
Yeah, exactly, because a lot of trainers will be patient because they know they might try to swap, and then they don't throw the energy right when they have it. So it is this mind game of thinking when the opponent is going to be swapping, and you don't necessarily even need the Ice Punch to take out a Gligar if you're Annihilate, because you can just get all the way to that Shadow Ball.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're seeing the Night Slash in favor of Ice Punch, because you don't necessarily need it for the Gligar. You can still hit incredibly hard, and now you have better neutral matchups and the potential to boost. And there's the Peekaboo right there that we saw, able to catch the Thunderbolt. What a beautiful set of battles right there. That is definitely championship battle worthy, and this is only day one.
Yeah, it's so tough because Andres was literally just moments away from tying up the series, really doing all that she can with those peekaboo moves, with those swap-ins, but Shpriltu was just so dominant throughout, and I feel like really patient, and the energy management was well done throughout that series to take it 2-0.
Yeah, we didn't see Trevenant, though, come into the fold of that last set of battles, but it was a double flyer team, which is just noticing now. They did have the Skarmory and the Altaria, two different options based on the coverage that you need. Altaria does a lot better against Lantern. It does a lot better against stuff like Whiscash, whereas Skarmory has to watch out for their super effective or hard-hitting neutral damage.
Well, let's hear why Shpriltu maybe brought the Trevenant with the interview with Zoe.
All right, another fantastic set of battles. How are you feeling after all those matches?
Okay. I feel like a bit stressed before coming on the stage. On one reason, because of the moment, because the AUAC. And second reason is because of my opponent. Everybody here knows Andres. She's a great battler, and also she's used to play on the stream. So this was a great proof for me to get a win here.
To show your skills and how well you've been performing in training. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Right at the end there, it was getting pretty close with your Altaria. Were you feeling confident that you had all the swaps down, all of the energy where you wanted it to be, or were you a little bit more nervous for that?
Yeah. At that moment, you just tap on the screen and hope everything will go okay. We both made some crucial decisions where to shield, where to go on which Pokemon on the other. So I chose to go with Altaria on Annihilate, hoping to farm down. She made a good catch on my Thunderbolt, but I knew that also I wouldn't have been able to farm down Annihilate with my Lantern because I was too short in HP too. So I had to throw nonetheless. Luckily I got that champion.
It all worked out perfectly. I know we didn't see your Trevenant in these battles, but we don't see it too much in the meta. Do you think you'll get a chance to use it over the weekend?
I hope so, because in the meta there are several teams that Trevenant can handle well. So if you just think about the core with Whiscash, Annihilate, and Cresselia, so Trevenant can do pretty well. Maybe if when the flyer is Skarmory or Altaria, not Gligar, he can shine a lot. So, or at least put some pressure on the opponent.
Nice, so hopefully get to see a bit more spice over the weekend. So congratulations again.
Thank you.
Fantastic performance. We'll send it back to the casters for the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, I loved the take right there, the Trevenant. The reason why he was able to bring it is because it does well against a very common core, which is the Whiscash, Cresselia, and Annihilate. And again, it's all about the different flyers. We've seen a wide variety this weekend, but Shadow Gligar obviously being the top performing one in this meta. Trevenant has to watch out for it. But with the update to Steel Wing, Skarmory is a good target for a Trevenant, even though it is a flyer, and it can also do well against the Altaria.
Right, it's so tough because we've often seen Gligar and Lickitung be top in usage through these tournaments, and you don't really want to bring Trevenant into a Gligar Lickitung matchup, and you see it oftentimes, especially day number 2, when your back's against the wall, you're facing elimination. Trainers tend to lean on those safer picks like the Lickitung and Gligar, but I love it as a bench pressure pick, and then especially if you make a team that's not really respecting it with an Annihilate, a Cresselia, a Lantern, and a Whiscash. Sometimes you could just be 4 times weak to it, and it just comes out of nowhere and can do really well.
Yeah, and I think that's what's really cool about the team building is we have a wide variety of Pokemon that can be chosen for these metas. I'm still waiting for the day that Superior comes back because it does have access to Aerial Ace and Frenzy Plant, which can do very well. And it's a much tankier Grass-type Pokemon. It's got that bulk needed to survive a lot of charge moves. And what is great is the team building that we see, the reasoning behind the Moonblast for the Dragons, the reason for Trevenant. There's just these little wrinkles that come in that make a great, solid team of 6.
Yeah, and speaking of those signature Pokemon that you can use in team building, I actually saw some of these top trainers, like Though Technical is bringing Shadow Magnezone. He has it on his roster at EUIC. Rise has Shadow Swampert, Shadow Poliwrath. It's Axon, the world champion, brought Shadow Dragonair in Shadow Charizard to London. There are some insane picks. Paulasha with the Shadow Magnezone as well, and Maxi with the Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, those are some very cool Pokemon. And we do have Twitch drops for you all. If you guys be sure to watch, you guys can earn LNDS Rargef's team. Lickitung, Lantern, Umbreon, Gligar, Medicham, and Charjabug, along with the TMs and Stardust by watching over on Twitch /Pokemon Go.
And you literally get all 6 encounters, of course, plus those bonuses. And all you have to do is actively watch the stream for 30 minutes. Then you will qualify for that Twitch drops. That's one of the best Twitch drops we have. So tell your friends about it.
That's huge, especially for new trainers or you're trying to fill out that roster. Like getting access to those Pokemon is incredible in order to have for your rosters. And Lickitung being a big one, Medicham there, Charjabug, and then the Umbreon. Right? I really want to see Umbreon come back because there have been a lot of ghosts that have been running free, and Umbreon could be the answer.
You know who has also been running free in this tournament? I'll just give a quick tournament update for some top trainers that have been starting off really high. Weedle, Arrow, Maxi, Rise to Occasion, ZZ, Zweilous, and Statistan all starting off really well. So far, I didn't see a ton of upsets, and this can happen now because we have a new seeding system. Of course, this is our first season with championship points, so a lot of these top trainers are coming in at the #1 seed, so they can hopefully advance to that top 16 of day number 2.
Yeah, and what's cool for everyone at home, right? We have 320 battlers here today, 16 brackets.
Yes.
It is intense. Scrolling through that and seeing all the trainers competing, it is an incredible tournament, and I'm excited to see what Pokemon really kind of come up out of the meta and make it into the championship or day 2.
Look how far we've come. I mean, really, we cast it together at the first ever European International Championships 2 years ago, and then now 2 years later, we're at 320. We max out capacity here in London, and they're so talented. They are all trying to get these crucial championship points, but don't remember, the prizes are quite high in London as well.
Yeah, and we do have the trainers ready. They're almost ready to lock in as we see. We do have Arceus Aurelius versus Christie.
Yeah, and we have seen Arceus Aurelius in the past. He is one of the top trainers in Europe, and he is bringing that Giratina origin that, of course, Inadequance made so famous. It's really good against non-Lickitung teams, but there is a Lickitung on the other side. This is the European spice I was expecting, Zionic. Look at this.
I told you it was coming. Christiati is bringing the Carbink, right? The Poliwrath, the Clodsire, as well with Trevenant, Skarmory, and Lickitung. This is going to be an incredible set of battles. Carbink was like, it came out the gate upon release, instant meta, right? It's extremely bulky, much like Bastiodon, but it has that added fairy typing, which allows it to do a bit better. Now, Clodsire, as we see here, is with Poison Sting, Earthquake, and Stone Edge, right? It has the bulk, it has the coverage, and I think a lot more trainers are going to be bringing it, and I think we might see it shine in day 2 and for the championships.
And of course, Arceus Aurelius is the Dortmund regional champion, bringing that Talonflame Abomasnow core, one of the first trainers to just do really well with that, but bringing a complete completely different team, and his opponent is also bringing a crazy team. We actually got a Clodsire mirror here because we have Clodsire on this side as well, running the Mudshot, Stone Edge, Earthquake, the Poliwrath, non-Shadow. Because the non-Shadow Poliwrath we saw in Vancouver, you can slightly pick up the Shadow Gligar matchup, and Shadow Gligar is just so much more popular than normal Gligar. And another Trevenant, Zionic.
Yeah, another Trevenant. I think we are seeing a trend here, right, with Trevenant. Again, able to handle a lot of the meta that we've seen, but there are shifts, right? Mandibuzz is not a Pokemon you want to be facing off against if you are a Trevenant. Mandibuzz is an incredible flyer, and there's so many different options that you can have, and both trainers here bringing some staples, right, with the meta, with Skarmory, Dugong, but we also have some unique plays, bringing out the Carbink, bringing out the Trevenant, as they are locking into battle.
It feels like you don't prepare for these teams, but when you're in the European region, you gotta prepare for everything, and it's gonna be the Poliwrath into the Mandibuzz to start. I think after an Icy Wind debuff, you actually are not gonna get knocked out by double Aerial Ace, so that's actually a crucial benefit for the non-Shadow Poliwrath, and actually just letting the first Aerial Ace through, and then maybe the second Aerial Ace won't knock out once the debuff happens.
Look, Poliwrath's built different, right? Having access to Icy Wind in a matchup where you're against a dark flying type, you can do super effective damage with Icy Wind, you can do neutral damage with counter. This matchup isn't as bad as you might think, and it actually forces a swap out.
And here comes the Shadow Poliwrath, which just has so much more firepower with that 20% increased damage, but of course takes 20% more damage as well. Gonna take the Icy Wind, didn't go for the Scald. You could go for the 50-50 debuff on there, but the Icy Wind is the guaranteed debuff, but you actually bring in the Lickitung to soak the energy?
Dude, this is upside down, topsy-turvy. We are playing backwards here today. Flyers swapping out of fighters, normal swapping into fighters. This is different, but the thing is, the reason why it's different is the ability to knock out, right? Lick and Body Slam can perfectly handle a Poliwrath at this health range.
Yeah, and it's gonna land the Body Slam here, and it does secure the knockout, and suddenly you're gonna have a tough time taking out this Lickitung. Yes, you are gonna resist the licks, and the Body Slam's not gonna be too much, but this Lickitung does have a decent amount of health remaining, and of course, Lickitung is one of the best Pokemon out there at getting back to your timer because it's so bulky, it gets those Body Slams pretty quickly. I expect the timers to come back, and here comes this Clodsire trying to maybe swap on a Body Slam, but it's gonna take a Power Whip instead.
Oh man, Clodsire versus Clodsire endgame right here, as we will see a Body Slam land. And this is what I love about Mandibuzz, especially when I use it myself. You always want to have stored energy on a Mandibuzz. The worst place to be in is not having a charge move ready to go. And we saw that with Arceus Aurelis swapping out with a lot of energy, as we do see the Poliwrath look to come in. But even a Stone Edge here would knock out the Poliwrath.
Yeah, just to go for the safer route because Stone Edge is resisted, going for that Earthquake here, and now you did soak all that energy with a low health Poliwrath. I actually quite like that play from Cristiati, and here comes the Lickitung back in, and of course you do want to go for that Body Slam, not the Power Whip there, because Body Slam is just same type attack bonus. Here comes the first Protect Shield. The Clodsire is actually in a tough position. Clodsire reminds me a little bit of Registeel in a way. It gets the energy pretty quickly, but it's only those hard-hitting charge attacks.
Now, this is beautiful energy management here by Arceus Aurelis, not throwing directly on the charge move. Able to overload on energy so they have plenty on the back end, but the Lickitung able to hang on with 1 HP in a dream and go for the last Body Slam.
Yeah, that is crucial because now you get this Clodsire in range of possibly even a Mud Shot plus Stone Edge or something, because you don't really want to commit to that Earthquake, and here comes the Earthquake, and this is where you have to call it. I mean, they're almost similar energy. It tries to no shield on a Stone Edge bait, but takes the Earthquake instead, but look at the bulk on the Clodsire. It doesn't even really care.
And this is what's so interesting is the Clodsire here from Cristiati is Mud Shot, which is crucial for this matchup because Mud Shot is super effective damage, whereas Arceus Aurelis is Poison Sting, as you guys can see from the animations.
That's huge though, because going for the Stone Edge, trying to get that not very effective, and then Mud Shotting down, it allowed Arceus to get to that Earthquake, get the last Protect Shield combo play, and now you're gonna double Dark Pulse. All you gotta get is a double Dark Pulse knockout before this Clodsire gets to a Stone Edge. Mandibuzz doesn't have the highest attack. Can it pull it off? I think double Dark Pulse can do it.
Oh, this is gonna be extremely close. Mandibuzz still has a shield. Dark Pulse gonna be almost enough to KO, and this is why energy management is so key in these battles, especially when you're using bulky Pokemon like Mandibuzz and Clodsire, as we do see the knockout.
Yeah, Mandibuzz has been strong so far in London as well. We saw it early in the tournament, and then Arceus able to hold on there. How about the bulk of this team? Having the Clodsire and Mandibuzz core out there, and of course, both trainers bringing that Poliwrath as well.
Now, this is what's something I want to loop back to how we saw Poliwrath versus Mandibuzz, a flyer versus a fighter, and we see a swap out into and then a Lickitung comes in. And for everyone watching at home, maybe you're newer, you're tuning in going like, why would they do that? These are typing disadvantages. What's great about Pokemon Go is you have an ebb and flow, and your moves can still be very effective even if you have a bad typing matchup, which is so crucial. The Lickitung Lick and Body Slam was enough to get rid of a Shadow Poliwrath at 50% HP.
And that's why some of these Pokemon skyrocket to top of usage, because of their coverage. Like you said, it sometimes doesn't make sense in terms of typing, but because you have coverage to be able to knock out Pokemon as well. How about this Clodsire coverage right here? And the Earthquake does almost knock out. Maybe it would have knocked out in previous seasons, right? Before Earthquake's damage got reduced, but not anymore.
Yeah, as they are able to go into the mirror here. And this was something I was hesitant, or not hesitant to see, but I was excited to see, because it all came down to who had more shields on the Clodsire there at the end for the mirror match. And obviously Arceus Aurelius had the 1-0 shield advantage, able to get the final Dark Pulse out. And Mandibuzz is one of those Pokemon where it's so tanky that even in matchups where it's somewhat neutral, right? You're facing off against Clodsire with Stone Edge, but because you ramped up so much energy before swapping out, you had double Dark Pulse ready to go to take advantage of the end game.
Yeah, and Clodsire just looks so safe against the opposing team. It really just has to worry about the Poliwrath and the Skarmory. Otherwise, it's just going to be really strong against everything or neutral. So how do you counter that? Do you just keep bringing the Poliwrath? Do you then bring the Skarmory? The Skarmory seems quite strong as well. It's going to be good against everything, but a crucial thing for Arceus Aurelius is running that Shadow Poliwrath. So it's actually going to be much stronger against the Skarmory, because counters plus Scald will eventually knock out. And here is that Shadow Poliwrath in the lead. It's going to be a mirror matchup versus the non-Shadow Poliwrath.
All right, we're going to see who's going to be getting charge attack priority as Icy Wind. The first one to get the debuff usually wins the lead matchup.
I think you want to go for Scald. It's just such a better attack. And here comes the Scald looking to try to throw on charge attack priority. I think Crisciati knew he was not going to win the charge attack priority, so he's just going to hope and pray that he doesn't get coin flipped on into the Scald not debuff. And it doesn't. He wins the coin flip, and now he gets to go for his own Scald.
Yeah, the Scald here would do enough damage as they're going to go ahead and give up a shield, looking to go for the aggressive farm down. So this is going to be a race between the energy gain of counter. Can they get to the Icy Wind in time? But no, we see a Skarmory swap out.
Yeah, and got the debuff there. So Crisciati started off this game strong, down 0-1 in this series, getting the debuff and then not getting debuffed himself. But he brought in a Skarmory just to protect shielded on a debuff Scald. And now does he get debuffed? 0 for 2 for Arceus.
And this is what's crazy, is the Steel Wing is doing resisted damage now because of that water typing there on Poliwrath. So Poliwrath is very comfortable staying in, giving up another shield to get more health away from the Skarmory.
And Crisciati, perfect timing there, throwing the Sky Tech right before the Icy Wind is available. But it looks like Arceus wants to invest into this Poliwrath, use both Protect Shields with it, and got both the Protect Shields back. Does he pivot? Here comes a pivot into the Clodsire, which is really interesting because you don't really have the coverage here to knock out, like you mentioned, running the Poison Sting fast attack, and there's no way a Stone Edge is enough to knock out a Skarmory here.
Yeah, and Skarmory's got to be very careful about the timing of a Brave Bird, because they're choosing here now to allow the Stone Edge to do more damage. So I think what they're opting for is not allow this Clodsire to get an aggressive farm down, so the Stone Edge here will knock out.
Yeah, I said no way. Crisciati found a way. All you gotta do is double debuff your defense here and use the Brave Bird. Interesting play there, because you could have stayed in the matchup if you wanted to, because I think it'll be hard to Stone Edge and Poison Sting down. Instead, bringing in the Clodsire here, you're gonna take the super effective Earthquake. We all know it's gonna take double Earthquake to take out a Clodsire.
Yes, and this is still tough. There is a Giratina Origin still lurking in the back, and that is a menace in this tournament.
It absolutely is, especially because these Pokemon are running really low in health on Crisciati's side. He does have that Poliwrath with a little bit of energy, but it's just so low health here. Here comes the Giratina Origin. You're going to be able to get into the Earthquake. Do you try to swap on the Earthquake? And no, Arceus does not try to go for the swap onto that Earthquake here. It's going to be able to absorb this Earthquake, but you can now be patient. You can hold on to this energy to try to get a double knockout with your Giratina.
Both trainers have a swap, and they catch the charge move, able to catch the Shadow Ball here from the Giratina Origin.
I think this is a no charge on an Ominous Wind. Oh no, it was a Shadow Ball, you're right. So now it does knock out. That was a huge catch because it was the Ominous Wind. Now it's gonna be a race and trying to catch, but he was way too early. Arceus was a little bit off with his energy. He wasn't near the Earthquake yet. And Clodsire and Crisciati get to the Earthquake and secure there's the knockout.
We are moving into a game 3. Cristiani able to overcome and boom, take down the Giratina Origin.
Fantastic use of the swap. I think they were in similar positions at the end. Arceus and Cristiati both had that Pokemon in the back, but Cristiati was able to swap in and catch the Shadow Ball and not the Ominous Wind and soak all that energy, which put his Clodsire in position to outpace. And then Arceus, I think, actually swapped in a Mudshot or two early, and then that was just too late for Arceus, and Cristiati was able to get that Earthquake to knock out.
Beautiful, beautiful gameplay right there. And it obviously goes to show both trainers saw their win condition. It's literally catching a charge move on Poliwrath. Poliwrath did the job for both trainers in that set, and then they had to utilize them as what I like to call the third shield, right? When both trainers got down on shields early in this game, you can utilize a Pokemon with low health or even more, higher health to catch a charge move that you would otherwise get knocked out with.
Yeah, that was really impressive to tie up this series, and suddenly both these trainers have been leaning heavily on these Poliwraths, as you can see here. I mean, Arceus literally double protect shielded it, but also got both of his protect shields back, and then it was almost a 2 versus 1 against the opposing Clodsire. It's actually crazy that Cristiati came out and won this matchup, because if you see these backlines, it's pretty much was a full health Clodsire and a full health Giratina versus a lonely Clodsire.
Yeah, I thought it was over. Like, I'm like, oh, there's Giratina Origin in the back. This is going to be a tough uphill battle. But then when I noticed this Shadow Ball, they did one over and threw the Shadow Ball right into it. That was a beautiful catch by Cristiati, and man, what a comeback, right? Clodsire, like 20% HP, facing off against 2 full health Pokemon and able to overcome.
And it was literally the worst case scenario, because even the undercharge knocked out. So you wasted all that energy, and most trainers do the undercharge to hopefully do less damage and then get some energy in that for that next matchup. But the no charge Shadow Ball just knocked out the Poliwrath, and it looks like we are locked into the decisive game number 3 between Arceus Aurelius and Cristiati. It is going to be that Shadow Poliwrath one more time versus Clodsire. I think this is a matchup the Shadow Poliwrath loves, because you can just get to those scalds.
Yes, doing super effective damage. Now, counter's going to be resisted here. You do need to watch out for Earthquake. Having that added Shadow typing, you're going to take a bit more damage, right? So that Earthquake, which would normally get you about 50%, maybe a bit lower, is now going to do a lot more.
And Arceus was 0 for 2 at the lead matchup in that game number 2. Can he get the coin flip? There it is! He was due for one, and then swapping on the Earthquake, catching it, double resisted on the Mandibuzz, a ridiculous sequence.
Oh my goodness, EU does not fail to impress me. Able to catch the resisted Earthquake on Mandibuzz, and now Mandibuzz in a great position right here. Remember, the Scald applied the debuff, so the Stonage is not doing as much damage, so Mandibuzz does not need to shield. We're going to see an aggressive farm down.
Look how little it does.
An aggressive farm down and a counter swap now into Skarmory.
And now you have this energy banked, you have these Dark Pulses, and you're out of range of Sky Attack. So it's actually a very clunky situation for the Steel type of Cristiati, because you don't really want to commit a Brave Bird once you're switch locked, but Mandibuzz is so bulky, you kind of have to just go for these Sky Attacks. But I think it's going to be hard to Sky Attack and then Steel Wing down.
Yeah, I think Skarmory is probably going to have to give up a shield in this situation if they don't go for Brave Bird right away, because the optimal play here might just be loading up on energy, going for a Sky Attack farm down. And let's see, that's what they're looking to do. Now, because of Mandibuzz's bulk, they're going to have to shield, because Mandibuzz will just be able to survive this Sky Attack.
Yeah, he hangs on, and like you mentioned, has the Dark Pulse already. So if you want to keep all this energy that you have in the Skarmory, you have to commit. But this is actually quite nice, because you're going to get at least 2 to 3 Steel Wings in, unless Arceus decides to swap, and then he decides to swap, but he soaks it into the Poliwrath. There are 2 Protect Shields remaining. I believe Cristiati is still switch locked, so this Poliwrath is going to be able to easily counter down. No, it's actually not switch locked, so counter swap in the Poliwrath.
Here, we're right back to the beginning of the matchup, as we will see an Icy Wind be thrown. And this is what I love, especially when I'm running a Shadow Poliwrath. The Icy Wind is guaranteed debuff, and when you're in a situation of the 1-to-1 shield, you want to try to get that bait. The opponent knows they got to fear the Scald or the potential Dynamic Punch. I know in this situation we only have Scald and Icy Wind, but for those at home, Icy Wind is a little bit lower energy. It applies guaranteed attack debuff, and we will see another no shield on the Icy Wind.
And because Arceus wants to invest everything into this Poliwrath, I wouldn't be surprised if he Protect Shields the Scald here, because you don't really want to Ice Shark down on your Dugong. Looks like Arceus is going to try to finish off this Poliwrath elsewhere. The Mandibuzz is going to struggle. The Dugong's going to struggle. This is actually quite tough.
No,
You're going to be able to get a debuff.
This is perfect. The Icy Wind debuffs allow the counters to do way less damage. So now Ice Shard at this health range is going to be able to farm down and be able to resist the Skull. Now they just got to pray that they don't get the attack debuff.
And you do get the attack debuff, but luckily you hung on to that Mandibuzz at 1 health, so you can always clear that debuff if you want. And Chris Yachty can also clear his debuff, but the thing is, he's just going to get Ice Shard down pretty much. Do try to swap on the Sky Attack here. The swap on the Sky Attack, the patience by Chris Yachty. He banks the Sky Attack and then gets the Mud Shot down. So remember, for the end game, there is a Sky Attack remaining. So if you can get a Protect Shield on this Stone Edge, it is not over for Chris Yachty.
Oh my goodness, Icy Wind going to be coming through, gets the final shield. Stone Edge not available yet, so we will see the second Icy Wind get the knockout, and then Skarmory is all that's left.
Yeah, and there is that Protect Shield remaining for Arceus, so 1 Ice Shard does it! Arceus takes it 2-1 against Chris Yachty.
What an incredible set of battles between these two trainers. Huge congratulations to Arceus Aurelius and Chris Yachty. Masterful gameplay, right? That was amazing.
And kind of similar styles too. Both these trainers were utilizing the Poliwrath and then swapping out into the Clodsire, bringing in that Bulk or the Mandibuzz to try to pair that with their Poliwrath and then just try to dance around these buffs or debuffs and play really fluid Pokemon Go. A lot of switching, a lot of holding on to Pokemon at 1 health. That is a sign of a healthy meta, so you love to see that early on in London.
Yes, it's so much fun to watch, right? Not only fun to cast, not only fun to play, it's fun to watch because they're constantly moving back and forth. It's not just a Bastiodon versus a Skarmory that you're seeing, like, you know it's a lockdown. There's just an ebb and flow, and it's just so good.
Yeah, that was well done by both those trainers. Of course, Arceus is a previous regional champion, and when he was down, he was able to bounce back. Really, he heavily invested in his Shadow Poliwrath pretty much every game there. He double Protect Shielded. I think it's quite strong in this meta, especially if you invested it. If you actually use it as more of a closer. A lot of times, fighting types are used as more utility. I think because Metagame has been the best fighting type forever, you kind of just use it as utility. But in this situation, Shadow Poliwrath could be a really strong closer in this meta.
Yeah, it is so strong, right? Getting access to Icy Wind, the Scald buff, it is incredible. And as you saw, it didn't matter if it was facing off against Skarmory for the counter typing, right? That Steel Wing, because it is so good for a Skarmory with energy gain, it now makes Poliwrath an incredible fighter to face off against it because you're resisting every single fast move.
Yeah, and the thing about Poliwrath compared to Whiscash is it's not as bad if you miss the coin flip. If you miss the 50-50 on Scald, Scald still has the same stats as Crabhammer. It's actually insane. So even though you missed the 50-50, you're still unleashing a ton of damage with that Scald and counters. Let's see those Scalds right now because Shadow Poliwrath was heavily featured in here. And of course, so was Clodsire. We got a Clodsire mirror early on, and both trainers were just bringing it every single time. And I really like how they utilized it because they were able to bounce around with their switch timers.
Yeah, and the Clodsires, I think we're going to be seeing, that's going to be the story of this tournament is Clodsire. And I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe Vancouver top 3 all had Clodsire as well, which is going to be, I could be wrong there. There was I'll say this, there was a recent tournament where the top 3 all had Clodsire, and I think that's going to be a Pokemon to look out for this whole weekend. It came as a community day last year, and it really hasn't shined too much in the Play Pokemon Tournament series, but with how this meta is shaking up, the added bulk that it has, the coverage that it has, is incredible for this meta.
I think it is a smart pick if you are expecting the adjustment from Gligar, because if it's a heavy Gligar meta, you do not love to use Clodsire because Gligar is just the king of the grounds. It just beats all those other ground types. But look at this matchup. You have Skarmory on one side from Chris Yachty, and then, of course, you have the Mandibuzz on the other side. So suddenly, if it opens up, it is so useful. You just kind of have to get a little lucky in avoiding those Gligars for as long as possible.
Yeah, and a beautiful, masterful play here from Chris Yachty, able to clutch the win, landing the Earthquakes against Giratina. Again, I thought he was down for the count, right? Facing off against a mirror match Clodsire, and having to take that down with double Earthquake, and then having to get rid of a Giratina as well, able to catch the Mandibuzz, or catch the Earthquake on Mandibuzz. These were beautiful plays in this recent set of battles.
Yeah, and this was the dynamic you were talking about. Sometimes you just want to go for that debuff, and you just want to go for that Icy Wind, and especially in that situation where you had the Dugong in the back, you wanted to to get that Poliwrath weakened as much as possible so you could secure that energy that you needed for that in-game, of course, where you're able to outpace that Clodsire with a double Icy Wind before the Stone Edge was available. If you didn't double Icy Wind debuff, or if you missed one on Scald, you might have not gotten that double energy to secure that knockout, especially when these games are coming into the end with all these Pokemon remaining with energy. That was a really smart play that you called out as well.
Yeah, and that's what I love about Dugong is the Icy Wind debuffs. I know Poliwrath was the one to throw it, but it makes that matchup so much safer because you don't take as much damage from counter. And we do have an interview with Zoe, so we're going to go ahead and head over to the stage.
Okie dokie, Arceus, those were some tense battles. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling amazing. It's such a great event. Happy to see you here, coming all the way from New Zealand, right? Australia?
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
okay.
Happy
Well,
it's okay, it's okay.
I mean, I always go for New Zealand.
They are.
New
They're really
Zealand
cool.
is so overlooked on the international scene, so we got to give them some love.
Exactly. I agree with that. I agree.
Yeah.
Big question for you. There was a bit of a cheeky swap in there with Chris in the second match. He was able to take it home, and you kind of played it back as well. You did another cheeky swap to turn the tides in Game 3. Were you thinking 5 moves ahead for that, or were you just hoping that everything lined up? How was the thought process?
Yeah, well, when he got the swap, I kind of had lost a little bit track of how much energy was on his Clodsire and his Poliwrath. So I wasn't entirely sure when I should throw my move most optimally to actually make sure that he didn't get the catch and etc. And make sure that he didn't get off any more moves. So I was a bit unsure, and then I didn't take the time to wait and see if he actually tried to do the catch.
Yeah.
So, and when he got one on me, I need to get back one on him.
Yes.
And I made a prediction that he was going to build almost up to the move, and it worked. Sometimes you got to make a gamble, and that's what I did, and it paid off tremendously. Without that catch, I think that Game 3 is a much harder game for me.
Definitely. It was really, really clutch, so great job thinking ahead there. Another question for you about your team. It's honestly pretty unique with the Giratina O and the Clodsire. Adorable. It's an absolute unit of a thing. How did you kind of come together with the overall team composition for this?
It's a bit risky, but I've been liking how they line up into a lot of different teams. But there are some soft spots that I'm aware of that I need to be concerned about. So because I really don't like to play against charge bugs, so that's why I'm bringing the hardest counters to charge bug there is.
Honestly, sounds like a great plan. So.
Yeah. So if anyone tries to bring charge bug against me, I'm gonna shove Clodsire down their throat.
Honestly, man, good luck for it. Hope it all plays out for you. Good luck for the rest of the battles this weekend. Thank you for being here, and throw it back to the casters.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, really loving the Clodsire there. Has the plushie as well. The energy or the dislike for Charjabug is good to see, because there's always Pokemon we love and always Pokemon we really don't want to face off against. And if we do, we want to hard counter them.
Tough pill to swallow for all those Charjabug users, but luckily, a lot of traders have been using Lantern so far, which is a change because Charjabug has been higher in usage for so long. But I mean, I feel like in a big competition like this, Lantern is just so strong. So it makes sense that these trainers are just leaning on it. And of course, they're leaning on, I love the way that Zoe put it, they're leaning on the cheeky swaps as well, because we've seen a ton of cheeky swaps in London so far.
We've seen nothing but cheeky swaps on our first cast. Set 1 with Andrus, set 2 with Arceus. It was absolutely incredible. And what I like about Lantern as well, I know you mentioned a lot of US or NA are using Charjabug. Lantern has been strong here, and I think that's honestly because of the Surf addition that you can do to Shadow Gligar, which is really important to have.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you're able to actually do something, right? Because the Charjabug literally does nothing against that matchup. I mean, it's the same thing. That's why he wanted to bring the hardest counter with that Clodsire, but you can just do that with Gligar as well, because Gligar is able to take out that matchup no problem and get some energy advantage in the back. That's why it is so strong, but I do agree with you. That is a huge reason that these trainers are leaning more towards Lantern, because they would not rather it be alignment-based. They would rather do their cheeky swaps and have that energy in the back.
Yeah, and what's great is these are strong Pokemon that you can add to your roster, but with the April event, we also have amazing Pokemon that you can add there, like Registeel, which is going to be coming in from raids. There's also going to be the Megas that you can catch, which helps you out when you farm for candy for your other Pokemon.
Yeah, and right now there's actually sizable surprises, which I love because you have a higher chance of getting those XXL Pokemon, and there's a ton of Whalmers out here right now. So if you get an XXL Whalmer, that thing is just going to be absolutely huge. But for all you PvPers out there, get those Registeels and then try to trade them with low friendship trainer. Meet a new friend, meet them at a tournament, try to mirror trade a Registeel because it can make a big difference, especially in that Lickitung matchup versus Registeel.
Now, what I will also say is one Pokemon is always one update away from being meta. So when it comes to these other raid Pokemon, it's great to get your Pokedex entry, especially if it gets an update down the line.
Yeah, and we have an update for you right now. The players are ready, so let's head on over to the stage, and we got a North American making it all the way to London. Of course, he is the two-time regional champion, rise to occasion, and he is a runner-up at an international championship, only losing to Wadaj at NAIC 2023.
We also have WPJ Engineer here, bringing a very meta team, right? We got the Shadow Whiscash, which has risen up. I know we had normal Whiscash for a while, but then once people start catching on with the Shadow Whiscash, it has been a dominant force.
Yeah, and a JW Engineer as well, as we do move on to Rise's side, of course. He is one of the best trainers in A. We have seen some other trainers win double regionals this season, like Lyle Jeffs and Dunebug, so it kind of overshadows what Rise has been doing. He actually has 5 straight top cuts. He has been insanely consistent in the 2024 season, has won a regional championship, obviously won a regional championship in the past, and like I mentioned, has that international championship experience, is also bringing the Shadow Poliwrath, an oldie but a goodie, the Shadow Swampert.
Yeah, double water depending on the coverage that you need, and I think that's ultimately going to come down to what Pokemon you're facing off against, right? So if there's a Shadow Gligar, the Swampert's going to do a bit better because it's not taking super effective damage from the Wing Attack and Aerial Ace as we move over to J Engineer's team. Having the Cresselia, and once again, Moonblast, it is a complete shift and is 100% because of the dragons that have come into this meta. We also see Dugong there, which is incredible Pokemon. Charjabug, which you have been loving, is the option here for J Engineer, and then the Shadow Whiscash with Scald.
Yeah, so J Engineer also is coming off his best performance in Stuttgart. He was right out of top cut range, and then his previous best performance, his best performance ever, was actually last season at the European International Championships, where he was 13th place. So can those 2 stars align? He's been playing well recently, and he's familiar in playing it at the European International Championships in this venue. And here we are locked in to game number 1. It is Rise to Occasion with the Skarmory led into the Vigoroth of J Engineer.
Now, Vigoroth is built a bit different this season because getting access to Rock Slide, it does a bit better here against the Skarmory, where before you were only doing resisted damage.
Yeah, and it looks like that backline, that Charjabug really doesn't have a good place to go. If it matches up against the Swampert, you don't love to see that unless you get some kind of energy advantage. And then a key factor for Lickitung is just really good neutrally against that Charjabug. You land the Sky Attack here, and now you have to get all the way that Rock Slide energy. You're at double Rock Slide. Vigoroth does just fine in actually protect shielding the first Rock Slide. I think Rise to Occasion is going to let the next one go and try to go for a Steel Wing down.
Now, this is a really interesting play right here by Rise to Occasion, is giving up that shield early, and this can be a tell. I always like to say, look at what your opponent is doing and not doing. This can be a tell that there is a Lickitung in the back.
Right, and you're able to get that full Steel Wing down, and Rise to Occasion is very comfortable in these situations, knowing how all the ways the lead can play out, and I love the way he played that. He was able to use a shield, but I think he's actually going to get a Protect Shield back. No, actually no Protect Shield on the Charjabug, and actually for J Engineer, that's a good play because the Charjabug didn't really have anywhere to go. Do you try to go for the Swampert Mudshot down? That is way too risky, so I think, actually does go for the Swampert here, but you're going to have to take some X-Scissors as well.
Okay, so now we're going to see a Mudboy versus Mudboy, Swampert versus Whiscash, and Whiscash with the recent update. We're going to see who's the top water ground.
And he actually just swaps into the Whiscash here, trying to avoid some kind of a fast attack down, but I think he was out of range here and actually gets the first Protect Shield. It makes sense because you definitely want to try to get that Scald debuff, but this is why Swampert can beat Whiscash sometimes, because you're just outpacing, but you're already in range of Mud Bomb, so you could already just throw that Mud Bomb. Do you Protect Shield on the Whiscash? Yes, you use the Protect Shield.
This was a crucial Hydro Cannon right there, because now Lickitung in the back is free. Absolutely absolutely free to go for the Power Whip, and it doesn't matter how strong your Scald is, a Power Whip will knock you out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You thought maybe Shadow Swampert, that's my most efficient use of my shield, right? It does so much damage with those Hydro Cannons, but yes, there is a Power Whip available, and it doesn't matter if you get that debuff because you are a Shadow and you take double super effective damage from that Power Whip. Does the timer come back up? I don't think you can get there, Zion. I don't think you can get there.
Yeah, Lickitung is sitting happy, rise to occasion, consistent and strong in his gameplay, able to knock out the Whiscash right here as the Power Whip will KO, and then it's just going to be a couple fast moves. But Charjabug wants to fight the good fight, but ultimately one Body Slam will take care of it.
And here comes that Body Slam. It is available on fast attack alignment, but it didn't matter because this is going to knock out anyway to knock out that Charjabug, and Rise to Occasion takes that game #1 victory. And I want to point out right here, we've had a little bit of a style change. This is an international championship after all. The European style was a lot more cheeky swaps. I feel like that was a more North American style where he was just rolling through his matchup.
Yeah.
He wasn't really swapping as much. He was playing out, okay, I know if the Vigoroth tries to double up on Rockside, I'll shield one, I'll let one go, I'll Steel Wing down, I'll either get a shield back or I'll dent a lot in health. Then I'll start getting some shields with my Hydro Cannon on my Shadow Swampert. A little bit different stylistically, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think the reason Rise did that is if we take a look at the roster from WPJ Engineer, there's nothing that's going to be resisting the Brave Bird. So in that circumstance, giving up one shield to ensure that you get an aggressive farm down, that Brave Bird and Sky Attack is going to do a lot for you in terms of getting resources from your opponent.
Yeah, and it's also, if you're Rise to Occasion, this is a normal style in terms of opponent that you're used to. A very meta team from J Engineer, like you see in North America. It's not like you're going to be facing those previous teams like Arceus Aurelius running that Clodsar and Mandibuzz, and then you just have to go for completely different strategies. I feel like to start out so far, he's pretty comfortable in this matchup, but like I mentioned, J Engineer is off a really good performance in Stuttgart and then was great at EUIC last season. He is running that meta team. Can he position that Whiscash in the back a little bit stronger? Because I think the Whiscash is quite neutral and quite strong against literally everything on Rise's team. I think Shadow Whiscash looks great.
Shadow Whiscash does look great, and that's what Rise has to be careful about, and I think that's why we're seeing a potential here with this team of 6, right? Having access to Poliwrath can be a good answer there, right? The Mud Bombs still do quite a bit of damage, but the Scald isn't doing a lot of neutral damage, right? It's resisted, which is very, very important, and having 2 different flyers, whereas you have the Gligar and the Skarmory, you can play it a bit differently depending on what your opponent has. And that's what I love about the team builds here. We have double water, double flyer, and then a lot of neutral matchups there with Lickitung and Charjabug.
I expect that Whiscash in game #2, maybe we won't see it, but here we are, the lock-in from J Engineer versus Rise to Occasion. This game #2 at the 2024 European International Championship. Same lead, Vigoroth, but changed up the flyer. Instead of the Skarmory, now you are the Gligar, but Vigoroth actually can do okay in the 1 Protect Shield situation versus Shadow Gligar. That's why some trainers have brought it instead of Annihilate.
Now, if we take a critical look here at the backlines, Charjabug in game 1 really didn't have any play. In game 2, it does.
Yeah, you see the back line, 2 things weak to that Charjabug, and Charjabug is in the back, so how are you going to be able to deal with that? You actually would rather deal with it with the Skarmory. Both of the fast attacks are going to be resisted, but at least you can get to some Brave Bird action and then maybe dip out. Here comes the dig into Vigoroth, but this is going to be really tough, honestly. Charjabug 2 shields is going to be so brutal for Rise to Occasion in the back line.
Yeah, especially since Rise is forced to give up a shield here to maintain switch advantage, as that Body Slam would be knocking out, and that's why Vigoroth is such a good pseudo fighter in this meta.
Yeah, and here comes the alignment that Rise was going for, but the alignment doesn't matter as much, and I love coming in and soaking here. Obviously, you're not going to soak anything on Charjabug because you're not going to try to Volt Switch down. That would just be too tough. So you soak the dig here. You're going to probably have to soak another dig, and then maybe once you take this energy, then you can unleash the Charjabug. I like how Rise got a little bit over energy, but I still expect either a Grass Knot or unleash the bug.
Yeah, I say unleash the bug. Give it 2 shields, and let's see what it can do. You've been talking it up that it's the best electric in NA, and let's see what it can do here in EU as it gets, no! The Aerial Ace at the last second is able to come through.
Yeah, and he actually shielded it too, which Aerial Ace isn't the strongest attack, so that is a huge swing from Rise to Occasion here. Now you have that Charjabug, but it is down to Protect Shield, and you have 2 Pokemon to try to go at it, and you need to get a Protect Shield here. Do you try to bait with the Icy Wind to then ensure you get a debuff? You definitely need the Protect Shield. Here comes the Protect Shield. This is a crucial call. If Rise decides to bait, and then what J Engineer decides to do with his his Protect Shield.
I think what's great here with J Engineer is the fact that Cresselia is still in the back line. And what that means is when you get debuff from Icy Wind is you can clear it. You can get into that Cresselia, especially if you're looking to catch a charge move and you do have the count on Skarmory.
And can you get back to your timer? Because you can double discharge here and then try to swap on a Brave Bird. Double discharge is probably not going to be enough, but it's going to be really close. Remember, it was Icy Wind debuff. Let's look at the dimensions. Is it going to be enough? It's almost enough. I think it's short. I think it's short.
I think it's short, and Rise has to time this perfectly. This is all going to come down to this critical moment here in Game 2.
He's going to wait for a Volt Switch to come through and then throw. Here comes the Volt Switch coming through. Great patience from Rise to occasion to ensure that the fast attack is coming through before you unleash the charge attack. But you Brave Bird, can you get Psycho cut down?
But Cresselia has energy!
And
the Psycho cut down because of the Brave Bird debuff. Poliwrath is unshielded, no energy, and the Moonblast is going to be coming through, blasting away this Poliwrath.
And that is going to secure the knockout in game number 2 for J Engineer, and we're all tied up here.
Oh my goodness, what a beautiful battle right there, and I loved the fact that he was looking to go, J Engineer was looking to go for an aggressive play with the Charge Bug. Let the Vigoroth go down, give the Charge Bug 2 shields, right, soaking all that energy on the Cresselia, and then coming in for the aggressive farm down and go. You know what? It has, even with the X-Scissor against Swampert, if I have 2-to-1 shields with that much energy, it can do very well.
Yeah, exactly. Especially it was so strong in that back line. A great call from J Engineer to think that Rise in the back had 2 things weak to Charger Bug, so you think he is scaring it off.
Yeah.
But how about the fortitude to then think, I know Rise is just scaring off Charger Bug, and he's going to be weak to it in the back. I'm going to bring that charge bug, and then he unleashed the bug, and that bug pretty much carried him throughout the game, and then the bulk of Cresselia. Cresselia didn't really do anything but take charge attacks. His first charge attack that Cresselia does was to win the game.
It does exactly what it needed to, right? It soaks damage and applies the added coverage with the Grass Knot and the Moonblast, depending on the situation. Reggie Steele's laughing at home watching that going, what do you mean pressure? But what I need to see here, what we should be seeing, is what do these trainers do in Game 3? We have seen Charge Bug be detrimental in Game 1 and incredible in Game 2. So now, if I was Rise, right, you have to consider that the Charge Bug might go back, stay in the back line for Game 3. Because if it's working, right, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Rise needs to answer.
It's crazy, though, because that was such a bold strategy from J Engineer, in my opinion, because it's not like Rise is particularly weak to Charge Bug. Yes, he is weak on Poliwrath and the Skarmory, but otherwise, you have great answers. You have Double Ground, you have Lickitung, where Charger Bug loses neutrally, and then you have the Mirror. So, I mean, be able to unleash that, Rise team is not that weak to it. As long as you just literally don't bring both the Pokemon in an ABB scenario and then face that Pokemon in the back, I think Rise actually has a ton of answers for that Charge Bug, and it looks like both these trainers have locked in their answers, and it is going to be decisive game number 3. Let's check out if J Engineer did bring that Charger Bug, and here comes the Vigoroth lead. That is 3 straight games with the Vigoroth lead. Rise sniffed it out and brought the Shadow Poliwrath.
Oh man, this is going to be an intense game. Poliwrath has an incredible matchup here, and there is a Dugong instead in the back.
Yeah, ABA weak, right? You're weak to fighting in both positions. You have, and look at this, actually going for the Protect Shield, because I think Rise to Occasion registered, if you're staying in with Vigoroth, you are weak to Poliwrath in the back. So able to go ahead and go for the counter down, but actually feared that the next Body Slam would be available, so threw the Icy Wind.
Now, I will say, right, it's a beautiful read here by Rise. Understand, like, in no other circumstances would a Vigoroth stay in that matchup unless you were double weak, right? You're core broken because you have, like you said, the ABA formation, the Vigoroth, the Cresselia, and the Dugong. Now, Cresselia coming in right here has a great opportunity to do what it did in Game 2, and that is soak damage and apply good coverage.
No debuff, and actually no swap, because Rise actually guarantees that he knows Poliwrath is good in the back. I think he was almost thinking about shooting there. He knew it was good in the back, decides to not do it, and then throws in the Gligar. He was expecting the Dugong in the back, and now he's going to be aligned with the Dugong. And the problem is the Dugong does have a Protect Shield advantage, and if you can get through this Lickitung and just put any pressure on that Shadow Gligar, you see Rise shaking his head a bit, scratching. I think he is a little distressed. I think if Dugong double Protect Shields, Rise is in a ton of trouble.
Yeah, and this is where the mind games are at, right? Rise made a beautiful read. Let me shield the Poliwrath. He's ABA weak. but then I think he second-guessed himself and let it go down when he saw the Cresselia, thinking, oh, it might just be another charge bug, and that is a crucial decision for this game. And what's great is Dugong in this situation, the 2-to-1s here against Lickitung, you just go straight Icy Wind, and you were sitting so good.
Yeah, and you just try to protect shield the right thing, and you have one protect shield remaining. Do you try to go for a desperate bait here? And no, going for the power whip, and the power whip is going to be coming in. Do you get the protect shield from J Engineer? You already are debuffed, and there is the protect shield. I love that protect shield. Both the timers are almost up, but this Dugong is going to be able to just get to the Icy Wind before. Are you going to be able to bank a power whip? No, doesn't even try to bank the power whip, just throws the Poliwrath, but how are you going to get through this Dugong?
Dugong now is free to farm down. He was guessing there if he should throw the Icy Wind, and now it is a free farm down, and Dugong is one Ice Shard away from double Icy Wind, and unfortunately, the Shadow Gligar, because of this debuff, is not going to be able to knock out with an Aerial Ace.
Yeah, you have to get the dig, and you just can't get the dig, because like you mentioned, one Ice Shard away, and that is going to be the crucial knockout, and it looks like the Europeans aren't going to let any North Americans take any of their championship points, because J Engineer is going to be able to clean up this in reverse sweep Rise to Occasion with this Grass Knot.
Talk about composure, right? You're facing off against Rise to Occasion, and you had a really tough game one, right? And then you make a comeback with Charge Bug, and then you outplay your opponent in the mind games of, I'm going to run Charge Bug game 3, aren't I? No, it's a Dugong, and he played it to a T.
And it looks like the competitors are discussing something a little bit. I'm not sure if they're trying to go anything to review, but they did take off their headsets there. So looks like this is J Engineer reverse sweeping this series in, like you mentioned, the bold prediction on that game number 2, because there's two factors here when you look at Rise to Occasion's team. He is 3 times strong, the Charge Bug, and then has the Charge Bug himself. So he's fine against Charge Bug. And then he brought a backline double strong the Charge Bug in game number 1. So you're showing strength in 2 positions, on your team and on your first team composition. So for J Engineer to recognize that strategy and then bring the Charge Bug in the back, I feel like swung this entire series.
Yeah, it 100% did. And Rise there, like we saw in the lead against Vigoroth in game 3, like there's a reason. There's a reason Vigoroth is not swapping out. Always pay attention what your opponent is doing and not doing. That is a terrible matchup, and Rise read it perfectly. Shielded the first body slam, applied the Icy Wind debuff, right? And was in a perfect position. But I think what you have to do is always trust your instincts, right? These trainers have been competing for so long. They know exactly what needs to be done, and sometimes when you're in the midst of battle, you're on the big stage, you might second guess yourself. Right, and that second guess might just make or break that game. And for Rise, unfortunately, in that set, it was the crucial decision factor.
I think I know exactly where, I think we have the highlights, but I think I know exactly where Rise to Occasion second guessed himself. It was when he knocked out the Vigoroth and he stayed in against Cresselia.
Yes, 100%.
Because you know that the backline Pokemon is weak, so basically what you want to do there is you swap Lickitung, you bait out that Pokemon that is weak to the Poliwrath, and then in the end you're able to finish off that Dugong with your low health Poliwrath to ensure then your Gligar doesn't meet that Dugong in the back. So the fact that he recognized that it was ABA weak and secured the lead matchup, but then didn't pivot is the thing I think Rise to Occasion regretted the most.
Yes, I 100% agree. And the thing is, that is not all we're going to see of Rise. This is double elimination. Rise is going to be able to come back and rise to the occasion, if I do say so myself. And these are some beautiful plays that we saw right here, right? Cresselia doing what it did, loading up on a lot of energy, soaking damage, and able to get the knockout there in game 2 to secure the flip of momentum, as we like to say. And the Dugong here able to get the final knockout for game 3 against the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, and that's, I think, Rise knew it early on in that matchup. You see that signature head scratch there where I think he would have much rather brought in that Lickitung pivot, but J Engineer, I think brilliant adjustment game number 2, and then clean gameplay game number 3. He's off a good performance in his last tournament. He was 13th at the European International Championships last season, and I believe he's 2-0 to start the day here in 2024.
Yeah, and these teams have been so good. We saw a lot of Lantern this morning, and you have been talking, where are the Charge Bugs? Where are they at? They're meta. And
well, I wouldn't say I'm not a fan of Charge Bug. I'm just saying it is up there in terms of usage. I just want to throw that out there.
It 100% is, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It has a great moveset. It has a great typing. It has the right bolt. bulk needed for this meta. And I've always wondered, if we start to see more Ghosts, right, start to see more Giratina Origins, we start to see maybe more Annihilapes, or maybe more Trevenants, would that crunch come into a bit more play instead of X-Scissor?
Yeah, and you know, it could definitely, because you would want that coverage. And it's to the exact reason why you think people are bringing Lantern, right? Yeah. Because it literally has the coverage. It has that surf coverage, and because there's not a ton of grass types in the meta right now. We have seen 2 Trevenants so far, but we've seen some more Dragon types as well to try to hard wall the Lantern. I feel like that's why we've seen an increase in Dragon. What we've seen Guzzlord so far, we've seen Shadow Dragonite. I feel like that is a change from the shift of the coverage move, like you mentioned, from the Lantern. Now people are trying to bring those Dragons to then do what Gligar was doing to the Charger Bug.
Yeah. And our players have been doing a great job at shifting, and we're going to go ahead and shift to an interview with Jay Engineer and Zoe.
Okie dokie, so massive congratulations. Gengineer, phenomenal battles. How are you feeling after that?
A little shaky still, I guess.
Absolutely valid. It was really, really tense. Did you have, were you preparing to verse Rise to Occasion, or going in absolutely, not even going to think about it ahead of time?
So I just tried to build as solid team as possible for the show 6, and then against Rise, I know he's a like a really good player, so my best option, I think, was just go neutral into game 1. And when it came to game 2 and game 3, what I did, you could easily see the teams, they don't make sense. Why? Because I'm just playing literally what I think he is considering I'm going to build. Because he's going to go more on the offense, so therefore I'm just play slightly defensive, but at the same time play for what he's going to have in the back line. Because the way I saw it when he played against the Swampert is he basically put everything on map. So knowing that regardless of what's going to be in the lead, I can just basically play stronger to what I reckon he has in the back and be able to kind of just outbulk him, outlast him. And that's what happened in both game 2 and game 3.
Yeah, it came down to the absolute wire. I have a question as well for your Dugong. I love seeing that it's such a fun Pokemon to use in PvP, and the swap timings perfection. Are you hoping to be able to use Dugong more in upcoming battles, or do you think it'll get more play, and how did it serve you in this battle?
I love Dugong. It's really fun to play, and it's just a cute Pokemon as well. I don't know. I just like it. It's definitely a pick I chose just more out of both spite for Altaria and Gligar, but at the same time because I love playing it. Yeah. And last time I tried to bring my own Dugong to one of these regionals, I actually got gate-kept by the airlines because they delayed my flight. So I never actually, this is the first time me actually using Dugong ever in a regional, so I'm just happy that it actually did well.
That's fantastic. I'm glad to see it as well, because I agree, it's so fun to use. I feel like it has just the right timings for things, so fingers crossed to get some play over the weekend.
Oh yeah, fingers crossed, especially for the Skull debuff.
Yes. Congratulations again. Good luck for the rest of your battles. And we're going to send on over to a look forward rather, to the 2023 Worlds.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me.
I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking, and I'm the best to ever be.
I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be a legend.
I'll be a legend.
Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road.
Victory Road.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relax on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow. There's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon Go in 2016, took a bit of a hiatus like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him. Favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon Go. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon Go. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat, can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, first person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Gotta go with Charmander as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
Trainers. Yeah, we just saw Rise to Occasion there, and we saw him play before against Jangineer. Rise to Occasion, one of the players that we had on our players to watch, right? One of the players from North America, but Jangineer was a little bit too strong for him.
Yeah, did he rise to the occasion in that particular moment? I don't think so. He had a very, very good team against his opponent. And Jangineer just went very ABA against the Shadow Poliwrath.
And still pulled it off, right? Yeah, like Rise was making a very, what we call a 5-hat play, right, in the community. That means like you're making a very smart move. Reading there was Dugong in the back, bring his Gligar into the Pokemon, knowing that it would otherwise be aligned to the Dugong. So very smart. But he's not the only North American player here. Another North American player we had in the tournament, but he lost his first round, the world champion. It's Axon. He lost his first round to one of the players we have met at our local tournaments, Qualifiers.
Yeah. He's a fantastic trainer. I've battled a lot against him. He knows his mechanics. He's going for some really bold prediction this tournament. If I remember correctly, there is some spice. We might get him later on. Maybe. I think he's in the losers bracket.
Yeah,
right
he
now.
also lost a matchup. Yeah, indeed. And then another North American player that I want to highlight is the one we are going to have coming up soon. That will be Doombug. He has won 2 regional championships this season already, so I have high expectations. And he will be going up against the French player Hikami. Hikami has played many of the European regional championships, and yeah, this time he has one of the most difficult North American opponents. Let's take a look at these teams here, Leo.
Yeah, Hikami is going for Clodsire. Again, we've seen plenty of Clodsire. This is so good. He has Mandibus, he has Azumarill. I just love what Hikami is bringing. And Doombug is going for a more standard approach with the Shadow Whiscash, Shadow Gligar, the Annihilate that boosts so well.
One of his strengths indeed of Doombug. You know, a funny thing, I also, Doombug showed a draft earlier on, and that had Carbink. Looks like he didn't want to bring Carbink here, and that's a good call, because I've seen so many Clodsire. Let's take a look at the team that he brought here, and the moves that come with it. I don't think there are any surprises here. There's Night Slash on the Annihilate. We have not seen Ice Sponge yet, I believe, and he brings that trusted Shadow Whiscash. I think Shadow Whiscash is one of the Pokemon that has the least polarizing matchups in the current metagame.
Yeah, that is true, because grass types don't exist.
There's almost no grass types. It's basically pseudo-grass types, right? Like Cresselia and Lickitung. We saw Lickitung on this team, and here we see no grass coverage, actually. That makes the Whiscash so incredibly strong, right?
And you have some Pokemon that are actually quite weak to it. So you have Charger Bug and Clodsire, which have terrible matchups against the Shadow Whiscash. Azumarill usually has a good matchup against Whiscash, but against Shadow Whiscash, it is a different scenario. Skarmory is also not too happy with this matchup. And Mandibus is usually a positive matchup. You know, Mudshots against a flying type.
Yeah.
But if you get debuffed.
Yeah, that changes the whole dynamic of the match, yeah. Another fun fact that I want to mention, well, fun fact, let's get to that soon. We're going into the battle now. We got the Shadow Whiscash into the Mandibus. This is pretty good for Hikami, right?
Yeah, he must be happy about that. Let's see if Doombug plays this out. Yes, he does. He has a very good answer to the Mandibus in the back. The Lantern is not going nowhere, but it's not going against the Mandibus.
Yeah, you see here that Hikami didn't go for the Dark Pulse immediately there because he wanted to time his attack properly and not let him much on sneak. But that does... Oh, swapping out into the Annihilate instead, though. And let's see how Doombug responds. He's probably just going for another Scald here. Yes, indeed. And Hikami still not throwing a charge attack. This will do a large chunk of damage.
But Hikami knows his matchups. He knows that this matchup is going to be terrible if the Mandibus is debuffed. So you rather keep that energy. And now we're going into the Lantern against the Annihilate.
This is interesting, Leo. You know why? I thought that Doombug was going to keep the Lantern for the Mandibus, right? Lantern has such a positive matchup here. And we see a late shield here on the Shadow Ball. That would have done a tremendous amount of damage.
That is a really important one. We discussed this matchup earlier. Lantern has the chance to get out with a lot of health if you shield the correct attacks or no shield the correct attacks. Now we're going for a Night Session. This goes unshielded as well. This is going so well for Doombug.
Yeah, charge attack priority. Hikami realizing it. His opponent is counting his fast attacks. Oh, and going for an undercharge here. Doombug trying to get a little bit more energy. Oh, that's pretty clean right there, Leo. Barely not getting to the Night Slash and getting the spark down. Having some energy for whatever Hikami brings in now.
Doombug is he's just really proving why he is considered one of the best trainers, maybe the best trainer in the world right now. And now we're going to see the Charger Bug against Lantern, which is a pretty positive matchup for the Charger Bug. But you also don't want to take 2 Surf. So Hikami is going to put it all on the Mandibus later on if he doesn't get to the Excess.
Yeah, now that you know that the Lantern is about to be out of the way, you're pretty fine there. Going for the X's here to get rid of that Lantern, and then it's half a Charge Bug, half a Mandibus against half a Whiscash and a full Skarmory.
Yeah, but keep in mind that there is a full Dark Pulse on the Mandibus as well, and now we're going to charge up a little more energy. We're going to throw an X-Scissor, and that is interesting. If this gets no shielded, then we're pretty low, but are we in farm down range? How is Hikami going to play this out? There is a lot of play on both sides here.
Oh, and going for the combo play! Aerial Ace being thrown before the attack here. I think Doombug was waiting to see what comes in here, letting it go, putting it all on the Skarmory here.
Oh, and Skarmory is a Pokemon that can sweep. However, 1v2, you have Brave Birds that deal more damage, but you're also going to get debuffed. So let's see how Doonbug decides to play this out. But first of all, you're going to get a Dark Pulse connected, and without Brave Birds, it's going to be really tough to take out the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, not just the Mandibuzz, but also the Charjabug in the back, right? This is a difficult task for that Skarmory. It is stronger now with the Steel Wing, but these are a lot of Pokemon you got to take out here.
And we're going to see the attack connecting. No shield on Hikami. He wants to keep it for the Charjabug, understandably so. We're going to go for the Dark Pulse immediately. Maybe could have gotten another Snarl through there, but we're going to throw the Dark Pulse. And at some point you will have to shield at Doonbug because 2 Dark Pulse will take out the Skarmory from that range. This is looking decent for Hikami. We're going to see not a full farm down. Hikami gets to the Dark Pulse, so this will have to be shielded by Doonbug.
Yeah, you have to put the last shield here, and now it comes down to the Charjabug. Charjabug is still remaining, but there's so much energy on this Skarmory. Can it get the 2 attacks, or does Charjabug outpace here? First Sky Attack coming through. This would knock out the Charjabug if no shielded. So here we go, Leo.
I think that Doonbug will have to try to reach the next attack. I don't know if he can, though. The Charjabug reaches, and it takes out the Skarmory with the Volt Switch. Hikami leads 1-0.
Wow, the French showing the North American that the points there are not just for free. Hikami taking game number 1 here. Butters, I hear him in the back. He's angry. He's angry. He wants the North Americans to win here. But Doonbug is 0-1 behind right now. How do you adapt here? The Whiscash really felt underwhelming there, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Whiscash, I mean, it got the debuff, but Hikami played it so well. He just knew about this matchup and put it all on the Mandibuzz in the back. Having also the Charjabug. I'm just so happy that Hikami played this out really well. But you know what? Hikami has been really, he calls it cursed this season, because he has been in so many winners finals and he never got to win one of these.
Well, let's not jinx him now.
I didn't say anything. I just said how it was before. I didn't make any predictions.
Fair. So how are these players going to adapt here? I really found the play interesting of Doonbug to not keep the Lantern for that Mandibuzz there, right? So yeah, really didn't want to answer the Annihilate with the Skarmory, didn't want to stay in with the Whiscash. And yeah, that just left Mandibuzz so well, so safe for Hikami there to clean up the game later on. You know, it's just such a good supportive Pokemon as long as that Lantern is out of the way. So I do think that from Doonbug's side, we'll probably always see the Lantern, considering how threatening that Mandibuzz is. On the other hand, I don't think we're going to see the Pulse side. The Whiscash is just too good.
That is true. I mean, you said the Whiscash felt kind of underwhelming, so maybe there's a chance that Doonbug isn't bringing it and we're going to see a Clodsire angle on the side of Hikami, the rare Clodsire technique, and we're going to see Shadow Gligar on Doonbug's side against Azumarill, another strong lead for Hikami.
This is a fantastic lead for Hikami. However, there's such a safe switch on Doonbug's side. Oh my, going into the Annihilate here. This is not even that great of a matchup, but I think Hikami is just fine getting rid of his Annihilate here, so it's not lined up against the Gligar. Now, the debuff is crucial here, Leo. Let's see if he gets it.
Oh, 50%. Yes, he absolutely gets it. But now we're going to see possibly another baiting scenario. We're going to go for the Night Slash. Doonbug has called a Shadow Ball before. Is he calling it again, or is he saying Hikami's... Oh, it is the Night Slash bait shielded on the side of Doonbug. And now Hikami is going for some more counters. We're going to see the Scald being thrown just before the Shadow Ball is reached on Hikami's side.
This won't knock out yet, but I believe you might be able to Macho down after this. This does so much damage. No, it's not a Macho down range just yet. Getting another debuff here, but I don't think Night Slash will knock out yet at this point. Doonbug indeed is going for switch advantage. He wants the Lantern on that Azumarill.
But if we're going for more counters, I think that's 2 shields now. If we're going for more counters before we get knocked out, maybe a critical hit Night Slash can come through somehow. But I also don't think that this Whiscash is going down here. Barely.
Nope, not going down. You do have Azumarill to take the energy on either way, but switch advantage is so important in this matchup, Leo. Now, the Azumarill will be lined up on the Lantern, which is a terrible matchup for the Azumarill after taking 2 Mob-Bombs here, and then the Charjabug will be aligned to the Gligar.
Yeah, that is also a catastrophic matchup right here. So Hikami couldn't really answer. We said this before. The Whiscash looks very, very safe into the team of Hikami. He has no grass type answers for it. So using it as a safe swap, especially the Shadow Whiscash, to answer or to reverse the switch can be crucial if you're
Yeah, exactly. Going into the Lantern, Hikami going for the player to chip this Lantern for a little bit before switching out into the Charjabug. Azumarill is not something you want to have against the Lantern. In comes Charjabug and answered by the Gligar immediately. This is a very good matchup for the Gligar as it resists all the charge attacks, all the fast attacks.
we're calling an aerial ace here on Hikami's side.
Wow.
So that is really good. He has shield advantage, okay? Hikami is not out of this, he has it going for him, but it looks very good for Doonbug right now. So we can connect quite some damage, get a farm down maybe, but I don't think that the Azumarill can in the end pull through against the Lantern.
It's very tough here, right? I think you kind of need the Charger Bug to pull through here, but I think that Doonbug just gets the 2 area aces here because the area ace just comes out so quickly, and 2 axes are not going to be enough. Even if it's shadowed, even in its shadow form, Gligar is still quite bulky.
Yep, and I also don't think that we can go for a potential catch, but we're putting it all on the Azumarill right here. Would have said maybe we're trying to go for a full farm into a next attack and then switch out the Charger.
Oh man, almost getting to the dig here. Yes, the dig is being reached. This is so tough for Hikami. I think this dig, if it connects, it will knock out, and otherwise there's still the Lantern. Don't shoot up this dig, but now you need to get to 2 player up, and the Lantern already has quite some energy. This is looking very tough. Switch advantage was so important in this battle.
Yeah, and Hikami got out of this switching matchup with 1 shield, and you would think there is maybe a chance that he could have used that better, especially if he got the 2 Night Slash baits. That was definitely play for him on that side, and now we're going for a huge Thunderbolt on this not very huge
Does this knock out?
Azumarill. I think it might be!
This knocks out, yeah. Azumarill goes down, super effective damage, and Doonbug ties up the score, 1-1.
Very, very well played by Doonbug, knowing exactly, hey, this Shadow Whiscash doesn't have to be in the lead. It can win every single matchup. It can win every single matchup.
It can, yeah, especially if you get some Skull team-ups there, right? It makes it a little bit of a 50-50 chance, but that's it.
Annihilate is like already the best answer you have.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, right? Hikami swapped it in, but he didn't get a Night Slash boost, so it just... Doonbug just threw a Skull and just flipped the switch advantage, so very helpful there. Obviously it's a little bit risky, because I think Hikami went to like 3 Night Slash there, and there is 12.5% chance to get that double attack boost on your Annihilate. If that would happen, Doonbug knows all of it. He had plenty of them in previous regionals. That's going to be very tough for that Whiscash to overcome.
What do you think of the decision to run a team that is very weak to Shadow Whiscash?
Terrible. Terrible. I mean, the energy just comes out so quickly. The coverage is so good on it. I think Hikami will always resort to something like Mandibuzz, Annihilate, and Azumarill or Charger Bug. Like, even Charger Bug is not the worst against the Whiscash because the X-Scissor is a very efficient charge attack, right? And Shadow Whiscash is a little bit more fragile. So you saw that in game 1. It still does like 40% damage.
That is true. And the Volt Switches, even they are resisted. They also do add up. Volt Switch is an incredibly strong attack.
Yeah, it's also only single resistance, right? Whiscash is a ground type, but it's also a water type. And in Pokemon Go, there aren't really immunities like there are in the video game. So ground doesn't eliminate all the electric attacks on it. It just means that, you know, because water is it's super effective against water and double resisted by ground, it becomes a single resistance.
Absolutely, and now you can see both players are in the think tank. They are considering, hey, what can I bring? And Hikami is thinking, hey, if I can't win via switch, if I have a good lead, I need to outsmart my opponent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think both players are getting locked in here. I'm very curious what we are going to see from both trainers here. We are going to see from Doonbug a Gligar into the Annihilate in this decisive game number 3.
Oh, and you can see in the back that Hikami is going really, really weak to Lantern, and there it is immediately, the Lantern answering the Mandibuzz. However, you might go a little bit ABA to bait out the Lantern with Mandibuzz because it's just so bulky you can't get some Dark Pulses off.
Yeah, this is going to be so rough for Hikami, I think, right? Because you don't even have the Annihilate to properly counter or take the energy from that Lantern. This Thunderbolt is going to go through, and even though I do like the strategy here from Hikami to bait out the Lantern, it's going to get so much energy here and then still throw that into the Annihilate.
Yeah, that is going to be a whole farm down that we're going to see right there. I doubt that Hikami is going to get to yet another Dark Pulse to a third one. Might reach an Aerial Ace if he's very lucky, but also that is going to be quite close. And he actually gets...
No! It
faints with the Aerial Ace.
Yeah, goes down with the Area Ace there, Leo. And now this Lantern, like we said, has so much energy. I think it can get to 2 Surf, and 2 Surf will likely almost knock out this Annihilator. Let's see what Doonbug is going to do here. Yeah, he is going to go for 2 Surfs here. I think that might knock out Leo.
Yeah, 2 serves could knock out. We have to put it all on the Skarmory on Hikame's side. Where actually, he's going to go for a shield right here. Junebug is immediately throwing the next serve. Of course, he has to, because one more counter might actually knock out. He is nodding. He knows that he is in a prime position right here to possibly win this game. And the Gligar comes in immediately. We're going to see a Night Slash here. That is a very, very good bait. Actually, Doombug now used his switch, and the Skarmory is very, very free.
Well, the thing is, the one thing Shadow Whiscash does better than regular is exactly this scenario, the one-shield scenario. Straight Skytech, you don't win as the Skarmory here. You need to land a Brave Bird and you need to hope you don't get debuffed. Here we go again, Leo. Scald comes in. Does this drop the attack?
50-50, and it does again. These Scald debuffs keep coming from left and right. I thought Doombug swapped in the Whiscash, but actually the Lantern fainted to a counter right here, and we're going to go for a Brave Bird right here.
It lands, but look at that. Because you get the debuff, it doesn't even knock out. And at this point, Doombug just goes for 2 Mob Bomb here. Going for the Charge Attack priority. I think Doombug probably knows this as well. At that point, can you maybe even clean up with the Gligar? Going for the shield here. This is not a Mob Bomb though. Let's see if Doombug shields this.
Doombug is definitely considering it, thinking, hey, this is a double debuffed Skarmory right here. My Gligar can handle that much and is going to farm up a little more. He is trying to go for a catch right here, but he actually sees it. He wanted to go for the dig, but then decided to tap on the Aerial Ace and is going to knock out this Annihilate.
Yeah, and does this knock out the Skarmory? This is not a very strong charge attack, but you need a Brave Bird as Hikami. I don't think you can get there, Leo.
No, this is going to be really, really close. Also, I don't know if a Brave Bird knocks out. No, this is a very strong Shadow Gligar. The Aerial Ace knocks out the Skarmory, and Doombug advances today too.
Yeah, very well played, Doombug. The first North American of today advancing today to a big congratulations to Doombug. And unfortunately, again, that winner's final for Hikami.
Yeah, this is not a surprise that Doombug makes it today. He has had an absolutely phenomenal season, and many players were hoping that a European is going to win the European International Championships. They were in fear when they saw that Doombug was winning.
Doombug is the one player to fear, not just as European, also as North American. Doombug is the kind of player that can take out anyone, and he has shown that in previous tournaments that he won 2 tournaments, so surely he must be quite good at the game.
That was almost back-to-back, and we saw him sitting there as a judge in the last tournament in Vancouver, so you know why he didn't win that one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he gave his opponents a little chance there, right?
Breather.
Yeah, so that was very cool to see. We had our first winners final there. We are going to get more winners finals. I believe we have a couple cool matches coming up soon as well, right? With more North Americans as well.
I will read some of them out because my handwriting is so bad that Martin can't read it. So in Group A, we have Emmy Weedle versus Kokshak.
Yeah, Emmy Weedle is the senior world champion of 2022. Yeah. And Kokshak is the Warsaw regional champion from 2023. Yeah.
Yeah, and then in Group B, we have Obi Domek versus either X Gerald or Arceus Aurelius. Might have already been decided, but first of all, we're going to look at the match highlights from the last game before we go deeper into the other winners finals. There you can see a shield on the Charger Bug that knocks out and gets Hikami the game over.
Yeah, it was looking so well for Hikami getting that lead there, but then losing the switch advantage against Doombug just was so tough here, right? We see the Charge Bug being aligned to the Gligar that otherwise would have been on the Lantern, and here we see the Lantern, that same Lantern cleaning up that game, because it was not, it would have been on the Charge Bug otherwise, now it was on the Azumarill.
Doombug just, his Shadow Whiscash is just
too strong.
Else.
Yeah, you need, this is kind of why you need Whiscash on strike. You need like a Cresselia, and here we see that Hikami had a smart strategy, baiting out the Lantern with his Mandibuzz, which barely didn't reach an area ace there. So the Skarmory in the back could have been free. Yeah, absolutely, because now it got to 2 Surf here, and that way the Annihilate had to shield, and that was just so crucial, because here we see the Whiscash is way too dominant in the one-shield scenario against the Skarmory, and especially after a debuff, the Brave Bird wasn't even threatening enough anymore. We see Doombug nodding there, knowing, yeah, that's what I need.
It Just imagine Hikami was one shield up there. He could have prevented so much damage on the Skarmory from Skulls. And then if you're getting into the Gligar matchup, you don't even... If you're above 50% HP, you don't care anymore. You just win this.
Yeah, absolutely. An Aerial Ace didn't look to be enough on the Skarmory, but it was. Yeah. It's not a very strong charge tag, as we know, but it was enough to take out the Skarmory from that range of HP. So, yeah, very well played by Doombug. No surprises there. Maybe a surprise that he even dropped one game. So, yeah, congratulations again to him, and perhaps Hikami still has a chance in the loser finals.
But you also gotta give Hikami credit for winning the first game, because this was a... It was a decent lead, but he didn't just play for a switch there. He just realized, hey, I have an advantageous matchup. If my opponent gets the debuff, then I will switch out immediately and try to win via energy management or cool plays.
Well, it looked to me that he even switched out before the debuff even happened. Maybe he was thinking, oh, this is Doombug. He's 100% debuffing, right? He just has that extra little luck on his side there. Maybe that was it, but yeah, I did like his strategy on there, and I did like the adaptation that Doombug had as well, bringing the Gligar after knowing, or after realizing, oh, my opponent is bringing the Annihilate to counter my Whiscash. I think my Gligar could be really strong here. And then we saw in Game 3 that Hikami also read that the Gligar was coming, so he brought Skarmory. Unfortunately, Skarmory was not in the place it needed to be.
And we saw this, the ABB, where Mandibuzz baited out the Lantern. When I was looking at the teams, I thought, hey, double flyer against the Lantern that is so safe against your team is really, really dangerous. And the strategy kind of did work, however, it was too much energy on the Lantern.
Yeah, those were great games. And yeah, if you've been enjoying the streams, we also have Twitch drop on the Twitch stream. As you can see here, if you've been watching for 30 minutes, you can claim a special research which gives you the team that Lindos Rajev used to win the Latin America International Championship in November.
Yeah, and those Pokemon are already evolved. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, straight up usable, right? Like I said earlier, the Metagame Gligar core, I think, still is somewhat viable, even though Metagame is not the preferred fighter at the moment. It's still pretty good.
Martin, you're the king of spice. Why don't you make Metagame happy?
You know what? At a nice local.
Oh, perfect, perfect. I'm gonna make sure that I drive 3 hours again to be part of this.
We'll see, we'll see. You know what I'm also very excited about? The amount of Clodsire we've seen today. We've seen so many. Why do you think that Clodsire is making a return? Is it because of all the charge or something?
I mean, it is really, really strong against multiple Pokemon. Electric types are really strong in the format right now. We have multiple flyers, so Clodsire can counter those electric types. However, we're gonna hear from Doombug and Butters now.
Thank you so much. I'm joined by Doombug. Congratulations. How are you feeling so far in London?
This is unbelievable right now. I am so ecstatic just to be here, meeting all my European friends.
You're obviously one of the best trainers in North America. Debatably, you've had the best season in North America so far, a 2-time regional champion, or 3-time in total. Do you feel like you needed to change your approach at all heading over to the European stage where they play a little bit differently than North America?
I don't really think so. I feel like my strategies and team comps just will work anywhere.
Yeah, and I feel like you have more of a meta team, but how did you prepare for this one? Because you're probably expecting a lot more off meta than you would see in a North American competition, right?
Yeah, I was at first going to bring off meta myself, but then I just settled on a team that's been really consistent for me, like with my local challenges.
Are you here to try to take some of these championship points away from the Europeans?
Oh, absolutely. NA is going to take it all, baby.
All right, you heard it from Doombug. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Good luck the rest of the way. Back to you, casters.
Okay then, all right. EU trainers are going to probably make sure tomorrow that Doombug isn't taking any points away anymore. But yeah, that was good insights from Doombug. I mean, he's very comfortable in his place in his team, and rightfully so. He's one of the best trainers there is.
Yeah, you know what's also fun about what Doombug said about his local tournaments? Because his local tournaments are super stacked as well. He's playing against like Arrow, who used to play against Nighttime Clash before. He won the tournament here in Europe. And also Bopper, who's also here at the Europe International Championship. So Doombug already has like a lot of good practice against really good players. And if you're familiar with that team and with your Pokemon, you know, what can stop you? Well, it wasn't Hikami, but maybe tomorrow.
Speaking of local challenges and cups, I mean, we have a player that is very prominent in Dutch Cups in the Netherlands, and that is Status10, and he's here in the Group G Winners Finals against Jox.
Yeah, I'm curious what Statstan is going to bring to the table this time. Statstan is the kind of player that recognizes the hard meta immediately and knows what are the best Pokemon to use, how to core break teams. And that really solidified him in his consistent performances all across European regional championships. I believe he top cut in like 3 or 4 this season already. And he is currently the #1 leading Pokemon Go player in championship points in Europe.
Yeah, he's an absolute machine. And you know, last year, leading up to EUIC, he played the same team 3 times in a row. This season, in the last 3 tournaments, he played the same exact team.
He does it again, just like Doombug, just trusting in his Pokemon, right? And then on the right side, we see Jox, a player, content creator from Portugal. And with Jox always guessing, either he goes like meta, or he's like, yeah, I'm just going to put a few off-meta picks in. I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a Talonflame or a Guzzlord from Jox.
I would love a Jellicent. I've talked to him in previous tournaments, and he was always talking about it. He was always eyeing Jellicent with a little bit of a meta change with so much Clodsire that is running around. I think that there is a chance that we're going to see a Jellicent.
Yeah, maybe more Mandibuzz as well, right? Mandibuzz in the top 12 usage of day 1 has been pretty good so far. It hasn't made it to day 2 just yet. Well, we just had the only winners final so far, I believe. But there was a Mandibuzz. We've seen so many more of them. So yeah, I'm very curious to what these players are going to bring to the table. I know Statstan really likes the Man team plus Alolan Sandslash core. That's a team that he has been using over and over and over. I'd be curious if he were to use it again at the Europe International Championship.
He's one of the best Mantine trainers that we have in Europe. Aside, next to Tomahawk, basically, those are the 2 that I always associate with Mantine. And Mantine is, it's such an interesting Pokemon to play because it is really bulky. And usually for a bulky Pokemon, you think they have this big, hard-hitting charge attacks. But Mantine, sometimes, especially in the last tournament, Bubble Beam and Aerial Ace on Status10's side.
Yeah, and it now also has access to Water Pulse, but let's see here what Statstan has. No Mantine actually opting for that Altaria. I don't believe I've seen Altaria yet from him, so going for the triple flyer here, Leo, with the Gligar, the Altaria, and the Skarmory, and then a safer option in the Vigoroth, and then the Cresselia to check that Annihilate that threatens the Vigoroth.
This is a very, very nice looking meta team. Altaria is super oppressive in neutral matchups, and we're going to see a Mandibuzz on the side of Jox. You were right about that.
Triple flyer.
Yeah.
But instead of the Altaria, it's the Mandibuzz.
I think we've seen triple flyer on both teams, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's insane.
So Lantern is looking pretty good here, right? Because triple flyer, electric on flying types. I believe that's pretty super effective there.
I mean, we have Gligar and we have...
Gligar has play against Lantern, that's true. And Altaria is somewhat neutral because of the dragon typing, but Mandibuzz and Skarmory are not great against Lantern. We've seen Lantern from Doombug before against Mandibuzz. You throw a Thunderbolt, you spark down, and you come down with about almost 2 serve there. So really scary to use Mandibuzz against a team with Lantern. And Lantern just has been such a dominating Pokemon in these past championships. Ever since it had Surf, it's just so consistent.
But I mean, Jox is backing up his flying types with Whiscash and with Cresselia that has the super effective Grass Knot to prevent people from bringing Lantern. However, I still think that Lantern has decent neutral play.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if there's no Whiscash. Jox does have a Shadow Whiscash on his team, however, so Lantern is a little bit more risky to play there. But yeah, Statstan does not have a Whiscash, so the Whiscash from, the Lantern from Jox is basically almost free. I wouldn't say exactly free because Cresselia with the grass still is quite good against it, and Gligar has the ground type Charge Stack Dig, and Vigoroth is okay-ish, but there's no hard check, right? You can always do something with the Lantern.
And even if you have the worst case scenario where Cresselia answers the Lantern, it still brings it into a range that is mildly uncomfortable for you, so you can't really farm it down, but you're still in a decent spot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm curious. This is like a European classic matchup.
Yeah.
Like these are 2 very well-known players within Europe. We see here the achievements from Statstan, and look at all these accolades, Leo. There's much more than this even. He just has them going and going.
Yeah, he also had in the 2023 season 3 tournaments where he went 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. But we're going to go into the games quite soon, and that is a lead for Status10.
a wonderful lead. The Skarmory in, and that's so risky in my opinion, because you know there is the Lantern from Jox that's so safe to use, but going for that risk and catching the lead is great here. Pivoting into the Mandibuzz here, which is also quite safe against that stance team, right? But however, because you swap the Mandibuzz in, you can now Brave Bird and swap, no?
Exactly, and that is what I find the most interesting, because usually if you go for the Brave Bird and swap technique, your opponent has a lot of energy. Wow, what? This is going to go unshielded.
Boom! Brave Bird hits the Mandibuzz. It's so bulky, it didn't even do as much as we thought it would. Dark Pulse comes in on this Altaria. Altaria has a decent matchup here. The Dragon Breath add up, and you also have the super effective charge attack Moonblast.
That is true. This was maybe a little bit of an unjustified thing. But however, this is going to go, we are going to go and not throw the Sky Attack. We're going for a full farm down here, and Statustan side wants to keep all of this energy, doesn't fear another Dark Pulse connecting on the Altaria.
Yeah, I think this is fine for, I think Jox is very fine here. The Cresselia is just not useful against that Skarmory. Skarmory just walls all the energy from the Cresselia, especially without the same type of charge attack future side. So Moonblast just does even less damage on the Skarmory, right? I think that Jox is just fine taking all this energy on that bulky Cresselia.
Now he can try to farm up a little bit energy himself to at least ship the Skarmory, and then hope that the Lantern is free in the back, that there is no good answer for it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, hard swapping immediately, and a quick swap from Statstan there. This is an extremely neutral matchup of the Vigoroth against the Lantern. And I'm curious about this serve here, because I believe a Thunderbolt plus Spark actually could knock out, but he didn't even build up to the Thunderbolt.
Yeah, this is why Statustan immediately goes, nope, I will not shield this. Goes, farms up to a double body slam, is still before the next serve, and is now just going to throw this sad body slam.
Yeah, in the two shields, this matchup is quite fine for the Vigoroth, simply because you pay so fast to the body slam, which is a very efficient charge attack. So we see Jox double shielding here, realizing, okay, I need to preserve this Lantern as much as possible. I want it on the Skarmory. Skarmory is basically just useless against Lantern, so any HP here is so valuable. Look at how low Vigoroth is right now, Leo.
Yeah, Vigoroth led this one serve through. However, you still have a little bit of HP, which is not too little, on the Altaria.
Ooh.
Throwing a body slam here right before the charge attack priority.
Can you get the farm, the spark down here on that Vigoroth here? If you can, I think you win this game. And I think you get the spark down here. Oh, Vigoroth goes down, doesn't get to a body slam here. Now you need to catch as, oh no, actually, oh my goodness, what a play here. But he realizes there's still a shield on Statustan's side, right? So you can't really, you know, throw some energy in there.
Exactly, and the Skarmory can farm down the Cresselia now. Lantern is so low. Skarmory doesn't care for the energy on the Cresselia, so you're just going to waste some time here. No shield is been giving to this Cresselia. Skarmory is going to farm it down and is going to try to Brave Bird the Lantern into oblivion. There is no shield on Jox's side. This is looking like a very good game for Statustan. We're going to go for the charge attack priority here. The Skarmory is going to go for the flying type attack.
Yeah, and this will knock out the Lantern. Very well played by Statustan. Brave Bird knocks out this Lantern, and that's a 1-0 score for Statustan.
And even with one shield left, the charge attack priority in favor of the Skarmory as well. Really flexing this one shield here.
Yeah, just realizing I don't need to shield anything from this Cresselia. You saw how little that Moonblast does. Like, even if Jox got to another one, the Skarmory still would have hung on. So Statustan would have never shielded anything from the Cresselia out there, and yeah, that just really solidified the matchup there. That shield was just so important. I think it could have been a different battle if Jox actually built up to the Thunderbolt, managed to land one perhaps on the Vigoroth, because then you have more HP on the Lantern, you may have more energy later, and then Skarmory cannot do much against your Lantern.
Yeah, I agree. That could have been the game-winning play for Jox. I mean, that makes you wonder, right? Jox has the Jirachi on his desk, so maybe he got a wish granted already in the tournament that got him into the winners' finals, or maybe he still has this wish open that Jirachi can grant, and he reverse sweeps Statustan here.
Yeah. It's so risky, actually, to lead the Skarmory from Statustan, don't you think? Because it's like, if it's in Lantern, like Skarmory just has no play there, and Lantern will always come out from Jox. It's just so safe to use here. I wonder what these players are going to use now, how they are going to adapt. I think as Statustan, the main question is probably, where is the Lantern going to be, and how can I tackle that?
Yeah, and I mean, Lantern is always going to be tough to deal with. His best answer basically just was the Vigoroth in this line, not bringing the Cresselia himself, because it was he figured it might be a bit dangerous to bring against Mandibuzz and the Skarmory.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember very well if it was Future Sight. I believe it's Moonblast on Statustan's Cresselia, so it's not entirely helpless against the Mandibuzz. But besides the Mandibuzz, there's also a Skarmory.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it would be likely that Jox brings the Skarmory, but yeah, you have that story again of like, if Skarmory's on Lantern, it's just very difficult to overcome, right? Yeah, that's usually has a good idea of what his opponents play though, and that probably, you know, leads to him usually getting pretty far.
I mean, the Skarmory on Jox's side, I think it looks absolutely insane. You have the Shadow Gligar, which is the best matchup. You have the Altaria, which is a good matchup. You have the Skarmory, which is neutral, of course. Vigoroth is not a bad matchup, and Cresselia, again, is an insane matchup. You're just fearing that Lantern, so I was really surprised that Jox didn't bring it game 1, and now we're having the Vigoroth on the Lantern as well, and that is, again, a neutral matchup. However, I can't imagine that Jox loves to see this.
Yeah, Jox definitely wants to see it on the Skarmory, which we see for Statistan in the back here. Going for the Body Slam right away to chip this Lantern. You know, I don't think that we see Statistan switch out. We might even see him shield to take care of this Lantern here. But Lantern has a very fine matchup here. The same type attack, Sparks just do so much damage, and then going for a Surf. And no shooting immediately from Statistan. This is so smart.
Statistan is the man with the plan to no-shield every Surf that Jox is throwing his way, and we're going to go for a charge attack priority event here.
No, he actually, I believe that Jox, I'm not sure, let's take a look here. The Body Slam is going through. Was it a charge attack priority? No, it wasn't. I believe that he was waiting, and the process lost the counter doing so. So, Surf coming through now. Does Stan decide to shield this now? If this Lantern stays this healthy, it will still be very threatening for the Skarmory later. So yeah, we see Statstan just letting it go, and Jox still decides to stay into this matchup.
I mean, the thing is, you can't farm down with the Dragon Breath here. This is a Thunderbolt, so you're going to no-shield this. This is still going to deal a hefty amount. So this Lantern, despite being in the Vigoroth matchup, deals a lot of damage, does a lot of work with just one shield investment. This Altaria is almost out of this game already, and now we're having the Cresselia on it as well.
Yeah, but Skarmory is so good for Statstan, right? If you know that Lantern is out of the picture, that Skarmory in the back could be so good here for Statstan. He still has 2 shields on it as well. Cresselia doesn't need any shields here, so Statstan just staying in there for a little bit, trying to catch on the Skarmory, and in comes the Mandibuzz. But again, Skarmory has 2 shields. This is looking pretty good for Statstan.
Yeah, Skarmory that is shields up is always threatening if you have lost your Lantern in the process already. And keep in mind, there's the Altaria with a lot of energy in the back, so you might go for a potential combo play in this very long matchup right here.
So here's the thing though, you go for Sky Attack here, but it does so little damage, right? Mandibuzz is so bulky, and I think you may have to go for Brave Bird at some point. But if you go for Brave Bird, it just does way more damage, right? So even the Moonblast from Cresselia. So that's kind of a tough option here.
Also, if you take one more Dark Pulse and then you decide to throw Brave Birds here, honestly, the Snarls will add up quite heavily.
Yeah. Let's see. Stan going for the flying type charge attack here. No shielded by Jox, and that is the Brave Bird! It hits, and it does so much damage!
Yes, and now we're going to see the Snarls adding up. We're going to get to the Aerial Ace. This is severely debuffed on the side. We're going to no-shield this on Statistan's side. Is this going to knock out, or are we keeping it? No, we don't. Immediate switch out into the Cresselia. Cresselia has a huge energy advantage and is going for the Grass Knot bait. It is going to be shielded immediately by Statistan.
Was this the play for Statistan? To double shield the Altaria here. Cresselia just spaces so quickly to his charge attack, while the Altaria does not. Going for the first Sky Attack here. You gotta shield this as Jox, otherwise your Cresselia is knocked out almost.
You need HP on something, so you might as well start shielding
to win the battle, you need Pokemon. In comes the Sky Attack. It's blocked by Jox, and now quickly placing two Grass Knot and Moonblast. Even a Grass Knot would almost knock out here. Going for the shield here. Leo, I think this is going to get very close. This is a race to the Sky Attack versus the Moonblast.
Yeah, I don't think that we can throw the Grass Knot here, but the Sky Attack is going to be reached slightly before the Cresselia. Statistan is knocking. This was a race to the maximum.
Yeah, this was like a difference of 1 turn here. Sky Attack knocks out, and the Mandibuzz comes back in, but it has no HP, and Statistan takes this game 2-0.
Statistan advances to day 2. Keep in mind, we haven't mentioned this. Statistan had a top 3 finish at the last EUIC.
Yeah, well, now we mentioned it.
Yeah, cool.
He's pretty good, it seems, at the Europe International Champion. Again, Statistan showing some incredible performance off there. And, you know, just keeping your Skarmory off the Lantern, that really just helps a lot as well.
That is true. Skarmory is such a strong Pokemon. It has polarizing matchups.
absolutely. But
a lot of them.
It has a really good type, right? And that really helps in those matchups. I'm curious to why we didn't see the Skarmory from Jogs there, right? We didn't see any Lantern from Statstan, so it could have made the Skarmory quite good, I think.
I think the Skarmory had 4 matchups that were really positive, one neutral one.
Right, the Vigoroth, Altaria were fine matchups for Skarmory, right? So I think maybe if Jogs tried out the Skarmory at some point, but perhaps he was just fearing the Lantern too much. And Statstan, on the other hand, was like, my opponent's best Pokemon was Lantern. I don't care, I'm just gonna bring Skarmory anyway, man.
Yeah, I mean, Skarmory, yeah, I'm not gonna talk this well. I'm not gonna start saying how Skarmory has play against Lantern.
You were about to do that?
I was about to try, but honestly, no. You can if you get energy.
It's really good against Bastiodon as well.
Yeah, if you have energy on the Skarmory from another matchup and Lantern comes back in, you can throw a Brave Bird and you deal a little bit of damage.
Let's take a look at the highlights of what we just saw in this matchup here. We see in game number 1, we had the Lantern spark down the Vigoroth here, but it was barely not enough. Statstan bringing in the Altaria, and Jogs was forced to switch out, which basically led to Statstan Skarmory to get a lot of energy here and basically take that game. A very heads-up play from Dr. Statstan, the man with the plan.
Exactly, and now we're going to see the end game play out of game 2. Skarmory versus Mandibuzz, both trainers eyeing the phone and then each other. The screen is going dark while this grass knot is being thrown. Didn't call the bait on Statstan side, however, outpaced.
Yeah, I think at that point it was just lights out for Jogs and just didn't get to the Moonblast here against the Altaria. Just a race, right? It was just barely working out for Statstan to use 2 shields on that Altaria. I don't think that was even necessary, to be honest, but it worked out for him, right? As long as you make the play that wins you the game, what does it matter what you do?
Again, he's running Altaria. That is a very, very good answer to a potential Whiscash.
Absolutely.
We have seen Whiscash that was, I want to say, gatekeeping the Lantern from Statstan away, but he had Altaria that could have potentially answered it. So Jogs didn't bring the Whiscash once. Do you think that it would have helped Hikami versus Toonbug as well?
Yeah, well, the problem with Hikami is, he kind of needed an Altaria, right, to counter the Whiscash, but I do think that Mandibuzz, it's just a little bit cooler, right? I just think it's a little bit cooler. How about we hear from Statstan about his game? He has an interview upcoming with Zoe. Let's take a look.
Magic, Statstan, phenomenal gameplay, really, really clean matches. How are you feeling after that battle?
I'm feeling great. I came here as #1 in Europe in the leaderboard. I really wanted to solidify the position to fight for the travel award.
Yes.
And with a day 2 appearance, I think I'm okay. So I'm very happy.
Honestly, I think you've been making a phenomenal impression, showing why you are at the top of the leaderboards. What would you say for your team that you would love to show off over the weekend? Is there something you want to really showcase that's on your team?
I just want to win. I just want to win. I love my Altaria. I think it's really good in the meta. As long as my opponent doesn't have an Alolan Sandslash, that's...
Fingers crossed. I mean, it all came down to the Altaria in the last battle there, so it's definitely performing well for you.
Yeah.
What would you say as well for these matches that you're for the matches that you just battled in as well? Were you sort of nervous, or you're fully focused? Your mind's in the game, no stress?
I was very nervous at the beginning, knowing that if I don't get any points, like the first battle against Alitik, who did have that A-slash, was very good games. I was very nervous coming into the day. But when I hit the threshold for the 100 points, the stress went away and I started playing my game. And
getting into the mode of everything.
Getting into the groove. Yeah, fortunate it ends for me now because we can't play the other battles today.
That's okay. I'm sure there's more battles up ahead for the rest of the weekend though, right?
I'm very excited for tomorrow. Let's bring it on, Europe.
Yes, good luck for it. I'm sure you're going to do fantastically.
Thank you.
Good luck, dude.
Yes.
Sending it back to the casters as well.
Thank you so much. That was, again, great insight. Statstan just also telling you that he is #1 in the leaderboard. Rightfully so. What a fantastic trainer.
Yeah, absolutely. We won't see him play today, as he just said. He will be moving on to day 2, right? He is one of the players next to Dumak who made to day 2. Yeah. And you know what? I would love to hear from you, chat, as well. Who else do you think will make it to day 2? Let us know in the chat, or let us know on Twitter. Use #PlayPokemon and just let us know what you think. You might be featured on the stream as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think we have a good chance of getting into day 2.
Really? Do you think we'll be
that would be my first day 2 appearance at an IC, okay? Very excited. But we have 2 phenomenal trainers coming up next. We have mentioned other group finals before. We've actually mentioned Kokchak versus ME Weedle, and this is something I'm particularly excited for. We're going to see a Pokemon that hasn't been showcased on this day. And I want to announce it already. ME Weedle is a Crocobro.
A Crocobro? Please do explain.
He's playing Skeledirge.
No, I love Skeledirge. I only got my first one built recently, and it's been outperforming. So it's been performing way better than I thought. I already am a big Talonflame fan, right? Incinerate is just such a good fast attack, but Skeledirge also has this, and then it has the coverage in Disarming Voice and Shadow Ball. I think that a player like me, Weedle, can really make this kind of Pokemon work. I mean, he's already in the Winners Final.
And I found it fantastic when it came out, basically, when there was this Incinerate change, and it was so strong. And then the dominance of Whiscash kind of pushed it out of the meta.
Yeah.
And now Whiscash is like decreasing. Whiscash usage is decreasing, and Skeledirge might have its time to shine again.
It might. Let's take a look at the players at the stage here. We see on the left, indeed, Kokchak with that Alolan Sandslash. But hold up, there's another Alolan Sandslash from me, Weedle here. And, oh man, you know, Skeledirge is cool, but against double water and a dark type and a dragon type, I don't know, man. That's kind of tough to use. I do hope we see some Skeledirge action, but it will be very tough to use it here for me, Weedle, I think.
I like to think that Kokchak built this team knowing, hey, I have Shadow Alolan Sandslash and the Annihilate, and I want to really protect them from particularly, specifically, Skeledirge.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at the team from Kokchak. We see Night Slash again on that Annihilate, and we see Shadow Claw here on the Alolan Sandslash, not Power Snow, and that makes the matchup against a Pokemon like Cresselia that we saw from me, Weedle, a little bit better. You know what it also makes better? Skeledirge.
Annihilate.
Yes, great matchups, as a mind joke would say. Yeah, obviously it's not a great matchup there. You do have Duran to fight back against Skeledirge, but that will require you to get energy elsewhere. So let's take a look at the team from me, Weedle here. We have indeed that Skeledirge, and we also see Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash. And that just really works well when there's less Lickitung around. And we haven't seen Lickitung in the past two matchups, I believe.
That is true. Everyone was just playing Powder Snow for the last few months, and that was because at the Barcelona, especially when we figured out, hey, Shadow Alolan Sandslash is a hard answer to Lickitung, because you just get out with very few HP because you don't want to get farmed down by the next Pokemon, and you have another charged attack ready to go, and that consistently.
Yeah, Xylos was one of the first players to pivot to use the Power Snow Alolan Sandslash, right? Because it core broke that infamous Lickitung Gligar core, and I think that's what made it so successful in Barcelona. But our players are ready. We are heading into the first match. We have Lantern from Kokchak into Vigoroth from me, Weedle.
That looks familiar, I want to say.
Yeah.
We're going to play this out, actually, and the Skeledirge is already really happy. Look at the backline here.
Oh my goodness, I love the Skeledirge.
Yeah, I think that Weedle in this game might get Crocken. He is going to absolutely steamroll this backline. Maybe if Kokchak is not winning the lead very hard here. We're going to go for a first Thunderbolt. We have seen how this matchup plays out if you go straight Surf and it goes unshielded. Weedle doesn't even bother to shield, gets up a Notebook.
Yeah, not like not like Jogs, or sorry, Statustan. Statustan was no shooting Surfs, but this time it was a Thunderbolt. Now you can kind of spark down, but this Lantern is getting kind of low. I think MeWeedle's very fine with this, but this Lantern will win the zero shield scenario. Let's see what MeWeedle's going to do. You know what I would love to see? An Incinerate advantage on this.
The question is, this is not a lot of energy on the Lantern. If you incinerate this down, you need to incinerate.
2 Incinerates, there we go! Oh my goodness, that's a huge energy lead for MeWeedle Skeledirge. In comes Annihilate. MeWeedle's looking like, what is going on here? This is fantastic for him.
And now you immediately know what's in the back. But also, Weedle knows, hey, I have Altaria in the back. There is probably a Shadow Alolan Sandslash if Kokchak comes in with this. I need to win this with Skeledirge. Altaria is not going to do anything here.
Well, luckily for him, Skeledirge is quite good into this matchup. Already having so much energy, I can just launch another Disarming Voice soon. Probably just going to put up shields here, right? If you think that it's the Alolan Ninetales in the back, then you got it. I think this is a charge tech priority.
Oh, it is, and that is very important for Kokshak because this could have been a full Incinerate sneak through.
Yeah, let's see. I don't think this... Oh, it's not actually. Interesting. That's actually... Yeah, if you shield this now, or if you don't shield this now, you might be able to get to a drum, but looks like Kokshak does shield this up, wanting to get to another Night Slash here, but there's already a Disarming Voice loaded on the Skeledirge, and looks like it's going through. Leo, are you ready?
I mean, Weedle knew he had to throw immediately because we're going to see...
We're going to see a
Night Slash
Pokemon
otherwise-
melt, Leo! Here we go! Oh my goodness, look at that damage, that's so much!
We're actually going to throw the Disarming Voice as well. Very important, because Kokshak knows, hey, if I get to throw like an Ice Punch, this might actually get close. We're actually taking this, going to throw a Drill Run, but I don't think that Shadow Lowland Sandslash has the stamina to beat the Altaria here. So you know what that means. Altaria confirmed a hard counter to Shadow Lowland Sandslash.
Wow, it wins game number 1 for me, Weedle here. Altaria just giving a slight push after the big carry from Skeledirge here. Very well played. And yeah, Kokshak just kind of needed to bait out that Skeledirge, but he didn't. And the problem, you know why not? The problem was he cannot switch out of the lead there with the Vigoroth into the Lantern because he had a Lowland Sandslash in the back. His idea probably was like, okay, the Vigoroth's here, my Lowland Sandslash in the back might be safe. But guess again, there was a Skeledirge.
I just love how Weedle read the team of Kokshak because he knew, hey, Skeledirge is very bad into 4 of the 6 Pokemon. So he thinks I'm not going to bring it. So he's probably going to bring the 2 Pokemon that it's weak against.
Yeah.
Surprise!
I loved it. I loved it. Just soft losing the lead there and then being able to clean up with the Skeledirge in the back. Yes, the Altaria, the Mandibuzz are also bad matchups for Skeledirge, but if you get an energy lead, you can get to those Disarming Voices that are super effective on the Dragon and the Dark type. That might make it a more manageable matchup. So I really like the play that he had there to try and rely on the energy of the Skeledirge. And then potentially set up for a win, which I guess happened here.
It absolutely worked.
Look at this. Yeah, here we go. We see here me, Weedle, with that Vigoroth into the Lantern from Kokshak. And he just went for a soft lose here. That just led him to get energy on the Skeledirge later.
And it was just 2 fast attacks that he got on the Lantern with the Skeledirge. Oh, there is the Drill Run knocking out the Skeledirge. So Shadow Lowland Sandslash confirmed counter to Skeledirge, and then the hard counter to Shadow Lowland Sandslash the Altaria.
It's like the roles are a little bit reversed, but I generally would not advise swapping your Altaria into an Lowland Sandslash. Obviously, when it was so low there.
Guys, do you trust me? Do it.
No, don't listen to this guy. Well, I guess he did beat me in some battles previously, so maybe he does know what he's talking about. But the... you know what also was kind of unfortunately, having Shadow Claw makes Altaria actually a little bit more feasible there, right? It's still not a great matchup as Sandslash, but yeah, at least you don't take super effective Power Snow. Oh, here we go.
That is true, so actually decent matchup, that's what you're calling. Okay, I'm quoting you on this. Okay, so Altaria is now on Kokshak's side versus the Vigoroth, and we have the Skeledirge again. This time, there are slightly more answers.
Yeah, I'm curious how MeWeedle is going to tackle this. And oh, swapping into the Annihilative Onset by the Skeledirge. MeWeedle seeing the perfect opportunity to get rid of his weakness to the Altaria.
But now Kokshak has the opportunity to, if he soft loses to the Skeledirge, he can farm it down. So Annihilate is really good at pulling shields off of the Skeledirge.
Yeah, shielding up the Night Slash there. No boost, fortunately. And going for another one. Skeledirge will hang on this.
Yep, Skeledirge gets the opportunity to almost fully farm down this. But actually, I don't even think so, because this deals like a little bit of damage. We are almost at 100 energy, so we're throwing the Disarming Voice immediately. Slight undercharge, actually big undercharge. Does this knock not out? No, it wasn't enough.
Oh, it was. I think he wanted one more Incinerate in there to get some energy for that Altaria, right? I think you will get to make 2 more Disarming Voice, at least before the Altaria would farm down. So I do expect Kokshak to go for the Sky attack.
So the Skeledirge is not going to sweep entirely, but it is still dealing a lot of damage. Took out the Annihilate, invested a shield though, and is going to deal a hefty amount of damage on the Altaria as well. So I think you're going to get the shield back now.
Yeah, you gotta shield this if you want to keep the Altaria, and indeed does so. This energy is so useful though, because, oh, going for a combo play here though. This Body Slam won't knock out just yet, but looks like Kokshak is preserving the HP either way.
Kokshak really wants this Altaria to fly high, and we're going to go for a sky attack in this immediately. Now, I mean, Weedle has decided to use the shield, keep the HP on the Vigoroth. That is because the Vigoroth probably just outpaces so easily. We're not going to throw a Rock Slide. We're not at the Rock Slide. Body Slam is going to be really close to knocking out, or is it going to knock out the Altaria here?
Yeah, oh, it does knock out actually. And now it's going to be Lantern against the World. I'm not sure if Lantern can take on both Vigoroth and Altaria here.
I also don't think that is going to be too easy for the Water Electric type. Body Slam especially is outpacing the Lantern, and Kokshak cannot go for a full Phantom. He will have to throw at some point. And also every time he overfarms one more Spark to get more energy into the next matchup. That is a lot of counter damage, so we're already in the yellow. 50% remaining on the Lantern against this full HP Altaria.
Yeah, Altaria can clean up this matchup. Oh my, leaving the battle and taking the loss here. MeWeedle winning his matchup by 2-0.
Yeah, the absolute top left here from Kokshak, and MeWeedle going into day 2 as well. Now next to Statisan and Doonbug. Wow!
Yeah, Kokshak just realizing he couldn't win that battle, and MeWeedle, just such a solid player, right? He just had that Skeledage ready, even against a Dragon, a Fairy, and 2 Water types. Skeledage still was, I would say, the most valuable Pokemon there.
Yeah, he just had the guts. He just brought it against all odds, basically, or against 4 odds, rather. And you said it earlier, that having energy on the Skeledurge really also helps you in bad matches, because
so good.
Is there even one Pokemon that resists Fire, Ghost, and Fairy-type attacks together?
You're asking a very difficult question right now. I think that Incineroar comes close, but it doesn't resist Disarming Voice because of the Dark typing.
That is true.
I think that's about the close you can get. Please correct me if not. I would love to know. I'm actually curious.
I would love to know if something hard
What walls Skeledage?
Yeah, so if you have energy on this Pokemon, if you get into a positive matchup, you can carry this energy into a rather negative matchup and still cause problems. He got to 2 Disarming Voice. Huh.
Litleo. Resist Fire, resist Fairy, resist Shadow Ball.
Build your Litleos. Or Pyros.
Yeah, once...
Litleo.
Oh, Litleo also is Incinerate, by the way. Yeah, once Skeledage is meta.
Yo.
Yo, we're cooking here.
I mean, doesn't Incinerate Skeledurge also hardwall the Litleo?
I think so. No, that's Crunch. But let's take a look at some Skeledage action from the highlights here. We see here the Vigoroth from MeWeedle into that Lantern. The Vigoroth was just so vital to set up that Skeledage for a farm down, and then Kokshak just has nothing left for that Skeledage anymore.
I just love Vigoroth in this meta. It is so neutral against most of these Pokemon, especially if there is no counter user brought by your opponent. The Annihilate was sitting on the bench there, or was already back in the Pokeball, hoping that it could dish out some fighting type damage against the Vigoroth, but it couldn't.
Yeah.
And now the Skeledurge is just...
Oh, and the full Incinerate going through. Crazy, look at his face. Yeah, he knows Incinerate going through was absolutely huge. Yeah, the swapping of the Annihilate into the Vigor was just punished so hard, and Kokshak just knew that was game over at that point. Surf coming through on the Vigor, but at that point, the Altaria could just finish this off, right?
A full Incinerate sneak through is just so devastating, because it's just like as if you're giving your opponent 5 turns for free. It's like you're just going away to call for some pizza, to order some pizza, and you're putting your phone aside, and then you pick it back up, and then you start playing again.
It's a lot of energy, that's true.
Yeah, it's the same thing, basically. Like, Incinerate is what, 30 minutes?
It's actually 2.5 seconds, but sure.
It feels...
however long you take to pick up a pizza, but sure.
I'm very fast at that. But anyways, this was... I don't think that his mistake mattered in the end too much.
No, Skeledage was just very strong there, right? It was just very difficult for Kokshak to overcome, and it just didn't look like that on paper. In fact, I honestly didn't even expect the Skeledage to come out, right?
I would have also not, like, especially after game 1. I mean, to be fair, it is a brave call to bring Annihilate and Sandslash, Alolan Sandslash, because they are so bad against Skeledage in the back. So that was quite risky. But then, if you lose that game, your head is like, surely he won't bring it again, right? The odds are so low that Skeledurge is good here. He won't bring it again, and he brought it again.
He actually did, and I think that Skeledage, I don't think Kokshak expected as well, right? Because he was like not switching out of the Lantern to keep it for potential Skeledage.
Yeah, it's just such a good Pokemon. It's just so versatile, only walled by Litleo, as you said earlier.
Which we don't see a lot.
That is true. Unfortunately, I like it.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, how about we hear from our senior world champion, Me Weedle. He has an interview with Zoe. Let's go.
Alrighty, M.E. Weedle, phenomenal plays right there. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very happy, thank you.
Over the moon?
Just yeah. I've had a few tough runs in previous regionals this season, so I'm glad to finally make a day 2 again.
Yeah, make an absolute splash. Honestly, such a beautiful performance. I want to ask you about your Skeledirge. That is such an absolute unit of a Pokemon. Really cool pick. What inspired you to bring Skeledirge to EUIC?
I mean, I've had Skeledirge on my team since even Liverpool regionals.
Nice.
And I really liked it, you know, Cresselia's in the meta, there's Registeel on some teams, and as we saw, it was, those Incinerates like absolutely demolished the A-Slash, so that was nice.
It's so efficient, it just like really gets the job done for those matchups. Are you hoping to get just the most use out of Skeledirge over the weekend, or do you want to try and spice it up a little bit with...
I mean, it always depends what the opponent has on their team, so like I faced a few people with... he had Mandibuzz as well, double water, but even against Lantern, those Shadow Balls do well over 50%, so, you know...
It's true, yeah. You're exactly correct. It does so much for so many options.
Yeah.
Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Done a phenomenal effort. Big handshakes. Good job in the little pump, you guys. Have fun with it. We'll see you over the weekend, yeah?
Thank you.
For everyone watching at home, we're going to jump to break, but don't go anywhere.
Hello, trainers. My name is Caleb Pang. As Pokemon Go entered its second official season in the Championship Series, trainers from around the world were looking for their opportunity to rise to the top. While some trainers were looking to expand on their performance in the first season, others were preparing to make their debut. With the former Seniors Division combined with the Masters Division, top-tier trainers like 2022 third-place Worlds finisher Wadaj asserted their dominance against all age divisions. With 6 top 8 finishes in the regular season prior to Worlds and first-place finishes at the Hartford Regional and NAIC, Wadaj's prowess transcended age divisions and was a clear favorite going into World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Joining Wadaj in the exclusive back-to-back Worlds qualified trainers was Isaacson, the 2022 NAIC champion and highest finishing North American trainer at Worlds 2022 in 7th place. Although Axon had quite the extensive competitive resume, he was hungry for that world champion title, finishing the regular season with 4 top 8 finishes and qualifying for Yokohama, Japan with a first place finish at the Portland Regional. At Portland, Axon encountered a trainer who would change the balance of Championship Series competition, Rubik's Master. Despite being completely unknown, Rubik's Master in his first and only regular season tournament fought his way to the grand finals to face off against Axon. He lost in a grueling series, but his real victory was earning a World Championship invite. Axon mentioned in his winner's interview that of all the trainers he didn't want to face in Yokohama, Japan, Rubik's Master was at the top of his list. At the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, Wadaj and Axon sat comfortably on the winner's side of the bracket going into day 2 of competition, and Rubik's Master surprised many with his own place by their side as all 3 started the day undefeated. In the winner's semifinals, Axon and Rubik's Master got their fated rematch. Going into a decisive Game 3, Axon pulled off a game-changing Stone Edge catch on his Lantern, followed by a massive no-shield call on Rubik's Master's Mud Bomb bait attempt, solidifying his winner's finals matchup against Wadaj. The winners finals of Axon and Wadaj was highly anticipated, featuring a matchup between the 2022 NAIC champion and the 2023 NAIC champion. The best of 5 series seesawed back and forth between the trainers, culminating to a decisive Game 5.
Knockout Lantern and give Wadaj the first game win. Up and catch from Wadaj, taking the Thunderbolt on the Metagame with a great catch from its Axon there, sending in his Lantern to take the surf from Wadaj's own Lantern. The Altaria is so close, the Metagame just can't quite get there in time.
Game 5 saw both trainers weave in and out between catches and switches with their Pokemon before Axon finally took the game with a single fast attack. Meanwhile, Rubik's Master stormed through the losers bracket until he finally earned himself a spot against Wadaj in the losers finals. He came to prove to the world that he could stand up against the likes of Wadaj, and in 5 close games, Rubik's Master and his signature Deoxys defense closed out the series. Championship Sunday featured the grand finals between Axon and Rubik's Master, a rivalry that seemed unavoidable. In Rubik's Master's incredible Portland and Worlds runs, he had only lost to one person. It's Axon. And of all the trainers Axon didn't want to face, his final opponent was that player, Rubik's Master. Relying on his signature Pokemon Deoxys defense, Rubik's Master tried to core break Axon's team, but Axon was one of the few trainers to bring Sableye, one of the hardest counters to Deoxys defense. Foiling Rubik's Master's plans, Axon headed into Game 4 on match point with the bold strategy of leading Shadow Alone Sandslash, doubly weak to Deoxys defense. Axon's gambit paid off, catching Rubik's Master's Altaria in the perfect lead scenario for Axon. Rubik's Master utilized his Umbreon as a safe swap, but Axon countered him with his Medicham. Rubik's Master responded with a resisted Ice Punch catch onto his Azumarill, but Axon kept the pressure up, and with some final Shadow Claws from Axon's Sableye, he solidified himself as the world champion of Pokemon Go. With the world champion title, its Axon proved that consistency and hard work are the keys to success. However, Rubik's Master's second place performance opens the door for newer trainers to enter the scene and show the world how an underdog can compete with the very best. Thank you for watching the story of a champion and the rivals he met along the way. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to learn more about how you can join in on the action.
Welcome back to the 2024 European International Championships, and we just heard from the world champ, and I believe the world champ has actually got dropped down into the loser side of the bracket here. We've had some upsets already. Tauntaun Battus, the previous European International Champion last season, has already been eliminated. Rise to Occasion has already been eliminated, so in this max out tournament, it is really intense, Ionic.
Yes, and that's what I love about these Pokemon Go tournaments, right? It doesn't matter. I mean, it's really nice to be a world champion, right? Don't get me wrong, it's Axon, an incredible battler, but that doesn't mean the underdogs can come up and win.
Yeah, just like Rubik's Master was trying to do at the World Championships and what he's tried to do over and over. Now, we have to shift to these underdogs. And one trainer that's definitely not an underdog we're going to see really soon is Arceus Aurelius, who we've already seen win a regional, and he's been on fire. He's been bringing the Giratina origin, and I believe that matchup is available on stage. Let's head on over.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius going to be facing off against Obethomac in this best of 3 series. And as we can see the teams here, Lantern, Shadow Gligar, Shadow Whiscash, Skarmory, Cresselia, Vigoroth. Very standard, very meta right there for Obethomac.
Yeah, and at least for the one normal type, it is that Vigoroth. It's not the Lickitung. So you actually have a lot more play if you are the Giratina, but it's still really tough because everything is double resisted. So it's going to be tough to position that Pokemon, but otherwise, that Pokemon is looking quite strong. So if you're Arceus, you're kind of thinking, how am I going to counter the Vigoroth? You have a fantastic counter in your counter user, which is Shadow Poliwrath. And the one thing I like about Shadow Poliwrath compared to the normal Poliwrath is it has a much better Lantern matchup, especially in the one Protect Shield situation. The counter damage just adds up.
Yes, and that is awesome. And what also is cool is the fact that Clodsire has been so strong in this tournament. Now we're taking a deeper look at Obethomac's team right here, looking at the movesets. Double Flyer has been very common in this meta, utilizing the Shadow Gligar with that added ground typing to help out against steals, resist that electric damage, and also utilizing Skarmory with the updated Steel Wing.
Yeah, and we have the trainer on the right here with this is only his second competition ever. He competed in Utrecht recently, but this is his second ever competition facing, of course, Arceus, who was a previous champion. So it's just like that video we saw. It is the champion versus the underdog here, and how will this champion utilize this team? I think this is one of the most creative teams I've seen.
Yeah.
It is definitely out of the mold.
Yeah, and what I love about this is the Arceus Aurelius in previous matchups that you guys have seen here on stream really loved the core of Shadow Poliwrath and Clodsire. But that doesn't mean that Giratina Origin isn't a threat. That doesn't mean that the utility brought from Dugong isn't a threat. His team looks incredibly powerful, and I think Clodsire has a potential in this tournament, right? And it's going to come down to the fast moves as well. We saw that in the mirror match earlier. One Clodsire had Poison Sting, the other had Mud Shot. Both great at gaining energy, but the resistances that it has in those matchups is crucial.
Yeah, and you mentioned that core, that Shadow Poliwrath and the Clodsire core. It is hard to deal with. They seem to protect each other. There is one Pokemon in particular that's top users, that's Shadow Gligar. That is going to be so strong, I think, for a Bethamac here. You're probably going to want to try to bring that in these battles. Of course, Cresselia is going to be quite strong against that core as well, but I believe it's the Moonblast, not the Future Sight. And there is that Gligar, and I think Arceus was predicting the Gligar would be so strong, and he brings a great counter in Mandibuzz.
Mandibuzz, an incredibly strong and bulky flyer here as we face it off against the Shadow Gligar. Now, if you're a Mandibuzz, you always want to have extra energy. I'm going to be repeating this all day because it's very important for new trainers coming in. Mandibuzz is dominant when it has energy, as Shadow Gligar here looks to throw the aerial ace.
And I don't think we're going to see any cheeky swaps from Arceus here, because if he gets the alignment in the back, which you kind of want to get with that Giratina Origin. We saw Inadequance do that in previous tournaments. He had very polarizing alignment kind of base situations. And here, you just want to use the bulk of the Mandibuzz to ensure that alignment. If you get alignment with Shadow Poliwrath and Giratina Origin in the back, I don't think you can be stopped here.
Yeah, exactly. And Obethamac has to potentially recognize this, that Giratina and Poliwrath could be huge threats, and we do see that with the shield on the Dark Pulse.
And you try to keep your Gligar around here to try to either get shields down onto this Mandibuzz, and this is the situation. Arceus does use the Protect Shield, and the wing attacks are adding up here, though. So in the 2 Protect Shield situation, can Gligar make it close? And then there is the swap. It's swapping on the aerial ace, which is resisted, calling that it would be the lower energy attack.
Well, this is a beautiful swap catching resisted damage. It is not going to like the Giratina Origin that we will see swap in a beautiful energy save there on Arceus Aurelius, making sure that he has an aerial ace loaded for the back end.
And that was the patience not every trainer has, because you were a Mandibuzz versus a super effective Spark, and you were patient enough to just barely get that aerial ace back that got swapped on and not get knocked out. Plus, now this Lantern is pretty much in Shadow Ball range and throwing on charge attack priority. Arceus is a champion for a reason.
Will Shadow Ball knock out here, though? Let's find out. No, Lantern able to hang on and get this crucial Thunderbolt. Now, because of the Dragon typing, Giratina Origin is going to be able to survive, but it gets it low enough now where Shadow Gligar might be able to come in and load up on energy.
Yeah, and you have an Ominous Wind bank, so you want to try to soak it. And here is the blind Ominous Wind. I think Arceus Aurelius was thinking that it was going to be the Gligar coming in, so he blind throws Ominous Wind. That is not a great attack. Plus, it's double resisted. No boost, which you can get a boost on the Ominous Wind. If this Vigoroth is actually able to counter down, but it got a really good energy advantage swap, counter swap into the Shadow Gligar.
Oh, that's such a tough position to be in, right? Do you stay in with the Giratina Origin and let the Gligar get a ton of energy, or the Vigoroth get a lot of energy, or do you force the swap, and now you're in a really bad matchup here against Shadow Gligar? But what's great is Shadow Gligar is so low that with this Icy Wind debuff, the wing attacks aren't going to do as much, and you'll be able to counter down.
Yeah, but the problem is you actually give up this energy, and a Protect Shield comes out of Bethamac, and here comes the wing attack down. Can you get the counter down? No, you can't get the counter down. And suddenly, the underdog is on top here because he's going to be able to throw the aerial ace. Plus, he has a Body Slam bank, but it doesn't matter. Everything is just going to get knocked out. Here comes the Snarl Down. He gets the successful Snarl Down, but he's going to lose charge attack priority against the Vigoroth.
Vigoroth, the pseudo fighter, coming in to dominate this meta, able to handle the Mandibuzz and have that beautiful normal typing to resist all damage here from Giratina Origin. Vigoroth is meta, and Vigoroth says, see ya, Giratina.
Double resisted counters in Obethamac, competing in his 2nd tournament ever, and also I feel like was in a negative position in this team composition. He led the Shadow Gligar into a Mandibuzz. You will lose that matchup, but he forced a Protect Shield, then he swapped into the Lantern, tried to bait out that Giratina Origin, and that successful bait out was the reason he got that energy advantage on Vigoroth, which kind of forced some weird moves in the end game for Arceus, in my opinion.
Yeah, even though he had the right alignment, right, he had to swap out into that Poliwrath so that, because Vigoroth, it gets so much energy, it doesn't matter. Like, the Body Slam spam is going to overwhelm you. And unfortunately, because he was forced to switch, the alignment was there for Shadow Gligar to come in that crucial matchup where it survived just before it got to the Aerial Ace.
Yeah, and the amount of health it had left to get to the double Aerial Ace against the Poliwrath. So what, a 30% health Shadow Gligar was able to just take out the Shadow Poliwrath by himself. So he was able to force a Protect Shield from the Mandibuzz and get the Mandibuzz low enough at the end, plus take out a Shadow Poliwrath by himself. That's why Shadow Gligar is on top of the meta right now. And Arceus, who I think has been playing absolutely amazing in this tournament, is now in the winners finals. He is one victory away from day number 2, but he's going to have to reverse sweep Obethamac here. And are we going to see the Giratina Origin as game number 2? Is it too risky against a Vigoroth team?
I think it is a bit too risky, but you also have a huge upside, right? You have that potential Lantern lockdown. You have the great matchup against the Shadow Whiscash. You have some interesting matchups against Skarmory and Cresselia, but Cresselia in this meta, as we've seen today, a lot of trainers are opting for Moonblast instead of the typical Future Sight. And again, that's because of the Dragon. So obviously the Vigoroth with the hard resistances, I'd be curious, would we ever see a Dragon Pulse Giratina Origin, do you think?
I mean, I think it's awesome for coverage. It's just the Dragon Pulse is not a great attack. Yeah. But the thing is, it just sucks. Like, if you had Dragon Pulse in that situation, you're actually doing half of Vigoroth's health. Yeah. And then you can't really get farmed down because you're forcing another Dragon Pulse. And Ominous Wind is not a great attack. It is not significantly lower than the Shadow Ball that it matters so much to bait out. I think you could see a Dragon Pulse, but we're going to have to see Arceus pull off some good moves here to try to reverse sweep this matchup. And this is not a great start.
Oh no, it is not a good start as the Vigoroth able to get a good matchup against the Giratina Origin. We do see a swap out right away into the Dugong.
Obethamac completely calling Arceus's line here, leading Vigoroth into Giratina Origin, and then the counter swap into this Lantern. This Dugong did get almost a 2 Ice Shard advantage, and actually Obethamac gives up a protection here. Is this the little advantage that Arceus needs to get a sweep in the back with Shadow Poliwrath?
This is what I love about Dugong, the ability to put pressure in matchups that is losing, right? You have the Drill Run for super effective damage. It does basically 50% of Lantern's health, as we do see the Dugong go down. But now Giratina Origin has an opportunity to really like finesse this matchup. I think what we're gonna see is allowing this Giratina Origin to get low and have lots of energy and then put full faith in Poliwrath to sweep. But unfortunately, Poliwrath going to be facing off against a Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, and the thing is for Arceus, he did get that Protect Shield. That was his only chance here, is to get that Protect Shield, so he has a chance. He needs to get to double Icy Wind. He needs to hope that he can swap out that Shadow Poliwrath into the Vigoroth that will be coming out soon. And then Obethamac is slow to swap his Shadow Gligar. If Obethamac swaps instantly, he's going to be in a decent position because it's going to be so hard without that Dragon Pulse for Giratina to do literally anything against Vigoroth. Let's see how fast Obethamac swaps. And no, actually saying it, here comes the swap in there. Instant swap. Fast plays from Obethamac, and Arceus is shaking his head here.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to overcome. Shadow Gligar has access to Wing Attack, has access to Aerial Ace. Poliwrath does have the 2-to-1 shield advantage with the Icy Wind debuff, but will it be enough?
And the thing is that Vigoroth banked energy. Arceus allowed that Vigoroth to get some energy before he pulled off this move. So even if you knock out the Gligar, you're probably going to be low enough to get in range of a Body Slam. So this is just going to be a really tough uphill battle for Arceus. It looks like the underdog has a firm control of this matchup.
Obethamac coming into this tournament dominating Arceus Aurelius here in Game 1. Game 2 isn't looking too great, but thankfully Shadow Poliwrath is able to get to this Icy Wind to knock out the Shadow Gligar.
I think Vigoroth has the Body Slam banked, and there is no timer available, so here comes the Body Slam, and here comes the victory from Obethamac, because Vigoroth at this health, there is no shot a Giratina Origin is going to be able to do anything. Throw 4 Shadow Balls, throw 5 Shadow Balls, I don't even know if it will do it.
Oh my goodness, Shadow Ball right here. Going to be heavily resisted as the Vigoroth can easily brush it off. And unfortunately, a meta-dominant Pokemon like Giratina Origin just falls short when it's facing off against normal types.
And decided to go for the boost on the second throw. I think maybe you try to go for that on the first one. Just hope you can get lucky there. Maybe he can get lucky for a boost, but I don't know if he'll get out of range of Rock Slide. And Rock Slide is available for Obethamac. Arceus gives his opponent a round of applause. Well played, well called line side up, Obethamac takes it 2-0.
Wow. Dominant show of force there in game 1 and 2. Vigoroth, obviously the key to victory. Being able to have that alignment against Giratina Origin was critical because not only do you have great coverage against a lot of other Pokemon like Dugong or the Mandibuzz or even Lantern, but you have that resistance that you need. Typically we see it with Lickitung, right, on a lot of teams, but the ability to be a pseudo fighter, having access to counter and the rock slide coverage was pivotal in that game.
Yeah, and it's just so hard from Arceus' side. This was obviously the winner's final, so Obethamac is moving on to day number 2, so congratulations. But it's so hard. You make it all the way here with that Giratina Origin. You don't always use it, but I feel like eventually in some matchups, you're going to get aligned against those normal types. And when you get aligned against those normal types, it's one of the most polarizing matchups in Pokemon Go PvP, right?
Yeah. And I think this all comes down to team reading too, right? We have teams of 6, and we have to bring 3. And Giratina Origin is one of those Pokemon where it's an incredible bench pressure and actually forces your opponent to bring the normal type, whether it's Lickitung or Vigoroth, which are the premier normal types in this meta. And I think because of that, you kind of get a free pick, right? With your bench pressure, if you just bench the Giratina Origin, your opponent then is forced to bring the Vigoroth, and then you can counteract that with different team.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a lot better for Arceus in that situation. Let's look at the highlights here because Obethamac was just so impressive coming into this tournament. Of course, only, I think, 47th in Utrecht. And now coming in this tournament, getting all the way to the winners finals and then winning the winners finals against Arceus, a previous regional champion. And it's with plays like this, catching the aerial ace, also knowing that he would be throwing the aerial ace there because you're low health. I'm extremely impressed with Obethamac's play.
Yeah, and Giratina Origin, though, had an incredible matchup here against the Lantern. Lantern was still able to put in a lot of damage there with the Thunderbolt. Giratina Origin, even with that typing resistance, isn't as bulky, so resisted moves can still do a lot.
Yeah, and the Mandibuzz has been one of the stories here in the European International Championships. It seems so strong, and Giratina seems so strong against the meta, against literally everything, against Vigoroth, and it just had no shot here. And how many times are we going to see it aligned versus the Vigoroth? As long as Obethamac was getting that alignment, it was just so hard to deal with. And that was, I think, he shaked his head a little bit there because I think that was a little bit of a crucial mistake, because if you have any chance of winning this matchup, which I don't think you had much chance there, you needed to have that Vigoroth be energy dry.
Yes.
And then maybe you could get an Icy Wind off before the body slam is available. That was your only window. So to let your Giratina sit in there and let the Vigoroth farm up energy, I think was a slight mistake.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it's like a cardinal sin in Go Battle League. You never want to give Vigoroth a lot of energy because you're going to pay for it later on.
Yeah, you always do, and Vigoroth has been a story of this season. Obviously, once it got the rock slide, and then someone like Lyles Jeff, Abanov, and even with Dodge before that in North America, heavily leaning on the Vigoroth play. We haven't seen it as much because we've seen a lot more Annihilate, and I think we have seen, in general, more Annihilate so far in EUIC.
So if we take a look, we have 3 like dominant fighters. Before, we've always had Metagame in previous years, but now we have Poliwrath, Annihilate, and Vigoroth. What's your choice if you had to choose one?
I would choose Shadow Poliwrath, but I mean, it looks not as strong in that situation of facing the Vigoroth, but let's hear from the winner himself and why he chose Vigoroth out of those 3 fighters. So take it away, Zoe.
Absolutely fantastic games today. Well played. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
I'm really, really excited. I mean, this is my first time being on the stage and being this long in tournament, so I'm really, really happy with it.
It's fantastic, honestly. I wanted to ask you as well, your Vigoroth right at the end there, just putting up a wall, nothing the Giratina can do. How does that make you feel? How was that play for you?
When I was thinking what to bring, I was like, well, the worst thing for my Vigoroth, of course, is the Poliwrath. But I have to bring it every time because the Giratina is coming, because I'm soft to the dragons, and I need to cut it, and I get it.
And you did, and it all played out. So honestly, big congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Have fun with it. Casters, back to you.
I love the choice that he had right there. Like we were talking earlier, because he was soft to Giratina Origin, he was forced to bring Vigoroth every game. And that's why the Team of 6 roster is so crucial, because you have so much bench pressure.
Yeah, and Zoe mentioned it's literally a wall. So if you know Giratina is going to be out there, yeah, you have to bring your wall. Even if you don't properly align your wall, you know in the circular game of Pokemon Go PvP, if you could ever just match up that Vigoroth into the Giratina, that could just flip everything. And I think that's what he did in game number 1. And in game number 2, just hard calling his opponent's line there and just able to secure that victory. And congratulations to Abethamac, his second competition ever in the biggest competition ever in Pokemon Go history, making it on the winner's side to day number 2.
Yeah, for everyone tuning in, 320 battlers here today at the European International Championships, 16 brackets of 20 players from North America, South America, Australia, Europe. It is the biggest tournament to date and the best battles to date.
And of course, because the ecosystem of the championship points, they're all trying to fight for those championship points. And wait, actually, I think there is something happening right now. Let's go over to Zoe. What kind of Pokemon is she catching right now?
Today we're going to be finding some trainers to take photos with their favorite Pokemon. Share your AR photos on socials as well so we can share with the world.
All right, I love it. The Snorlax. That's my wife's favorite Pokemon as well. That's a great pick.
The Snorlax pick, absolutely love it. It's a normal type like we've been seeing dominate today. Unfortunately, it's outclassed a little bit by Lickitung, but it's extremely strong in the Ultra League, especially the Premier Cup, which we had recently.
Yeah, I think it actually has a chance because it has superpower. It can actually do some things against Lickitung. It can beat Lickitung. It can superpower the Vigoroth. It's underrated, especially Shadow Snorlax. You heard it here first. It's underrated, but make sure to share what your favorite Pokemon is. Share it in AR photos. Of course, it's going to be #PlayPokemon, or specifically, it's going to be Pokemon EUIC on Twitter or X.
Yeah, and favorite Pokemon here for me, I'm Alolan Marowak. Absolutely love it. The greatest Pokemon of all time. What's yours?
Oh man, it's so tough. Mine switches around so often. It often comes down to what I like playing and what I like playing at the time. Right now, I'm really in the Shadow Poliwrath. I really love playing Shadow Poliwrath, so that was a little bit of a sad moment there. The Vigoroth just coming out on top for me personally.
Now, Shadow Poliwrath might just be in our next battles, as we do have the next set of trainers ready to go. Arrow versus Mr. McAlvin. Now, Arrow bringing the Whimsicott, Guzzlord, Shadow Charizard. Oh my goodness, triple flyer here with Shadow Gligar and Skarmory.
And Arrow just fitting right into the European scene. He is definitely the spiciest trainer in North America. I mean, he is up there with Magmar Man for sure. He has creative teams. Sometimes he runs triple ice, this time triple fire. And how about the Shadow Charizard? He is running that, but how does that match up versus Mr. McAlvin's team? I feel like he'll have some decent matchups because you know what's crazy? The Shadow Gligar just absolutely destroys Shadow Charizard.
Yeah, and what I think is really interesting about this team dynamic that we saw there, Arrow really has like every answer for any fighter, except, I mean, think about it, Shadow Gligar, Skarmory, Shadow Charizard, Whimsicott, and then Lantern kind of pseudo against Poliwrath, and it's all meant to protect Guzzlord. And the thing is there's no fighter on the other side for Mr. McAlvin. It's a Vigoroth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a pseudo fighter type, right? And he is running, this is pretty much the meta team. I think we saw him on stage earlier. I believe this is his first championship series tournament, but he does have experience in the Go Battle League, I believe, getting some ranks in the top 10, I believe over 3,700 ELO. So he is a very talented battler, and he has made it this far to, I believe, this is also a winner's finals of his group, and he's going to be facing Arrow. Arrow is 6-0. He hasn't lost a single battle here in London yet.
Yeah, Arrow is built different today as he has been dominating, but Mr. McAlvin is incredibly skilled as well as we get into the first battle, Shadow Charizard versus Mandibuzz.
And this is not as terrible as that Shadow Gligar would be in the back because you can actually soak a Dark Pulse or an Aerial Ace here. So are we going to see a pivot baby swap into the Shadow Gligar because Shadow Gligar looks incredibly safe versus Mr. McAlvin's team. So I actually expect to throw some damage and then just get on out of there in the Shadow Gligar, but decides to actually stay in.
Okay, Dark Pulse now going to be coming through Shadow Charizard. Hit incredibly hard with that Blast Burn, but now can it actually survive this Dark Pulse?
It does, just barely, and doesn't get outpaced before the Aerial Ace, so this will be a soft loss in the zeros here, and Arrow seems fine with this. Maybe he's going to try to go for a wing attack down.
Maybe even a Fairy Wind.
Yeah,
Fairy Wind farm down? No, he's going to come in with the wing attack, and we do see the Vigoroth right away.
And is he going to try to maybe soak a Body Slam here and then swap into Whimsicott? Because maybe he is also expecting the Shadow Gligar in the back, and he does not want to match up his Whimsicott into that Shadow Gligar. So this is actually going to be a crucial decision. Obviously, we can see the Shadow Gligar in the back, but Arrow doesn't know yet.
He has no clue, but this is the pivotal decision. Deciding to no-shield the Body Slam, we might see a swap out, but Mr. McAlvin did a great job having a little bit of extra energy there, and this is crucial. Whenever you Body Slam spam, you never want to get caught with 0 energy as a Vigoroth. You always want to have a little bit extra in case your opponent decides to swap out.
And here comes the first Protect Shield of the battle for Mr. McAlvin here, and he's at another Body Slam, and Arrow's just staying in, just going for the wing attacks here. This Vigoroth is almost at another Body Slam, but this Shadow Gligar is really close to the Aerial Ace, uses his first Protect Shield of the game for Arrow. Does he try to pivot here? His timer is up, Mr. McAlvin's timer is almost up, and down goes the Vigoroth. So Shadow Gligar is actually going to come out with enough health to maybe threaten an Aerial Ace. Is that the advantage Whimsicott needs to take down a Gligar?
Yeah, this is so tough. He's going to get the aggressive farm down.
And he gets there!
And the catch on Mandibuzz. What a play from Mr. McAlvin. Oh my goodness.
And the one advantage Arrow had to try to win this matchup, and now another advantage. He's going to try to go for that Fairy Wind down that you were mentioning earlier. Can he get the Fairy Wind down before the Aerial Ace? No! So the Aerial Ace is going to be coming in super effective. This means that Arrow is going to have to get to double Moonblast before double Aerial Ace comes out from Mr. McAlvin. That's going to be tough for the Whimsicott.
I think the only play, I mean, I don't even think Moonblast is going to do enough. I mean, it might do enough, but he has to get a shield bait here with Seed Bomb.
Does he get the shield bait?
No!
No shield!
The no shield call!
And he is running that Seed Bomb. You have 2 options as the Whimsicott, and here comes the Aerial Ace, and that is going to secure the Game 1 victory for Mr. McAlvin. And that Shadow Gligar is so good for a reason. It's going to take out the opposing Shadow Gligar, and Arrow dropping his first game of the entire tournament.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, Arrow has been undefeated up until this point, and I'm curious to see what Arrow was potentially reading. Based on the decision making, I think he might have saw a Shadow Whiscash in the back. Just looking at pure decision making, because he wasn't preparing for Shadow Gligar based on that situation.
Yeah, and he is running triple flyer himself, but maybe he wasn't expecting a double flyer from the opponent. Maybe once he saw the Mandibuzz in the lead, he thought that it could be the Shadow Gligar in the back, which it obviously was this Shadow Gligar in the back. And the Shadow Gligar in this swap in particular is a huge reason Mr. McAlvin came out on top, because if that Aerial Ace lands, maybe then you're a little bit worried about no shielding there, because like you mentioned, Moonblast might not be enough, but if you took an Aerial Ace too, it would have been enough.
Yeah, 100% would have been enough. Now, Arrow is not out yet, right? Arrow is an incredibly skilled battler. He's been undefeated up until this point, so I suspect we're going to see a meta shift on his choices for his team of 3, maybe benching that Whimsicott, which didn't prove beneficial in those matchups because there was no Whiscash as the target, and then maybe we see something else like the Lantern, maybe we see the Scar.
I think what's the best answer to Shadow Gligar Mandibuzz, Zionic? I feel like Guzzlord is so good.
You know, it was my caster prediction for this tournament. Guzzlord, Skeletor's core is so strong. Now, we don't see that on Arrow's side, but we do see a Charizard Guzzlord, which is same, but different.
Yeah, no, it has similar weaknesses and similar strengths. I mean, you don't want to see an Azumarill if you're that core, but everything else, you're looking pretty good. And the underdogs have been looking pretty good, because we had Obethimac take out Arceus. Can Mr. McAlvin take out Arrow? And we just have a repeat of last game, except there's no Whimsicott in the back. Instead, there is a Lantern for Arrow.
I'm curious to see if Arrow's going to want to protect his Shadow Charizard a bit more. Maybe give up a shield to stop a Dark Pulse, load up on a bit of energy, and then try to swap into something a bit more safe, because Shadow Charizard has a lot of damage that it can do against this team.
I completely agree. What stops you from swapping into Shadow Gligar? There is no hard counter on Mr. McAlvin's team, so I feel like that would be a fantastic way to utilize it, actually calling the Aerial Ace bait here, but you're already at the next Aerial Ace, which will knock out, so is it even a bait? You can just double Aerial Ace to take out the Shadow Charizard.
All right, looks like the play is to come in with Lantern and do an aggressive farm down, and Mr. McAlvin does have his switch available, which we see right away, and Shadow Gligar, beautiful play by Arrow. maybe predicting the instant swap like last game and coming with Shadow Gligar right away to get ahead on energy.
Yeah, and he will be slightly ahead on energy into this Vigoroth. The problem is you're going to have that Lantern in the back versus Gligar. You're going to need some kind of energy advantage or some kind of little advantage to win that matchup in the back, because Shadow Gligar can barely edge out the Lantern here if everything is equal.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting how this plays out. Body Slam does land. Aerial Ace is going to be thrown right away, so no messing around. But we do see a shield given up by the Vigoroth. This is going to get a lot of information to Arrow on what to potentially do next.
And here comes the first Protect Shield, and does Arrow match with the Protect Shield? Is he trying to swap? And actually threw on Charge Attack priority. I like that play from Mr. McAlvin, but now Arrow can comfortably throw this X Aerial Ace, and Mr. McAlvin has the Protect Shield, right? You don't want to give up a full Body Slam worth of energy.
Yeah, you don't, as the Aerial Ace is going to be coming through. Vigoroth's going to go ahead and let it go. He's got even shields, and he can get aggressive farm down here, and he's going to look to swap out into Lantern right away, and we have a Gligar now versus Lantern behind on energy.
Oh, it's Water Gun! We missed it! We missed it in the open team sheets this whole time. It's been Water Gun, and Lantern with Water Gun is a much better counter into the Shadow Gligar, but you still don't want to take a dig, and you were behind on energy because I believe there was one wing attack thrown by Arrow before he swapped.
Yes, this dig is going to be hurting. He's going to go ahead and let it go, hoping that it's going to be an Aerial Ace, but unfortunately the dig is going to land, but Lantern can hang on. Mandibuzz has a little bit of health. We're going to see the Aerial Ace thrown right away.
And yes, you're going to try to get this last protection here. This is actually tough. It's not over for Mr. McAlvin. Even though the Water Gun Lantern is a huge swing for Arrow here, you're still going to have to finish it off with a Charge Attack, or can you go for the full Water Gun down and throwing straight away? I think Arrow was expecting this. This is a catch, yes, but
he wants to. He wants to get rid of it.
Yes, he wants to get this Mandibuzz out of there, but he's not at his timer yet. This is really bad if this Gligar can. But no, Water Gun, pew, pew, pew.
Water Gun able to take it out. We thought all hope was lost. We're like, oh, it's the one shields behind on energy, but no. Water Gun Lantern overcame that matchup. You can see the smile on Arrow's face. He's like, I've been cooking today.
Yeah, he has been cooking, and I'm sure Mr. McAlvin was much more aware than us on the open team sheets that this was a Water Gun Lantern, but what a choice from Arrow here. He already has such a creative team, but also now has this Water Gun Lantern that's so much better against the Shadow Gligar, which for both trainers is really, really strong. I think Shadow Gligar looks amazing on both sides. That's why you keep seeing it in every battle.
Yes, I really want to see the Guzzlord come into these games as well. I think it has a lot of good matchups against this team. It just really needs to watch out for the Vigoroth and the Moonblast.
Yeah, and the Vigoroth has been a crucial pivot here for Mr. McAlvin because there's not a huge way that you can punish it if you are Arrow. So Mr. McAlvin is definitely going to be leaning on that. And I think you mentioned earlier that Arrow was expecting that instant pivot. So he came in with Gligar first, knowing that's going to happen anyway, because with this team, there is no downside to pivoting Vigoroth because Vigoroth...
There's no Dugong.
Yeah, Vigoroth is just fine in the Shadow Gligar. It's fine in the Shadow Charizard because you have to respect the Rock Slide and you can throw Body Slams. It's just fine against all three flying types.
Yes, as we do get into the deciding Game 3, Shadow Gligar here versus Mandibuzz. And there's the Guzzlord.
There it is, the Guzzlord in the back, but I don't think you're going to win the alignment here. And in this backline, you really want the alignment because you're faced with a great matchup against Cresselia or a bad matchup against Vigoroth. But Mandibuzz is kind of the king of the neutral flying types. It's just going to outbulk that Shadow Gligar.
Man, if you told me I would have seen like 5 flying type Pokemon in one set of battles, I would have called you crazy, but we are seeing it right here as the Shadow Gligar shields the Dark Pulse.
And he shields the first one because oftentimes trainers don't mess around with the bait on the first one, especially at a high health Pokemon. He knows his strategy going into this lead. He knows how he's going to play out this matchup. I don't think he can win it neutrally in the ones. Is he going to try to go for a 2 Protect Shield situation? This Mr. McAlvin is already at double Dark Pulse pretty much, and he instantly gives up both Protect Shields.
Wow, Arrow making a hard read, wants to utilize the Shadow Gligar a bit more, knowing that this Dark Pulse is going to come through. He's actually going to just not even try to Charge Attack priority it. He's just going to let the Dark Pulse land for free. And Shadow Gligar is going to be able to hang on, and we do see a counter swap now into Cresselia.
But does the Cresselia have the Moonblast? The Cresselia does have the Moonblast. So this is actually tough. You're down 2 Protect Shields. Your best answer is going to be that Guzzlord that you want to avoid the Vigoroth in the back. But this is a fantastic answer too, especially with your shields down. You would not want to soak this Moonblast. Double super effective in the Guzzlord, but Skarmory, no problem.
Yeah, the Moonblast there, going to be resisted, and you just got to pray. Oh, he got the
goodness.
debuff! Oh, no! You know what this is? It's an opportunity, right? One door closes with your attack, another door opens. It's an opportunity to get more energy.
Yeah, and the thing is this good for Arrow? Arrow, I think, doesn't love it so far because now you're going to have a tough time steel winging down plus sky attacking. He wanted to go for the sky attack and eventually steel wing down to bank some energy now, but because of that debuff, such a low chance on that Moonblast, you're not steel winging down, so you kind of have to reset from 0, but at least you can get back to your timer after this next Moonblast.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if we see a swap out again here by Arrow, maybe into the Shadow Gligar to get ahead on energy, or maybe the Guzzlord and just bank double charge moves here on Skarmory. Switch clock is coming back up.
And there it is, swap, but now counter swap, and remember, Mr. McAlvin has that double protect shield advantage now, and it's this tricky situation when there's a double swap here. You want to throw on optimal timing, and Arrow does get that good timing with that Dragon Claw and gets a protect shield.
Now this looks like a bad matchup, right? Counter user, body slam spam into a Guzzlord, but Guzzlord's Dragon Tails are adding up, and another Dragon Claw coming through, and this is why I said Arrow's like, you know what? Yeah, I got the debuff, but guess what? I got double sky attack on the back end.
The composure for these unique strategies, and you just have all this energy in the back banked, but this Vigoroth is going to be able to just counter down here, but the thing is, if you can endure a Rock Slide, which you can't, so this Vigoroth is just going to be able to, does it throw the blind Rock Slide? Does it expect the Skarmory?
It has two rocks.
But does the Gligar hang on? Here comes the Sky Attack.
Oh!
He threw the Rock Slide, he threw it blind, and that was the right call because this is going to secure the knockout. Now you can just go for the body slam, and suddenly the underdog has the 3-ball flex. Mr. McAlvin takes it 2-1.
Wow, Vigoroth proving so dominant in this meta as it takes down not only one, but two fighters right there as Mr. McAlvin takes down Arrow.
And Vigoroth just lifting up the underdogs in this tournament. 2 series in a row from a Bethamac, and now Mr. McAlvin, congratulations. He is now moved on to day number 2 by winning the winners finals of his bracket.
Wow. And Arrow's team, right, if we saw, it had Shadow Charizard, Skarmory, Shadow Gligar, Whimsicott, like everything to stop every fighter in this meta, except for Vigoroth.
Yeah, and I feel like Arrow, that double protect shield strategy, he wanted to get the alignment. He thought that he could hard wall something in the back. You have to get creative. You already have creativity with the team comp, so you have weaknesses that you need the alignment, but when you can't get alignment, you just use both your protect shields in the end. Do you think that Moonblast attack drop affected a lot of what Arrow was going for that could have really helped Mr. McAlvin?
It 100% did, because it takes away the ability to farm down with Steel Wing, right? And if he had gotten that aggressive farm down, now he's facing off against Vigoroth, who has no energy. But instead, he was forced to swap into Guzzlord to try to get himself an advantage, right? Guzzlord was able to get 2 shields from the Vigoroth, but because Vigoroth trusted the full farm down and just double Rock Slide, right? Double Rock Slide handled the Shadow Gligar and the Skarmory.
Well, let's look at this matchup because, like you mentioned, there was a ton of flying types, but Vigoroth is probably the best fighting type versus all these flying types because it's not fighting type. It is a pseudo fighter because it is a normal type that uses counter as its fast attack. So it's just so much safer. Even against a triple flying team, you're just blind pivoting it no matter what.
Yeah, and I think Shadow Gligar, like we talked about earlier, one of the top picks in a recent tournament and dominating here as well, and we're seeing it on most teams. And that's for good reason, just how powerful it is, the coverage that it has. It just has to watch out for stuff like Dugong.
Yeah, and the thing is, Vigoroth seems stronger right now too because Whiscash and Shadow Whiscash hasn't felt like it has made its presence known in the European International Championships, which you've seen a lot of it at regional or special event championship series. So it's been a lot of Shadow Gligar, to be honest, and this is a fantastic answer to that Shadow Gligar. This almost swung the entire series for Arrow. The fact that he teched his Lantern for Water Gun secured him that game number 2.
Yeah, that was huge, and I think it's specifically for the Shadow Gligar matchup, 100%. Also picks up stuff like Skeletors, which is going to be pretty strong in this meta, as we saw Emmy Weedle win with that earlier, and that was a huge play. We got so excited. We had the moves on screen, and we didn't even notice it, and we saw it in game, and I hope those of you at home who are watching enjoyed that series of battles because that was awesome.
Yeah, and to that point, because trainers are bringing similar Pokemon, doesn't mean they use it the same way.
Yeah.
Cresselia can use Future Sight instead of Moonblast. You can use that Water Gun instead of Spark. We're just so used to seeing the Spark that we didn't even look for it, because you just see every trainer using that Spark because you would rather have it against the Mirror Lantern for sure, but against that Shadow Gligar, which Arrow's team was pretty weak to, it was an important piece of tech for him. It just didn't quite work out, but Arrow is not eliminated yet. He took his first loss of the tournament, but now he will be moving on to the loser's side of the bracket and will face whoever loses in the loser's final.
And I think it makes a lot of sense with his team composition, right? Because he didn't have a fighter, he didn't have a Whiscash. He needed a way to better handle a lot of ground and prototypical tanks that we see. Maybe something like Bastiodon, which we haven't seen today, but it's out there. It's lurking. And the Water Gun Lantern makes a lot of sense, and it was great to see. Now, Arrow, like you said, isn't out, right? He's got to fight his way back, and we're going to be having battles very shortly. But overall, this tournament has been a lot of fun. It was so cool to see such unique teams. Like I said, like out of the 12 Pokemon in that last set of battles, 5 of them were flyers.
Yeah, I mean, they're so strong right now because the Shadow Gligar is the top flyer in terms of usage. You're trying to find ways to be a similar role as that Shadow Gligar, but also beat the Shadow Gligar. Because you know that Shadow Gligar is going to be in a lot of team composition, so how can I do what that Shadow Gligar does, but then also beat it? So then you're strong in 2 positions, and that's why I feel like Mandibuzz has been one of the standout Pokemon so far at EUIC, because it's able to beat Gligar, but also has that flying type coverage to counter the Annihilates, counter the Poliwraths. Even though those are kind of more neutral matchups, it still does okay.
Now, we do have some posts from you guys on social media that we're going to be taking a look at here shortly, and we'll see what you guys have been doing here at EUIC.
I saw this yesterday. I believe this is in the Poke Center here in London. Good luck to all my friends competing at EUIC. Awesome picture, awesome Pikachu. If you're here at the venue, you can check that out in the Poke Center.
And we do see the Gengar there. This has no right being as soft and as good a quality as it is. 100% cotton, baby. Hashtag Pokemon EUIC. If you guys are at home, be sure to share these posts as well and cheer on your friends as we go ahead and get to the next one.
Yeah, speaking of the Poke Center, you can get that sweatshirt in the Poke Center, maybe even online as well, but I have to double check that out. And this is XL London. This is where the biggest competition ever for Pokemon Go is taking place. But of course, we have 4 games here. We have Unite, VGC, and TCG. It upsets me that when visitors come to UK, it looks like this. It's usually bright, sunny skies in April, I promise. I don't know if I believe you, but it's beautiful nonetheless.
You know what? It doesn't matter if it's raining outside because the atmosphere inside is electric.
Yeah, exactly. And it's weather boosted if it's raining anyway. So we love the rain. Bring on the rain in this electric atmosphere. Got me tempted to pick up Pokemon TCG. Anyone want to teach me a lovely day out of the Pokemon Center? You know, that's great because one of the things that is amazing about these events is you don't have to compete. You can also spectate and do side events. Side events is a great way to learn new games if you want to learn Pokemon Go or if you want to learn TCG. Come on down, play with some other trainers, learn a little bit. It's an awesome space.
And that's why they have the Spectator Pass, right? To be able to come here and enjoy the atmosphere. If you love Pokemon Go and you love watching the tournaments, but you don't feel like you want to compete just yet, if there's a tournament near you, go get a Spectator Pass, watch what's going on, participate in the Pokemon atmosphere because there are so many different things to do here.
Yeah, it's the best place to play Pokemon, literally, because there's all these other trainers that want to play Pokemon and you want to dip your toes a little bit, do these side events, get a little bit of momentum before you want to compete. Also, if you're a Pokemon Go trainer, come to these events because it's the best place to catch Pokemon, especially PvP relevant Pokemon.
Yeah, and what I also love is our community, our ability to come together and go for trades, which is very crucial. I was able to do a trade with Status Stan earlier yesterday, and I got my Giratina Origin for the Great League. So excited to use that.
Yeah, that is a tough one to get because it's a special research, so you have to find another fellow trainer that got that level 15 Giratina Origin and mirror traded, but it is just a fun aspect of Pokemon Go PvP. I'm always trying to meet new trainers so I can mirror swap some legendaries, try to get some different distributions to have some advantages in the game, and these events are the best place to do it.
Yeah, and one of the cool things you can do is if you're planning to come to these events, make sure you hoard up on meta-relevant Pokemon, right? Stuff like Mandibuzz or maybe some Whiscash, so that you can trade with other trainers, because you want to try to always have something for someone else, as we're going to go ahead and dive into a Pokedex.
Oh no, I'm getting nervous, Ionic. This is tough. Chat, help us out. Okay, we're gonna start with the first one. Although it's alien to this world and a danger here, it's apparently a common organism in the world where it normally lives. Okay.
I'll just go Guzzlord, alien to this world, and it's meta here today.
Is it that psychic type? You know that psychic type Pokemon that looks a little alienish? You know what I'm talking about?
There's a lot.
There is a psychic type Pokemon that looks alienish. I can't remember its name right now, but that is my guess. It's a psychic type Pokemon. It's Buzzwole. Okay, that makes sense because they are invading this Earth. So Buzzwole makes sense, and Buzzwole is also awesome in Pokemon Unite. It's benched in Pokemon Unite, so that's why we're using it for the Pokedex game.
You know, I was close, right? Guzzlord, it was close enough. Same family.
Yeah, you actually were close. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going on the other world. All right, so this Pokemon exists 300 million years ago. Team Plasma altered it and attached a cannon to its back.
Okay, it's got to be Blastoise.
What?
Blastoise has a cannon on its back.
Yeah, but okay.
It existed 300 million years ago, though. That is. I don't know if Blastoise has.
All right, I'll one up. I guess
300 million years.
I have no clue what it is.
Yeah.
No.
Wait. No, go.
No, the names. The name's escaping me. Oh my gosh. The bug with the different cannons on its back.
Genesect.
Yes,
It's
yes.
Genesect. Final answer. We nailed it. We didn't guess anything else.
Oh,
yes, we did it. We did it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, edit the other part out. I heard a cannon and I got excited.
Yeah, but it didn't attach it. It evolves into it.
You know, it was so wrong that it helped your brain think of the next answer.
I was about to go for Mega Blastoise to just help you out.
if this Pokemon's sticky saliva gets on you and you don't clean it off, an intense itch will set in. The itch won't go away either. Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of Pokemon that could have saliva, but I'm just going to go with Goodra?
I was going to go Goomy because it's a little slimy.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with Goomy.
What do we get?
And you go with Goodra.
Yeah, it's going to be wrong.
Chat, what do you think? Type your comments in there. Lickitung. It's sticky saliva gets on you. You don't clean it off. And intention. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, there's going to be a lot of saliva when you have a tongue that long, right? That makes a lot of sense. I was going off the actual, like, goo that you can see from Goodra, but I guess it is saliva, which Goodra, yeah, I was wrong.
Lickitung just became the villain here because Lickitung has licked a lot of things down in the championship series, so there is a lot of itchy Pokemon out there because of Lickitung. That was the Pokedex game. I hope you did much better than us. We were 1 for 3. We will take it. It's better than 0 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, you get a win, right? Genesect. I was like, I had to remember the name. I'm terrible, especially with like off-meta stuff, like for play Pokemon tournaments, because we're so zoned in. Genesect was a good one, but I can't believe we said Goodra.
We should have got Lickitung. I think that was a softball.
Yeah,
I think Productions was like, okay, give them a good Pokemon Go PvP Pokemon, give us a softball, and then we just struck out.
Yeah.
All right.
you know, we might not be good at this, but guess who's good? Are the trainers that we have up next.
Yes.
As we do have Onion Frank versus Snowman 23.
And Onion Frank, another North American trainer that often top cuts, hasn't quite become a regional champion, and North America hasn't done as well here at the European International Championship so far. Only Dunebug was able to move on to day 2, going 4-0 in his bracket.
Yeah, man, more flyers. 5 again. Shadow Gligar, Altaria, Shadow Gligar, Altaria, and a Skarmory there. That, like, flyers are dominating, and Bastion and Reggie Steele are sitting at home going like, hey, I want put me in.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Onion Frank is one of the few trainers here today that's actually bringing a Steel type. How many Steel types have we seen so far? Almost none. Yeah. And he is bringing that Shadow Alolan Sandslash that's going to be really good against all of those flying types. Skarmory can do okay versus that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but you dominate the Shadow Gligar and the Altaria matchup.
You know, I'd be really curious to see, much like Lantern with its fast move, it's very pivotal for matchups. Curious to see what the moveset is, and it is Powder Snow. So that's going to be covering the Altaria and the Shadow Gligar.
We have Spark Lantern. Now every time I see a lantern, I'm like zooming in on it. And we have the Moonblast Cresselia as well. Everything else looks pretty normal on Onion Frank's side. Like I mentioned, a well-known North American trainer has made a ton of top cuts, and he's going to be facing a team that is fairly meta, something pretty familiar, another Spark Lantern.
Yeah, and the Powder Snow, again, going to be very dominant in this matchup. Powder Snow is typically used not only for the flyers, right, for Shadow Gligar and Altaria, but it really helps out against Lickitung, right, instead of running the Shadow Claw. So that might prove very crucial in this best of 3 series, as Snowman is going to have to be very careful about the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And Snowman has been competing a lot in European regionals and special events recently. He competed in Utrecht, he competed in Dortmund, and then he actually top-cutted Liverpool. He got 7th place in Liverpool this season, his best performance of his championship series career.
Yes, and these two trainers, incredibly skilled, and they are locked in. Here we go. Will we see the Shadow Alolan Sandslash? No, it's going to be Lantern on Lantern.
Okay, it's going to be Spark versus Spark. It's going to come down to charge attacks priority sometimes in these mirror matchups. We're going to see which trainer has trained for the more attack stat, and a lot of times they don't go for it right away because they actually don't want it revealed. But guess what? They both win it for it one after, and it's revealed anyway.
It's revealed. Onion Frank is going to be winning charge attack priority, but there could be, they could have the same, and then it's a coin flip if they actually do have the same attack.
No, that's completely possible here. I mean, we'll have to see if we find out later. Both the Thunderbolts land. You have that shiny Skarmory in the back, which is looking pretty good if it can somehow get an energy advantage. Obviously, it just needs to avoid, and actually just throwing the Surf here, and Onion Frank instantly no protect shields.
Yeah, just wants to let this go, knowing that it can survive. We're going to see a bit more of an aggressive, oh no, we just go see the Thunderbolt right away, and the Snowman here is going to go ahead and let it go. Now, Vigoroth in a great position to come in and farm down.
I mean, you do come in with the Vigoroth. I was thinking if you got really greedy, you could come in with that Steel Wing because Skarmory looks so good against the backline here. You're kind of double weak to Shadow Poliwrath here. You don't have a good answer. You're just going to try to throw this Body Slam into the Shadow Poliwrath, but no shield.
That is going to be crucial for this game because now we have a Skarmory coming in. Steel Wing is going to be resisted, so thankfully Shadow Poliwrath is going to be able to hang on, but had they shielded that Body Slam, this would be a completely different matchup.
But the problem is, and the Icy Wind comes through, so that's a great call by Snowman there to let the lower damage attack go through, but the problem is you're not Steel Winging down this Shadow Poliwrath. As soon as the Body Slam landed, maybe you try to go for a counter down because these Steel Wings are resisted, and now you are frozen and debuffed, and the Shadow Poliwrath is probably just going to double shield and counter through, and he counters through.
And now we're going to see the Icy Wind be thrown because Onion Frank, knowing how good Cresselia can do in this matchup, especially after the Icy Wind debuffs, you might as well go for the back-to-back and just secure the victory.
And here comes the next Icy Wind. It is available, and that is just a tough break for Snowman here. He's probably going to have to give up his last Protect Shield. It could have been a Scald, also going to land into the Vigoroth, but there's just a full health Cresselia. And Cresselia, Cycle Cut doesn't do much damage, but it can win this battle.
Yeah, man, that Cresselia, so thankful the Skarmory came out onto the field.
Yes.
Onion Frank played that very well, though. Poliwrath, like you mentioned before, very strong in this meta, and it's because of the ability to resist Steel Wing, which is on Skarmory is very common amongst a lot of teams.
And it's an important point because I think in that situation, if you're Snowman, as soon as you see the Body Slam land, it's going to be incredibly hard to finish off the Poliwrath with Skarmory because Steel Wing is not going to do it, and Shadow Poliwrath has 2 Protect Shields, and once Onion Frank sees your Skarmory, he now knows Shadow Poliwrath is really strong, so he's gonna double Protect Shield. I think in that situation, as soon as the Body Slam lands, you're like, okay, that's a miracle. Now I'm going to try to shield and counter my way through that Poliwrath and just hope for the best.
Yeah, and Snowman here needs to make a little adjustment. Will we see Shadow Gligar now come out onto the field, right, with Wing Attack and Aerial Ace? Will we see a more neutral matchup with the Altaria and Dragon Breath? Does really need to watch out for Icy Wind, don't get me wrong, that's why Poliwrath is so strong. but Steel Wing's Skarmory is just not going to do it. If you have 3 flyers, right, you got options.
Yeah, you definitely do have options, and the Shadow Gligar is a great option to what we saw for game number 1 out of Onion Frank, because he's running that double water type, because the Shadow Poliwrath protects the Lantern from the Shadow Whiscash. You can pair them together, but what beats that pair is going to be the Shadow Gligar. So I think Shadow Gligar would be a great adjustment to what Onion Frank brought in that game number 1, but Onion Frank is extremely experienced battler. He might show something game number 1 and just completely flip the script in game number 2.
Yeah, and talk about flipping the script. We talked about bench pressure earlier with Giratina Origin in those matchups against Vigoroth. Shadow Alolan Sandslash with Powder Snow, right? These trainers see the movesets of the opponent's team. Powder, he's got to be staring. Snowman's got to be staring at Powder Snow and be like, that is a threat. And that's probably why that's why we saw the Skarmory instead of the Altaria and the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, and these are the achievements from Onion Frank. San Antonio top 8, Portland top 8, Knoxville top 3. He was literally 1 charge attack against Caleb. He could have thrown a Mud Bomb or a Scald and win that matchup, but he decided to do 1 Mud Shot and then didn't get into the grand finals. He's literally been so close, and now he's so close to day number 2. All he needs is 1 more victory, and he's got a fantastic lead against Snowman.
Poliwrath versus Vigoroth. This is a matchup you want to see, as we do see a swap out right away, and this is going to be a Shadow Gligar versus Lantern. This is a matchup that can be flipped.
Yeah, and this is the exact Pokemon that you mentioned would be a great adjustment, because you're able to handle that core of Lantern and Poliwrath, and because Onion Frank didn't make an adjustment with his team composition at all, just the alignment of it, there is no hard answer to the Shadow Gligar safe swap. So now Snowman is back in this game.
Now, there is an opportunity before us right here. Just because you lose Switch doesn't mean you can't get an advantage in some way. And we might see an aggressive Cresselia farm down with Psycho Cut.
Yeah, and the Air Lace is going to knock out. So does Onion Frank care about the alignment, or does he think his Poliwrath in the back is just going to be so strong, so he's just going to ride with the Poliwrath? And like you mentioned, you could go for the Psycho Cut down, which will be tough. The counter down is tough too, but it looks like he's going to go for the counter down. I don't think he's going to get there. No, he does not!
It doesn't get there in time. Poliwrath is going to be forced to shield. But on the flip side, Poliwrath does have a lot of energy, and it can go places, right? The only answer is the Altaria, and it takes super effective damage from Icy Wind.
Yeah, you don't want to soak this energy on Altaria, because it's double super effective here. You're going to have to give up your Protect Shield right back. And there it comes out of Snowman here. Does Onion Frank stay in or pivot to the Cresselia? The Cresselia has a great backline matchup as well, so you have a lot of opportunity here. Or do you try to get to the Icy Wind before the Sky Attack is available?
Ooh, what a powerful throw here. It's going to be forcing the second shield of this game, and now they can safely swap into the Cresselia and maintain this advantage. But looking, oh man,
actually staying
in.
And trying to force energy out of the Altaria, because he knows the Protect Shields are down. All he needs to do is get to a Moonblast against this Altaria, right? So he's just trying to soak some of that energy, but I expect Snowman to pivot out and not throw this energy.
Yep.
There comes the pivot.
Yeah, and this is where things get very interesting, because all that energy he was hoping to be soaked on the Cresselia is now gone, right? It is now back to normal attack, because whenever you swap your Pokemon out, you clear any buffs or debuffs.
Yeah, in the Moonblast lands, can you get the Grass Knot plus Psycho Cut down? Because then you start ramping up your energy to try to get that Moonblast on the Altaria. And it's a crucial decision on what you want to Protect Shield. Will Moonblast be the most fearsome charge attack? So you probably just save your Protect Shield for that.
Yeah, I think so. But there's also a tough thing, right? You save your shield for Moonblast, but now you have to be concerned about Dragon Breath.
Yes.
And this is where things get very interesting, because it's going to be a race between Dragon Breath and the ability to get to Moonblast on Cresselia's side.
And could Snowman get to double Sky Attack?
Yeah.
You get that extra Psycho Cut, which is actually huge. No, you're just so far away from that Sky Attack. You are in danger of the Dragon Breath, but Cresselia is just so bulky, it is able to close this game out with 3 straight Moonblasts.
Moonblast is the move to have, as Altaria, hangs on with 1 HP and a dream.
Oh, he does hang on.
And it goes down.
A 1 HP and a nightmare about Moonblast.
Yeah, not a dream, not a dream.
But Onion Frank moves on to day number 2, the second North American trainer to do so, joining Dunebug, but that means Snowman is going to be moving on to the loser side of the bracket and will participate in the losers finals.
That was such a good set of battles, and like I said, it was all about the bench pressure from the Powder Snow, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and we saw that fear. And Snowman there in the final game decided, you know what? I'm just going to bring the Altaria and the Shadow Gligar. Let's see if you bring the Alolan Sandslash, and it didn't come, but what was so crucial and so pivotal was the Shadow Poliwrath being able to get to multiple Icy wins.
Yeah, and we jokingly call Onion Frank in North America the mad scientist because he cooks up some crazy teams and he always has unique strategies. In this situation, he just ran the same 3 Pokemon, just ran them in different alignment, and it was just kind of overwhelming. His strategy was so on point, it was hard to deal with. Even if it's predictable, it was hard to deal with. I think Snowman knew those Pokemon were coming, and he made the awesome adjustment of Shadow Gligar, Say Swap, and still, it was just too much.
Yeah, and what I like too is the ability to predict, or not predict, but know your win condition. As we saw the Cresselia be given the shield, right? You could think, oh, there's a Vigoroth in the back, I have to keep Poliwrath alive because Poliwrath beats Vigoroth. But actually, Cresselia can still beat the Vigoroth as long as it has that 1-0 shield advantage.
Yeah, in that situation, also staying in with the Poliwrath to force the Sky Tech, because you know if it all flipped in the end and you were matched up against the Altaria after both trainers swapped, you know you're not going to endure those Dragon Breaths.
Yeah.
But now you know that they're double debuff from Icy Wind. This is my only shot to get to another Icy Wind, and this will force energy out of the opponent. So it was a smart play by Onion Frank. That's why he top cuts so often. Let's take a look at the highlights.
All right, we do have the Thunderbolt here on the Mirror. And Lantern versus Lantern on the lead is always tough because you have to choose whether you want to take switch advantage or you want to let it go and come in for energy. And Vigoroth as well, Body Slam so strong in this meta, but this just goes to show how good Poliwrath can be against Skarmory's because of the Steel Wing resistance.
And how good Poliwrath was against all of Snowman's team, because you had that Icy Wind for the Shadow Gligar, have it for the Altaria, and then you're really good against Skarmory. The only thing you have to really worry about is that Lantern or Shadow Gligar, but there still is some play. So Snowman didn't really have that hard answer for that Shadow Poliwrath, and I feel like that's why Onion Frank rode the Shadow Poliwrath, was protect shielding it, and in the end, it was just too much for Snowman to handle. He was even not successful in getting counter down, and he still did so much with the Shadow Poliwrath.
Yeah, Shadow Poliwrath, incredibly strong in this tournament. I mean, it's basically the story of today, right? Vigoroth and Shadow Poliwrath. Annihilate, we haven't seen as much as we progress through this tournament.
Yeah, we really haven't. We have seen the Vigoroth, especially in the last 3 matchups. I think 3 straight underdogs were bringing in that Vigoroth, in this certain situation, the other trainer came out on top. Congratulations to Onion Frank.
Yeah, Onion Frank dominated that series right there. And it's so interesting. I always love seeing what teams are being made and why they're being made. And there's just so many flyers. And it's like every option you can have. The only thing we haven't really seen of recent past, let's see, is the Mantine.
Yeah, I think to that point, a huge reason is because Shadow Gligar is so dominant. It's perceived as the best Pokemon in Championship Series right now. It's so good against Steel types.
Yeah.
It dominates Registeel. And
But we haven't even really seen it.
Yeah, the thing is, like, but since no one's bringing Steel types, that's why everyone's bringing the Flyers, right? Because there's no Steel types to threaten those flying types. But let's hear from the mad scientist himself and why he created his team the way he did. Take it away, Zoe.
What was that, sorry? Ooh.
Hello.
Alrighty, I think we are on the microphones well and truly. Onion Frank, beautiful performance, wonderful games. How are you feeling after that match?
I'm feeling good going into tomorrow.
Yeah?
I'm pretty hungry. My friend got me some food, so I'm looking forward to that.
So you're going to finish up this interview, go and get nice and nourished, ready for tomorrow. I did notice on your team, the Shadow Poliwrath putting in a lot of work. Do we need to feed the Poliwrath as well for tomorrow, or what are you expecting to see?
Definitely fear it. It's really good. Against that team, as long as it wasn't on, I think, Lantern, like, it was running free against that team. So I just brought it and avoided Lantern.
Yeah, I mean, it all worked out, honestly. So 10 points to you, amazing. What would you like, I guess, for your team tomorrow? Who would you really like to shine? Like, which Pokemon on your team would you love to see get some play time? if it works out?
Probably Altaria. I didn't bring that one game today. And I didn't bring Gligar a single game, I don't think.
But there's potential for some play over the weekend, so big congratulations once again going into day 2. Good luck for it. We're going to jump to break now for some championship moments. We'll see you guys soon.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss sent Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion, as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, trainers. We have had so many exciting battles here at the Europe International Championship, the largest Pokemon Go tournament to date, and we are going to have even more exciting battles.
Yeah, first of all, I have to mention, I love Fuecoco. That little clip was very, very cute. But yes, you're absolutely right. We have had so many high-stake games already. So many players have qualified Day 2. North American trainers, they're really making a name for themselves here, if I may say so. I mean, they already have big names, to be honest, but there are so many qualified for Day 2. EU needs to step it up.
Yeah, some well-known trainers amongst us, such as Doombug, made it through. We saw that on stream earlier. We saw Arrow lose in the winners final. However, he got through in the losers final. He beat Don't Tactical there. It's Axon lost first round and is now through as well. But we're going to have a European battle coming up soon. Let's head to the stage and let's see who we are going to have now, because I'm very excited to see these two battlers. We saw Gengineer take out Rise to Occasion, a North American battler, and on the right we have Zweilos, an absolute staple in the European competition.
He was the first special event champion of the 2024 season with Spice, the first Powder Snow, Shadow Alolan Sandslash that won a tournament, Shadow Venusaur, and of course a Pokemon that you love, Pelipper.
I love Pelipper. Such a cool Pokemon. Unfortunately, I think Mantine is a little bit better of a water and flying type currently.
Betrayal.
Betrayal. I would use it if I could, but yeah, currently Mantine is a little bit better. However, let's take a look at these players that we have here. Gengineer and his team. His team is quite meta, as we saw earlier. No real surprises here, not in the movesets as well. Yes, they have Moonblast, Cresselia. I think most Cresselia today have been running Moonblast, right?
Yeah.
Probably to cover the dragons a little bit better.
Yeah. Very few people are probably afraid of the Guzzlord taking over. It's the most premier dragon. And I like the Dugong as well. It is not a off-meta spice pick, but it is something that is not seen on every team. But it is performing well. It's just such a safe Pokemon to use, like even in the matchups that are bad for you, except for Poliwrath, you have like neutral icy winds.
Absolutely. Now that Moonblast, Leo, it's going to be very useful here, because we see a Guzzlord, but it's going to be tough to use against Gengineer. He has that Moonblast Cresselia, he has the Dugong and the Vigoroth, so that makes it a little bit tough. But the Pokemon I do like on his side is that Shadow Abomasnow, and it pairs so well with Talonflame, as long as there's no Carbink or Bastiodon to core break it.
That is the EU special right here, right?
This is the EU special. This is what a lot of EU players have been using indeed. However, Zweilos is going for that Shadow Abomasnow here. You see again those achievements from Zweilos here in the 2024 season. He indeed was the special event champion, and then he got to top 8 in Dortmund in his home country as well.
Yeah, and I remember Zweilos from Liverpool 2023, where he went to top 16
with an Ampharos, I think, right?
Ampharos and Tapu Fini.
Yeah, crazy, right? Zweilos really likes those off-meta picks. I wouldn't call it exact spice, because you often see them sometimes, but they're like Pokemon that a lot of players don't use, but still have a lot of play. And I would count Talonflame as one of those. It's rarely in the top 12 usage, and yeah, but it's been doing very well in many top cuts. I think our trainers are ready, Leo. Let's see what these players are bringing.
I want to say that Gengineer is for sure going to bring that Whiscash somewhere he does not. He's going very weak to Talonflame, and he's already seeing Talonflame in the lead with the Gligar, which is maybe even the best matchup he has.
Yeah, is this an XXL Gligar here, Leo? It looks pretty big, honestly.
Huge, right?
It's huge, actually, yeah. This is a pretty favorable matchup for the Talonflame, just because after one Flame Charge, your Incinerate damage will be doing so much here, but Gligar will be able to fight back here pretty comfortably as well.
You can already see that the wing attacks do add up. We're at about 75% HP on the Talonflame, maybe 65. I'm bad with math, but we're going to see some more wing attacks. We're going to go for another aerial ace, so we are slightly outpacing here. Talonflame will have to give up another shield.
Using 2 shields here, preserving that Talonflame, and then going for another Incinerate. Optimal timing from Zweilos here. I don't think that an area ace will quite knock out yet, but I don't know if Genjiner will decide. Yes, he does shield this. He wants to get his area ace off, but he can only do 1 wing attack here, and he does. Does this knock out Leo?
Oh, this is going to be really, really close. The Shadow Gligar deals a heavy amount of damage with Aerial Ace against a Pokemon that is not so frail, and it barely hangs on. But is this even enough to do anything? Because Incinerate takes half an hour to register the damage.
Yeah, the Incinerate damage didn't even register on the Dugong. However, Zweilos does have the answer in the Annihilate, and then Charge Bug comes in. But Charge Bug is a problem here when shields are down, because Abomasnow does take super effective damage from... Oh my goodness, a catch on a discharge! This is resisted, Leo!
Oh, this is so good. And I was even coming up with a different plan to stay in that matchup. Throw a Shadow Ball and then try to go for an Energy Ball on the Dugong. But this is looking good. The only problem is that you can't really take an X-Scissor from the Charger Bug.
From this range, the X-Scissor super effective will definitely knock out, but the Annihilate still has so much energy as well. I think Zweilos is in such a good position. At this point, we even have, you can even knock it out with a Night Slash.
That is true. I mean, Genjiner is very, very close to the next charge attack, so Zweilos will have a hard time countering down without taking more damage. So we're immediately going to throw a Night Slash. Night Slash is for sure going to knock out, and then we're in the end game. We're going to be Annihilate versus Dugong. Annihilate is a little bit chipped. Let's see about Dugong.
Yeah, and it has some energy as well, so does Dugong. But I believe that these trainers, yeah, he will get to the Shadow Ball before the first Ice Wish is launched, and that's devastating because you can't even debuff this Shadow Ball.
That is going to be huge, and of course the counters will add up as well. However, Dugong is a very bulky Pokemon, but it deals quite a big amount of damage to the Annihilate because it is so frail. The Drill Run is being charged up. This is going to be very close. This is going to deal. Annihilate is deep in the red, but the counters add up too fast.
Yeah, Annihilate takes this game for Zweilos. That is a 1-0 score. What a well-played game there from Zweilos. That discharge catch was so good, and I love that Genjiner at the very end threw a Drill Run instead of an Icy Wind. And the reason why is because Drill Run does a little bit more damage. You don't debuff your opponent's attack, but you do deal a little bit more damage if both are neutral.
And you have to try and go for the knockout in this scenario specifically. It doesn't help you to debuff 1 or 2 counters. You want to deal the damage with the Drill Run to have the chance of cheesing it out there.
Exactly. Well, I do think that it would have helped to debuff the counts there, but then you wouldn't have the extra damage that Drone had. So it's a little bit of an offset there. Yeah, Zweilos just taking switch advantage there really helped. I think that the Dugong didn't have a lot of play in the first place. I would say that Abomasnow is not a terrible matchup though, because the Power Snows from Abomasnow are double resistant. And that means that Dugong, dealing neutral damage on the Ice and Grass type Pokemon, has an actual okay matchup.
Yeah, that is true. With shields, it's a very good matchup for Dugong.
Yeah.
Without shields, with
yeah, it could get
heavy hitting energy ball, it can be difficult, but you definitely need more than just 1 charge attack. However, I think that WP Genjiner, I said this last game, I was expecting the Whiscash because there's no real other answer for the Talonflame. Talonflame will always cause problems. Gligar was the best one. Oh, and we are going to go into the match quite soon.
No, this is the replay. This is the replay.
Oh.
There was the catch of the Charger Bug on that Abomasnow, right? The discharge there resisted, and I think that allowed Zweilos to win this battle because otherwise he would have to take 2 X-Scissors, which you can't because 1 X-Scissor already drops you so low, right?
Thank you so much for calling me out there. I thought we were already in the game. I was like, oh no, we missed everything. But we of course didn't. It wasn't just the highlight. So as I said, I think Whiscash is basically almost necessary to deal with the Talonflame because everything else, Gligar can handle it basically, but it's not good.
But what if it's on Abomasnow? Or what if it's on Guzzlord? Guzzlord is probably unlikely to come out from Zweilos. And I believe Zweilos is already ready. Genjiner is still picking his team here, thinking through what he could use to take on his opponent here. I do expect the Gligar from Genjiner simply because it has so much play. Even against an Abomasnow, you can still have super effective wing attacks and areas.
Oh, and we're going to go into the lead. It is Shadow Gligar versus Shadow Abomasnow. Zweilos must like that. There is space. Oh, we're switching out immediately, and it is Annihilate against the Dugong again. However, I think the Dugong got into 2 ice shards already, so that might change a little bit to the matchup.
Oh, I love this strategy from Genjiner, Leo. You see what he's doing? He's baiting out the Annihilate with the Dugong, so the Vigoroth in the back runs free. And Vigoroth with Rock Slide has so much play, right? If you can get a shield advantage, Vigoroth might be able to sweep this battle. Shadow Ball's coming through, but it's debuffed. I don't think this will knock out, Leo.
Oh, but this Dugong is very, very low. This might get really close. It doesn't knock out the Dugong, you're absolutely right. But the counters do, and that's even better for Xylos. There was no damage registered, and it is more energy. So are we going to get to the Shadow Ball? We're barely going to hang on with 1 HP.
1 HP getting to the Shadow Ball. This won't knock out the Glider just yet, but would deal a tremendous amount of damage. And letting it go, this lands, that does a lot of damage.
Wow, that is absolutely massive. That smells like a farm down on Abomasnow, if I'm not mistaken. And Abomasnow is going to maybe not be crucial. Wow.
Going into... Oh my goodness! Full Incinerate sticking through! That's a lot of energy and a lot of damage!
Wow, and we're actually going to no-shield this Aerial Ace, possibly fearing a Vigoroth right there in the back. And we're going to go immediately for the Flame Charge. Just 3 counters registered now. It is going to not deal damage. 1 damage through the shield, but the Incinerates will add up.
Yeah, you kind of need Talonflame to clean up this battle now, but Vigoroth paces so fast to its body slams. Can Talonflame clean this up for Xylos, or is Genjinir's Vigoroth too strong here?
The Talonflame definitely needs those shields. The Abomasnow isn't as useful as you would think in that lead matchup because that Gligar has taken so much damage already. So the Abomasnow is just chilling there, standing by.
Yeah, however, if Gligar is able to get to an area ace on the Abomasnow, it will deal a lot of damage because Abomasnow is not exactly bulky. Going for another body slam on perfect timing here from Genjiner and putting up the last shield on the Talonflame.
Are we going to see a cheeky play from Genjiner, or is this just going to be a fly that connects? This fly is for sure going to take out the Vigoroth, and now it is Gligar against the world, and the world consists of an Ice type.
Yeah, it already has some energy, but 1 Incinerate will knock out this Gligar, and that takes game number 2 for Xylos.
Xylos actually sweeping right here. It is absolutely fantastic. We have a little bit of a discussion with the judge. This might be because of the Incinerate.
Yeah, I think that is the case. Genjiner did 2 wing attacks there and maybe stopped a little bit at the start, which allowed the Incinerate to sneak through here. So they may be discussing this for a little bit, but either way, the Abomasnow still was at full health, right? So yeah, kind of a tough scenario there on Genjinir's side either way. 1 area ace doesn't take out an Abomasnow in 1 area and 1 attack, right?
That is true. I mean, even if the Vigoroth would have won that matchup, then
yeah,
can take like a 10%.
Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like after some discussion, it looks like the players did agree that Xylos did have that 2-0 win. Talonflame, Leo, it's the truth, I tell you.
Talonflame is so good, and people just, every time this Pokemon gets disregarded, every time people say, hey, it's fallen off a little bit, it's out of the meta, Incinerate.
Whoosh! Talonflame flies in.
Incinerate.
It's just so good, right? We saw Weedle use the Skeleditch earlier, also with Incinerate. I think Skeleditch has a little bit more Wincinerate, a little bit more coverage. But Talonflame has the pace, right? Because if you throw 1 flame charge, you can then get to 2 fly real quick. Let's take a look at the highlights of the battle that we had between Genjiner and Xylos here. We see here in game 1 when Xylos made that incredible catch, keeping all that energy on the Annihilate and taking resisted damage on the Abomasnow.
Those games are always intense. If in the first matchup all the shields are used, it always comes down to catches. Like, it looks like you win with the alignment that you have, but there is always play in Pokemon.
Yeah, and here the Druron barely not doing enough damage, even though it does more damage than the Icy Wind. A very smart play from Genjiner, but it was barely not enough to take out the Annihilate there. So yeah, and here we see in game number 2 where the Annihilate counted down the Dugong. In comes the Gligar, and look at the HP here. The Annihilate gets to the Shadow Ball at 1 HP. This was so decisive.
That was so huge, dealt so much damage on this Shadow Gligar. Shadow Gligar with energy advantage against the Abomasnow is not even bad in the zero shield scenarios.
Yeah, I think that Shadow Ball really was crucial because if it didn't have the damage, the Gligar would have been almost full health, right? And then the Gligar with that energy, if you swap your Abomasnow into that, you probably would have to shoot immediately. And then if the Vigoroth had a shield advantage, it just throws the Talonflame out of the sky with those rocks, right? And then you have Vigoroth also against Abomasnow. You know what Abomasnow does like either? Rock Slide.
Yeah, that is true. Rock Slide was really good coverage, but EU Special, Abomasnow and Talonflame, they just reigned supreme, and we're going to hear from Zoe in the interview with our special event champion and Day 2 competitor, Svilos.
Svilos, absolutely beautifully played. How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling amazing, honestly. Like, I already had the experience of winning at previous events, but none of them have been such a huge party as EUIC, and it's just amazing. We have so many fans here already congratulating me as I stormed off stage and playing some friends too, and it's overall just a really good time.
It's been fantastic, honestly. The crowd support's been beautiful. I even saw your co-battlers coming to cheer you on, which is just beautiful to see. I also wanted to ask, you're known in the community as a bit of a creative team builder, and this is a creative team. What was the inspiration behind your choices?
I have to say that if we talk about my teams, they're typically a little more out there even than what I'm currently running, because you see Lantern the Fish, that's a hard meta Pokemon. Gligar is a hard meta Pokemon, so is Annihilate. But in Dortmund, where I placed 4th, I saw the strength of Abomasnow Talonflame core, and I wanted to build on that further. So I changed my Abomasnow to the Shadow version. I added Flame Charge instead of Brave Bird on my Talonflame, which came in really clutch against Gengineer in the last game against the Vigoroth, just ramping up the damage. And the little spice pick in the team is Gazlord this time around, because it is a dragon that beats other dragons just because of superior bulk. It shuts down Lantern, which has overtaken Charger Bug as the most popular electric type. And overall, I don't think I've dropped a game today, so something appears to be working.
It's clearly working and definitely super thought out, so I hope it goes well for you over the weekend. Congratulations again, and good luck for the rest of it too.
Thanks so much.
Back to you guys.
As Weiler is one of the most creative and smart Pokemon trainers out there.
Yeah, we've seen that, right? And he also trusts the Pokemon that he already has used before. Talonflame and Abomasnow is just such a good core, and he showed it again.
Where Ampharos?
Ampharos, I don't think he used it a lot, right? I think he used that the full once, and it had good coverage, but it didn't really pull through. Like, that was in the Noctowl meta, right? And he didn't run Thunder Punch, so it wasn't even that great against Noctowl.
Look, if we're going back to the Vancouver meta,
yeah,
there was like this recipe almost for teams where you had to include one electric type. It was either Lantern or Charger Bug. Most of these Pokemon were in the top 8. Why not Ampharos?
Because lose to Charger Bug. And also a little bit more fragile. I wouldn't be surprised if you lose the Zero Shields to Lantern.
Yeah,
there might be a reason.
you have the Shadow bonus. Okay, that helps. You have Brutal Swing. That is good against
a lot of Psychic types, yes. Correct.
Yeah.
And Ghost.
Cresselia.
Cresselia.
Which Charger Bug also beats. Okay, I see it. I see.
Well, at least you have Focus Plus coverage, so that's pretty
That
cool.
is true. Registeel.
Yeah.
Which is also not like the worst matchup for the other ones.
Yeah, Registeel is pretty okay.
Theory Corner with Martine and Leo.
Yeah, let's take a look at the prizes that we have for the international championships that players are competing for. We see here the first, the champion would win $5,000 here, Leo. Not only qualification championship points, but also so much money.
Yeah, that is huge. And the second place gets 3,000, which is still a lot of money.
Yeah, and then in third place, $2,000. Fourth place, $1,500, and it cascades down. As you can see, it goes all the way to top 25.
That's so cool.
Yeah, right? There's all players that that already qualified for day 2, they might already, especially on the winner's side, they might already qualify for a prize, a cash prize here. So yeah, profit, right? You make money off Pokemon Go like that.
At least win one more game and then you got it.
Right.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Do it.
Absolutely.
Do it, guys. I can recommend going to day 2 of the UIC.
Yeah. You know who's doing pretty well at going to day 2? Nighttime Clasher. You know him?
I've heard of the guy.
Yeah.
Can you remind me?
He won the Liverpool Regional Championship, the largest Pokemon Go regional championship in Europe. Obviously, this one is bigger, but it's an international championship.
Yeah.
And I believe we're going to have him up on stream very soon. I'm very curious to what he has been cooking and if he's wearing the chef hat.
Oh, that is a good point. We have seen that being very cool. Like he says he has been cooking, and then he runs Skarmory ABAs. I don't really see it sometimes, no. But in all honesty, he's a great battler. He hasn't been around for too long.
Yeah.
But talking about Nighttime Clasher, why don't we take a look at the NA leaderboard?
Yeah, because he's like all the way up there, I believe, on the the third place as we see here, and that means that he qualifies for the Travel Award. The top 8 on the left here that we see, they all qualify for the Travel Award, and I believe the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th place also qualify for a stipend, all for the World Championships. Players, cash prize that players really want, right? And some of these players are here today getting those championship points. I believe we have Arrow, Rise to Occasion, we saw Doomba qualify, we have Buckeye Fitzy, and so those are the players in North America. But we also have players in Europe going for the Travel Award. Let's take a look here, Leo.
We have Colin, Patoman, all of those trainers that have been seen in numerous top cuts. Zone Collection as well. Status 10 has already been seen here. Arceus, Aurelians, and in a Dequans on the 6th spot.
I don't know how to pronounce that one.
It sounds odd.
Who is that?
We will ignore him for a moment. Then we have Tomahawk UK and of course a Mind Joke as well.
Yeah, Mind Joke got to the top of the leaderboards very early on through local tournaments, but now many players have been catching up to him. And on the right side, we also see other familiar names such as Pablo Dinas, Toe Tactical, Andris. Many top players in Europe that are gathering those championship points here today at the Europe International Championship. So yeah, I'm very excited for the players we're gonna have coming up soon. We have top players from North America, top players from Europe, and we know that Nighttime Clasher is still in it.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher of course has an opponent who is also a top player from Europe. If I'm not completely mistaken, it is Pablo Dinas, and Pablo Dinas has been seen in numerous top cuts and also in the special event Utrecht final.
Yeah, he got to, I believe, top 3 at Dortmund.
Yeah.
And he got to indeed top 2 at Utrecht. So yeah, one of the Spanish players the Spanish players are very strong in general in the European region. Yeah. Many of them already have qualified for us, I believe about 6 or so at the moment. And Pablo Dinas has been super consistent. I see him, I compare him to like the Spanish equivalent to Statstan. A very similar playstyle and just, you know, so smart. Uses the meta Pokemon, recognizes which Pokemon are good to use.
And in my opinion, honestly, he's the winner of the hearts of Utrecht. I think he would have deserved a win. He just couldn't find the right lines in the finals.
That just can happen, Leo. It can happen, yeah. But let's see if he can do it this time. He's up against Nighttime Clasher soon, and Nighttime Clasher has performed very well in a European tournament so far too. So yeah, high expectations there.
He's also been performing in NA tournaments. He just wins everywhere he goes except for cups.
Yeah, he plays in. He has moved to the Netherlands temporarily, actually. Has been playing in some of the local cups and challenges, but he indeed hasn't managed to be very successul there.
He is one of the best Pokemon trainers in the entire world, but in those small local tournaments, he's always coming out short in the end.
Only performs when it matters.
Yeah, exactly. Only performs on the big stage, and this is where we're seeing him again. He won a regional championships, couldn't be there for the award ceremony because he had to catch a flight. He didn't even think that he would go that far in the tournament.
Right, didn't have high expectations of himself. I think he should, you know, sometimes it's like you need to lower your expectations, right? It's sometimes luck is involved. I think Nighttime Clasher needs to increase his expectations. He's a little bit better than he thinks he is, maybe.
Yeah. Plan a little bit more as well. But plan for a win, not plan to attend a tournament and then not win it and have to leave before the finals. That was maybe not the play. But I mean, it worked out for him. He didn't catch the flight, but he won the tournament. I bet he didn't even care about catching the flight.
No, absolutely. We just saw prize money that is won at international championships. Yeah. There's also prize money won at regional championships. Exactly. So, you know, he could just buy another flight with that prize money. He got quite some from that regional championship. So that works for him. Also got the championship points, right? You get 200 championship points from winning a regional championship. And it all counts to get a travel award, right? So let's take a look at the team that Nighttime Clasher brought here. We see here, another Talonflame Abomasnow core. But this time we see a non-shadow Abomasnow with Icy Wind.
Oh, this is the true EU special, you know? And
He has become one of us.
Yeah, you can see he has been living in the Netherlands for quite a while now that he's running a Bomb and Snow and Talonflame. That's cool.
Yeah, exactly. Icy Wind just helps in those neutral matchups. And it might be necessary against Pablondinas because Pablondinas is one of those players who brings harder meta. And Icy Wind just helps against Lickitung because now you are able to win that. I think a Bomb Snow in general looks extremely good here. Has play against Charjabug. It does take super effective from X-Scissor. Play against Gligar. Great against Altaria. Great against Lantern.
If you're playing the regular Abomasnow with Icy Wind, I think the matchup versus Charjabug, if you have shields, is not even that bad.
I think I'm not too sure. Icy Wind does do less damage and it paces a little bit slower. So that does mean that Charjabug will outpace you because the second X-Scissor is always 2 volt switches. And that means that I'm not sure if you win the 2-shield scenario. Perhaps if you shield the first 2, right? Because Icy Wind can drop the attack of the opponent and then it makes it better for a Bomb Snow.
And your Powder Snow deals, I think, a little bit more damage, or should deal a lot more damage than the Volt Switch, which are resistant.
That is
so
correct.
I think there is play for a Bomb Snow there.
Yeah, let's take a look at the accolades here.
Look at this. NAIC top 16, Pittsburgh Regional top 8, Peoria Regional top 8, Liverpool Regional Champion.
Yeah, and I believe he also got in the top cut at the Latin America International Championship this season as well. So yeah, travels all over the world, performs all over the world. Yeah. He's Mr. Worldwide.
He's just...
Where's the chef's at, by the way?
Oh, that is true. I mean,
he's not cooking today, is he?
He just took a team from Statistan or from Tomahawk or something. He hasn't been cooking, but he has been performing so far.
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to see Chef's Hat though. That's something that like really is something that comes with Nighttime Clasher. But all right, he's still doing well with. Maybe he's trying to look a little bit more professional today.
I mean, he's playing like a pro, that's for sure.
Oh, that's for sure.
On the other hand, of course, we have Pablondinas, who is running a very hard meta line again. I think the Lickitung is something to point out at this point, right?
Yeah, we don't see it as often anymore. I do think it's very neutral in Nighttime Clasher's team.
Yeah.
However, matchups like Talonflame and Abomasnow become straight up wars as long as shields are in play.
Yeah, that is true. And of course, also the Annihilate is a difficult one because you can basically control switch. So we're going to get this game started again. We see a Talonflame lead against the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, this is a pretty neutral match, but we've seen this before in the previous matchup of Zweilous, where the Talonflame won this matchup by very, very low amount of HP. So let's see if that was dependent on the HP of the Talonflame, right? The HP stat and the defense stat. Because maybe Gligar can win the 2 shields here.
That is a very, very good point, Martijn. The Gligar is pacing very, very quickly to those aerial A's. Now we're going to see a Flame Charge.
Yeah, Flame Charge will boost the Incinerates here and deal more damage on that Gligar. Going for optimal timing on the area A's from Pablondinas, and we see another shield coming up from Nighttime Clasher. He may have watched the previous battle.
And we have seen something very, very cool, which was visible how a charge attack. Oh, we are going to see a catch right here. This is a flame charge, a boosted flame charge already on the Lickitung. That is a very interesting catch because this does not deal too much damage, but before you get to the next body slam, you're going to take so much damage.
Wow.
And we're going to reach the... Oh, we're going to go for a catch as well here. Abomasnow is now facing the Lickitung. We're going to see a body slam before there can be an Icy Wind.
Yeah, unable to catch the body slam actually. However, still has all that energy on the Talonflame, and it will be so useful for the Charjabug later. I thought that he was going to swap into the Annihilate, which has super effective counter damage. However, probably doesn't want to... Maybe thinks that Pablondinas is trying to bait out the Annihilate for potential Vigoroth in the back, but it is the Charjabug.
And I also like that Nighttime Clasher went for 2 Incinerate, because in this matchup, if the Lickitung is swapped in, you're going to be behind 1 charge attack anyways. And if you're just taking those 10 turns of 2 Incinerates and put them on the Talonflame, you can swap into the Abomasnow and you still just barely get outpaced to another charge attack.
Yeah, exactly. This item is actually going to help a lot to get to another charge attack. However, this also means that the Charjabug gets more Volt Switch in. Can you get to the next Ice Wind? Yes, you barely get there. This is huge!
Yes, we're going to see another Icy Wind on the Charjabug, and Pablondinas is slowly but surely losing HP on every single Pokemon. You have to use your shields at some point. 1 shield is left, but both Pokemon are deep in the red, and then there is Annihilate coming in, not carrying at all. We're going for a combo play as well. Talonflame is going to throw the fly here. What is Pablondinas putting it all on?
Yeah, got a shield and attack at last.
Yeah.
This Gligar has some energy, but I'm not sure if it will be enough here. It will take out the Talonflame, but you need to get to another one on that Annihilate. I believe Annihilate already has 1 or 2 counters, so it might be able to outpace here barely. Yeah, it has 3 counters there and is able... Oh, but Nighttime Clasher is not throwing. This will do a lot of damage here, Leo.
Oh, is this going to knock out or just barely not? Aerial Ace is going to connect. It puts it deep in the red. The counters are adding up. We are very, very low on the Annihilate. We're going for the charge attack priority. The Shadow Ball is going to connect. The charge attack priority is won by Annihilate, and Nighttime Clasher wins game 1.
Wow, what a fantastic game. Shadow Ball coming through, knocking out the Charger Bug, and that's 1-0 for Nighttime Clasher.
Wow, that was closer than it should have been on that Nighttime Clasher's end.
I didn't expect that. Probably also because he let that area ace through. But if he didn't take the area ace there, then Pablo Dinos may have gone 2 discharges, and that also may have knocked out the Annihilate there. So I think there was a little bit of an offset there. He just really knew how much that Annihilate can take from the Gligar, and then still come out with that Shadow Ball to KO the Charger Bug.
That is a very, very good point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he played very well. Pablo Dinos obviously a little bit in a tough spot because that Abomasnow is just such a big core breaker, so that's kind of tough.
Yeah, Abomasnow really put in a lot of work, throwing in that Charger Bug. A Charger Bug could really not get the farm down, and this second Icy Wind was just way too much for it. Here we're going to see the replay of this matchup that we have seen so often today, and the catch of Lickitung, which cost Lickitung so much HP in the end.
Yeah, because the Talonflame could just get more boosted Incinerates, and Nighttime Clasher in the end kept that fly, which allowed him to throw quickly into the Charge Bug or the Gligar here, and yeah, that put Pablo Dinos in such a tough spot, who kept all the shields for the very end.
Perfect execution right here from Nighttime Clasher. Limit testing, you can't really call it testing anymore, but just playing to the absolute limit of your own Pokemon. That is what the best trainers are made of.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure, Leo. Sure. If it's Sensi Rad, we'll make it work. Anyway, 1-0 right now for Nighttime Clasher. How are these players going to adapt? I think from Pablo Dinos, it's super surprising that we didn't see the Vigoroth, because the Vigoroth is essential to take out that Abomasnow that threatens about 4 out of 6 Pokemon here of Pablo Dinos.
Yeah, Abomasnow is just absolutely huge. There's 2 double super effective Pokemon, Gligar and Altaria. If you're playing that team and a Lantern as well, you're really not expecting a Abomasnow.
Yeah.
That is a hard call.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I wonder if Pablo Dinos is going to bring it this time. What do you think?
Pablo Dinos, or do you mean Nighttime Clasher is going to bring the Abomasnow?
No, if he's going to counter the Abomasnow, Pablo Dinos, right? I think that the Abomasnow is always going from Nighttime Clasher. It's like so difficult to not have a bad matchup here, right? It's only the Vigoroth that it really doesn't have, that it doesn't really want to see.
The question is, what do you try? Do you even have a chance to bait out the Abomasnow with anything? We're going into the next match already. And this is such an important call from Pablo Dinos, saying the Abomasnow will be in the lead. I'm playing Gligar and Altaria in the back.
Wow, well, he's very happy to see the Abomasnow here. Trying to catch the X-Scissor that would have been double resisted, but fails to do so. In comes the Gligar. A very quick swap from Pablo Dinos, able to get to the areas before a Shadow Ball's even launched. Is this going to knock out? Do you even get to the Shadow Ball here, Leo?
Oh, this is going to be really close,
Whoa!
but it hangs on! Pablo Dinos already shakes his head, knowing, oh, I needed that to knock out.
All right, in comes the Shadow Ball. Here it comes. It's going through, Leo. Boom! Massive damage.
And now Annihilate is still knocked out, so we're going to go into the Abomasnow. We're getting some energy because those Powder Snow dealt way too much damage to be a big farm down, but those wing attacks also added up, so it puts it into X-Scissor range.
Yeah, exactly. So a little bit of an offset there. On the other hand, though, you have more energy on the Abomasnow, immediately debuffing the Charge Bug and a no-shield from Pablo Dinos. I find this so risky, because if Abomasnow lands on that Altaria, it's over.
Yeah, but we already have 2 X-Scissors. This is going to be, oh, Nighttime Clasher knows.
Yeah, he knows. He knows. He needs that Abomasnow. It's too important for him. And we see from Nighttime Clasher the Wish Catch. Oh, catching the X-Scissor. What a tremendous play. Preserving the HP on that Abomasnow. This is a huge play from Nighttime Clasher. However, what do we see in the back here? We see the crucial answer here that Pablo Dinos has. The Altaria, which resists everything that this Wish Catch can throw at it.
Altaria Gligar backline is also something that I would have not called as a player right there. And now you're actually giving the Altaria the opportunity to gain so much energy that the matchup versus Abomasnow, it's actually relevant then. You have play.
I think you're just going to Dragon Breath this Wish Cash down all the way. Even with the debuffs, it doesn't matter. Sky Attack is super effective on a Bomb Snow, so the energy on this Altaria will be so good. Another debuff. I think that this Wish Cash will get to another Skull, but I don't think it matters, Leo. You will still survive this as the Altaria.
The question is, do you actually take another Powder Snow? We are starting to shield here because we are considering that another one Powder Snow would knock out and we would lose so much energy. We're both at 2 shields, but Pablondinas is at 4 charge attacks.
4, almost 4. He has a lot of energy, but here comes the first Sky Attack. You gotta shield this as Nighttime Clasher. He's now at the Ice Wave, but there's still a shield on Pablondina's side. Oh, another catch! My goodness, these players are just catching all over the place, and now the Altaria still is alive there. However, the problem here is though, can you get to more energy? No. Pablondinas still has that shield, gets to a Sky Attack here, even goes for optimal timing, and I think this Sky Attack might be enough. Pablondinas, Altaria, Sky Attack's coming through, super effective on the Bomb Snow, and that's a 1-1 score.
Wow, how could Pablondinas, that was the bravest call that I have seen today. Maybe also tied up with Emmy Weedle going to bring the Skeledirge against 4 negative matchups. That was also really cool, but bringing Shadow Gligar and Altaria against a team where with a Abomasnow, the Abomasnow looking so good against you.
And he's not even countering it. He's not even bringing the Vigoroth. Yeah, right? Because Charge Bug is only so much of an answer. I really like the Altaria call though, however, I must say, because it's kind of predictable that Nighttime Clash will always cover the Abomasnow with that Annihilate. And Altaria is very good against it, especially because there's no Ice Punch on that Annihilate. If you don't even have the Gligar, that's even better, right? Because you basically double counter that Annihilate there. So yeah, I really like that play from Pablondinas, basically going all in on countering Annihilate, and that just made Annihilate, it was like playing 3 versus 2.
Absolutely. I think, you know what? Pablondinas learned from the Utrecht finals.
Yeah, you think?
There was a problem he had. He was a bit, not core broken, but he had very many polarizing matchups that were problematic for him. And I think he ignores those now. It's like, okay, yeah, you have an Ice type against...
Like, and look, we ever see the replay. This Aerial Ace does a lot of damage to the Annihilate, but Nighttime Clasher knows his Annihilate. Barely lives at a 1 HP. You see Pablondinas shaking his head. Maybe wasn't sure if he would survive that Shadow Ball on the Gligar, but it constantly took it kind of. However, then the Gligar didn't get to an Aerial Ace.
That's true. Imagine how dominant this matchup would have been if this Aerial Ace.
Not a catch here on the Wish Cash from Nighttime Clash. This was a great play, preserving the Abomasnow, the most valuable Pokemon that Nighttime Clasher has. However, it was not enough. Altaria was able to get so much energy on the Wish Cash and then launch it all. And look, another catch from Pablondinas. Definitely making up for that Utrecht final, yeah.
Also a catch with a Volt Switch sneak through. It didn't matter in this scenario, but that is also really, really devastating when it comes through and matters. That is a huge, huge play right there. But I think he just ignores the problematic Pokemon for him on the side of Nighttime Clasher. He's just like, hey, Abomasnow is a problem, Core breaks me.
I really like how Pablondinas is thinking here. He is just going strong as Annihilate. He's not bringing the Pokemon that Nighttime Clasher is predicting him to bring. But let's see how he does it in game number 3 here. We have decisive game number 3, Nighttime Clasher versus Pablondinas.
And we're having a positive lead for Nighttime Clasher, and that's always really, really dangerous already. We're going to save swap Lickitung and bring the Abomasnow in there. So not having Abomasnow on Altaria or Shadow Gligar, but still in a rather positive matchup. However, this time he swapped immediately, so he is still getting outpaced by the Lickitung.
Yeah, you know what I'm thinking? Nighttime Clasher is again predicting the Vigoroth in the back, trying to bait out the Annihilate with the Lickitung. And for that reason, Nighttime Clasher bringing in the Abomasnow into this Lickitung instead of his Annihilate. Now, little does he know, it's the Gligar in the back. So Abomasnow in the back would have been really useful.
The Charger Bug is looking decently strong against the Annihilate of Nighttime Clasher, to be honest. So I want to see the gears shift here. I want to see how this game plays out. This is going to be a really interesting one.
Yeah, exactly. This does help the Ice Wind, right, in this neutral matchup, because the attacks from the Lickitung does way less now. And that allows Abomasnow to win the even shields here. Now, he already has used 1 shield. This Lickitung, the Body Slam will now not knock out.
Yep, and then we are going to probably not see a farm down because it will put it relatively in the low. You can farm up a little bit more just to make sure that your opponent is going to get not a lot of farm on your Abomasnow, you will definitely not reach another attack with this.
Yeah, exactly. Lickitung goes down, in comes Charger up to get that Volt Switch, which is actually pretty important because we've seen before, an Accessor does actually a lot of respectable damage on this Whiscash, and you get it off before you even get a Skull from the Whiscash on.
Yeah, and now this Whiscash looks like the solution for all of the problems that Nighttime Clasher might have. Pablondinas is not even switching out the Charger Bug in this matchup, which is usually a catastrophe for a Charger Bug. But there's also the Shadow Gligar in the back of Pablondinas, which is looking good with shield advantage, but it is looking even better against the Annihilate.
Yeah, we see the attack drop there. This is so good. And oh my goodness, the simultaneous swap, but it's the Annihilate into the Gligar, and Gligar has 2 shields.
Gligar has the shield advantage in this dream matchup for Pablondinas, and he is immediately shielding, knowing, hey, maybe my only lose condition is non-shielding a Shadow Ball right here.
Oh my goodness, nice. Can we get the boost? Yes, he gets the boost! Oh, this might be crucial, Leo!
Wow, the Gligar still only, wow, we are going to let the boosted Night Slash go through. Pablondinas has so much energy, so I think he's still going to be able to knock out this Gligar, but this might change anything.
That's a very smart no-shoot. Even despite getting the boost, he still recognized the damage he would have done, and Nighttime Clasher is letting this Aerial Ace go. Now it's Whiscash against the Gligar, and the Whiscash is going to be very tough for Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, it's Shadow Whiscash against the world right here. Shadow Gligar has a lot of energy. Use the Aerial Ace already, and now we're going to throw a Mud Bomb. Absolutely no charging it to know, hey, I have to get this shielded anyways. If this goes through, I lose this. So we're going to farm up even more. The Aerial Ace is going to deal some damage. There was no debuff right here. This is going to knock out.
I think this will almost knock out. I'm not sure if it does. It is Shadow on Shadow, and yes, Leo, you are right. It does knock out. Pablondinas is defending Europe from Nighttime Clasher.
Pablondinas wins this again. He has been dominating the European tournament scene, and I think this might be the tournament where he finally gets this big win that he wants.
Yeah, this really is the meta for Pablondinas, I think, right? We haven't seen him perform as well in previous tournaments, but ever since we had the Whiscash meta, he has become so good. His plays are muy bien, too good.
This is excelente, I want to say.
Sí, yes, very good Spanish there. We actually do have a Spanish stream if you want to look that up. That's on twitch.tv/PokemonGo app LA. But yeah.
And the Portuguese one on twitch.tv/Pokemon app
BR. Exactly. Yeah, but this was a great play from Pablondinas. Just not bringing the Pokemon that Nighttime Clasher just kept predicting, right? The Vigoroth wasn't necessary for the Abomasnow. Or so we thought, but it wasn't. Pablondinas didn't bring the Vigoroth even once. Is Abomasnow a good core breaker? I don't know, man. After this, I'm not convinced anymore.
I mean, it is a good core breaker, but most of these Pokemon that Pablondinas used, they just soft lost to it.
Yeah, and then Abomasnow was kind of too weak to deal with it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and like the soft loss was so soft that yes, he kept Switch.
Yeah.
But there wasn't even farm to be gotten from it. Like the Abomasnow,
it's a very strong Pokemon. Yeah,
it is a really strong Pokemon, but it couldn't just finish the job for him. It didn't deal a lot of damage to the next Pokemon that was coming in as well.
How about we take a look at how Abomasnow did in the highlights in this matchup here, right? We see here the Talonflame into that Gligar here. The Incinerate boost just do so much damage here, and Pablondinas actually caught all the Lickitung there, and we saw that the Incinerate just add up there, and then we see later the Annihilate into the Gligar, swapping into the Talonflame immediately and throwing the Fly here.
Yeah, Pablondinas maybe thinking he had more energy, he could go for a possible combo play right there, or just hoping that Nighttime Clashes timer wasn't up or doesn't come up with the fly combo play there, but it definitely did happen.
Yeah, barely leaving the areas here. So important to get to that knockout here, and then coming out with the Shadow Ball. Pablondinas shaking his head, knowing, man, that's tough. Here, going for the Shadow Ball in that game number 1 to lock it up and, get the lead here against Pablondinas. At this point, Nighttime Clasher thought he was in a good spot.
We thought so too. The Abomasnow looked absolutely phenomenal in game 1.
Right, and here in game 2, we see another Aerial Ace on another Annihilate, and in this case, again, the Annihilate lives again! We see Pablondinas shaking his head again! The Shadow Ball goes through, but it was not enough to knock out the Gligar.
How many times does Pablondinas need to land an Aerial Ace on the Annihilate to realize that this is not going to knock out?
Yeah, and here we see the catch in game number 2, the first catch on the Wish catch from Nighttime Clasher, but he was only met with the Altaria afterwards, which got so much energy here. We see the Sky attack, and then Pablo Diaz made a cheeky play catching on the Charger Bug. Wasn't necessary, but it was there. It was a good play.
He wanted to clear the one debuff he already had on the Altaria, and he wanted to get the Icy Wind out of the way so he isn't debuffed, because the Sky attack of Altaria isn't the most offensive Pokemon. So if you are double debuffed against the Bomber Snow at this range, I don't even know if it knocks out necessarily.
Perhaps not. It is a regular Bomb Snow after all, not a Shadow one. And here, the simultaneous swap in game number 3, devastating for Nighttime Clasher. He was predicting Vigoroth in the back, but it was Gligar. And Gligar, at the very end of game number 3, swept the game for Pablo Dinos, getting the score to 2-1.
And then we also saw the boost from Nighttime Clasher. And we thought this might turn things around. But Pablondinas, he wasn't phased. He just knew there's a Night Slash coming. Yes, it is boosted by the previous Night Slash, but it doesn't deal too much damage. I just need a little bit of HP so I don't get farmed down, so no shield.
Yeah, Pablondinas, his matchup knowledge is just superb, right? He's been playing a lot with these Pokemon. He's been doing well in these tournaments, right? Yeah, if you win a lot of battles, you progress further. You play more battles, so you get more experience, right?
Yeah. Playing the game actually makes you better. This is my advice for you guys today.
Yeah, he's a legend in the Go Battle League.
Yeah, not this season so far.
Not yet.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But we have plenty of more battles today, but first of all, let's hear it from the winner. Let's hear it from Pablondinas.
Holy moly, Pablo. Surely you could hear the crowd absolutely cheering you on at the end there. How are you feeling?
I feel very nervous. It was amazing to be here and very excited. You know?
Yeah, it's so good to have the community rallying behind you. I feel like you heard, Nighttime Clash is going to be here. He's going to take another spot from the European trainers, and you said no. I'm going to keep this spot. So
yeah. This is for Europe, and it's my personal revenge against this guy. He beat me in the Liverpool Winners Finals, and I was very excited for this win.
It's the chance for you to get your turn back after Liverpool. So, honestly, beautiful plays. What would you say is one of the key Pokemon on your team for this weekend?
I think Altaria. Altaria is a Dragonfly type, and I was like wondering bring Dragonite here, but I need a bulk of Altaria, and I think Altaria is the best Pokemon.
Yeah, beautiful. Again, congratulations, beautifully played, and good luck for the rest of the weekend as well. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Pablondinas, he's a favorite to win this entire thing, right?
Yeah, well, here's the funny thing. In Dortmund, he got to 3rd place. In Utrecht, he got to 2nd place. This is next tournament, right?
Yeah.
Is this a path?
This seems like a very, very cool storyline. And I mean, he has just proven how good he is over and over again. Pablondinas is an absolute powerhouse. Those Spanish trainers are just so crazy in general. We have Paulasha, we have Andres, we have so many more. It's just...
Yeah,
they're cracked.
A lot of them have been already qualified, and I believe a couple of them also got to day 2 at the World Championships last season. So yeah, really impressive.
I forgot Patoman.
Of course, Patoman. How can we?
How did I
the
forget?
regional champion. Yes, another fantastic battler, right? I'm hoping that we get to see some of him today as well. Yeah. He's a really good player.
And I want to just give you guys a sneak peek. He's in the same bracket as Caleb Peng.
Ooh, and I think Caleb Peng is running Bastiodon. I've never really seen Patoman play against a Bastiodon. I wonder how he would deal with that.
I hope he's not bringing his Charm, Shadow, Alolan Ninetales against it.
It would not have a great time against
that is going to be a very tough matchup if that is going to happen. But we have another matchup coming up soon, and we're going to see a player who has risen from... who has been performing in the last tournament, and I haven't seen him before. Icelandic Lapras.
Yeah, Icelandic Lapras is a very good player. And we're also talking about Spanish players. Look who we have here. It is Paulasha. Oh my goodness, what is that, Leo? Can you tell me?
Is that a Shadow Magnezone?
Oh man, that's such a cool pick. I love that pick. And look at this matchup. would you use the Magnet Zone here? It has to play against the Cresselia. It's quite good against the Mandibuzz. Has to play against the Charjabug. Pretty good against Lickitung. You just have to fear the Whiscash and the Annihilate, which are only on like every single team.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're building a team around the Shadow Magnet Zone, you will have answers for those Pokemon. Whiscash and Annihilate are both answered by Altaria and Cresselia, so it's going to be definitely tough to bring those. Magnet Zone will be well protected. I was just thinking, when was the last time I saw a Shadow Magnet Zone in the Top Cut of a tournament?
That was a Leo, yeah.
Oh, who piloted that?
I also had one, yeah. You know who also brought one? It was Stoke Tactical. He also brought one to the Europe International Championship.
wow.
But let's take a look here. We see an Ice Punch Annihilate from Icelandic Lapras. That's actually, we haven't seen that today, I think, the Ice Punch Annihilate.
That is true, and it's right next to the future side Cresselia already.
Yeah, we have seen more Moonblast today on the Cresselia to cover better against Dark, Dragon, and basically Dark and Dragon typings. But this time we see Future Side, and that really helps in those neutral matchups, or even some not so optimal matchups, such as Alolan Sandslash. You just win the zero shield scenario in that case. Here we see Paulasha's team, and yeah, it's also Future Side Cresselia. We see the Magnet Zone is running Mirror Shot and Wild Charge, which is basically the standard moveset for that Magnet Zone. You kind of need a cheaper charge attack in the Mirror Shot to bait your opponent often and not debuff yourself. Wild Charge is very strong, but yeah, the debuff is not optimal, even against a Lickitung or other what would be favorable matchups. It's not great. I believe that the Annihilate of Paulasha also has Night Slash, so we don't see Ice Punch there. We see a boost chance Pokemon there for Paulasha.
I mean, that is much better in the mirror match, because sometimes it comes down to the charge attack priority or a crucial catch in the Annihilate mirror match. And if you're both baiting, you're pacing at the same time. But in this scenario, if you're both baiting the Ice Punch against the Night Slash player has basically one counter advantage.
So you just have to land Shadow Ball then.
Exactly. What does that do with your head if you're in that matchup?
I don't know, but it knocks out Annihilate. That's what it does. My head is probably just staring at my phone. I don't know where yours going.
that is one of those situations where you just tap, right?
Right. Yeah, that's what we do in Pokemon Go.
Also, I want to mention something that I just now realized. Annihilate also has Red Eyes, which is otherwise a unique feature to the Shadow Pokemon.
True, yeah.
Is it a Shadow Pokemon in Spirit?
It's because it has a Rage burning in its heart. That's why it has that.
And its fist.
We are heading in the first game. We're going to have Altaria from Paulasha into Lickitung from Icelandic Lapras. This is a very neutral matchup.
I think that Altaria has a little bit of an advantage just because those Dragon Breath deal a little bit more damage. Also, they are same time attack bonus boosted. But
yeah.
Lickitung outpaces.
Yeah, Dragon Breath is a very good fast attack here. Lickitung, however, does pace fast to its Body Slam, especially after the Sky Attack nerf. I'm thinking that Icelandic Lapras is probably staying into this matchup because now the Annihilate avoids that Altaria. But we may see Paulasha switch out at some point. However, the Mandibuzz in the back looks like an absolute threat here.
That is true. I think we might get to a scenario where Whiscash has to land a debuff on the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, exactly. Altaria does win the zero shields here, so you could get a shield advantage, or you take switch advantage. Let's see what Icelandic Lapras is going to do. This is a very nice farm down for the Annihilate or the Mandibuzz. Going for a slight undercharge, but I think this will still work out.
Maybe trying to get it to 1 HP, and we're switching immediately into the Annihilate against the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be with the Annihilate. This is a very dominant matchup for the Mandibuzz, especially when Annihilate is not running Ice Punch. It basically only has, resisted charge attacks. You could try to get a boost, but looks like Paulasha is not getting it here.
Yeah, and the Mandibuzz is already at so much energy, and even if it's just Aerial Ace, it is going to deal so much more damage than the Night Slash that Paulasha can dish out. This is like half of the HP, and you're going to throw it immediately. Are you even going to shield here? What is the Annihilate going to do with the shield? You have to basically not let it go.
Yeah, actually going to get some more counter damage in, and perhaps the Shadow Ball. It also resisted. Oh my goodness. Oh, didn't go for the Aerial Ace there. Could have denied all the energy from Paulasha there. Going for another Night Slash here, Leo. Does this boost now?
We are going to see, is it a no boost right here? And we're going to see an Aerial Ace being thrown here. Is Paulasha ready to invest another shield? This was so good for the Mandibuzz, winning that matchup and just
with a shield up.
Yeah.
With a shield up even. In comes the Altaria. The problem here that Paula has is she cannot much shut down the Mandibus. That's why she brought in that Altaria here. In comes Annihilate, but it has a shield advantage. Wishcash has a lot to do here.
Yeah, Wishcash has to throw the Scald immediately, has to hope for a debuff. Icelandic Lapras decides to not shield this, knowing, hey, this will deal a lot of damage, but not so much damage that you can easily farm me down, and is going to go for a Shadow Ball relatively soon, I think.
Yeah, the Shadow Ball would knock out the Wishcash if unshielded, and looks like Palasha is letting it go. Shadow Ball's coming through, and this will lead Icelandic Lapras to a 1-0 score.
Yeah, the win condition right here is that Icelandic Lapras baits with an Ice Punch, basically. I don't even think that this would still be a win condition, though, because you still counter, you have 2 shields. That looked very grim for Palasha, so she just decided to let it go.
Yeah, the Mandibus in the back was such a problem, Leo. She even swapped immediately out of the Altaria after winning switch advantage and basically locked her Annihilate into the Mandibus.
Yeah.
And that was a problem because Mandibus in the back was strong, but I think that the Wishcash is a little bit better there than the Annihilate is.
A little bit. I think it is absolutely... It has the potential to win the Mandibus matchup, especially if you have shields. You can make sure to shield those Dark Pulls that would deal more damage if it's not debuffed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'm curious how Palasha is going to adapt. We see here the replay with the Area Ace on it Annihilate, and Palasha decided to shield the first Area Ace here. And yeah, because she needed to get it lower. In comes the Shadow Ball here in the end game from the Annihilate on the Wishcash, and that was the knockout that led Icelandic Lapras to a 1-0 win.
Icelandic Lapras 1-0 up, had a phenomenal run and good time as well.
I was gonna ask, where is the Lapras then? If you name yourself Icelandic Lapras. But there it is, it's the plushie!
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so the Lapras is the mascot of the team, I want to say.
Yeah, but you know, Paula is a very well-known player. She can come back from this. Here we see the accolades that she has. She reached top 3 in Stuttgart with a Shadow Steelix. She reached top 8 in Gdansk, that path to won. And then in Turin's, the special event, we had a women's grand final between Palasha and Andres.
Torino, as they say, it was a fantastic match. I just remember we both did the ceremony together. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's like we've worked together.
Wait, how cool is that? I knew I remembered you from somewhere.
Yeah. So yeah, how are these players going to adapt here? I would really like to see the Shadow Magnezone from Palasha. She's probably also expecting or being afraid of the Annihilate and the Wishcash from Icelandic Lapras. I do like, however, that Magnezone pairs so well with the Cresselia because it covers both Annihilate and the Wishcash. But man, if Cresselia Future Sight is on the Mandibus, it's probably over because it does nothing there.
That is true. You can. I don't want to say you can farm it down because that's a little far-fetched, but it is going to be a very painful matchup. You're going to land 1 Dark Pulse and then maybe you're going to even farm down from that, come out with still 40% HP and 100 energy. And after that, it's very hard to recover from that. But we're going to go into the next game and we're going to see the Shadow Wishcash from Palasha against the Annihilate.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. Might depend a little bit on Skull debuffs. However, because Icelandic Lapras is running Ice Punch, it does mean he paces slower than most Annihilate with Night Slash do. Because you need 1 more counter to get there.
Yeah, that is going to change this matchup quite a bit. And we're going to see the immediate team of Palasha is nodding already, like, hey, I needed that. I wanted that.
Yeah, going for the charge attack already, going for the Shadow Ball here. Does Palasha shield that? Yes, she is matching shields here. It's pretty safe to shield at that point. And this Skull, I don't think knocks out the Annihilate, but it will get so close to knocking out.
Yeah, it might get into farm down range. However, Icelandic Lapras is almost at the next Ice Punch already. So there is energy to be thrown. That means it's also almost at another Shadow Ball and can certainly get there. It reaches the Shadow Ball here. Ooh, we're going to try to catch on the Skarmory?
Yeah, is this a catch? I think so. I'm not too sure. Icelandic Lapras is throwing the Ice Punch regardless, which doesn't do a lot of damage. It's also single stage debuff, and in comes the Mandibus. This is actually pretty okay for Icelandic Lapras because it would have been worse against the Altaria that packs Moonblast.
Yep, the Skarmory matchup is quite good for Mandibus. However, if the Brave Birds are timed correctly, they can deal a lot of damage against the Mandibus.
Yeah, absolutely. Dark Pulse comes through. The next one will almost knock out. I don't think just yet. But in comes a charge attack from Skarmory first. A Sky Attack doesn't do a lot of damage, but Brave Bird hits so hard here. We've seen that before. It does about 40 to 50% damage. Mandibus is very bulky, so it can take it.
we boomed for this before. That was not quite justified. but we're going to see a Dark Pulse boom right here because of the double debuff. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this does leave Altaria in a pretty good spot, though. You can get so much energy here. Looks like Palasha is going for the Wishcash first on the charge attack priority. Do you shield this? No. Icelandic Lapras letting it go immediately.
And he's putting it all on the Lickitung in the back right there. And of course the 1 HP Annihilate as well. Trying to go for a bigger farm down right here. Can she reach the skull? She's actually trying to...
Wow! What a catch on the Annihilate! This might be so crucial because now you negate a potential debuff. Plus your Lickitung has the HP and the energy to take on this Altaria.
That was so well played by Icelandic Lapras. Both trains are at 1 turn fast attack, so they just need to... They can't go for fancy catches or anything. They just need to play this out now.
This may have been a game-winning catch here, Leo, because Lickitung actually wins the one-shield scenario against Altaria. So this Lickitung already having some energy is in such a good spot right now. I think as Paulasha, you need a Boom Blast debuff here.
That is true, if that is even enough. And she's going directly for the Sky Attack, so that's not really an option. Icelandic Lapras knows that this is not a Moon Blast. Do you even let this go?
Ooh, does put up the shield here. I'm not sure if it will matter. The Licks plus Body Slam might almost be enough, but you need 2 here because Palasha still has a shield. Wait, hold on. Who gets to go for the Sky? Oh, I think you could have gone for the Moon Blast maybe. I don't think this will be enough, Leo.
Oh, this is going to barely not knock out, I want to say. And the Lickitung is going to try to lick down here. We're going to absolutely lick down the Altaria. And the Whiscash won't have enough HP to sustain another lick. And we're going to win on Icelandic Lapras side 2-0.
Wow, that was such a phenomenal play by Icelandic Lapras. Catching that on the skull on the Annihilate and then having all the energy on the Lickitung. Such a well-played game. Leo, I must say though, what if you went for Moonblast of the Altaria?
I think that could have knocked out, especially after the first Sky Attack was shielded. You know your opponent isn't going to throw the Body Slam, isn't going to reach 2 Body Slam before you reach the Moonblast. And I think that was her win condition right there to claw it back.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a little bit of a scenario where you need to keep track of the opponent's energy. If she thought, oh, he's already at 2 Sky Attack, 2 Body Slam, I might as well throw the Sky Attack immediately. But that wasn't the case. I think at that point, maybe it's better to just keep farming up until your opponent throws the Body Slam. That might be your cue that they're at 2, right?
Then try to go for the charge attack priority because you are the player that has a 1 HP Whiscash in the back and your opponent has already used their sacrificial catch as well.
Yeah, such a heads-up play. You love to see a sacrificial switch like that, right? Catching a devastating charge attack on your 1 HP Pokemon. Such good counting from Icelandic Lapras there. And yeah, that's a very well-deserved win there. Icelandic Lapras now knocked out a Spanish player, to the losers bracket and is now advancing to day 2.
I just loved how he went for this play because this was such an aggressive catch bait, basically staying in there and going for 12 licks until your opponent for sure has the skull and then switching in the moment where it most mattered, where it had to happen. It was absolutely phenomenal. And we're going to look at the highlights from this matchup, hoping to see that we are going to find this matchup.
Yeah, we see here in game number 1, the Mandibuzz in the back was just way too strong for Paulasha's backline of Annihilate and Whiscash. Mandibuzz probably was one of the better Pokemon here that Icelandic Lapras brought for against Paulasha. Shadow Ball knocked out and the end game, and that gave him a 1-0 lead against Paulasha.
Yep, and he was just taking some notes there. Of course, they have helped him a lot. And here we are going to see an almost boom right there from the Brave Bird, dealing 45%, I want to say.
Yeah, it's still pretty solid damage and very much necessary on that bulky Mandibuzz. And look at this. Here it comes, the catch. Right on the skull. Oh.
And she had to throw. There was no chance for her to wait a turn because this was 1 HP on the Whiscash, so you can't even say she could have played around that catch. She had to throw. Icelandic Lapras had her where he wanted her to be.
Yeah, that was so tough. It was the point exactly as you say. You have to throw there because otherwise you faint with it. Paulasha also clapping for her opponent. Sometimes you just have to recognize your opponent just played really well, right? And yeah, what can you do about that? If your opponent plays well, they win.
Could have thrown a Mud Bomb. I was thinking she should have gone for the Mud Bomb because I thought the licks would take the Whiscash out before it would get to the skull, to be honest.
But the debuff.
But I mean, it was so close
in the end. You want the debuff.
Okay, you want the 50% for the debuff, of course. You want to maybe pull the shield as well. But I think a Mud Bomb damage would have also helped a lot.
What is the drawback of throwing skull?
catch. I would have known. I would have just known.
But like even in some scenarios where Scald is resisted, it's still a preferable attack, such as Witch Catch against Azuro, right? Just because of that attack drop. The attack drop is just, it's just, you know, so exciting to get that 50% chance.
I would have just chickened out and thrown the mud bomb because I wouldn't have trusted my Whiscash.
That's why you're not playing here.
Yeah, I know. I'm sitting here. That is cool enough for me. I like to sit here.
Yeah, we get to be in the presence of such good players, right? Yeah, and we will likely be here tomorrow as well to see players like Icelandic
I do
Lapras.
hope so.
We will see Icelandic Lapras advance, taking down one of the strongest players that Europe has.
Yeah.
And I believe that with the championship points that Palasha has gotten today, she may already have qualified for the World Championship. So, yeah, if that is the case, that we might see Palasha at Worlds in Hawaii, in Honolulu. And I'll be very excited for that.
Yeah, Palasha already performed at last year's Worlds, so Palasha is definitely a trainer you want to look out for in the World Championship because she has the potential to take it all down. But now, we want to hear from her opponent, Icelandic Lapras, with Zoe.
Okie dokie, Icelandic Lapras, congratulations.
Thanks so much.
How are you feeling? Oh, the crowd is going wild. Shout out to you, friends.
Yeah, that's my teammates in the front row cheering me on.
Yes, beautiful. How are you feeling after that battle?
I'm much more shaking now than I was during or before the battle. Like, there was so much going on before for prep and like during, like when you're on stage, the white noise really blacks it out. These lights are really bright.
Yeah.
You can't see the crowd, so it really just blocks it out. But now it's over, I'm really starting to shake and feel the adrenaline hit me.
Yeah, kicking in all the feelings.
Yeah.
You had mentioned before that you versed Paula previously. Was that in your head going into this battle? You know, is she prepared, or is there going to be different strategies in mind?
Yeah, it was definitely on our minds when we chatted backstage, because I brought the same team that I brought to Dortmund when I faced her in the winners semis there on stream, and that came down to a 1 HP.
Oh my
like,
goodness.
no of us know who's going to win, so this time it was a little less close, but also still really, like, our second game was so tight as well.
It was honestly really, really clutch, so beautifully played. I wanted to ask as well, you had some really crazy swaps for just like catching perfect timings. Is this something that you're known for or you prepare for?
Yeah, like in the second game in particular, I know my guys are cheering me on. I know my counts. And like in the second game, Palasha had to throw the Scald then or she faints, so it's a relatively straightforward swap and catch down the Annihilate and get ahead on energy that way. But I know in the first game when I lost lead and brought in my Mandibuzz, her pivot into the Annihilate was a very unfortunate one because that's a very dominant lead for a Mandibuzz, and just I won that with a shield up, so that was a really tough position for her to be in.
Excellent insight. I appreciate it. Anyone that you would like to shout out as well?
Yeah, as I told you beforehand, I need to shout out my dog, Trixie. She's watching back home. My girlfriend's been really cheering me on and supporting me. She's been sending me pictures of the dog to keep me calm and grounded and like zone out and not overthink everything. So I really want to shout out Jill, and I know my parents are watching as well back home. They know nothing about this, but they really enjoy watching it because it's me and they love cheering me on and all that.
That's beautiful. That's so nice to hear. So good luck for it as well for the rest of the weekend. I'm sure you're going to smash it. Everyone that's watching as well, we're going to jump to a quick little break, but don't go anywhere.
All right, thank you so much.
There's never been a better time to get started with PvP in Pokemon Go. I'm Zionic, and today I'm going to guide you through how to get started. Let's start with where you can PvP. Simply head into the game menu, and at the top right, you'll see a battle option. Here you will find the Go Battle League, an online matchmaking game feature with a blind 3 format. Before going into Go Battle League, you'll be presented with two options, a free basic rewards path and a premium rewards path, which requires a premium battle pass to enter. These reward paths represent a series of 5 battles, also known as a set. The more battles you win, the more rewards you will receive from that set. You are limited to 5 sets per day, which is 25 battles in total, and during special events like Go Battle Day, you can do up to 20 cents per day, which is 100 battles. As you compete in Go Battle League, you'll begin to unlock new ranks. These ranks unlock rewards such as catch encounters, cosmetics, elite TMs, and even a chance at a legendary Pokemon. Ranks 1 to 20 are progression-based, meaning each time you win, it'll contribute to your overall journey to rank 20. Once rank 20 is unlocked, you will be measured through an ELO rating system, the highest rank being Legend, which is 3,000 rating. Each positive set with 3 or more wins will increase your ELO rating. Each negative set with 2 or less wins will lower your ELO rating. Go Battle League also operates through seasons. These seasons rotate roughly every 3 months while providing weekly or bi-weekly leagues and specialty cups to compete in. These leagues are typically divided through the Great League, Ultra League, and Master League, which all have different metagames. While Go Battle League may be a different format to the Pokemon Go Championship, it's by far the best way to practice and learn the fine details of PvP to prepare you for a tournament you'd like to compete in. The Pokemon Go Championship is hosted in the Great League, which provides a wider variety of potential Pokemon to use in competition because of the lower level threshold for battle. These tournaments also provide a fantastic look at some of the top performing Pokemon in the Great League, giving you goals to work towards as you look to build your PvP roster. Speaking of building your PvP roster, here's some tips and tricks that you can use to quickly add powerful Pokemon to your team. Firstly, you'll want to do your best to know about the current events in Pokemon Go. They are by far the easiest and most effective way to gather Pokemon and resources you will need to build your teams. You can stay up to date on all the events and seasonal information from the Pokemon Go website. You'll also want to play during dense spawn events, such as Community Day and Spotlight Hour. They can sometimes provide incredibly strong Pokemon that you might need for PvP. You'll also want to take advantage of the Mega Evolution system to increase the candy and XL candy that you can get for the Pokemon you are looking to build. Raids are also a great resource for getting Pokemon that you need on your team. They rotate with the events and can provide key resources such as TMs. Trust me, once you dive into PvP, you'll begin to use a lot of TMs. 3-star raids provide a guaranteed TM reward, so look to leverage that if you're running low. They can be done, in most cases, solo and with a free raid pass. Finally, and what might be the most important tip, is to trade with your community. Pokemon that you may have missed, such as Swampert Community Day, might just be in the storage of your local community members. As a battler myself, I always hold on to multiple key PvP Pokemon that new players might need for their roster, so don't be afraid to ask around if there's a Pokemon that you are looking for. I hope this guide was helpful to get you started on your PvP journey. Thanks for tuning in. See ya!
My name is Colin, known as Colin6 in the game, and I consider myself to be a true battler. I don't interact much with the other parts of the game, but I do love going to these regionals. I had a great start on day 1, where I just swept my brackets, finished first and got a great spot in the winner's bracket day 2. Faced a tough opponent who I faced again in the finals, even though after some very hard battles I managed to pull out the win. So I've already faced my opponent rounds earlier, where I beat him 2-0, but he also beat a friend of mine who was running the same team, so I was a little bit worried. It was a very tough battle, there's 10 games in total, but I'm glad I got the final win. So going into the final game, I felt a little bit anxious. He was playing some crazy ABA teams. I had to make a line call. Luckily, I didn't get it completely right, but I made it work in the end. Very happy with that. The most memorable moment in the final for me happened in the final game, where he let a Moonblast go on his Pelipper, which basically put him into farm down range and ended up getting me the win.
Loud, loud, loud. Everyone, it is Colin6!
I think I would still compete even if there was a travel award. There are some regionals close to me. I really enjoy going to these events, seeing my friends, have a lot of fun always. And now I can basically play without any stress, which is really nice. The Pokemon Go community means a lot to me, especially my teammates. We travel to all of these regionals together, stay at the same hotels, have a lot of fun. And then at night there's a lot of socials going on during the regionals, which is always a lot of fun to see. It's just always a good time.
Welcome back, everyone. Colin is, of course, an absolute master. You have seen him in the video just right there. And what you also can see, Martinez evolved.
Yeah, a bit taller, but a little less handsome, as we are going to be getting into the next series of battles. But my goodness, today has been amazing. The battles you have been shoutcasting was incredible. That last catch with the Scald was pivotal for that matchup. We all kind of saw it coming when you can see the big picture, you know, but when you're in the battles, you know it's like that's the only win or lose con for you.
Yeah, I need to connect that Scald onto the Licky Tongue. I need to get that debuff. And it does work or doesn't work. It's so exciting to watch. It's also so exciting to play as well. Getting your hopes to win that match. It's such a blast.
Yeah. Now today we've seen so many good teams, so many unique Pokemon, and at least on my side, for Butters and I, we have seen so many flyers, multiple sets, 5 out of 12 flyers on each team. Or not on each team, but out of 5 out of 12. Yeah.
We also had matches where both trainers had triple flyer.
Wow.
That was absolutely insane. We had so many Skarmory, Gligar, and Altaria, but the Pokemon, the flying type that convinced me the most, still Talonflame.
Still Talonflame. We haven't seen a single Talonflame in our battles. Yeah. No, we've seen way more Skarmories. Shadow Charizard did well for Arrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, he utilized it on the lead as like get the blast burn damage out and then sacrifice and hard farm.
Yeah.
But overall, the Flyers have been incredibly strong. And there has been not a single Registeel in this tournament that I have seen yet.
Really? In the beginning, we had quite some Registeel. I think it was a mirror match in the first round.
Wow. And see, that's why 320 battlers are here today, the biggest tournament to date. What is it? 16 brackets, people from NA, the LATAM, Australia, and then EU, of course. And there has been a little rivalry as well. NA versus EU is starting to bubble to the surface.
Yeah, the NA players have told everyone that they're going to take it away from the EU trainers. The EU trainers, meanwhile, want to have nothing of that, and they want to have it. But we have so many North American trainers that are already qualified for Day 2, and those are big names. It's Axon, Dunebug. It's going to be a very tough time for the European trainers to compete with those.
Yes, and we have Giappi here versus Chris, and this is going to be a great showcase. Is there, Clodsire, have you seen it today? Because we have.
Oh, I think I've seen Clodsire on your streams.
Yes, Clodsire has been doing very, very well. It's got great coverage. We saw some crucial matchups where the fast move was the determining factor.
Arceus Aurelius.
Yes, 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 as both trainers here have very strong Pokemon, and we are not messing around. They are locking into the battles, and we are ready to go.
Yeah, Giappi and Chris. Giappi is a very, very strong Italian player. He has played lots of locals with the likes of a Mind Joke, and also played with the Scaffo a lot. And Chris, I think he's playing a lot with Patoman. He has been performing at the special event of Barcelona, but here we are seeing Giappi's team, and that is the Clodsire and Guzzlord for a little bit of spice.
And today, what we've seen is a diverse moveset with Cresselia.
Yeah.
Can talk to Andy, maybe need some more coffee. Future Sight and Moonblast, and a lot of the reasons for that was they wanted the Moonblast to have better coverage against dragons, the fear of Guzzlord, the fear of Giratina Origin. And then on the other side, we do see Lantern actually with Spark. Most did, but Arrow ran Water Gun, and that surprised everyone. Yeah. And Trevenant as well, very strong in the meta when you have Whiscash, Cresselia, cores sometimes here at the EUIC.
That is true, but going back to that Moonblast on Cresselia, something that few people have mentioned before is that you have a big problem with Grass Knot Moonblast against fire Pokemon. And if they're falling back in usage, then you're good to play Moonblast. But a few weeks ago, we had Talonflame and Skeledirge on every team, basically, but now we're going into the first game, and this is a huge lead for Chris.
This feels like we traveled back in time. Trevenant versus Lantern as the Skarmory swap-in comes in. What's beautiful about the Trevenant is because of Steel Wing, you're not threatened by fast moves anymore. You can freely go for a Shadow Ball, get yourself an advantage, and then swap in a good counter.
That is true. And now the Skarmory is going to absorb this with a shield. We're going to swap into the Dugong immediately after. So the Skarmory has quite the advantage. We will want to shield that first attack that is coming through. It is going to be a Sky Attack. Oh, we're actually letting the Sky Attack go. Chris knows how he wants to play this matchup. The Shadow Claw damage is also going to be huge.
It's very interesting utilizing the Skarmory as a safe swap, especially with a Lantern on the other side. And I think the whole goal for that is to do exactly what's happening here. Draw out the Dugong if it is there because of the Guzzlord, and able to shield the Brave Bird as we see the Icy Wind be thrown.
Chris just reads Joppy's place right here, goes for a very nice undercharge right there. It is going to deal a decent amount of damage, and this is so much energy that Joppy needs for the next charge attack. This is a huge farm down. This is almost 1.5 icy wins.
That is perfect, as Chris is going to be able to get to 2 drill runs now before getting sparked down, and that is huge because drill run does an incredible amount of damage against the Lantern.
Yeah, and you said baiting out the Dugong is key, and I totally agree, Zionic. However, there is another answer to Guzzlord in the back, and that is the Vigoroth. We're going to actually throw the second drill run that is going to deal so much damage. This Lantern, Joppy knows there is a Trevenant waiting for it, so...
Oh, man! Wow. The predicted swap, Chris knew that he would have to swap out right away into whatever Pokemon he had in the back, and if he's reading correctly, Vigoroth is going to have a good matchup because the Annihilate may not have been back there.
Wow, that is absolutely huge. We're going to no-shield the Dragon Claw, which is also really interesting because this Vigoroth is very low now. He wants to put it all on the Trevenant in the back, maybe. We're going to shield that Body Slam. Joppy is down to no shields right here. This Vigoroth is pacing so quickly. He's going to go for the next Body Slam immediately.
Vigoroth dominating here in London and taking out the Guzzlord as Body Slam is just not enough to KO, but we will see a counter down.
Oh, counter down, and then we have the Lantern that has been dealing and that hasn't been dealing too much, so it has been dealt a lot by the Dugong and with the Dill runs, and Chris is actually winning this game.
What a beautiful job there by Chris, recognizing that, you know what, the Lantern is so low.
Yeah.
The best thing I can do is swap out into Vigoroth because the anticipation of Giappi is going to be swapping out as well, and that paid off.
And he predicted that Joppy is not going to immediately throw a charge attack as well, because why would you throw it into the 1 HP Dugong anyways?
Yeah.
So that was such a nice anticipation right there. It could have been dangerous if Joppy for some reason thought, hey, this Dugong has 1 HP, I'm going to throw a Surf at it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we were going to see the aggressive farm down, right? And that was just beautiful play. Now, we'll have to see the adjustment that could be made in this next battle as we see a highlight right here, a replay, and the undercharge of the Icy Wind was crucial because this allowed Dugong to get 3 extra Ice Shard fast moves, which was allowing him to get to 2 drill runs against Lantern.
What a great undercharge going into the nice there. It was absolutely strong right there. Very, very well played. This is high technical play from Chris on this side.
Yeah, and the Vigoroth obviously phenomenal in this meta, very strong against Guzzlord. Had the situation been different, right? Maybe Guzzlord gets an aggressive farm down, has a lot of energy. That can be flipped around because of how much damage the Dragon Tail, Dragon Claw combination can be.
Guzzlord is just such a strong Pokemon. It barely gets walled by anything. Fairy types are, of course, always an issue for Guzzlord, but...
we haven't really seen them in this tournament. We've seen some Azumarill, but ultimately Guzzlord can still do all right there. You just have to watch out for the charge moves, right? But we haven't seen Wigglytuff. We haven't seen Shadow Charm, Alolan Ninetales, or Shadow Granbull. That's another one to fear. But, you know, there's a lot more safer picks in this meta, and what the story has been today, at least for Butters and I, is the fighter, or the pseudo-fighter that has been chosen. Butters saying he's really liking the Poliwrath in this meta, and then Vigoroth, for me, I think has been outperforming everyone else.
To be honest, I'm just a big Poliwrath fan. I'm going Poliwrath all the way.
Everyone's team Poliwrath? All right. I mean, it's done so well, right? You got that added water typing for the Skarmory matchup, right? To be able to safely do a lot of counter damage, especially if you are Shadow Poliwrath, because that really starts to ramp up, and you have the debuff with Icy Wind and the Scald potential debuff as well.
Your only problem is just Lantern.
Lantern, yeah, and Gligar too.
Yeah, that is
Shadow
true.
Gligar has been putting in some work against Poliwrath.
The regular Poliwrath can actually win the 2-shield scenario against regular Gligar. However, nobody is running regular Gligar anymore.
No, it's all about Shadow today.
So that is a very, very useless fun fact right here.
Just to say, normal Gligar is good as well. If you at home do not have a Shadow one, you want to use a Gligar, normal one's great. As we are getting into the next battle, as we have Shadow Gligar versus Lantern.
And Shadow Gligar is just better than the regular Gligar in this matter, because if you have a little bit of attack on the Shadow Gligar, you actually reach a break point. This is what we call when a fast attack deals 1 more damage.
As the Surf now is going to be coming through, doing super effective damage, but Shadow Gligar can hit incredibly hard with the Dig as they decide to go for it now.
Yep, Dig is going to be shielded or not. Joppy has to make a decision right here. Shields up the dig, and that is very, very good.
Now, we'll have to see if there's going to be a swap out maybe to catch the charge move, because a Surf is going to be resisted by both Dugong and Lantern, but no swap right there as Joppy is able to get to the surface. We do see a shield here from Chris on the Shadow Gligar.
I think Joppy also waited a turn to see if there was a possible catch, and as soon as he realized that Chris went for the wing attack, he was safe to throw that Surf as the Gligar was in the animation.
Oh, this is a big moment here. If he decides to no-shield, but he will shield the aerial ace, and now is going to be forced to throw the Surf on charge attack priority, but Shadow Gligar is going to be taking it.
Oh, I would have loved to see a potential catch right here, but it's always very difficult to catch something. Wow, you still get to... There was a chance that you don't throw the Surf on the charge attack priority, but try to farm down.
Yeah, potentially, but we will see likely, we do see the Dugong come in, going for the aggressive farm down, and he's going to be able to get it in time, as Ice Shard is going to do just enough damage, but a Surf is coming through. If you have the count, instant no shield, and we can see that from Chris. That's why it's so important to keep track of the energy from your opponent.
Yeah, but this is still a lot of damage. Dugong is a very bulky Pokemon, and every HP matters in matchups against bulky Pokemon. So this is going to be a huge difference, especially that he got to the Surf.
Now, this is such an interesting moment in this matchup, because if you're Chris right now, you got to be wondering, why did Skarmory come in? Why did Skarmory come into a Dugong? Yeah. It's either because there's a Clodsire in the back, or there's a Guzzlord.
Also, yeah, the Guzzlord is looking like it is the choice for Joppy there. It is sitting right there in the back, and looking at the backline of Chris, the Lantern it doesn't want to have any of this.
So if I was Chris right here, and he might make this play, throw the next Icy Wind and go into the Lantern here soon to catch the charge move, because you need to keep Dugong alive. There it is, a beautiful swap to catch the charge move.
And we are going to catch a Brave Bird right here, but I don't know if this is going to be enough for Chris right here, because this is still going to deal a little bit of damage, and Guzzler is now going to come in. With this chip from the Flying type charge attack, you might have the option to farm this whole Lantern down.
Yeah, this is going to be the crucial play of this game. Dugong, I believe, is 1 or 2 fast moves away. So if Guzzlord can come out of here with the ability to throw double charge moves, it's going to be able to win.
Oh, and Joppy is just throwing right here. He's not even at 2 crunch. This is going to almost knock out the Lantern. This is going to not get the debuff. We're going to farm up. We have the Dragon Claw right here.
One fast move away. The Dragon Claw is going to be coming through, but Dugong, can it hang on? Again, it got an Ice Shard through. So close. Skarmory's Switch Clock is coming up.
Oh, this is not going to knock out. Icy Wind is for sure going to take out the Guzzlord. Now the big question, Steel Wing or Ice Shard, what is going to deal more damage? Skarmory still has a little bit of HP.
Here we go, Steel Wing versus Ice Shard, and Skarmory takes it! From a battle that I thought was totally on Chris's side, Skarmory was able to fly in and save the game for the win.
1 HP and a dream on that Skarmory, going for that Steel Wing down against the Dugong.
Oh my goodness. And I think keeping Dugong alive, Chris recognized, right? Why is Skarmory in? My opponent, it's again, what is your opponent doing and not doing? They're in with Skarmory against a bad matchup, right? With the Ice Shards and Icy Wind, so it's either Guzzlord or Clodsire. You need to keep Dugong alive, and unfortunately, it was the Guzzlord which had the ability to load up on energy against the Lantern. Now, could we have seen a more aggressive farm down and a crunch be thrown instead of Dragon Claw? That might have been the play, but still, Skarmory was able to secure the win regardless.
I think you win the charge attack priority anyways, but if you go out with a crunch, I think you have this. But Skarmory, you were absolutely right. It had what it took
to
win this game.
You know,
even though it was close.
Every single one of these games is so close. As we take a look back at this dig landing with the Shadow Gligar, you can see why it's such a big threat against Pokemon like Lantern, and on charge attack priority as well. That is not something you really want to see, because all that energy went into a Gligar that's just going to let it go down. And a beautiful swap in there by Chris to catch the charge move on Lantern.
I think he even got a full Ice Shot through on this. Oh, wait, a full Spark.
Yeah, it was a beautifully timed swap. Again, the Guzzlord able to soak the Icy Wind, but unfortunately Skarmory just had too much health, and Dugong went down to Steel Wing, which was neutral damage there.
Yeah, true, because it is a water type that would resist it, but it also is ice type. I think it is primarily an ice type, you know, most people
would
consider it more of an ice type than a water type. However, it is still just neutral damage.
Yes, and they are locked in this debate. Game 3 is coming through as we do have Trevenant on the lead versus Skarmory.
Oh, and that is an interesting matchup. Steel versus Grass type, especially Flying type versus Grass type. Sounds horrible at first, but you have those Shadow Balls. So basically, Skarmory needs to invest shields in this matchup. However, Skarmory, in some situations, can farm down the Trevenant entirely with 2 shields invested.
You do see the first shield given up there by Giampi, stopping the Shadow Ball. So that's a big shield right there. Had that been a Seed Bomb shield bait, that would have been critical as we see the Trevenant give up a shield right away here against the Sky Attack.
But you don't really, this matchup, I don't think that you need to necessarily shoot, because even if you're going for Shadow Ball, you're always going to outpace the Skarmory.
Yeah, and if you're Giampi right here, you got to be so thankful that the Trevenant is on the field, because you have Annihilate in the back. And you want to get rid of it as soon as possible, and this is why. We're seeing a double shield now, and an instant swap out by Chris into Dugong as we see Annihilate come in.
Yep, and Annihilate now is down a shield in this matchup against Dugong, and Annihilate is not the most bulky Pokemon, so this is still going to be I don't know if it's an uphill battle for the Annihilate, but it is going to be better for the Dugong.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tough here, but Annihilate can overcome it so long as they get the charge move before the next Icy Wind can come through, and this is the tough thing. You have 1 shield remaining. We do see the Dugong decide to invest, and it is going to be the Shadow Ball. So Dugong now is going to be able to get to the... They did throw Drill Run right here. Icy Wind would KO, but Drill Run going to do enough damage anyways.
KO's more.
Yeah, it KO's more. Yes, exactly.
This is to assert the dominance now. Both players, both trainers are on no shield right here. So this is going to come down to potential catches maybe.
Yes, as Dugong now hoping to get to an Icy Wind, but Skarmory throwing the Sky Attack at the perfect time right here to get rid of Dugong. But the tough thing is, there's a Guzzlord in the back. Yeah. Guess what? There's a Vigoroth.
Yes, Skarmory is looking fantastic even without the Guzzlord right here. It is going to deal so much damage. This looks like a Brave Bird.
This is going to be a Brave Bird. It's going to do so much damage against the Vigoroth, and unfortunately, Guzzlord now has an opportunity to win as the Dragon Tails are just going to be too much damage for Vigoroth.
Yeah, Vigoroth gets to throw a Rock Slide. Smart move to throw it. It deals a little more damage than the Body Slam, but it might not be enough to knock out the Guzzlord. Deals a lot of damage. We're going into the Trevenant. Dragon Claw immediately thrown. No shield. Trevenant is not going to be happy to take this.
And Giampi here is going to be taking decisive Game 3 as Guzzlord is going to be taking down both Trevenant and Vigoroth.
Oh, and Joppy advances to Day 2, wins the Group I.
Group I, we got to go through the whole alphabet today. What an incredible set of battles. Again, it came down to that Guzzlord. I think very strong in this meta. Maybe widely overlooked by a lot of other trainers, but ultimately it's an answer to Lantern. It's an answer to Giratina Origin. It can still do well in some of those tough matchups. Even against Annihilate, Poliwrath, or Vigoroth, you can do neutral damage in those situations, especially if you have a lot of energy.
Especially Annihilate doesn't really have charge attacks to throw, so basically if Annihilate farms down something that you had in the lead or something, you can bring in the Guzzlord, deal a lot of damage if the Annihilate is chipped already, and you soak up the energy basically. So this Pokemon is so flexible, it just gets hard-walled by any kind of fairy type. And that's what I find really interesting, because I think that Guzzlord being a big threat to many teams, and it is piloted by a decent amount of players.
Yeah.
That this is the reason why Azumarill shifted back into the meta.
Okay. And the thing is, with the Azumarill matchup, again, it's always about the charge moves. Azumarill doesn't really have a lot of pressure with Bubble, even in matchups against, like, Talonflame. The Bubble doesn't do an incredible amount of damage, and Talonflame can wiggle through that matchup with Fly, right? So Azumarill is like, it has to be landing those charge moves. And if you're in a situation where you have shield advantage, maybe 2-1 with the Guzzlord against Azumarill, you can put in a lot of work.
That is true, especially Skeledirge as another Incinerate using Pokemon has good play against Azumarill, even though it is a bit more frail, but you also resist this Ice Beam, which Talonflame takes neutral damage of. So there you have the hard-hitting Shadow Ball.
Yeah, Skeledirge and Guzzlord, both picks that I had for this tournament because of how strong they can do, or how strong they are in the meta. Giratina Origin, did you see any today?
Just from Arceus Aurelius, to be honest. But let's look at the highlights of this last match from Joppy versus Chris. This is going to be really interesting to see those plays again. We're going to see an attack drop here, and this is so much ice shard damage.
Yes, and the beautiful back-to-back drill runs there against the Lantern, and the simultaneous swap in, knowing that the Lantern couldn't stay in, and then facing off against the Guzzlord, but ultimately it was a good game as it's Vigoroth's day.
Yeah, Vigoroth just went on a rampage here. Chris won the first game. Vigoroth countering down everything. Guzzlord, Lantern, it doesn't care.
Yes, as we do see the dig here from Shadow Gligar, so much damage against Lantern. And this is probably why we're looking at Arrow's team. He ran with Water Gun, but he did have 4 flyers, so or 3 flyers and a Whimsicott. He didn't really want to see any fighters, and we were taken by surprise because that Water Gun Lantern handles the Shadow Gligars very well.
Yeah, and also, I mean, okay, Spark Lantern also handles those fire types, but against Skeledirge, it's also a little bit better, so this is really has a grip. And most of the flyers have problems with Skeledirge and Talonflame as well.
Yeah, and man, Skarmory clutching it up right there. Having so much energy for the free Brave Bird against that Vigoroth. And then the farm down as we do see the swap in with Annihilape into the Dugong. And this is a situation where you would think, oh, the Annihilape can win, right? It's a fighter versus an ice, but ultimately Dugong is able to overcome because there was no shields remaining.
This is where Skarmory really shines. This is how you want to play Skarmory. No shields on the opposing side. Doesn't even matter if you have shields or not, but you have energy advantage and you get to Brave Bird everything.
That's what sealed the deal right there.
Yeah.
Guzzlord now wins the game because of that. You can see the
agreeing.
smile. You can see the smile on Giappi's face knowing that it's GG because Trevenant is doing nothing but resisted damage and Vigoroth just doesn't have enough health remaining to counter down.
Exactly. Giappi won this game, well deserved. Guzzlord, you have to have multiple answers for it on your team because this Pokemon, it's just in every neutral scenario, it's just so good. It's just like the Incinerate Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like also, those Pokemon in neutral scenarios, really hard to beat them.
Yes, very tough. And I wonder if we see a transition back into more Charmers coming into the meta. I know Shadow Alolan Ninetales won our first World Championships with Dancing Rob, right? We saw Paddleman dominate his regional with it, getting his first regional win. Shadow Charm has the opportunity. If you take a look today, how many steals did we see? How many poisons did we see? Not a lot.
We've seen some Registeel.
Okay,
yeah,
I haven't. I've only seen, I think, 2 Alolan Sandslash.
To be fair, we have seen plenty of Clodsire.
We have. But in that situation as well, right? You also have the Powder Snow, or the Weather Ball damage that can do super effective. So maybe there's room for Charm to come back into this meta.
That is true. I mean, my biggest pick to sweep this tournament as a Pokemon was Wigglytuff.
Oh, okay.
We haven't seen one so far, but I think that this is, especially mostly all of those Charm Pokemon, if you're not prepared for Charm and you face Charm, it's going to be problematic for you. There is a saying from an Eloquence that goes charm, charm, charm all day. And that might happen to you. And if you don't have an answer, if you don't have this Steel type, this Fire type, or this Poison type, it's going to be really tough for you.
Yeah, and a lot of teams. We've seen what? Cresselia, Poliwrath, Clodsire, but it doesn't matter because we have an interview with Zoe for Giappi.
Holy moly, once again, such close, intense battles. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty satisfied. Like I was coming to this tournament in not the best form, but it seems like I'm regaining it.
Yeah, you're getting that confidence back, getting the feel back in. Yeah,
definitely.
I want to ask, after the second match, 1 HP in a dream, such a clutch moment. What was your thought process going into the third game?
I thought like it would have brought the Vigoroth because it was great against my previous lines. I was also pretty sure that he would have had gotten like the Lantern again because like I was basically forced to use Guzzlord to stop the Trevenant. So I felt pretty confident about leading with the Skarmory, which had play against basically everything that wasn't Lantern. So I felt pretty confident about going with this line. I also thought that like even if he brought Dugong again, Annihilape would have been great anyway. And that's the thought process, basically.
Yeah, and it all went exactly in your favor. So big congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck as well for tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm sure you're going to do fantastically. Throwing back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much. This has been such an incredible event already, and it is only Friday.
It is only Friday. We have Saturday for day 2, and we have the championships on Sunday for day 3 with the biggest international tournament to date for Pokemon Go. 320 trainers, 16 groups of 20, NA, LATAM, EU, and a few trainers from Australia.
Yeah, it is going to be insane. It is already insane. We have seen so many high caliber Pokemon trainers. We are going to see even more. The next matchup is already insane again. I just love that these players are just always returning faces that we have seen from previous regionals and special events and ICs, and of course from Worlds as well. So many trainers that you guys have seen on screen so many times. They're always returning because they keep on playing and they are so good.
Yes, and that's because of the point system. Right? These trainers need a certain number of points in order to qualify for Worlds, and these ICs provide a lot more points, even if you don't win, right? You don't take first, you don't take second. If you take 10th and get enough points, you could qualify for Worlds depending on where you're at, but we do have Stone Collection versus Danny in this next battle.
Yeah, and Stone Collection is one of the trainers who uses a Zoomer, but whoa, what is this team from Danny? That is an Umbreon, a Shadow Whiscash, a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Pelipper, Charger Bug and Shadow Gligar, triple Shadow?
It's good to see Umbreon come back. Umbreon has been,
right?
I love it. It's such a solid Pokemon to have. In years past, it's always been a bit fearful of the Azumarill, right?
Yeah.
But it can do so well in this meta.
Yeah, I mean, Stone Collection brought Azumarill, so that's already
a
big danger.
A throwback.
There is a Shadow Sableye, and Sableye has problematic matchups versus Umbreon, even in the purified form, and there you have Return, which still deals some damage. Power Gem,
Power Gem, it has its niche coverage, right? Charge Bug, super effective damage.
Yeah.
Talonflame, well, that's beyond one shot. It's a Shadow Sableye. So very interesting to see that. I think that might have been an answer or a good hard wall to something like Giratina Origin, which has been very fearful, right? If you did not have a normal type or any type of resistance, Giratina Origin would just run through teams.
That is true. But looking at this team, I don't think that Danny really wants to bring the Umbreon so far, because there is not only Azumarill, there is also Charger Bug and Vigoroth, and those are all tough matchups. Also, Shadow Whiscash, it is a neutral matchup on paper, but as soon as Umbreon gets debuffed, it feels like it deals no damage anymore.
Yeah, and the Charge Bug does great in this meta, as Butters was hoping to see all day long, because all the games we were casting had lanterns on a lot of teams, and that's what we've seen, right? The electric typing for this meta is needed, right? We saw 5, 6 flyers in a set of battles. An electric type is needed, and the choices today have been Charge Bug or Lantern, or if you're Palasha, the Shadow Magnezone.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Ampharos or Bellibolt.
Oh, yeah. Ampharos. Butters would love to see that, as we do see the team here from Danny. It's going to be the Umbreon, Shadow Whiscash, Shadow Alolan Sandslash with Shadow Claw. That's a pivotal moveset, whether it's Powder Snow or Shadow Claw. And then the Pelipper making a comeback here. Weather Ball and Hurricane, such a powerful moveset to have the Charger Bug and Shadow Gligar.
One of Inadequence's favorite Pokemon, likes to go whoosh, very big Hurricanes, and I wonder, how good does it look into Stone Collection's team? Because Skarmory, it is not the best matchup. You resist those Steel Wings, but Skarmory also does resist your wing attacks, so that is kind of neutral. I think Skarmory outbulks you. Charger Bug, don't play that.
I think it's relatively safe outside of Charger Bug, right? You have a lot of neutral play there, even against like something like Azumarill. The Hurricane hits incredibly hard against Skarmory. You have that added water typing to resist Steel Wing, and then you Weather Ball spam, right? Shadow Whiscash, Shadow Sableye are going to take a lot of damage and could potentially get near one shot depending on the health with Hurricane. It has a lot of play, and I think that might be the pivotal choice in these games, right? Stone Collection, do you have to bring Charger Bug in order to answer the Pelipper? And Danny, do you not bring Pelipper because you see the Charger Bug?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. This Charger Bug looks like it's really necessary against the Pelipper, because Pelipper is just going to deal... Like, Pelipper is a Pokemon that gets out of control so quickly. You're pacing so fast. Just 5 wing attacks for the first Weather Ball, and then only 4 for the next one. That's only 8 turns for a charge attack from a Pokemon with relatively high attack. It's going to be really hard to stop that in neutral scenarios. Azumarill might be able to do it. Vigoroth, that's what Vigoroth is used for most of the time, right? It is a counter using Pokemon that does not have the biggest problem with flying types.
Yes, yes. And what I love with Danny as well, so we take a look at the flyers. One flyer being the Shadow Gligar does well against electric types, whereas you have the Pelipper. So it's all going to be about what does your opponent have and which flyer is going to be best for this game. And I think we're probably, because of that, we're probably going to see more Gligars because there is no Dugong, right? There's no Powder Snow, Alolan Sand Slash. There's no Obama Snow. So Gligar is actually really safe here, even against Azumarill. I mean, the Bubble's still going to do quite a bit of damage. You have the Scald to look out for, but overall, it's safer than Pelipper.
Yeah, however, the Skarmory matchup for Gligar is also a bit catastrophic.
Yeah, I'm looking at like there's obviously the defenses as well, but these trainers know their team better than we do, as we're going to be getting into the battles here shortly. But do you think we're going to see the Umbreon come out?
I kind of doubt it, actually. Like the middle part of the team of Stone Collection, Whiscash until Charger Bug, they just look so good against the Umbreon. I don't think that it is the safest Pokemon that Dane can bring. It might be very strong in some matchup. If you're fearing the Shadow Sableye, if that is... Basically, it's the only answer that Dane has for it. You kind of want to bring it. You kind of hope that the Umbreon is scaring the Shadow Sableye away.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at these matchups, Stone Collection's team actually looks pretty strong against Danny across the board. There's no counter user over there, so Pokemon like the Vigoroth are completely safe, right? There's no Poliwrath, there's no Annihilate, so I imagine Vigoroth's going to be a big Pokemon in this best of 3.
Yeah, Vigoroth has so much play with this combination from fighting type, normal types, and rock type attacks. So we're going to see that how this is going to play out relatively soon. Both players are ready, they have their lines, so they're going to get locked in soon, and this is going to be a very interesting match.
Yeah, and what's cool to see is the Whiscaches, right? Typically in the past we saw normal Whiscache, and then when the Shadow was available, everyone gravitated to that because Shadow Scald is just so much stronger. I know we saw the 50% chance to debuff, which is always a flip of a coin, and depending on what side of the Scald you're on, you're either happy or very sad. But there are some matchups where it's like it's better to throw the Scald than actually the Mud Bomb because you want that debuff.
Yeah, something like an Azumarill is a very good case for that, but we're going into the games. We have Whiscash versus Gligar, both Pokemon being the Shadow versions, and this is a matchup that we have seen so many times already.
All right, Scald here, going to be the move to look out for, as we will see the Aerial Ace be thrown first. Now, Whiscash doesn't necessarily have to shield this first charge move right here. It's not going to be enough to knock out, as we're going to see it go through, and then the Scald now, as we see a counter swap and a beautiful catch, but I mean, it is a beautiful catch, right? But it is still going to do a lot of damage.
That is true, but we got a full Volt Switch through. But what I find really interesting is that Dane went immediately for the Aerial Ace right there, but now he is in a rather bad matchup with the Charger Bug, and Stone Collection is probably really happy that there is a Gligar in the back and the Azumarill is just waiting for it.
Yes, and double Mud Bomb here might just be enough. Actually, he's deciding to go for the Scald instead. This is definitely going to knock out if the Charger Bug does not shield. And there's a lot of energy still, so we will see the shield there on Charger Bug.
Yep, and the Charger Bug is already at the axis. The Stone Collection is now deciding, do I want to try and go for a big farm down here? I mean, he doesn't really have the Pokemon to farm it down with. We're going for the Vigoroth. Those are resisted counters, so I assume that the Charger Bug is probably going to get to another move right here.
Man, unfortunately, this whole game kind of rides on Stone Collection's Vigoroth right here. If we take a look at the back line, there is a Shadow Gligar and a Pelipper. We will see the shield and the aggressive farm down from Vigoroth, and this is exactly what he needs. If there's only one shield left,
no way!
Throwing the Body Slam, and Charger Bug is going to say, thank you very much, I will let this go. Unfortunately, not able to fully farm down.
Yeah, and if this was to be shielded, I think this would have been a shield knockout with the 1 damage, the 1 HP that Charger Bug had there. So Dane deciding to let it go. This was a very close call. This is looking very bad for Stone Collection. He has the Rock Slide available already. Goes for a Body Slam bait.
Yeah, this is still going to do a lot of damage, so Pelipper has to decide now. Do I invest the shield? No, he's going to let it go. Calling the bait, Body Slam, gets it to 50% HP, but Pelipper now in the position it needs to be in, loading up on energy.
Yep. That is true, and Pelipper can decide if it wants to go for a shield. I would advise to go for a shield because this is very close to knocking out. And now there is a lot of energy. There is no shields on Dane's side. But Dane, this might still be losable for him because the Azumarill is so good it will take out both Pokemon with just one Ice Beam.
Yes, but the important part for Stone Collection here is to load up on energy, knowing that a dig is still a little bit far away, as they go for an Aerial Ace here to try to lower the health on Azumarill, but Azumarill needs 2 charge moves, but unfortunately it cannot load a back-to-back Ice Beam.
That is true. We're going to see the Ice Beam almost at 2 Ice Beams. The question is, how much energy does Dane have on this Pelipper? Is he already at a Weather Ball? Is there a potential catch for Stone Collection? Can he actually get to 1 more Ice Beam? Right here, it's going to be the Weather Ball, but now the Pelipper is energy dry.
Energy dry, so it's now going to be Wing Attack and Weather Ball versus Counter and Body Slam. We're off to the races, and I think Vigoroth is going to get there in time as Body Slam is going to be able to land against the Pelipper, and Stone Collection will be taking game 1.
Stone Collection is a fierce Pokemon trainer that loves his mechanical play. He loves to anticipate the opponent. He loves to see when am I going to get into a scenario where I can clutch this out? What can I rely on? And it was the bulk of the Azumarill forcing his opponent to throw immediately, taking so much damage but having so much energy, threatening a knockout. So Dane had to be an energy disadvantage against the Vigoroth. That cost him in the end.
And I also think a huge play for Stone Collection was shielding that Vigoroth and going for the aggressive energy against Charge Bug. Yes, we saw the Body Slam be thrown, but he didn't want to get hit with an X-Scissor, right? Yeah. So he had to throw, and then having so much energy, and that's why Vigoroth can be so strong in these metas, is when you let it get out of control with that much energy, it's very hard to stop.
That is true. Vigoroth is just so good. It is so spammy. Body Slam is, in general, such a great attack. It costs not a lot of energy. It has relatively high damage for it. It is same type attack boosted on the Vigoroth, and you have Counter, which is one of the most... It's basically the best fast attack we have in the game in terms of energy and damage. If you combine that with an attack like Body Slam, it's crazy.
Yes, and I think hearing this, I think we're starting to convert you to Team Vigoroth and letting go of the Poliwrath. The excitement that you have in your voice, I think you're on Team Vigoroth now.
Yeah, maybe I am, but now we're going to look at this highlight. And Stone Collection knew that his opponent was at the X-Scissor, so he knew he had to throw. He was attempting a big farm down. Could you imagine how huge this game would have been if he just went for the farm down?
And this is what's great about Danny's Hurricane here, is it did so much neutral damage, and we saw it clutch up later on with the Weather Ball. And Shadow Gligar able to get to the Aerial Ace right there, getting it just low enough, but unfortunately Stone Collection was stone cold with his mechanics, able to overload on energy and secure the win with the Vigoroth and Body Slam. That was such a close race there at the end.
Stone Collection has been top cutting event after event this season. I think the only event he didn't top cut was in Utrecht.
As we will be getting here into Game 2, Stone Collection 1-0. If you are joining us today, good morning, NA. This is, it has been a very competitive day. NA versus EU has been the story. We have seen some rivalries out in the crowd. Everyone's cheering for their favorite as we get into Game 2, Vigoroth versus Charjabug.
And this feels like it's Evolution Cup again.
It does. Vigoroth, though, has access to Rock Slide for super effective damage against that bug typing.
That is true. However, the energy efficiency on X-Scissor and Volt Switch is just a little bit better. And the bulk, of course, that the Charjabug carries makes it so that the matchup is positive for the Electric Bug Pokemon.
Now Vigoroth opting to go for the Body Slam here, and a no shield there by Danny, predicting or maybe even not caring if a Rock Slide does land, because now we're going to see a second X-Scissor and force the hand here of Stone Collection.
Oh, Stone Collection is actually going to shield this, not trying to play it out, not trying to see if he can take this X-Scissor. Actually goes for a little bit more energy, throws yet another Body Slam, which is barely not going to knock out, I think so. Are we going to get another little bit of farm there?
Yeah, we might just see the X-Scissor. Oh no, able to get the aggressive farm down as we see a Whiscash and Pelipper in the back. Body Slam can be a great move to throw here. And this is going to be very interesting, having switch advantage.
Yeah.
You are seeing it at home. There's a Pelipper on the field. Rock Slide now going to be forcing the first shield from Danny.
Yep, and Yeah, it is actually going to be forcing the first shield. Stone Collection now with the shield advantage does not want to switch out here, gives the Pelipper a little bit of farm, and now brings in the charger back without a smirk. It is going to be a Whiscash mirror, but that was a late swap on Stone Collection's side. There is advantage.
It's a late swap and a coin flip. This is going to be a matchup that will be deciding this whole game.
Yep. We're going to see Stone Collection farming up to the Scald, shielding. The first gets the debuff from Dane's Whiscash.
Yes, as the next Scald's going to be coming through. A back and forth here. Double debuff. And now ahead on health. Stone Collection shielding the hardest hitting Scald, right? That first one before the debuff is always going to be the hardest hitting, and now is going to be having a lot more health in comparison.
That is true, but even though if you're getting outpaced to multiple Scalds, you can throw multiple Mud Bombs, because if you dealt that much damage before, you're going to knock out with a Mud Bomb. Scald is not the only option, even though it is a better attack. We're going to knock out the other Whiscash as well, and now there is still a lot of time for Dane to gain some energy.
If I was Stone Collection here, I'd be looking for a fast swap into Charge Bug, because you cannot let that Pelipper get energy, because Hurricane is going to be doing a lot of damage. Now, thankfully, it's only neutral. I think Charge Bug is tanky enough. It's little, but it is mighty, as the Hurricane is able to survive.
It's very chill while taking this neutral Hurricane, and Stone Collection farms down the Pelipper, advances to day 2.
Yes. Stone Collection, stone cold in his mechanics, able to overcome Danny there and move to day 2. Charge Bug was such a strong pick against Danny's team.
Yeah, he kept the switch in game 2 and then had the Charger Bug on this Pelipper. And we all know how Charger Bug versus Pelipper plays out. I mean, we just saw it.
We were talking about that before the game, right? Both trainers knowing that, you know, Stone Collection sees the Pelipper and goes, I have to bring Charge Bug. I cannot let this Pelipper get out for free.
He did in game 1, though.
Yeah. And it's so cool to see the dynamics, right? Yeah. Because there's a mind game to be had. And if you've been paying attention to the interviews today, a lot of the trainers, earlier, there was Giratina Origin. He had to bring the Vigoroth earlier. I can't remember the exact matchup, but because there was the threat, the looming threat of Giratina Origin, Vigoroth was brought into all 3 games because of that.
Yeah, we also saw Pablondinas, who basically only had one answer to the Abomasnow of Nighttime Clasher, which was the Abomasnow, but he never brought the Vigoroth. And we are going to actually look at the match highlights of Stone Collection versus Dane really soon. Right here we have it, and this is again game 1, Stone Collection trying to go for the big farm down, but the Charger Bug of Dane was just too bulky and lived with 1 HP.
Yes, and that was perfect timing there by Stone Collection, as we do see the Hurricane land here against the Azumarill, which was great, right? Doing so much neutral damage. But unfortunately, as we move further into this matchup, the Azumarill was able to overcome.
Yep, Azumarill was actually completely insane in this matchup, taking out basically 2 Pokemon. Or let's rather say it forced Dane to throw an attack that it didn't want to throw, and then Vigoroth was able to outpace. Perfect mechanical execution from Stone Collection. In game 2 he thought, hey, I don't want to play perfectly anymore. Let's make this a little bit easier. Let's try to get Charger Bug on the Pelipper.
Yeah, and we had talked about earlier, right? Vigoroth was so strong against Danny's team because there was no counter user. And Stone Collection played it to a T, using Vigoroth in every single game, maximizing that energy, taking advantage of the free opportunity to let Vigoroth run.
Yeah. Vigoroth is so good. And you said it, I might be converted to Team Vigoroth.
Yes! Chat, are you guys with me? Team Vigoroth!
I mean, I'm still going to Team Poliwrath here. I'm not completely convinced. Poliwrath is so cool. Look at his hands.
Yeah. Poliwrath is a cool fighter to have, as we do have the a beautiful set of battles there. And what's great, right, before in seasons past, we've had Metagame be the only dominant fighter.
Yeah.
And at that time, we always thought maybe Toxicroak could come in. It had some play.
It won Bilbao, even.
Yeah.
So there was one tournament.
Yes, there was one tournament. But we do have an interview with Stone Collection and Zoe, so stick around.
Dude, I can't talk anymore.
Absolutely amazing games today. Maybe walking home with one of these trophies behind us at the end of the weekend. You never know.
That's not going to happen.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. It was a beautiful match. How are you feeling? Feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. To be honest, my expectations were kind of mediocre because our teams were really alignment based. I was really scared of his Gligar, so I didn't want to use my Charger Bug, although the Charger Bug looked really good. So I dropped it, but it worked out in the end, so I'm pretty fine.
Yeah, it all came together just right. I do have a question for you. Someone has asked, where is your signature Dragonair, your Shadow Dragonair? It's not here. Was there a particular reason not to bring it to this tournament?
So some weeks ago, I took part in some German locals, and I used the Dragonair. It was really good. I had a really good performance, and then I went to the Dutch locals, and I got completely annihilated. Everybody was running Wigglytuff, Guzzlord, and at that point, I just dropped it. So for now, it's retired like my Samurott.
Oh, maybe next time. You never know. Maybe it'll make a comeback. But
maybe, yeah.
For this weekend, the rest of your team, I'm sure, is going to do fantastically. So good luck for the rest of your battles this weekend. We're going to jump now to a nice little segment on type effectiveness with Will.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup. Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resistant. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them.
That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
My name is Colin, known as Colin6 in the game, and I consider myself to be a true battler. I don't interact much with the other parts of the game, but I do love going to these regionals. I had a great start on day one, where I just swept my brackets, finished first and got a great spot in the winner's bracket day two. Faced a tough opponent, who I faced again in the finals. Even though after some very hard battles, I managed to pull out the win. So I've already faced my opponent rounds earlier, where I beat him 2-0. But he also beat a friend of mine who was running the same team. So I was a little bit worried. It was a very tough battle. There's 10 games in total, but I'm glad I got the final win. So going into the final game, I felt a little bit anxious. He was playing some crazy ABA teams. I had to make a line call. Luckily, I didn't get it completely right, but I made it work in the end. Very happy with that. The most memorable moment in the final for me happened in the final game, where he let a Moonblast go on his Pelipper, which basically put him into farm down range and ended up getting me the win.
Loud, loud, loud. Everyone, it is Colin6!
I think I would still compete even if there was a travel award. There are some regionals close to me. I really enjoy going to these events, seeing my friends, have a lot of fun always. And now I can basically play without any stress, which is really nice. The Pokémon Go community means a lot to me, especially my teammates. We travel to all of these regionals together, stay at the same hotels, have a lot of fun. And then at night there's a lot of socials going on during the regionals, which is always a lot of fun to see. It's just always a good time.
We are live in London and we are progressing through our top 32 for our Saturday portion of events. I'm Tua Butters, joined by Inadequates.
Yes, finally good to be casting together, Butters. This is going to be so exciting. We have a couple battles left today, but they're going to be so good, right? We just saw Stone Collection progress. I believe one of the best European players, one of the most consistent, is on top or somewhere in the top of the European leaderboard right now. So yeah, and we're going to have another really good battle coming.
I've loved Stone Collection ever since the Samurai in Last Chance Qualifier, also in London, but his signature Pokemon of recent has been that Shadow Sableye. We didn't see it as much there, but has been a dominant pick for him. Like you said, one of the best trainers, and another one of the best European trainers. Actually, your pick to win it all is coming up next, because we got Scafo up next.
I'm so excited for that. Scafo used a similar team that I used in Utrecht as well. Can you pronounce it for me, by the way?
Utrecht. Utrecht. I got it.
I coached him.
I was better earlier. He went through the noises where I moved my lips differently, but that's as good as it gets for now.
Yeah, but like we were saying, Scafo is a player who really likes to use meta picks. Oh, but look at that. He brought the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff is such a threat to Pokemon that are like Dark types or Drex, and we do see Mandibuzz from Jamie on the right side.
How about the Shadow Feraligatr, though? That is one of the rare appearances. We saw Maxi 1 million had it on his team, but now Scafo getting all the way to the winner's final of his group with that Shadow Feraligatr. Will we see that on stage?
You know, I saw you had a Feraligatr pin on. This must be no coincidence, right? We see here the Feraligatr running Hydro Cannon and Crunch as a charge attack, Shadow Claw, the new Shadow Claw as the fast attack. And what do you think of Crunch versus Ice Beam on Feraligatr?
Yeah, I like that decision because you don't love the Cresselia matchup. Because Cresselia is just able to get to those Grass Knots and knock you out, plus Cycle Cuts. That you want that Crunch to have the coverage to do better. And especially we've seen Cresselia creeping up the usage and Lickitung dropping. I think it's a great pick because what do you need an Ice Beam for Shadow Gligar? You already got Hydro Cannon. It's redundant, right?
Well, it could be great against this Mandibuzz here, but yeah, there's also Cresselia indeed, like you say, and it pays so fast to the Grass Knot. It's so bulky, so in that case, Crunch indeed could be useful. I really like this team from Jamie though here. We have the Mandibuzz Clodsire core. That's very solid, but yeah, Mandibuzz against Wigglytuff, kind of rough, right? It's always a scary Pokemon to use there.
Yeah, we've seen that core earlier from Arceus, right? He was bringing that Clodsire and Mandibuzz, and he was able to manipulate his switch timer a lot, as Zoe said, make it a lot of cheeky swaps out there. So can these trainers also take advantage of that. Like you mentioned, there is that Mandibuzz to be a good counter against that Feraligatr. I also like that you have the crunch coverage for the Lantern as well. So you're not just hard wall on your energy here. So maybe we will see that Shadow Feraligatr appearances as we are locked into game number 1, Scoffo versus Jamie McElwain.
Yeah, let's see what these trainers are bringing. We have Scoffo with the Shadow Feraligatr into the Shadow Loaded Sandslash from Jamie.
And luckily, you do resist those ice punches, but you get to that drill run, and it is going to be the power snow, right? That is so good for the Feraligatr here. And Feraligatr just gets the energy so quick, like Swampert in the past, just 5-4. It's just so fast.
It's actually straight 5 here because Shadow Claw is a little bit less energy generation, but it still outpaced the Alolan Sandslash. What do you do here as Jamie? You can't really swap out of this, right? Nothing really likes to take a charge step from the Feraligatr in the back, the Annihilate and the Cresselia.
No, you're absolutely right on that point about the 5-5. And here comes the Hydro Cannon. It's swapped on into the Cresselia, but the catch, but at what cost? I mean, Feraligatr's not scared. He's going to get to 5 again, and he's going to be able to throw the Hydro Cannon, and he has the crunch available. That does almost half the damage. Plus, you're doing the super effective Shadow Claws.
I think you even outpace your crunch if you want to, but going to try and catch on the Charge Bug, fails to do so. However, in comes the Charge Bug, which is a pretty good answer to the Cresselia. A full Volt Switch sneaks through here, brothers.
The fast attack timing there was unfortunate for Jamie as a full Volt Switch, 4 turns of energy comes through, and now you have that X-Scissor before the next Moonblast is available. So now this Charge Bug is going to be able to knock out the Cresselia. It's going to have a decent amount of health. And remember that Feraligatr is in the back lurking as well.
And it has a lot of energy too. The Charge Bug has energy as well, and you only really have the Clodsire to wall the Charge Bug. But there's no Clodsire right now on Jamie's team, so kind of tough. Bringing in the Alolan Sandslash, which will win Charge Attack priority, or if you just throw before that. And I think this will knock out the Charge Bug.
Yeah, this will knock out, and now the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, remember, does have that Powder Stone. So do try to come in and just overfarm a little bit before you unleash that energy, or you could go for a Mud Shot down too, but I like this play to just try to get a little more energy on the Feraligatr, knowing that energy on Feraligatr is going to be really good against the back line for Jamie here. You get the Protect Shield, and that's fantastic for Scapo.
Yeah, shields are down now. Oh, Charge Attack priority, but Feraligatr wins it!
He does win the Charge Attack priority. He's going to be able to knock out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Are we going to win this? A Shadow Feraligatr sweep here, because we have the Annihilate in the back, and there's a Protector remaining.
Oh, he gets there, oh my goodness, Hydro Cannon coming in. This is going to do so much damage.
Is it going to be enough for the knockout into the Annihilate? It's not quite enough. But one attack from the Whiscash, 2 Mud Shots, going to be able to take out that Annihilate. But suddenly, Shadow Feraligatr looking like one of the best Pokemon out there.
Wow, why haven't more players brought this Pokemon here? Scaffo putting up an incredible showcase of the Shadow Feraligatr. There was no Lantern to take it on. There was no Mandibuzz to take it on. Shadow Feraligatr just really popped off there.
No respect, right? Just did not respect the Shadow Feraligatr. I feel like that is how everyone's been playing. Because we haven't seen it that much in competitive play, people are not prepared for the Shadow Feraligatr. Even when you have it on your team in the winners finals of your group, you don't even bring your answers that you need against it, which is the Lantern and the Mandibuzz. Now Scaffo, he showed it, he dominated with it. Do you think he doubles down, or does he just then bring the counters for the Mandibuzz and Lantern in the back?
Yeah, it's gonna be rough here, right? We see here in the replay how solid that Shadow Feraligatr was, especially in that Alolan Sandslash, where you're just stuck. You have nothing to swap it into, and let's say that if you lead into the Feraligatr, you might expect the Lantern in the back, so Jamie probably just staying in for that reason. We see here the Drill knocking out the Charge Bug, but we know at this point the Feraligatr still has way too much energy.
Yeah, and the Feraligatr was able to sweep that Pokemon and pretty much sweep the back line as well. This super effective Shadow Claw, this is what changed in the World of Wonders update. The Shadow Claw addition to the Feraligatr gives it that neutral coverage, also gives it a little bit more speed than it had in the past with that Waterfall, and I feel like it just has great coverage against the meta, but you have to position it properly.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to have it on the Lantern. And maybe because the Feraligatr was so strong for Scaffo, that might tempt Jamie to bring the Lantern now, because you need something to cover it. However, because the Feraligatr has Crunch, it isn't even hard wall, right?
Right.
So you can still deal neutral damage, potentially get a debuff, maybe become like really annoying for that Lantern.
Yeah. No, it's kind of like the Shadow Poliwrath matchup too, because you just start adding up. Shadow Poliwrath just does those neutral counters and just land Scald. You get that debuff, and then you just start getting really close in that matchup. I feel like Feraligatr could do the same with Lantern, but maybe you do bring the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz could be safer against that pick just because you know it doesn't have the Ice Beam, and you're able to outbulk it and knock it out with double Dark Pulse.
Yeah, exactly. I think Mandibuzz might be a little bit difficult to bring though, except if you can pair it with the Clodsire, because you need something to counter the Charger Bug. Charger Bug is a great answer to so many that Jamie brought here, right? It's good against the Annihilate, the Lantern, the Cresselia, and the Mandibuzz. So you kind of fear both of those Pokemon. Feraligatr and Charger Bug make a really good core for Scafo.
Yeah, and you have to protect it from the Wigglytuff too, because you don't want to match that up. And here, doubling down, Scafo just brings out the Feraligatr in matchup against the Clodsire, and it looks like he was trying to be ABA strong against the Feraligatr in the back, but guess what? It's in the front.
Yeah, well, Butters, I'm gonna tell you, this is actually not as good of a matchup as you think it is. Almost throwing the Hydrokin, but barely not. And now going for the super effective crunch here. Does Jamie know? Letting it go, however. This is super effective, Butters.
Can you crunch and then Shadow Claw down? If you land this, this is no Protect Shield.
Oh my.
No, there's no way you can Shadow Claw it.
And no debuff too, right?
Yeah, and double crunching, actually not going for the Hydro Cannon. I think Hydro Cannon at this range would pretty much be enough, but maybe trying to get a little cheeky debuff out here.
Yeah, also not going into the Charge Bug just yet, which is a good answer. Perhaps Scafo is predicting that there could be Mandibuzz in the back. Putting up the shield here, I think Scafo's just going all on the Feraligatr.
Yeah, he wants to invest heavily into this Gator. He's going to go for the Shadow Claws now. He is going to be getting there at the same time, so does he try to swap or go on charge attack priority? Looks like he actually is going to try to go for the Shadow Claw down here. Just fully invest in the Gator. I love this decision from Scafo.
And the energy is good everywhere, right? We do see the Mandibuzz in the back, but it's Hydro Cannon.
Yes.
Hydro Cannon does so much damage on anything here. The Clodsire already has some energy, but I think at this range you still need a full Earthquake to knock out the Feraligatr.
And you don't want to absorb the Hydro Cannons onto that. You get the full Snarl through because that was a blind throw from Scafo, hoping maybe it's going to land onto that Clodsire, but instead the full Snarl gets through, but you're just going to have energy here, and you can pivot out. What stops you from pivoting Whiscash right here, right? You already know what the Clodsire is in the front. You could just pivot right now and save this Feraligatr for later.
It's possible, but I do think that Scafo might also be inclined to align the Charge Bug here, because have you ever played Charge Bug against Clodsire?
Yes. Did
you top left?
No. I haven't played it myself, but I've seen it. No, that is a fantastic point, because yes, the Charger Bug in the back, here it is, and it's the Switch Lock simultaneous swap. It is that shiny Clodsire going into the Whiscash. If this Clodsire was into that Charger Bug, it would have been absolutely over. So fantastic point, yeah.
Well, it still isn't over because Jamie still has a shield for this Clodsire. If Clodsire is able to get to another charge attack, it might actually win this battle. Going for the Scald, but this takes more energy. Now it takes another Mushroom to get to your next charge attack on the Whiscash.
Trying to get the debuff here, but I don't think the debuff saves you from range of the Earthquake. So maybe the Mud Bomb would be the smarter play there. This is going to be the knockout. And like you mentioned, the Charger Bug is not going to be able to do anything into this Clodsire. Is just going to get hard walled here. So now this is over for Scafo, having this bad alignment in the back, getting a little too greedy with that Feraligatr, and this is, there's no way.
I do think that the prediction that Scafo did was incredible, right? Realizing his opponent might be trying to bait out the Charger Bug so he could sweep with something else in the back, which we did see from Jamie, but he just went on the Feraligatr tear there, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think maybe not going for the charge attack priority earlier may have cost here, because that allowed Jamie to have the shield advantage that makes this Clodsire clean up the game.
Yeah, and once you knew that Clodsire was in the lead too, you knew that you had to get the alignment because you have that Charger Bug in the back. And you see the Cresselia safe swap. You either need to just put your Charger Bug on that Cresselia to avoid that matchup in the back, or just go hard for the alignment and get through and then never pivot. But that's what he tried to do. But the Clodsire with that Protect Shield advantage was actually able to get through the Whiscash in like a 50% health. Clodsire would be able to take out a Charger Bug, no problem.
Yeah, exactly. Clodsire is one of those Pokemon that's like super accessible for many players, right? It's spawning in the wild currently, and it was featured in the November Community Day, so a lot of trainers have access to this very strong and very bulky Pokemon, and it defeats Pokemon like Wigglytuff that is quite obnoxious to players that like to use dragons and dark types. So yeah, Clodsire is proving to be very strong, even in some of its worst matchups. I really like that play from Jamie to keep the shield for the Clodsire, realizing with his shield up, I can basically beat about everything.
Yeah, and it's a great meta adjustment too. I mean, specifically against Scafo's team, obviously he's investing in the Feraligatr, as you're seeing right now. But against the rest of the team, the Clodsire is just pretty strong here. You're most worried about that Shadow Feraligatr and Shadow Whiscash. Scaffo brought both of them, and it didn't even matter.
Yeah, exactly. I think just scratching his head, realizing he messed up a little bit in that alignment process here. And the Stone Edge knocked out the Charger Bug here. Even with a shield down, the Whiscash could not manage to clean up, and then it was Charger Bug against Clodsire. Just a terrible matchup for the little bug.
Yeah, absolutely awful. I mean, even way worse than Shadow Gligar. So will Scaffo triple down here? I feel like you have to.
Yes.
I feel like you have to because you need to respect the Clodsire.
No, it's because he knows you are casting.
Yeah, maybe he sees my Feraligatr pin, but really, you have to respect that Clodsire pick, and your best options are your 2 water types. So if you don't bring the Whiscash or the Feraligatr, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm also curious how Jamie is going to adapt to that. He finally brought the Mandibuzz earlier, right, to counter the Feraligatr easier. Are you going back to that Alolan Sandslash now? The Alolan Sandslash with Power Snow got absolutely destroyed by that Feraligatr earlier. It's so risky to run, right?
Yeah, it is really risky to run, especially because you know the opponent is most likely going to bring the Whiscash and the Feraligatr, the 2 water types, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash does not like either of them. So I agree with you. I think it's going to be a Clodsire, Mandibuzz core, and then what is going to be that third Pokemon? It's going to be the Lantern matching against the Altaria. But no, it is the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and the Cresselia in the back. Cresselia has a lot of play in the back, though.
Yeah, decisive game number 3 here, Butters, as we see Altaria into Lantern. I think at this point, Scaffo probably very happy that his Feraligatr is not on there, right? So as you say, Cresselia has a lot of play in the back. I think so has Feraligatr.
Yeah, definitely has a ton of play in the back. Swapping into the Cresselia right here, and now counter swap by the Feraligatr here. And Feraligatr, obviously, it does have that crunch, but now it's behind on energy. So it's actually in a tough spot here because you pretty much have to give up all your Protect shields on these Grass Knots, but Cresselia can no shield.
I'm not sure if Feraligatr can actually keep the switch advantage here. Yes, you have super effective Shadow Claw and Crunch, but one Grass Knot already does so much damage, and it adds up with the Psycho Cut. So I'm not too familiar with this match, I would say, but the first Crunch goes through. I think at this point, the Feraligatr can just keep switch advantage.
Yeah, it can now because it landed that Crunch. With Hydro Cannon, it would have been much tougher here, but now you can double Protect Shield this, and you should be able to Shadow Claw it down before the next Grass Knot is available. You just have to secure that, which Feraligatr will easily secure. And then where do you soak this energy now? You put both your Protect Shields into it, but at least you have Crunch for that Lantern that's most likely going to come in here and just soak up those crunches.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe Scaffo has a good idea of what's in the back. In comes the Lantern, but it has no energy. I think it's still going to need to put in some shields here because this Feraligatr is pretty healthy.
It is very healthy, and the Spark isn't doing enough. Pivot into the Shadow Whiscash, and you can't swap out of this right now, but that pivot is really risky because we know the Altaria is still in the back, and the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, it kind of feels like last game. Are you going to be destined to a Charger Bug into Clodsire type situation?
Oh man, in comes Alolan Sandslash. Scaffo is at 2 Mud Bomb at this point, but the Alolan Sandslash now is at an Ice Sponge. Do you immediately throw this to negate the next Mud Bomb coming in? I'm not even sure if that would knock out. Let's see, Jamie is not throwing just yet. Are you going to use 2 shields here, Butters?
You have to. I think what Jamie is doing is putting all his hopes into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. He's going to try to knock out this Whiscash. He's going to try to drill run that Feraligatr, and it's going to try to knock out the Altaria as well. And here is the start. Here is the first charge attack, but how much energy did that Feraligatr have?
I don't know, but if it's one Shadow Claw away, it will get to a Hydro Cannon. I don't know, Butters. Let's find out here. It's going to come down.
It is one Shadow Claw away!
Charge attack priority!
That is exactly what Scaffo needed. Charge attack priority into the Hydro Cannon, and this is pretty much going to be a knockout.
Wow.
And the Shadow Alolan Sandslash goes down, swap combo move, and then throwing the Moonblast into the Lantern. Looks like Scaffo is moving on to day number 2.
Moonblast coming through. What a devastating showcase of the Feraligatr here as Scaffo moves on to day 2 here over Jamie. What a well-played game, and indeed, Butters going triple down on the Feraligatr.
For sure triple down because he used both of his Protect Shields in that game on the Feraligatr and then let himself with 4 Shadow Claws so he could get to that 5th one, 2 charge attack priority, and it was perfect because if you didn't throw that Ice Sponge against that Whiscash would get to the Mud Bomb. So he just played that perfectly, and How about the crunch? Because you land the crunch on Cresselia, you could just Shadow Claw down.
Is crunch better than Ice Beam?
It looks like it.
It looked like it in this game. It was very much needed.
Yes.
Because if you didn't have crunch, you couldn't like farm down after Hydro Cannon, right? And with crunch, you were able to, even though he didn't get a single crunch debuff in any of these games from the Feraligatr.
Yeah, but it just feels like Ice Beam is a little redundant of the most common targets here. So being able to have that crunch, which Cresselia, like I said before, is creeping up the rankings and Lickitung is dropping a bit. So I feel like for this particular time in the meta, crunch could be better.
Yeah, it really comes down to what you're trying to target. I think Ice Beam helps against Pokemon like Altaria.
Yes.
Right? So it helps there. Then there's grass types, but which grass types? I haven't seen any grass types lately. It's mostly pseudo grass types, right?
Yeah.
Like Cresselia and Lickitung having Power Whip. But other than that, you might not need Ice Beam as much. Let's take a look again at the highlights of this battle to see some Feraligatr action again. Here we see the Feraligatr into the lead. Jamie just stuck here, couldn't do anything against this scary lead.
And the thing is, even those Pokemon that are kind of strong against it, like Lantern and Mandibuzz, you have the Mandibuzz, but it's still, Feraligatr's fine against Mandibuzz too. You really only had that Lantern. And we were talking off stage earlier about how good Wigglytuff is against Dragons as bench pressure.
Yeah.
You were mentioning how you used it, and no one literally would want to bring a Dragon against you. So I feel like that's great team building from Scaffo, because if you have the crunch Feraligatr, you are weaker to Dragons.
Yeah.
But you keep that Wigglytuff on the bench, no one's going to bring a Dragon into you.
Yeah, exactly. I really like that core of the Feraligatr and the Wigglytuff, basically kind of covering each other a little bit. I really like that. The only thing you really fear with that core is maybe a Vigoroth. But to counter the Vigoroth, Scaffo had an Annihilate, so really good team building. I'm a big fan of this play. I didn't really expect Feraligatr to go through it because we rarely see it in the usage, right?
Is this a moment, though? Is this a moment where Scaffo unlocked it and other trainers are now going to try to use it? Or is it a one-off? Is it a Samurai from Last Chance Qualifiers with Stone Collection where one trainer can use it really well? I think Shadow Feraligatr has a lot of potential.
Might be Scaffo's thing to do. Yeah, he's moving on to day 2, and there he might be facing against North Americans who he's going to knock out.
Yeah, there are some North Americans that have advanced, I believe. Toonbug, it's Axon, Arrow, Onion Frank. So there was a small percentage of North Americans that came here, and still a small percentage making onto the top 32 tomorrow. Excuse me.
I bet you're excited for it. However, you know what I'm also excited for? To hear from Scaffo about his battles. I hear Zoe's ready for an interview with him. Let's go.
Scaffo, those were some intense battles. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. To be honest, I wasn't even expecting it. I think my team was good, but once I saw top 12 usage, I saw way more Lantern than I thought. So my team is soft to Lantern, and I didn't like that. Also, I don't want to face Skarm because I ran like Altaria and Weekly, but I didn't face any Skarm, so
It always worked out really great for you. I need to ask, the Shadow Feraligatr, it's honestly been, appraised really highly. Everyone's saying it's a fantastic Pokemon to use, but no one else has brought one that I've seen this weekend. What inspired you to bring Shadow Feraligatr for your team?
It's pretty good because of even to 190, you can just do a lot of fast move damage. Into Whiscash, you can tank a Mud Bomb, and Hydro Cannon does a lot. And even into Charjabug, if you manage to shield Discharge with some energy, you can potentially win one shield, which is pretty crazy being a water type against an electric. And also Registeel is good match, Skarmory as well. I decided to go for Crunch just for Cresselia because I'm not that good into grass. And Lantern, otherwise Lantern are just fully farmed down.
Yeah, I mean, the crunch paid off big time against the Cresselia in those battles too. I'm really curious, I don't think we saw in that match, but your Wigglytuff. We haven't seen a lot of Charmers either for this tournament. So has it had much play for you yet this weekend?
So basically, the team is built around Vigoroth, and Wigglytuff is the best answer for Annihilape. It is second most common Pokemon we have, and yeah, it's basically bench pressure, people bringing Annihilape into me, so I just free my Vigoroth into most of the teams, and as I said, I didn't face any Scarf, so Wigglytuff was just like free pick against my opponents.
Magic. It sounds like a fantastic team. Good luck for the rest of the weekend as well.
Thank you.
Have a great, all your battles. Hope they go smoothly, and send it back to the boys in the casting.
Yeah, Scaffo really thinking through in his battles and his team composition. He's talking about Pokemon that are basically bench pressure. I really like a Pokemon like Wigglytuff for that. And then making the Feraligatr work.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to be creative with your team building when you can have some extreme weaknesses. Like you had with that Giratina Origin, you had to be 4 times strong against things that beat it. So I really love, he's thinking it through, and he's thinking through for a reason, because he had a unique strategy, and it has worked. He is on the winner's side going into day number 2.
Yeah, he must be very proud right now. You know, Scaffo is one of those players known in the grassroots community to be very good, one of the best ones in Europe. But he has not won a medal yet. That's something he said in Utrecht as well. He really wanted to win a medal.
Yeah.
Maybe this time.
You know, he has had some impressive performances too. He was the last European standing at the last World Championships as well. So in these big tournaments with a lot of stacked players, he does have a lot of experience, and in the past he has done well. So could it be just like in Yokohama here in London? Can he be the last European standing and win it all?
We'll see that. I think it's more about, from your perspective, which American will be the last one standing. But let's take a look at our next trainers here. We have another 2 pretty big names in the European competition. We have on the left Lurgan Rocket and on the right Damon Cash.
And when I think of the Dugong Annihilape core, I definitely think of European competition. But on the other side with Demon, instead of the Dugong, he does have that Abomasnow. Otherwise, pretty similar teams. You do have that Cresselia on the left. Pretty standard meta teams here. So how are you going to be able to develop that edge in this matchup?
Yeah, exactly. You know, I didn't see the Talonflame this time from Lurgan Rocket. He's been using that a lot, but this time he is going for a Pokemon I haven't seen before from him. It's that Dugong. Dugong is one of the Pokemon primarily used to counter Gligar, and I really like that pick. I also kind of expected more of these in this tournament, and it's great to see a player like Lurgan Rocket who really masters these Pokemon and how they are trained.
I think Dugong would be fantastic in this tournament just because Gligar's been going off, Mandibuzz has been going off, even Cloudsire's been good. You know, it's good against all that Dugong. But on the other side, Demon Cash does have the Abomasnow, the non-shadow, and usually when you're running the non-shadow, you want that Icy Wind because that also helps the Lickitung matchup as well. And then running the non-shadow Whiscash, and this is a trainer that has been doing better recently. He started off not as strong, but in these last 2 tournaments in Stuttgart, he got 17th and then almost getting top cut in Dortmund, getting number 9.
Yeah, one of the French players. And Butters, I'll tell you, the French, they have a large supportive community here. Probably also at the Europe International Championship. I think both trainers here are ready, Butters. I can't wait for what these players are going to cook. We have on the right from Damon Cash, we have the Abomasnow into the Lickitung from Lurgan Rockets.
This is what you kind of want as the regular Abomasnow, right? You want to just go straight for these Icy Winds and try to get the alignment or get the shield advantage here, and then you can do some magic in the back line, and it seems like Skarmory is just going to be fine in the back line. I'm really curious to see if Lurgan is going to try to clear this debuff, save some energy, maybe bank it for later and pivot, or if he's too worried about risking the alignment.
Yeah, this is exactly where Ice Wind is very useful because it allows Abomasnow to make the neutral matchups such as Umbreon and Lickitung in this case to win it, and that's very good for it because with Weather Ball it becomes inconsistent. You may have to bait, and now you don't. Now, one thing that Lurgan Rocket might be afraid of, he has, I believe, the Annihilape. Yeah, he has the Annihilape in the back, and if you see an Abomasnow lead, you might expect Annihilape counters in the back.
Right, yeah, and here comes the next Body Slam into this Abomasnow. Remember, this is going to be debuff, so it's not going to do quite enough damage into the Abomasnow, and the Abomasnow is going to be able to get to that Ice Wind to secure this matchup, but how good is this actually for Demon Cash? Does he want to give that ramp up to the Annihilate, right? The Annihilate is going to be able to counter down here, and the Annihilate up energy is going to be able to do a lot in the back. Actually decided to go for the cheeky Ice Shard down. I like that play. Now you're getting the energy advantage onto this Dugong.
And Skarmory is coming in. It takes these attacks a little bit better than the Wish Cash, but you'll get debuffed right away here from that Dugong. Icy Wind is just so useful and to be used in these strategic matchups.
Yeah, you would rather soak this energy into the Skarmory. You don't really want any part of Dugong versus Whiscash, especially if you're down energy because you're already getting debuffed by the Icy Wind here. And actually getting a Protect Shield because he's expecting Demon Cash to throw the Brave Bird and swap out. But no, it was a Sky Attack bait.
Yeah, that's not what you want to shield here. You want to shield the Brave Bird. I think he shielded because Lurgan Rocket might be expecting the Gligar in the back. The only answer Demon Cash really has to Annihilate is Gligar. But we see in the back that there is no, there's Whiscash.
There absolutely is no Gligar. And do you even want to throw this Brave Bird into this Dugong? At this point, you are debuffed, and you actually are going to throw, and you actually, I think you're right. I think Lurgan is expecting that Gligar in the back, so he's double Protect Shielding into the Dugong. But is that a window for the Whiscash being 2 Protect Shields? But it's not a Shadow Whiscash, so it's going to really struggle, especially when it's getting this frozen touch of this Icy Wind.
How can you clear your debuff now, Butters? Your Pokemon are gone.
You can't clear the debuff, and you're just stuck there, just wide-eyed Whiscash, just taking some counters from the Annihilate. You can throw Scald, you can debuff them all you want, but I don't think Whiscash has a chance here.
Yeah, Scald's coming through, it's debuffed. It will do a bit less than 50% here, even despite the attack drop. I don't think Lurgan Rocket is exactly worried about this. All you need at this point is just a chip damage into this Whiscash.
And I like that play, even if it wasn't Gligar in the back, just double shielding through the Dugong and then just debuffing the opponent in the back. Yes, you use your Protect Shields, but once the attack is dropped from your last Pokemon on the opponent team, you don't really need the Protect Shields as much. As you can see here, you're just able to go through. Can you get your own boost on your side? No, but it doesn't really matter because this Whiscash is going to have to pull off a miracle, and I don't think it can.
Yeah, there's still an Icy Wind, I believe, on the Dugong, which will likely be launched very shortly into this Whiscash. Whiscash has some energy. Oh, he's one up Ice Shard off, my bad. But the Mud Bomb, it's been buffed last season, right? But it's not strong enough to knock out Dugong here.
Especially after it's been double debuffed here. That just literally did nothing. It kind of helped Dugong a little bit there, as it's going to be able to get this Ice Wind and actually over farming a little bit from Lurgan Rocket, just trying to play with his fish a little bit before he knocks out, and he does secure that Game 1 victory.
Yeah, just showing his opponent that he's counting very well. And Lurgan Rocket takes game number 1 here. Very well played. Even though there wasn't a Gligar, the Dugong in the back just proved to be such a problem for Demon Cash, especially since he didn't have that Annihilate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at the opposing team, it's just really strong against everything but Annihilate and Lantern. So Dugong is quite safe in the back here, especially you're running that ABA weak to the Annihilate, right? You're running Lickitung in the front, Dugong in the back. So if you are able to handle that Annihilate with the Lickitung, Dugong just looks really strong for Lurgan.
This is one of the favorite strategies that Lurgan Rocket has. It's called the soft ABA.
Okay.
And what does it mean? An ABA strategy means that you're leading weak to something and you have another Pokemon weak to it in the back, right? So we had the Lickitung lead here and then the Dugong in the back. Lickitung softly loses the lead if it would lead into Annihilate. So Dugong in the back would be free.
Yes.
That's one of the strategies that Lurgan Rocket has applied in so many of these tournaments.
And how many times have we seen that exact soft ABA with Lickitung? Because it's so good against the opposing fighting types. You see it with Metagame in the past, and now you see it with the Annihilate. In that matchup, you're kind of just fine. Sometimes you even get the Protect Shield with the Power Whip, or you can go for a Body Slam bait as well. So that is a great strategy. How does Demon Cash now adjust to that strategy? I feel like Skarmory was a great pick for him in this battle, but he kind of got switch locked into it and didn't really want to swap out into his own Annihilate, or his Whiscash, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. The Skarmory is good because it's difficult for Lurgan Rocket to bring the Lantern, since there's Whiscash and a Bombstow that are quite good for Demon Cash. So I don't really expect that from Lurgan Rocket to come. Maybe there will be more Dugong play.
Yeah, I think there will be more Dugong play as we get. Is it going to be the same exact team? It is going to be the Lickitung, and it is that soft ABA weak team. It's the exact same team from Lurgan, just running it back, but the adjustment from Demon Cash, right, to bring the Skarmory in the lead so you're stronger against this strategy.
Yeah, this is interesting. Let's see how this is going to play out. Skarmory has a decent matchup here, but the longer this matchup takes and the more shields are being used, it becomes better for Lickitung because the fast attacks eventually add up.
Right. And the thing is, if you want to get alignment, you don't really want to Brave Bird, right? So you just have to go straight for these Sky attacks here. And if you decide last minute to start Protect Shielding your Lickitung and you catch a Protect Shield on the Brave Bird, you could then flip it if this Skarmory gets low enough.
Yeah, exactly. First Body Slam going through, but it's resisted, so Damon Cash obviously not shooting here. Another one comes through. I think Lurgan Rocket is just trying to set up a farm down for one of his Pokemon here.
Yeah, it lets the Body Slam go through. Is probably going to throw the Brave Bird here, or does he go for the Sky Attack? He actually goes for a Sky Attack. I don't think this is enough to knock out the Lickitung. It's going to be really close. Can this Lickitung actually hold on and get to the Body Slam here?
I think it will barely hang on, actually. I'm not sure if you can get to the Body Slam. It will be very tight.
Oh,
he actually gets there! Oh, this is huge. Lickitung is just winning the Zero Shield. But these are all resisted charge attacks.
This is strong ABA, not soft ABA.
Wait, it's not knockout.
No, but no, the Lick knocks out. He gets the Lick as priority, the 1 turn over the 2 turns, and Lurgan Rocket is able to take the alignment here, and now he chooses Annihilate into Whiscash. Inadequate. Why? Why?
I think he's expecting the Gligar Brothers.
Okay. He expected it in game number 1, and it wasn't there. And it's also not there in game number 2, and he just put his fate of his Dugong in the paws of Annihilate because he decided to come with his own Annihilate into the Whiscash, and now he's gonna have a bad backline matchup. At least he did dodge that debuff.
Yeah, no, trying to catch, but oh no, swapping the Dugong into the Annihilate. Why, Butters, why?
I don't know, but he swapped quickly, trying to not let that Gligar, which is actually not a Gligar, get an energy advantage because it is the Annihilate, and he pulled off a miracle. He won Lickitung in the Skarmory, but then he gave up the alignment, trying to make the big brain calls, and this time it just didn't pay off.
Yeah, Dugong actually does okay against Annihilate when it's like a little bit energy ahead, but this time Annihilate is energy up. So this becomes just worse and worse. At this point, the Annihilate can almost farm down. It actually has to go for a Night Slash here.
And Dugong is fine if you get that Ice Shard ahead in the zeros, but once you start Protect Shielding as well, there's all these Protect Shields remaining. Finally, a trainer used the Protect Shield onto that Night Slash. You're going to throw the Icy Wind in return. Does Demon Cash try to invest? It's actually going to be annoying to try to Mudshot down this Dugong here, but it looks like he's going to go for it here, and he's going to try to get it. Can he get it before that Icy Wind? It's going to be really close.
It's going to be close, it's going to be close.
Can he get the Icy Wind? He gets it. No!
Oh my goodness, this Whiscash has so much energy. 2 skulls. The counter isn't even going through, and Lurgan Rockets is just letting it go. It doesn't matter. There's so much energy on this Whiscash.
And now, unlike the past, those wide eyes are filled with dreams because he just knocked out Lurgan Rocket and tied up the series 1-1. I feel like Lurgan had such an advantage early on, but of course, he was trying to make those big reads in the back. Like you mentioned, there could be a Shadow Gligar. He made the wrong read.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate, but I think it also makes sense. I think that Lurgan Rocket expected Damon Cash to bring the Gligar because the Annihilate was so good for him the previous game. Why wouldn't you bring the Gligar? Well, the answer was basically the team of Lurgan Rocket. There was Dugong every time.
Right. And when you're in that situation, though, when you feel like Gligar is going to be in the back, in game number 1, Lurgan Rocket thought the same thing. But what did he do? He Protect Shielded the Dugong and just went through the Skarmory and tried to win the game solely on Dugong. I feel like you could have done that same thing. You could have brought that Dugong into the Whiscash, and if you really do think the Gligar's in the back, maybe you shield the first Mud Bomb, and then you start debuffing the Whiscash, and you can win the whole thing with the Dugong.
Yeah, getting switched there for Lurgan. He was so happy at that time. It was very important until he brought the wrong Pokemon in. And get to the Whiscash.
Yeah, that Insta Swap into Instant Swap was something he was not expecting. Look at that right there. He was thinking, I thought it was a Gligar, but it was not a Gligar. Ah, look at the smirk from Demon Cash as well. He loves to see it, especially after that game number 1. It ended more slowly than it needed to.
All right, question for you, brothers. Is Lurgan Rocket going to play the same team 3 times in a row?
You know what? We talked about tripling down earlier with Feraligatr and Scoffo, but I don't know if this is necessarily his best strategy. So I actually think he's going to switch up the team here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Lurgan Rocket is going to adapt. If we're even going to see Dugong this time, and if we're going to see Gligar from Damon Cash, the Dugong pressures the Gligar so hard that it just becomes, you don't want to bring that. It just becomes a risk.
And do you think Demon Cash is expecting that same team once again? Is he going to try to align for it, bring the Skarmory in the lead once again? Because I feel like that Skarmory lead was really strong if he just executed it with the Brave Bird. But the problem is, if you execute it with the Brave Bird, then you either want to pivot or you allow a farm down. So we're going to see what these trainers choose here. They have very similar teams. A huge difference is just the Abomasnow and the Dugong, but they play similar roles. And we're locked into the decisive game number 3 for who moves on to day number 2 here at EUIC. And it's it's going to be Annihilate in the Lantern.
Yeah, Annihilate actually has an okay matchup here as long as you get the right moves through, right? The right charge attacks here. If you can land the Shadow Ball, it will do a lot of damage. Oh, catching the charge attack on the Licky Tongue here. Surf won't do a lot of damage to this Pokemon, and now Annihilate still has all that energy for later.
And he brought the same team just in a different order. He brought a traditional ABB team, and he baits out the Abomasnow here, but this is trouble because, look, in the back, you still are going to have that Lantern that can match up with the Dugong in. Was this
Charge Attack Priority? Yes. He threw a Charge Attack Priority. Now the debuff goes through before the Body Slam.
Yeah, you need to throw that first before you get debuffed to try to have a better matchup here, but just a little bit slow from Lurgan Rocket to allow that debuff to register first.
Wait, this is smart. This is smart. You know what he wants? You know what he wants? He just wants more farm on the Annihilate. Yeah. That has to be it, right? Let's see. Abomasnow farming up more energy. Is he going to throw the Body Slam this time before? Yes, he is.
And he throws the Body Slam. This is not going to knock out the Abomasnow. The Abomasnow now has the opportunity to throw the Icy Wind right before it's going to be knocked out here. So you can overfarm because this Lickitung is energy dry. So how much energy do you decide to go with? You could have actually gone with a little bit more, but decided to throw the Icy Wind right here, and it should secure the knockout just about on the Lickitung.
Yeah, I think you needed one more though, because then you get to the Icy Wind here. Now you don't. You fade with it. And Lanta doesn't have any energy. What is Damon Cash going back in? This is so good for Lurgan Rocket because now this Lantern won't be aligned to the Dougal. Night Slash is coming through. This is a bait, Butters. Would you shoot it?
I mean, it's so tough because you are probably expecting that Dugong in the back. No shield, what a call on the Lantern, and no boost either. So that is big because you know there probably is that Dugong in the back. You want to keep this Lantern around, and you would think you would protect shield, but that is a huge call to no protect shield to Night Slash.
Oh, Wish Cash is coming in. Lurgan Rocket hesitating for a second, but then realizing my Dugong doesn't have a lot of play against Lantern. I need to get out of here.
And it's not over yet because you are up a Protect Shield, and if somehow you can get a Spark down on the Dugong as well and get to double charge attack into that Annihilate in the back, there is still a chance for Demon, but right now Lurgan just has that fantastic matchup with the Dugong to try unleashing those Icy Winds.
Yeah, you need to get those Ice Winds off quickly because the Mob Bombs are slowly adding up. Dugong is already at half HP here. I don't think this is the worst per se for Damon Cash, especially considering he has 2 shields still.
Yeah, and you have that reverse farm down. That is a possibility, and there is no Protect Shield. You're actually saving, but the problem is, if you save these Protect Shields and you get a little too greedy, you might just get countered down by the Annihilate. So eventually, you will have to use a Protect Shield, but remember, that Annihilate did have a bunch of energy.
This is just a no-shield game. It's just a no-shield. He's not using shield. He's a shield keeper.
Yeah, they just decided no shields.
Oh, he even undercharged this, but Damon Cash looks like deciding to shield that anyway.
And both the timers are available here. Are we going to see a swap? And there is the swap onto the Lantern, and here is the Night Slash registered. This Night Slash might not be enough.
I don't think it's
inadequate. If he no shields this, it's not going to knock out. Does he try to call it once again? But no, he protects shields.
Oh my goodness, that's devastating because now you might be able to get to 2. Oh no, going to throw the Night Slash before the Lantern get to a Surf here. This might be crucial. It really comes down to how much energy the Whiscash has.
And the Whiscash does have a good amount of energy here. Can it get the double Mud Bomb? You have to throw before the Night Slash. You can't throw a charge attack priority. You needed to throw before that was available. And maybe you could have outpaced the Dugong, but we'll never know because Lurgan Rocket's going to secure the knockout and move on to day number 2.
Lurgan Rocket taking this game against Damon Cash, winning 2-1. And indeed, another player moving on to day 2. A very well played. A lot of Annihilate gameplay, and Dougal was so solid in those games.
And how about every single time, no matter if it was a soft ABA 2 games in a row or an ABB, just having that Dugong in the back, investing in it, able to take care of Demon's team. Well done by Lurgan Rocket. Dugong's looking pretty strong, and I think it's actually well positioned in day 2 as well.
Yeah, no Abomasnow, no Talonflame this time from Lurgan Rocket, and it paid off. I'm actually surprised we didn't see any Cresselia from Lurgan Rocket. That's like his favorite Pokemon to use, and it looks so well into like Whiscash, Lantern, Annihilate from Damon Cash.
But the problem with playing Cresselia means you would have to change your team, and his strategy was to run the same team every single time.
Oh yeah, use the same team twice. That's fair. Yeah. Oh, and in the third game, just in a different order, you know, just spicing it up.
Yeah, exactly. Let's actually look at those games. Let's see those 3 Pokemon once again from Lurgan Rocket. You started off with the soft ABA, the Lickitung in the lead, and having the Dugong and the Annihilate in the back, and it was just so strong. He was just trying to put his Dugong in opportunities to succeed every single time, and it worked 2 out of 3 times.
Yeah, exactly. Well, 2 out of 3 times exactly what you need to win a best of 3, right?
Yes. Yeah, literally exactly what you need. And Lurgan Rocket knew that just playing the numbers game there. Oh, also having the rocket pin. So he's Lurgan Rocket over there. I love it.
Of course, yeah, a classic. Lurgan Rocket wearing Lurgan outfit. Icy Wind knocked out the Wish Cash there. And yeah, that was a very fortunate for Lurgan Rocket as well that Demon Cash brought the... that was in game number 3. Or sorry, this is game number 2. Let's take a look here first still. Because this was where Lurgan Rocket won switch advantage, but he brought in the wrong Pokemon into, I believe it was the Wish Cash.
Yeah, it was, he could have brought the Dugong into the Whiscash, but he decided to save that Dugong for the back line, which he thought was a Shadow Gligar. And it wasn't that Shadow Gligar, because you see these back lines right here. It is the Annihilate, it is the Swap, and that's when Lurgan knew it.
Yeah, big oof. You see Damon Cash smiling. Then Lurgan Rocket throwing his hat back, knowing, oh man, that was not the play. That was unfortunate. And yeah, that's just unfortunately too difficult to come back from.
And I appreciate the ability to try to make those big brain plays because he's not doing it on accident. He's trying to call what is going to be in the back, thinking Shadow Gligar is going to be good against his team, so it's probably lurking in the back, and Lurgan just wanted to match up that Dugong into it. I really did like Demon Cash bringing ABA strong against the Dugong in this game number 3 with the Lantern Annihilate, but he was just unable to match up the Lantern or Annihilate into that Dugong.
Right, that was just like near the end game when Lurgan Rocket came back in with the Annihilate after countering down the Abomasnow. What do you bring in at this point? If Damon Cash brought the Wish Cash, I think Damon Cash may have won because then the Lantern would have been on the Dugong. And now we see here at this point in the end game, the Annihilate was just unstoppable, right? It was just too much energy.
No, I completely agree with you. The point of bringing the ABA strong to that Pokemon is thinking that it will be in the back. So you want to prepare for that in the back in the future. And I feel like there was also one opportunity where he could have done one more Powder Snow, maybe would have got to that Icy Wind, and that could have flipped everything too. Then he would have had more advantage with his Whiscash in the back.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And one more thing, I believe we have 2 more matchups, or I believe 4 more matchups coming up for today. We have seen so many good ballers already today, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is our first ever top 32. Let's look at our caster predictions. Which Pokemon did we think were going to make it? And how did you do so far, Inadequate?
Well, we've seen a lot of Clodsire and a couple advanced. Magnezone for Though Tactical, I know he had one. Unfortunately, he went down against Arrow in the losers finals. Didn't do super hot, but I know Paulasha did make it through losers finals, and she has one. We've seen quite some Guzzlords and a couple Giratina. I know Arceus Aurelius had a Giratina, but he didn't make it through the loser finals.
He almost did it. He got close.
Yeah.
I think there is a Shadow Poliwrath moving on to day number 2, so I did hit one of them. Those were my 2 realistic picks, my Giratina Origin and Shadow Poliwrath, and I staggered them with my crazy picks, which was the Shadow Gyarados, which I think is insane in the 2 Protect Shield situation, but most Dragon Breathers are, so that maybe doesn't make him special. And then the Goodra as well. I share that pick with Zoe, but unfortunately, I believe Mish had the Goodra, but she was eliminated.
Yeah, she had a very tough matchup at the start of the day. A very rough start of the day for her. But yeah, I think Goodra is a solid pick, though. I don't know what you were doing when you picked Gyarados. No one used that.
You know, I think it is a solid pick. It's a curveball. You know, some people could have brought that Gyarados. I think the Dragon typing, or the Dragon pressure, but then the Water flying typing. I mean, I know you're a fan of the Water flying typing.
Absolutely. I love Pelipper.
Yes.
Do you want to know about the Pelipper-Galarian Stunfisk matchup?
Yes.
No, I'll tell you another time.
Okay,
It's too much.
Yeah.
I want to ask you another thing. How many North American ballers are through for day 2 currently?
You know, at the time, I knew there was 4. But do we know if Nighttime Clasher moved on to day number 2?
He got knocked out.
He got knocked out. He got knocked out. Okay, I mean, to the applause of the crowd here, because of course Nighttime Clasher did knock out all of the Europeans in Liverpool, and then when he got knocked out here today, I actually think it was more of a cheer for the Spanish trainer, right? That did very well too. But it's been an awesome atmosphere here so far.
Do you still feel confident that a North American might take the Europe International Championship?
You know, I don't say I feel confident. I think Europeans had the best positioning here. They had more Europeans. There's so much talent.
Really?
I'm actually, well, yes, of course. But I'm actually a huge fan of European playstyle. It's more kind of my playstyle, I think. I love how they are really creative in their team building. They're super spicy. So I'm a huge fan. I also have spent a lot of time around North American trainers like Doombug. It's Axon. They're some of the best in the world, and they have already qualified for day number 2.
Yeah, they are indeed, yeah. So yeah, we are going to have more battles upcoming soon. Don't go anywhere just yet. We will be right back with you.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now, through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow, there's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
Here comes the Ice Punch. Arjef, a smile on his face. He can't believe it. Game number 5 goes to Arjef, and he is our 2024 Latin America International Champion.
I play Pokemon since I was a child. I have the Pokemon Gold, and I have a lot of memories playing with my brother, and he's older, and he's usually helped me with the game, and it was amazing. Pokemon is something that I really love in my life. I have been playing competitive Pokemon Go since the day one, since have the PvP in Pokemon Go, and I started playing against friends and other people from my city, and I saw that I could be a really good player. I started winning a lot and started to practice against people from other countries and regions. I tried to compete in other sports in the past, and Pokemon Go was the first game I saw my game there that it could be one of the best. I like to win. I like to be on stage after with the casters. I like to watch the stream after that, and I like everything on that. The event, the games, being with my friends, and then the memories. That's amazing. It's something that I will have in my life forever. It's not easy to keep your mind focused on being competitive, and in the games, you can easily lose that, and you really need to be focused on this battle that you have right now, because that's the next step. You have to be better now and for the future. So I think something that I learned, and I try my best to use that when I'm playing. I think my favorite moment right now is winning the international today here in São Paulo. It was something that I dreamed a lot. The last weeks, almost every day I was dreaming to being proud and winning, and that's the best memory I have right now, maybe in my life. It's amazing. My #1 goal this season is to be known. Like, I really want people to all over the world to know me. Like, that's the guy he's winning. That's the guy that is probably the best of the world. And I think to achieve that, I have to win. I have to win regionals. I have to win internationals. I have to win worlds. So that's the goal.
Welcome back, trainers. Yes, as we saw in that video from Lindas Rajev winning the Latin America International Championship, the goal is always to win. Good to see you here. Zionic finally getting to cast together as well.
Finally, I am replacing 2-0 Butters for the next set of battles. This is going to be our first time casting together. A little fun fact for all of you at home that did not know. I love Shadow, or just, Alolan Marowak in general, right? Fire Ghost. And you?
I like Chandelure. I haven't been able to use it a lot lately because like other Fire Ghost Pokemon may have been just a little bit better.
Let's just say this. There was a blessing given to Skeledirge getting access to Disarming Voice, okay?
Exactly.
But what's important is that we love the Fire Ghost, and Skeledirge today has been performing really well, catching Emmy Weedle, dominating this tournament, doing so well with it. When in just a few moments, we're going to be having Skeledirge once again coming into some battles.
Oh, I'm so excited for that. I really like Skeledirge. Can I get some Fire Ghost power from you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, another pick that I want to see, and our battlers are ready right now, is Bastiodon. We know Caleb Peng for using Bastiodon, but one of our players on the stage is also having it. We see Yunkai on the left with the Bastiodon, and man, it's gonna pair pretty well against that Charjabug, against the Cresselia, and against the Guzzlord and the Skeledirge from Dinoski.
You know, this meta, we've seen so many flyers, and Bastiodon has just been waiting, and it makes sense why Yunkai is able to progress so far in this tournament. If that's what the meta has been, Bastiodon obviously going to do very well.
Don't let Caleb hear that.
You know, Caleb having a look, he's in the losers final, so maybe he is running Bastiodon.
I think he is. He knocked out Patoman as well. So yeah, Caleb is making good progression here. Here we see the team from Yunkai with that Bastiodon indeed, and he also has Ice Punch Annihilate. We haven't seen many of those today. Most of the Annihilate have Night Slash for that pacing, for the boost opportunity, and just for nice coverage. But the Ice Punch is nice for against like Dragons and Gligar.
Yeah, and what I love there is utilizing the team synergy to choose the movesets, right? With Annihilate, with Ice Punch, because you have a Mandibuzz, that added Dark, that you don't necessarily need the Night Slash, and it gives you a bit better coverage against the Flyers as we move over to Dinoski's side, running Vigoroth, Charjabug, Shadow Feraligatr, Cresselia, Guzzlord, and Skeledirge. And this was actually my pick for this tournament. Guzzlord, Skeledirge, Core.
Wow, yeah, I think that's a really good core, just not against one Pokemon.
No, it is not. You know, even against Bastiodon, right? Brutal Swing or Crunch, depending on what you're running, can still do very well, and that's all going to be dependent on how much energy you have.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you're going to need a lot of energy there.
You do. You need a lot.
Yeah, both players looking like they're ready. I think Yunkai's team might be a little bit inspired by Jason2890, a very popular battler from the Go Battle League. Yes. And his Go Battle League team is like Annihilate, Dugong, and Bastiodon. We see all three on Yunkai's team. Here we go, Zionic. We have the leads. Whiscash into Cresselia.
Ooh, Grass Knot. Going to be doing a lot of damage here in this matchup, but Whiscash does have access to Scald and potentially a debuff. Now, if we take a look at the back line, there is the Skeledirge back there, and a counter swap into Charjabug to try to catch the charge move.
A very quick swap from Dinoski. Now, Zionic, this might not surprise you, but usually in a match where there's Bastiodon, switch advantage is quite important.
It is quite important. Now, deciding to no-shield the discharge right here, Volt Switch, if Skeledirge or if the Charjabug decides to start shielding, Volt Switch might do a little bit too much damage, but Disarming Voice now coming through.
Yeah, but I think also in one Volt Switch, the Charjabug may have gone into another discharge there, and then Dinoski would need to put a shield up. Look at this. There's a Whiscash and a Bastiodon on the team of Yunkai here, but Dinoski manages to perfectly align it on the Charjabug.
Yes, and having access to Mud Bomb here for super effective damage, but unfortunately a Shadow Ball will be landing. Now, Young Kai has no idea that there is a Shadow Feraligatr lurking in the back, ready to come out and chomp as the double Gator backline is going to be dominating this game as we do see a Mud Bomb come through.
Yeah, I kind of like that Yunkai took that Shadow Ball because the Grass Knot double super effective from Cresselia does way more damage. Now the Cresselia still need to, one Grass Knot to knock out this Whiscash and charge attack priority. This may debuff the Cresselia, but it will still be enough to knock out Whiscash.
Yes, 100% is Grass Knot. Double super effective and not able to swap out because of the charge attack priority here. Locked in, will we see a shield?
Yeah, let's see if Yunkai wants to preserve the Whiscash or wants to put it all on the Bastiodon. Going for the rock, paper, scissors here. Bastiodon is coming in, and in comes Shadow Feraligatr!
All right, here we go. Shadow Claw and Hydro Cannon versus Smackdown and the defenses of Bastiodon. This is going to be a close one.
Oh man, Smackdown sneaking through. I think at this point, if that happens too often, the Bastiodon might even be able to smack down his Feraligatr.
Young Kai putting all shields into the Bastiodon here, and Smackdown is hoping to overcome as Shadow Feraligatr with the update to Shadow Claw. The hard-hitting charge move of Hydro Cannon has an uphill battle, but I think it might just make it.
Yeah, let's see. First, Stone Edge is now thrown by Yunkai, but Dinoski still has his shields. Bastiodon just doesn't pace fast enough to get to these charge attacks.
And even if the Feraligatr does go down here, right, there's still a Cresselia in the back, so all he really needs to do is just land one Hydro Cannon, and that looks to seal the deal.
Can we get a boom here? All right, here we go.
I don't think it KOs.
No?
No, it doesn't KO. Bastiodon's
do way more.
Bastiodon's way too thick. This one will boom. I'll give it to you.
All right, here we go. Hydro Cannon being charged. It's gonna come. Feraligatr, Hydro Cannon. Boom!
Boom. Boom. See ya. It's about the percentage, right? That was 15%, so it's about
So
a 15% out of a boom. Yeah.
Yeah, 50% of your fault. Dinoski taking game number 1 here. Perfect alignment again against a Bastiodon. Yeah, I guess that's how you beat a Bastiodon.
Yeah, Shadow Feraligatr obviously putting in work in this tournament. We saw Scafo do very well earlier with it, being able to move on to day 2. And I just love this team. I love Dinoski's team. It has so many cool Pokemon. Vigoroth, which has been a top performer in this meta. Guzzlord, Skeletor's Core. You got the shiny Charjabug. You got Shadow Feraligatr. And obviously the nice, safe Cresselia.
It's just like he put all his favorite core breakers in one team. And it's working quite well for him. I mean, he's in the winners final. And so far he won game 1. Perfectly making sure that his Skeledirge was not aligned to a Bastiodon. This is kind of the same strategy that we saw from Lurgan Rocket in the previous matchup. Because there we saw Lurgan Rocket play a soft ABA team, which means that if he gets a bad lead, which is the Cresselia into the Bastiodon, he would just play that out. And in that case, the Skeledirge will be free from the Bastiodon. So I like that play to use that strategy. And here we see the replay again, taking the Shadow Ball from the Skeledirge here, which does a lot of damage, but it does less than a Grass Knot from Cresselia. So really smart play from Yunkai there.
Yeah, it's always about what is the hardest hitting move left in the game, and gauging that to, can I survive long enough in order to get multiple charge moves? In this matchup against Feraligatr, I mean, we were excited to see the Smackdown potentially win this game, but unfortunately, because of the update, getting access to Shadow Claw, literally going from non-existent in the meta to a top performer, Shadow Feraligatr was able to overcome and clutch the win there for Dinoski.
Yeah, even despite that Smackdown sneaking through earlier in the replay, it still was able to get to 4 Hydro Cannon. Bastiodon is so tanky. Like the Hydro Cannon that is from a Shadow Feraligatr, it hits hard, but just not hard enough on a Bastiodon.
Yeah, unfortunately. Now, for Young Kai here, we got to start looking at maybe should I have some better neutral matchups. Obviously, Whiscash can do very well against this team. Whether you have the Scald debuffs that you need to apply or the super effective damage that you can do. Annihilate also looks pretty strong, does well into Vigoroth, does well into Guzzlord with that counter damage, has access to the Shadow Ball or Night Slash for Skeletors and Cresselia. I mean, Annihilate might make a comeback here in game 2 because looking at the matchups across the board, it can do very, very well.
Yeah, I think Annihilate could be very good on Yunkai's side, especially if you get it aligned to that Vigoroth. Yeah, it's just really the Cresselia that you kind of need to avoid, but your energy still can be good if you have energy to get to a Shadow Ball. And the same goes for the Skeledirge. However, on even energy, it might be very difficult to match against them.
Now these trainers are about to be locking in here shortly. We'll have to see if the strategies adjust. Do we see the double Gator backline, the Shadow Feraligatr and the Skeletors? Do we see the Vigoroth come out into this battle? We're going to find out as Charjabug versus Feraligatr here on the lead.
Oh, it is ABA Crocodile. We see Feraligatr in the lead, Skeletor in the back. It looks like Dinoski immediately pivoting into the Vigoroth. But Junkai doesn't really have a great answer here.
Now, Charjabug can do well in this matchup. That Volt Switch is neutral damage. The X's are very spammy, hard hitting. Just has to watch out for Rock Slide. But thankfully, he's going to be able to swap out into Mandibuzz, which this matchup still is kind of tough, especially when behind on energy.
Yeah, however, I think after the Volt Switch and the X-Scissor, the Vigoroth is about to be in Dark Pulse range. So in that case, like the Rock Slide doesn't do as much damage. Junkai just has such a bulky team.
Ooh, opting to not throw the charge move. Vigoroth, though, able to get to the second Rock Slide and able to hang in here as it lands against the Mandibuzz.
Can you count it down now, Zayalik?
They're deciding to go for the Aerial Ace here. I don't even think this is enough to KO. It's not. Counter, I think, is going to be taking it.
The shield, though.
Safe shield right there. Able to farm down.
Oh, he had the Dark Pulse, though, Zayalik. He had the Dark Pulse.
He did have the Dark Pulse. This Aerial Ace might be the make or break of this game. Will it knock out?
Oh, it doesn't knock out. No! Oh, my goodness. And Dinoski has switch advantage against a Bastiodon team.
Oh my goodness! Able to farm down with Charjabug, and thankfully Charjabug can still do neutral damage here, and running a Bastiodon, having to swap in the counter swap into Feraligatr right away, and we see a showdown, but this time it's 2-1. Now, will Shadow Claw and Triple Hydro Cannon outpace Smackdown and Double Stone Edge?
Well, you have to make sure that no Smackdown sneak through this time, otherwise this Bastiodon is going to be a lot of trouble. If one Hydro Cannon lands, this Bastiodon will be in Shadow Ball range. So I think that is what Dinoski is going to try, to land at least one of these Hydro Cannon.
Now, there is an interesting play here at hand. Forcing the Stone Edge right here on Feraligatr might potentially allow this Charjabug to farm down. And for Danowski to overcome that, we're going to have to see an over-farm on energy. If he throws Hydro Cannon right away, he might be in trouble.
Oh, he does throw quite early as well, but I think it's barely enough HP to get to another Hydro Cannon against a Charjabug, because I don't think that 2 Volt Switch... What am I saying, man? This doesn't knock out. I do it again here.
Uh-oh, Bastiodon
he gets there!
Gets there in time. Switch clock is almost back up. The spam of these charge moves from Feraligatr was able to delay for 60 seconds as we see simultaneous swaps. Charjabug now coming in, hoping to go for discharge, stopping another Incinerate coming through, which is pivotal for this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Charjabug needs to get to another discharge here, but even then, I'm not sure if there will be enough. The Skeletor just one Incinerate away, and he's at the Shadow Balls, Ionic.
Yeah, Double Gator is a threat here. Skeletors and Feraligatr. Talk about that team. Vigoroth, Feraligatr, and Skeletors. Boom!
It's
taking it out. It's the Crocodile team. I absolutely love it. These Pokemon are so strong, so unique to have in this meta. We have been so conditioned to seeing the Cresselias, the Lickitungs, the Glygars, the Lanturns.
Yeah.
It is so satisfying to see such strong Pokemon prevail into day 2 as Danowski is able to overcome.
Yeah, absolutely. A very strong performance, and he also moves on to day 2 now. He was the runner-up of Stuttgart, so he's had success in Europe before. Can he do this again with double Crocodile team?
Double Crocodile.
Does Guzzlord classify as a
It does.
crocodile?
It's a space-time Crocodile.
So you have 3 crocodiles
He's got the 3. It was actually a team I loved running myself in the Go Battle League. The Guzzlord, double Shadow Feraligatr, and Skeletors. Really fun combination there. But man, that Bastiodon, we were anticipating its potential in this meta, but that was not a team that it wanted to face off against, right? Where's the 5 or 6 flyers from before on a lot of teams? Where's Arrows? Whimsicott, Shadow Charizard, Skarmory, Gligar, Altaria, Cresselia. No, he didn't have all those, but Bastiodon, unfortunately, not able to land the right alignment there.
Yeah, and that's what it needs, right? It needs alignment. It needs to be not on like a Whiscash, a Vigoroth, or in this case, even a Feraligatr. It actually didn't do as well as I thought it would against Feraligatr, even with 2 shields up. Let's take a look at the highlights of this battle again to see some Skeletor action here that we have.
Yeah, the Shadow Ball here. This is what's so crucial and very cool about Skeletors is the access to hard-hitting neutral damage with Shadow Ball or the coverage with Disarming Voice.
Yeah.
as we will see the Shadow for Alligator Bastion matchup. This was the story of this set, as Shadow for Alligator, that Shadow Claw update, getting access to that charge move. And what's interesting too is for Alligator has access to either Ice Beam or Crunch as the secondary charge move, and we've seen both variants in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. The other fast attack that it used to run was Waterfall. I would argue for this specific match, it would have been just a little bit better. It didn't need Shadow Claw, but yeah, in general, Shadow Claw just charging the Hydraukens so well just really helped. And here the aerial ace, when Yunkai had the Dark Pulse,
yes,
Vigoroth barely hanging on and getting switch advantage.
That was actually the complete key to victory.
Yeah.
Had the aerial ace knocked out or had he gone for Dark Pulse, he has alignment. Charge Bug into Feraligatr, Bastiodon into Skeledirge.
Yeah, I played Bastiodon at a local tournament before, and I lost. And the reason why, I didn't go for switch advantage.
Yes.
Bastiodon, Carbink, those kind of Pokemon need the switch advantage, right? You need them in the right spots because they have such polarizing matchups.
Yeah, they cover what they're supposed to, and they don't cover what they're not supposed to. Like,
exactly.
You have to have alignment with Bastiodon. That's why we typically see ABA teams with it, especially weak, like so maybe like a Dugong, Bastiodon, and Annihilate, for example, as a line of 3 to run in these tournaments so that you get rid of that hardest counter potentially on the lead, whether it's a Whiscash, maybe even a Gligar, they're on the lead. But overall, Bastiodon, fortunately, is going to be moving on into the losers bracket with Young Kai and Danowski, able to get to day 2 with such a cool team. And we do have an interview, actually, with Danowski and Zoe.
Inoski, oh my goodness. You had me stressing, but beautifully played. How are you feeling after those matches?
Unbelievable. I had the team. I really didn't want to see a Bastiodon. Saw one in the first match, managed to get through that, and then against my good friend, Young Kaz, he had one as well, and I just still don't know how I got through that team. So.
Just honestly, you've mastered the art. You know exactly what your team might be weak to, and you still dealt with the Bastiodon, so excellent work. I want to ask as well about your Shadow for Alligator. We've only seen a handful of people bringing it. Has it been, playing well for you for this competition, or, might you change that in the future?
Yeah, it's a sleeper pick. A lot of people have turned away from it, but I think that it has a lot of potential to be really, really good. It's very quick to the charge moves. It puts a lot of pressure against stuff like Bastiodon, for instance. It does need the shields, so that's why I have to manage my shields wisely when I'm using it. But still, I think it works well in the team that I'm using.
Magic, absolutely. Good luck for the rest of the battles this weekend. I'm sure you're going to do phenomenally. Thumbs up to you, and send it back to the casters.
And just as expected, we saw that he was very fearful of the misalignment as he feared Bastiodon, especially against Pokemon like Cresselia and Skeledirge. But overall, Feraligatr was able to overcome and able to move on to day 2.
Yeah, and like he said, it was his good friend Yunkai. So they know each other, right?
Yeah.
Maybe if you have that knowledge of how your opponent plays, you might be able to anticipate to that. So maybe that helped as well.
Yeah, and that's what I love about these Play Pokemon tournaments is the community that's around it. There are so many trainers that we grow to know and get to battle with, battle against, get to trade with, and that's what's great about Pokemon Go is it's a community game.
And it's global.
And it's global.
Yeah, we have players all over the world, and in fact, we're going to have a player from Latin America upcoming shortly, Ventuski.
Ventuski able to make it here. Can he prevail into day 2 with his Registeel? I believe I saw as one of his Pokemon. Yeah, he does have Registeel. We were talking about that earlier. We saw a very lacking use of Steel. It's the only Shadow Alolan Sandslash, at least me and 2-0 Butters saw today. There was no Registeels, but Ventuski has it, and it's very strong.
Yeah, as long as you don't face a Whiscash, but Whiscash is all over the place, and Gligar's also a little bit tough. I think that's why many competitors choose to not bring Registeel, but I do agree. It's like Bastiodon. It's really good in its polarizing matchups, but it's also not bad in its not polarizing matchups. Like if you're shield up against Whiscash, you might just be fine. So yeah, I do agree Registeel could be a really good pick from Ventuski. Now, also another thing about Ventuski, he is doing much better than he did last season.
Yes.
Last season, he went 0-2 at the Europe International Championship.
Oh,
and yeah, now he's looking for some comeback.
He's looking for some comeback, and he's going to have to overcome PvP David 07, bringing the Shadow Gligar, Skarmory, Mandibuzz, Lantern, Annihilate, and Abomasnow.
Yeah, I've seen some Abomasnow earlier on, right? Some European players really like Abomasnow. The coverage of being able to defeat flyers plus water types is invaluable. Abomasnow could just core break 4 Pokemon at the same time.
Yeah, especially if the pseudo or the counter is going to be a Poliwrath, because in some situations you have that energy ball for super effective damage. Now, for all of you watching at home and you're wondering what moveset do I run on Abomasnow, I have Weather Ball, I have Icy Wind. Typically, if you have a normal Abomasnow, so not Shadow, you're going to want to run Icy Wind. It allows it to tank a little bit longer, be able to last a little bit longer. But if you have the Shadow Abomasnow, Weather Ball is going to be the move of choice.
So you wouldn't go for Icy Wind with Shadow Abomasnow?
No, I wouldn't. I get this from Lurgan Rocket, who is the Abomasnow master.
He's quite good at the game.
He is quite good at the game.
He does know
I try my best. I am not as good as these trainers, but that is what I have been told why you run those different movesets.
Yeah. No, you're definitely right. Abomasnow with Ice Wind just makes it like appear more bulky, right? Because you keep debuffing the attack of the opponent. And yeah, Abomasnow just looks quite good here as well, in my opinion. You have the Gligar to target. You have the Shadow Whiscash. The Mandibuzz is a decent matchup. And Cresselia, as the matchup is longer, Abomasnow becomes better in that matchup because you can keep debuffing with the Icy Wind.
Yeah, and even a situation where it might look bad, right? You're lined up against Registeel. Registeel's damage is charge move, right? If you have maybe a 2-to-1 shield advantage, you can apply some debuffs knowing that maybe switch clocks are misaligned. There's play to be had there. And the only thing he has to really worry about with this team is going to be the counter damage from Vigoroth.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, what do you always see, or what you usually see with the Abomasnow, it's paired with an Annihilate, right? It's the fighter that can defeat other fighters, and it covers the Vigoroth so well. Have you ever had your Vigoroth on an Annihilate?
Yeah.
It didn't go well, huh?
It didn't go well. It absolutely did not go well. But as we see the movesets here, Ice Punch there on Annihilate, something to stand out. We do see the Icy Wind on Abomasnow, and then a Spark on Lantern. We saw a Water Gun earlier with Arrow. He was running the Water Gun Lantern, which clutched up a win against Gligar.
Yeah, it's just a little bit better against Gligar indeed. Here we see the team from Vantuski, indeed that Registeel. And he only really has the Cresselia to answer opposing Whiscash. I do like Mandibuzz as a pick though. It's so neutral across the board as long as it's not on like a fairy type Pokemon or opposing Registeel.
Yes, and the moveset on Cresselia as well. Future Sight and Moonblast has been a back and forth today. And what I've noticed is trainers utilizing the Future Sight have defensive options against dragons, and trainers who don't opt for the Moonblast to make sure they have the coverage.
Yeah, I think you're right. Moonblast indeed is so helpful against Pokemon like Dragonair, especially against Guzzlord, because it would take it out in one single charge attack. And yeah, if you don't need that, you can have Future Sight for better neutral damage. But yeah, one thing that really would help against is Mandibuzz, because without Moonblast, you are walled by Mandibuzz.
Yes.
Unless you have Aurora Beam.
And I love the Moonblast as well. It actually was pivotal in a lot of games where they got the debuff. Right? Unable to get a farm down, whereas before, if the Moonblast didn't apply it, they get a free farm down, and it was crucial. But you know what's more crucial? Is getting into this next battle.
Yeah, and here we see a fantastic lead for David on the left. Shadow Gligar into Registeel. Let's see how Vantusi is going to adapt. Going into his own Gligar right away, and it looks like David is going to go for the Aerial Ace just right away.
Now, this Aerial Ace here going to do a good amount of damage, but you're going to have to see how PvP David decides to dance this game. Knowing the information that Registeel is in the back, we will see a counter swap here into Mandibuzz after lowering the health points there on Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, I love this play from PvP David. The Aerial Ace just hits a little bit harder. It paces so quickly, so now you can go into the Mandibuzz, soak up all this damage. Mandibuzz can take these all day.
Yes, absolutely. And what you want to be careful of right here is not taking too much damage, because what you don't want to happen is a Registeel to come in and lock on farm you down.
Oh, absolutely. I 100% agree with you. I think this Aerial Ace might barely not knock out, but you will get the Snarl down. I would love a play like that from PvP Dave. And you see here, I think 2 or 3 Snarl may just be enough to knock it out. Can he get to the Aerial Ace? Yes, he gets there. Oh, but Psionic, like you just said, this might leave the Mandibuzz just a little bit too low.
Yes, the Registeel is going to be very happy to get a healthy farm down. The question is, will PvP David allow it to happen? Switch clock is coming back up. That 60-second timer right here. Registeel, so excited to get a lock on farm down because 2 Dark Pulses, that's easily manageable if you can get 100 energy.
Yeah, what do you do at this point? as David. Do you allow this farm down? Looks like he is going for another Dark Pulse. This is great chip damage on the Registeel, but if your Gligar is not as healthy anymore, it cannot deal with the Wish Cash that we see from Ventusky in the back.
Yes, Ventusky having 2 shields still remaining, going for the aggressive farm down here, and then having access to the Whiscash for the Scald and Mud Bomb combination against a Lantern and a Shadow Gligar. And that's exactly what we're going to see, an aggressive farm down and a debuff applied with Zap Cannon, whether it's into the Lantern or the Shadow Gligar, and then a swap into Whiscash, and that might seal the deal.
Yeah, however, David is not using any shields just yet, and the Whiscash cannot farm this down, so this is not looking as bad yet. Looks like no attack drop here. Ventusky still staying in, trying to get to another charge attack here, but David throwing the resisted areas. I think this might knock out Zionic.
Yes, Ooh, let's find out.
Oh,
no,
shield.
it
Well,
decides
no,
to shield. No, this is actually huge here for Ventusky. A very big play because now this forces the shield from Shadow Gligar, which gives the Whiscash a much better matchup here in the end because we might just see a swap out now into the Whiscash, do exactly what we do, and we are off to the races.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very tough now for Dave. Oh, going for the aerial ace bait. Does Ventusky shield this? He does put up the protect shield. This might allow Gligar to get to a dig later.
But will David try to catch the Scald on Lantern? That's going to be the call here. Here we go, overloading on energy, looking to go for Mud Bomb and getting the final shield. So this gives Ventusky a big signal. There's probably a Lantern in the back.
I think that Ventusky knows that he's at the dig right now. He needs his Mud Bomb to knock out, but it's double resisted. I don't know if this will be enough.
Oh my goodness, it's a Shadow on Shadow. Will it be enough?
Oh, it's enough!
It's enough!
Oh my goodness, Ground is just very good against flying, apparently. Knocks out the Gligar, and now it's the Lantern against his Whiscash.
2 Mud Bombs or 2 Surfs, that's going to be the play here. And Whiscash with access to Mud Shot, the higher energy gaining fast move, is going to be able to outpace and shadow Whiscash. And Ventusky are going to be taking this game.
Yeah, I think so. The Surf, I don't think, is enough to knock out the Whiscash. If it is, then PvP Dave would take this game, but we see here the Whiscash is just hanging on here, has another Mud Bomb, and indeed, that takes game number 1 for Ventusky here. Very well played, even though it looks so dire against that Gligar lead, and then the swapping of the Mandibus. Shadow Whiscash has really been putting up here for him.
Man, you know, it wasn't that end game, right? So intense, right?
Yeah, we were sitting
but
like
the key moment of this game was the Mandibuzz getting that extra aerial ace landed on it so that Registeel could farm down, right? If you don't get the lock on farm down against Mandibuzz, you have to then throw energy. You can't come out of there with energy, and that was the key. That was the key to this game.
100%. I do think that there was play for PvP David, but perhaps he didn't expect the Mud Bomb to knock out the Gligar.
Yes.
If he went for the charge security on that aerial ace, then the Whiscash would have been in serve range. However, I guess he just didn't expect a double resisted Mud Bomb to knock out a Gligar.
Yeah, that was so close. It was probably the perfect amount of health points.
Yeah.
Ventusky riding a fine line there in game 1 as we're waiting for them to lock in their team of 3 for game 2. But the question is, like, do you go, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, or do you mind game and mix things around?
I'm curious how Ventusky is going to do it. As we see here in the replay, indeed, like Zionic, you just mentioned, the Mandibuzz was just a little bit too low. Yes, it gets to all these charge attacks, but the Registeel is so bulky, it can take them. And because the HP is so low, the Registeel was able to grab his shield from that Gligar. And at that point, the lock-on and the Mudshot just add up so much that this Gligar is just in trouble against the Whiscash.
I'm really curious if there was actually also a play to potentially catch a charge move. I know Ventusky, actually he did just go straight Mud Bomb, so a Scald wouldn't have been caught. But overall, that was a good battle, and we are moving into game 2.
And this is a fantastic lead for Ventusky. Safe switching into that Gligar immediately and met by the Cresselia. But this is a matchup that is flippable.
Yes, and Cresselia having access to Future Sight in this one is going to be very hard hitting because it is same type attack bonus.
But here's the thing, Zionic. You need 2 charge attacks.
You do.
Going for the Future Sight here is great to get a lot of damage, but you still need another Grass Knot. You could also go for 2 Grass Knot in the 2 shield. In comes the Future Sight, and it is shielded correctly by PvP David. They would do huge amount of damage.
Yes, and PvP David having access to Annihilate on the back line, giving up shields. We'll have to see if that comes into play against the Zap Cannon Registeel.
But look at this, we see a bait from David. If this is no shield, Cresselia just gets to... Oh, it barely shielded at the very last second. Really want to get the Future Sight off here.
Oh man, the Future Sight will land, but it's not going to be enough to KO Shadow Gligar. Bit glassy, but it's going to be able to hang on.
Yeah, and you still have some energy on the Gligar. At this point, David is just going for the switch advantage, I think. Another area ace coming through. I think at this point it will knock out the Cresselia.
We'll have to see if he decides to shield. No shield there, letting the Cresselia go down. And then do you come in with your own Gligar right here and go for the farm down, or do you risk it with a lock-on and a potential dig landing?
Listen. He's going to go in Registeel
Yeah.
and then catch a dig on Gligar.
Ooh. Let's see it happen.
Wait.
One more.
Oh,
no.
he doesn't do it.
All right, the delayed peekaboo, but unfortunately he's going to have to shield, but he decides not to, as the dig is going to land, giving all faith into his Shadow Gligar to win this game. Can it overcome a Mandibuzz? Can it overcome an Annihilate? Zap Cannon going to be thrown. Will it get the final shield?
This is going to do so much damage. I think about 65% damage, and then it's going to be Gligar against Mandibuzz. Look at how much damage it did. We get the attack drop. PV David with a little bit of a slow switcher, but Mandibuzz is actually really comfortable in this matchup, taking all this damage from the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, now Shadow Gligar, unfortunately, if this had been a different shielding scenario, whether it's 2-1 or 1-0, we might see it overcome, but in the ones right here could be a bit tough, and then Annihilate still has a good amount of energy in the back where he can get to a charge move against the Registeel.
Going for another area ace here. I think PvP David also tried to go for an aerial ace. Sure, if you need 2 area aces to knock out, I don't think so. I think you need the Dark Pulse here, but maybe he's expecting Ventusky to shield this up. Let's see if Ventusky will shield up this bait here. It's an area ace. It's a little bit cheaper than Dark Pulse, and no, he doesn't shield!
Calls the bait, successfully able to no-shield the aerial ace, and Shadow Gligar now is putting in the work, getting the final shield here from PvP David, having some energy, and Mandibuzz, right? Switch Claw coming back up. Maybe we see a catch?
I think this is going to be very close, because if PvP Dave needs 2 more snow, they will get the charge stack priority on the last aerial ace. We do see the shield there, but Ventusky also still has a catch. Let's see. Oh, charge attack priority!
Wins the charge attack priority. Now, Annihilate has energy. This is the dangerous thing, is it's very close to a Night Slash right here to do a lot of neutral damage, and this is where things get a bit dicey. Throwing the Night Slash right away, but will it be enough? Can Shadow Gligar hang on?
I don't think this is going to be enough, Zionic. Night Slash is not that strong of an attack. Gligar hangs on, and 1 more wing attack, or 2 more wing attacks will win this game for Ventusky. Vamos!
Ventusky traveling around the world and making it into day 2, having to overcome some really tough battles right there and clutching it up with the Shadow.
Well, this is a much better Europe International Championship for Ventusky than it was last year. Because last year he didn't win a single battle, but now he's on for day 2.
He is on for day 2. Moving on with Registeel, very strong Pokemon in this meta, and we saw how well it can do. Sacrificing its health in order to get a lot of energy to overcome in game 1. And then in that game 2, it didn't even really need it at the end because Shadow Gligar was able to dominate, and that's why Shadow Gligar is the #1 Pokemon picked in this meta.
Yeah, Shadow Gligar is just so flexible. We didn't even see the Abomasnow from PvP David come out, right? And Abomasnow was one of the prime answers that he had. The other one basically is the Skarmory, but the Skarmory didn't bring out as well. You know why? It's because of that Registeel pressure.
100%.
Registeel is just so good against both Skarmory and Abomasnow.
Yeah, that's what we saw today, is bench pressure has been a big play, whether you have Giratina Origin on your roster, whether you have Pelipper and Chargebug, which happened earlier on your roster. They're kind of, do I bring you? Do I not? Like, I'm a little scared here. And then Registeel obviously doing incredibly well against that team, as we do have highlights of that battle.
Yeah, let's take a look here. In game number 1, we saw the Mandibuzz being very low HP. The Registeel was able to lock on down after all the work that the Gligar had put in. Mandibuzz does get 3 Dark Pulse, but it wasn't enough. We see here the Gligar from PvP David just getting so low by double resisted Mud Shots.
And I love this play from Ventusky, not throwing a Scald, right? Because the play is, if there is in fact a Lantern in the back, a potential win condition is catching the Scald and just going straight double Mud Bomb, knowing it can knock out and taking out the Lantern.
It literally was the only Pokemon that at that point the Wish Cash could win, because there was nothing else that's weak to it. Here we see in game number 2 that Zap Cannon come through, then the Gligar comes in, and with the energy advantage, because PvP Day was kind of slow to its switch, now they actually get the charge attack priority on the very last charge attack here, and this wins the match for Ventusky. Had he swapped a turn earlier, that Dark Pulse would have knocked out the Gligar.
Had the Dark Pulse been thrown on the no shield aerial ace, that would have been game over. Like, there's so many close calls, one decision away from a win or loss. And we do have a special interview from Chip and Richie.
Hello everyone, my name is Chip Ritchie and I'm joined here in our lounge by a very special Pokemon family. I've got Polaris and Brian here joining me. How are you guys doing today here at EUIC?
Very good, always very good. We're loving it. It's having so much fun today.
So you guys are TCG competitors. Polaris, you've had tons of success. Tell us about some of the accomplishments and some of the things you've done as a Pokemon trading card game player.
Some of my accomplishments are top 8 worlds, winning an international, and then winning a regional.
Yeah, some pretty solid stuff there. And I know you're waiting to compete in the event tomorrow. We've just got our Masters Division players out there competing, but you'll be playing in Seniors tomorrow. But Brian, you're actually competing in the tournament today. Tell us about that. How's that going?
I'm doing great. I'm having a lot of fun.
A lot of fun?
When you're losing, you say you're having fun. So I'm 2-2-2 right now, which will soon be 2-3-2 because I've wanted my opponent to win. And then I'll go back to it and hopefully finish out the day winning record.
With a winning record.
With a winning record. That's all I like to get to.
Yeah, so we wanted to take just a moment here to chat with you guys about the Pokemon process, right? Because you have done so much just through Pokemon. Obviously, Polaris' accomplishments have been incredible. For anyone who doesn't exactly know how this works, we've got our international schedule, right? The LAIC to start things off in the year, EUIC and NAIC. And during that period, players have the opportunity to earn championship points, which can lead to travel awards and stipends. Brian, do you want to fill anyone in on exactly what that looks like or what that has looked like for your family?
Well, what that's looked like for us the last 3 years. And Polaris and I travel with actually a few other families. And we go literally all around the world. And we always start off at LAIC is one of the biggest. We know we have to go to that event because we got to get a win there, get those first points, big points, and you get that. If you did well last year, and he's done well in several years, and many of the people we travel with, you get either an award or a stipend, and that helps pay for your travel expenses. And so far, in the last couple of years, Polaris has earned quite a bit of travel award money, and so we get to travel and we get to come to Australia, London, twice, and
3 times.
3 times now.
You're losing count so much, huh?
Yeah, we travel a lot, and we earn those points not just at these IC events, but then we play at our own local cups, and we play in our own local challenges, and Polaris earns rewards and points there, and then we go on to play in our local regionals, and then we even travel all over the United States playing different regionals.
The regionals, yeah.
Polaris happened to go to Melbourne, this year to play in a regional, and then actually won it in Melbourne. So he hasn't won a U.S. regional yet.
Oh, we still got some time to figure that out.
I've gone very close.
Yeah, I actually heard, Polaris, your birthday is coming up this weekend. Is that right? How old are you turning?
Turning 14 years old.
14 years old. It's pretty crazy to think about all the things that you've been able to do, only at the age of 14. Tell us about some of your favorite experiences as you've traveled because of Pokemon. You've been to London multiple times, to Australia as well. What are some of the big memories for you?
Making a lot of friends and hanging out with people. I like traveling and seeing some things and doing stuff, like going to beaches or sightseeing sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. The penguins in Australia.
Penguins in Australia.
The penguins are a standout, huh?
Yeah, it's like seeing thousands of piplups just walk across the ocean and all over the place.
Yeah,
that's fun. That's what we do. I think a lot of it is, although we're a competitive family and we have a lot of competitive players, it's more of the connection and the community that we have grown, right? So that we have a lot of friends who play the VGC game and the Go game, and they're trying to learn also how to travel and do this whole thing with us because they see what he does,
right?
And it's like, oh wow, I could do that too, and they can. He practices quite a bit, but there are many other kids who practice and try hard, and
yeah, absolutely,
it's doable. It's a more achievable thing than I think than like a lot of the other games that kids play.
Yeah, it's not maybe as intimidating as some people may think it to be.
Sure.
You mentioned the Pokemon VG, and you also mentioned Pokemon Go as well. And I know you have a card shop up in Seattle, and you run tournaments for all these different games. You know, so you've got experience with kind of some of these other competitive families and other aspects. You know, what are some of the things you've seen from those families as far as, you know, the competitiveness at the local level, but also just the enjoyment of the community?
Yeah, I think there, one with the VGC and the Go community, it's still like our small, the cups and the challenges and the premier challenges and everything with those within that area of the game isn't as large. And so we're always trying to encourage them to come and play and be part of the community. But you see the ones that really do, and they go like everywhere, you know, all over the same places. And I'll be honest, like because we have another son, Cyrus, who's 5 years old, turning 6 this year. I'm like, you're gonna play VGC. What? We're gonna get some awards. And then he's very much more interested in playing TCG.
Okay, yeah.
But it's doable. I see a lot of the parents and the families that come to our store. They like Cal Connor's younger brother plays VGC, and he's won several awards also. And they play at our store as well. And that's a traveling family. They've been doing it for a long time, traveling all over the world, playing Pokemon. So literally anybody can do it. You just gotta put in the good effort. Learn the skills and train your Pokemon, right? Whether it's Pokemon Go or VGC, and then or you know learn the card game.
Yeah. Now, Polaris, I know it was you that got your dad kind of into the Pokemon TCG. You were the one who learned how to play first. If there are any kids out there watching and they're wanting to, you know, convince their parents, take them to a Pokemon event, what are some secrets? What are some tips to bring mom and dad out to a Pokemon tournament?
If you want to try going to Pokemon tournaments, you need to play at some cups and challenges, and then see how good you're doing there. And then do a lot of practice. Play a lot of games.
You can start off smaller, right? You don't have to jump in to an internationals or regional championships. We talked about the challenges, premier challenges, the Go challenges. You know, for all our various games, there's tons of ways to get involved at the local level. And that Pokemon event locator is on the website. Great way to find out where things are happening near you, and a great way to get plugged in. You know, you don't have to, you know, be like the Pokemon family that goes everywhere. You can start off smaller, right? But, you know, this is something that is realistic, that can happen for sure. So we've got Honolulu, Hawaii coming up. You've already earned your invite, I imagine, yes?
Yeah.
So with that happening, you know, you're trying to fight for that Tier 1 invite, that top 16 spot. What are some of the benefits that come from being one of the top players in your division? What are some of the, you know, benefits that are awarded to you once you get to Worlds?
For being like top 16, you get a travel award or stipend. Travel award to go to Hawaii or /Worlds. You get, I don't know how much, but travel, you get a Game 1 win this year.
Yes. Yeah, round 1 bye, right?
Round 1 bye.
Yeah.
And usually it's a auto day 2.
Yeah, new system now. Yeah, the round 1 bye is the way we're going from here on out. But yeah, that's awesome. Congratulations to you, of course, players, on all your incredible success. And it's great to sit down and chat with you guys and hear about what the process has been like. If there's any, you know, what would you say, Brian, has been a big takeaway from this experience the last few years of traveling all over with your son?
Honestly, I think one of the biggest experiences just being with community, and then he's formed so much great friendships. You know, with Prince Williams, you know, a lot of the other top kids.
The players who don't even necessarily live near you,
no,
right?
none of them. A lot of them don't even live near each other. He has friends in Australia. He has friends in Latin America. He has friends all over the United States. And for me, as a parent, we want to see our kids be successful. But even when they're not successful, right? They're happy. Right? Sometimes they get some losses. Sometimes there's a few tears. Right? I've cried a little bit when he loses. But like the whole emotional roller coaster. But then all the love that you get from your family, your friends, and all the people here. We know so many judges, right? We know so many staff, and it feels really, really good to like travel and you feel like people know you. Sure. And you get to be with them. You get to do things with other folks. Go have dinners and eat in foreign countries. We're probably gonna get Indian food tonight.
Yeah.
Fish and chips.
And fish and chips. Fish and chips, #1.
Yeah, that's the thing to do here in London.
It is.
Well, it's great to chat with you guys. Thank you so much for your time. And I think it's really cool to hear, you know, obviously you're very competitive and you've been extremely successful, but the standout for both of you has been the community, the people that you've met, the friends that you've made, and the connections that you've had that are going to last you a lifetime. So really cool to see. And it's something that anyone out there who is interested in any of our various pillars of Pokemon Unite, TCG, VG, or Pokemon Go, there's opportunities to do all these things. So I appreciate your time. I'll let you guys get back to it. Brian, good luck in your rest of your tournament. Hopefully you can come away with that winning record, and good luck to you tomorrow, Polaris.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we'll kick it back over to the stream.
It's great to see all these players from different games, but we all speak the same language, and that's Pokemon.
It is, and it's cool to see families getting able to travel around and compete as well in all the various games, whether it's Go, VG, TGC. It's a lot of fun to be had, and especially even if you come to ICs, maybe you're in the UK right now, you don't necessarily have to compete in the tournament. You can come here with a spectator pass and enjoy the Pokemon venue because there's a lot of side events that you can partake in.
Yeah, and otherwise it's community, right?
Yeah.
Like they also said that they build up community through TCG, VGC, and also Go, that's us.
That's us. Pokemon Go, such a great game. It took the world by storm a few years back, and it's been so much fun to see it evolve and grow into the Play Pokemon Tournament series that we do see. And our battles today, it feels like day 3, but it's only day 1. There have been so many good battles and so many strong trainers in this tournament. For those of you just tuning in, 320, the biggest Pokemon Go tournament to date. 16 brackets of 20. It has been intense.
Yeah, but we're not done yet today.
We are not.
We have another set coming up where our battles are ready at the stage. We have Jay the Underdog on the left versus Sandudu on the right. Oh man, we see a Giratina team
versus a Guzzlord. This is going to be an epic battle of dragons as Jay the Underdog giving us a stare right there. Excited, and also has the Clodsire. This has been a Pokemon that has been kind of sneaking through the meta.
Yeah.
Doing very well, has very solid matchups. And Guzzlord, a personal favorite of mine for this tournament. I think it has the right typing. I think it has the right moveset. As long as it has the right team around it, I think it can do very well.
Yeah, this Giratina from Jay the Underdog doesn't have Dragon Pulse, so Guzzlord just chomps through it, right? Doesn't really have a lot to do against that, but I think Guzzlord in general just looks...
Whoa, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I think Guzzlord in general... Look, Jay, I think this is his first time on stream, by the way. He's clearly enjoying it. But I think the Guzzlord from Sandudu looks very good here, especially against like Mandibuzz and Giratina indeed. We also saw Poliwrath from Jay the Underdog. Here we see Shadow Poliwrath.
Yes, and the Moonblast there on Cresselia. Again, I mean, this tournament has been going on all day, but what we've seen is a lot more Moonblast Cresselias as opposed to Future Sight, and that's because you need an answer to Dragons. Dragons have been everywhere. It hasn't been multiple, but you don't want to get caught out being weak to Giratina Origin or Guzzlord.
Yeah, Giratina can be an absolute menace to deal with. Players, like Lickitung has a high usage, so many players have the Lickitung. If you have Lickitung, you're pretty much safe against Giratina most of the time. But yeah, against Pokemon like Gligar, Whiscash, Cresselia, Lantern, Giratina can really tear through those teams. I'm not sure if we're going to see it from Jay the Underdog here though. The Lickitung and the Guzzlord together seems very scary to deal with. I do like, however, a Giratina plus Poliwrath core. But then again, Gligar also would be very safe against that.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. And I think Shadow Poliwrath can do incredibly well, right? You have the Icy Wind for the Giratina so long as you're not aligned on that matchup, right? We're thinking about a good farm down and throw there. You can do well against Mandibuzz. You can do well against Skarmory, the typical counters to it, right? As a flyer, but you're resisting Snarl and you're resisting Steel Wing.
Yeah, exactly. That makes Poliwrath such a unique pick. I think it is still one of the best fighters, even though it's not being used as frequently, just because Annihilate has that double resistance on the counter. But like the coverage of Poliwrath is just unrivaled, right? Like Scald can debuff, Icy Wind can debuff.
All right. So there has been a conversation being had today, and I haven't had it with you yet.
Right,
We've been talking about the fighter of choice. What is yours?
Breloom.
Breloom, all right.
I don't like Whiscash, man.
I was going to say Shadow Galate. No.
I like Vigoroth a lot. Vigoroth has a lot of safe matchup. It's just the Annihilate that's tough. Anyway, we are getting into our first battle here. We have from Sandu, we have the Shadow Gligar into the Poliwrath from JD Underdog.
This is a very good lead matchup for Sandu as Wing Attack and Aerial Ace is dominant in this matchup. But the thing is, having a normal Poliwrath, you're not going to get that one shot here from the Aerial Ace. Going to respect it anyways, and Shield, you got to be asking, why is Poliwrath staying in?
Yeah, I think actually that if you were to throw the Ice Wind immediately here, Poliwrath can win the 2-shield scenario because you just debuff, the Wing Attacks will do less, the Aerial Ace will do less, because Poliwrath is deceivingly bulky actually.
Yes, as the Icy Wind will get shielded there, and we see a swap trying to catch the charge move, but a Lantern, this is why you don't safe swap Skarmory sometimes.
JD Underdog shaking his head. This is possibly the worst matchup that Skarmory can face. Or is that Bastion? What is worse?
I mean, yeah, take your pick. Like,
terrible, right? You don't want to be in either of these. Going for the Brave Bird here, which will do solid damage for a resisted attack, but Lantern's just, going for the Surf actually now, just before, doesn't want to take another Brave Bird here. That makes sense.
Yeah, and gonna go ahead and throw the Surf. It's gonna connect. It's gonna be just enough damage to knock out the Skarmory. Lantern has a good amount of energy, still a good amount of health, 1-to-1 shields. Things are looking good. Spark and, Surf and Thunderbolt can do very well.
Yeah, Thunderbolt's not as great against Clodsire, but Surf indeed super effective. But Clodsire is so bulky that 2 Surf won't even be enough to knock it out. The problem though is that Gligar.
I think it needs like 7 Surfs. It's so tanky.
Look at that. Like legit though, it almost looks like 3 are not going to be enough. I think this won't even put the Clodsire into the red. The problem, like I was saying, Gligar. Both Clodsire and Poliwrath at this point are just not strong enough.
Yeah, and we see a swap out back into the Poliwrath there to force out the other Poliwrath and looking to go for a Scald. A lot of damage can be done here. Even though it's resistant, you gotta hope for the Scald attack debuff.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. You do get the debuff here. Can you now get to an Ice Wind? It will be very close. One more counter. No, Poliwrath doesn't hang on.
Able to get the full farm down, has lots of energy loaded, forcing the final shield of this game for Jay the Underdog as Shadow Poliwrath is throwing the Scald.
Yeah, there's just too much water on this team from Sandu. Going for the Stone Edge. This is resisted on the Poliwrath. However, yeah, I mean, there's still Gligar to deal with.
Yeah, it was enough to knock out right there. Gligar is able to come in, and the dig is just going to seal the deal. Unfortunately, Jay the Underdog has an uphill battle. But Sandu able to dominate here with Shadow, Gligar, Lantern, and Poliwrath.
Uphill battle. Sandu just has the high ground there with that Gligar, which is just flying a little bit higher than the Clodsire.
That's a good joke. That's a zinger right there. The high ground being a flyer ground.
Does that classify for a dad joke?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's close enough. It's close enough. You have to emphasize it a bit more to make us understand that you are It was good. It was good.
Thank you.
Will would approve.
Anyway, we have a 1-0 score right now for Sandu against JD Underdog. We saw a soft line to that Lantern, but the Lantern wasn't even in the lead. It was the Gligar against the Poliwrath. It actually looked quite manageable at first if JD Underdog decided to go for switch advantage, but he didn't. And after that Icy Wind swapping into that Skarmory and being answered by the Lantern, at that point it was just almost impossible to come back from.
Yeah, it was really tough. I mean, I saw the play that he wanted to do, right? He wanted to catch that resisted charge move, trying to make a good prediction, a potential good prediction that Lantern was not being used, because then that safe swap then is pretty solid. If you look at everything else on that roster, it does a lot better, but unfortunately, Sandu had the Lantern ready to go, and that's the deal.
Yeah, exactly. Now, how are you going to adapt here as JD Underdog? That's Gligar just looks quite safe into anything that is not the Skarmory, so I would expect it again from Sandu, but I would also love to see the Guzzlord. I think Jay was just preparing a lot for the Guzzlord with the Poliwrath Clodsire form.
Yeah, and Guzzlord can do very well against this team. I believe it had Brutal Swing. It could have Crunch. Both.
I think it was Brutal Swing, yeah.
It was Brutal Swing, yeah. Both are good. Brutal Swing, little bit less damage, little bit less energy cost, but doesn't have the 30% chance to debuff.
We're wrong, by the way, it's Crunch. Anyway.
There it is! We summoned it! There it is! Guzzlord!
It's having a really tough time here, though. Swapping into the Poliwrath, and Jay does have an answer into that Lantern, but just not opting to switch out just yet. Going for a Skytech first, probably to get a shield here.
Yeah, and I love this play by Sandudu. The Poliwrath is such a good answer to Skarmory because it does two things. It forces it to stay onto the field, and it's a matchup that you can potentially handle, both of which are good.
Yeah, looks like Jay is still staying in there, but you kind of need switch advantage because if the Poliwrath is, you know, not knocked out here, that's going to be tough. You want your own Poliwrath on the covers with Sandudu, but if you lose switch advantage here, going for the Brave Bird, I think Skytech would have been enough, but this will definitely knock out if unshielded.
Yeah, Brave Bird not going to be able to connect here as the Poliwrath will shield it. Now we're going to see a counter swap, saving the Skarmory, and a Lantern is going to be swapping in.
Yeah, Lantern has a positive matchup here. Resists all the charge attacks as well, but now you get debuffed, and this leaves the Guzzlord for such a massive farm down soon, right? And looking at the HP of the Skarmory, it already is so low. Oh, Sandudu hard swapping now. His timer was up, and big Guzzlord is chomping through this Lantern as another Dragon Tail sneaks through.
He's trying to invade the other side of the screen. Guzzlord is just so massive with its health and its size that it's going to be able to survive the onslaught of Surf damage because of that Dragon typing. The question is, will he go for the aggressive farm down? I honestly think that's going to be the play.
Yeah, I think Guzzlord is going to feast on this Lantern and then unleash everything on that Skarmory that would come in soon. Even at this point, the Poliwrath would not want to take like 3 Dragon Claw here.
No,
still add up.
No, that's why Guzzlord is so good. It's meant and built for this tournament to dominate Lantern and then have hard-hitting neutral damage on the back end.
Yeah, let's see what Jay brings in here. He still has a shield, so can shield up one of these attacks, but he's in a tough spot now. He again went quite weak to the Lantern, which Sandudu did bring again.
Very worried about the Skarmory coming in. He blind throws the Crunch right here, maybe hoping for a debuff, and then we will see the Dragon Claws be thrown. And I think there might be enough time. 2 counters need to come through with Poliwrath.
Yeah.
And I think there might be enough time for a second Dragon Claw.
Oh, but swapping out.
We're just dancing this game.
So many switches, yeah. I saw Jay the Underdog try to switch out into the Skarmory earlier, trying to catch an attack, but it was just way too late. And now Poliwrath is stuck against this Lantern. Lantern is just such a big party pooper for Jay the Underdog
and
here.
Skarmory swapping into Lantern! Get the smack down!
What do you do here? Lantern is just a little bit too strong. Going for the Thunderbolt, and this will be no shielded. That means that Sandudu, the Frenchman, will win this matchup by 2-0 and qualify for day 2.
What a beautiful set of battles right there. Congratulations to Sandudu for dominating the 2-0 matchup. Guzzlord, absolute monster, the aggressive, and this is what I said, like, just because it has bad matchups against stuff like Poliwrath or maybe Skarmory, if you can farm down a Lantern and have maximum energy, it doesn't matter. He was able to get the Poliwrath all the way down to about 33.33 repeating, of course.
Yeah.
Health remaining.
It did so much work there. That's exactly what Guzzlord does. And I think you also mentioned this before, a Guzzlord Lantern core. That core is just so strong right now. I think that Lantern just really covers the Guzzlord very well. Just from everything that's not a Bomb of Snow, right?
Yeah.
And like, if you get your Guzzlord on an opposing Lantern, you just get so much energy.
That's what I love, is the Guzzlord is like the centerpiece of a team, and then you kind of build around it, as we're going to see some highlights from the recent battle.
Yeah, we see here in game number 1, the Poliwrath against Sandudu, trying to catch an attack on the Skarmory, but then met by the Lantern. The Lantern just way too strong, as Jay the Underdog's answer is the Clodsire, and it was just not aligned there.
You know, I loved the attempt at a good play, trying to catch the charge move, but unfortunately there wasn't enough information to know if that was like the best play, right? Had he known the full team of 3, if there was no Lantern, that would have been really good. And Guzzlord here against Skarmory, and this is what's beautiful. You swap in Poliwrath into a Flyer, and you handle it perfect, because this matchup is still good as we continue on to Guzzlord. And this was the farm down we were talking about earlier.
The big Chomper comes in, feasting on the Lantern, gathering all the energy, getting the Dragon Tail through, and you see Jay the Underdog, he just knows, this is bad, this is bad!
That's the...
He's just sick of it! Go away, Guzzlord!
He's like, Guzzlord, like...
Not again. Yeah, that's very tough. Guzzlord was just unstoppable at that point, and then combined with that Lantern, that super strong core, the Skarmory and the Poliwrath together just can't really break through the Lantern there.
Jay, the underdog, I love the enthusiasm that you have never changed. That was so much fun to watch unfold as Guzzlord is showing to be a very strong Pokemon in the London European International Championships.
Yeah, I'm impressed by how much work it had put in, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that Guzzlord is making it through. We had, I believe, Zweilos before, right? As not the player, but the Pokemon, as a Dark Dragon type.
Zweilos did make it through.
He did make it through.
He did.
Actually, yeah, both
both are good. Both are good.
Both are good, exactly. But it used to be good at the time as well with Body Slam and Dark Pulse. But now you have a Dragon with Dragon Claw, and it just solidifies some more neutral matchups as the Guzzlord. Just a little bit better against like Lickitung, against Umbreon, against Mandibuzz, and I really like Guzzlord for that reason.
Yeah, and for those of you at home, you're wondering, like, wait, how do I get a Guzzlord? You're going to have to trade with your community, and that's what's so great about Pokemon Go, is there is a community everywhere in the world. So be sure to ask around, especially if you're new to PvP, ask your local community, hey, does anyone have a Guzzlord from research that I can potentially trade for?
Did you trade for a Guzzlord this
I did.
last few
I
days?
got it from Tomahawk UK at Liverpool.
Is it a good one?
It's good enough.
It's a Dark Dragon.
It works.
It looks like a Guzzlord.
It works. It works. All right? It works. It's good enough.
Yeah, Guzzlord is one of the prime dragons at the moment. I think Dragonair still has a lot of play too, just in that Aqua Tail coverage for like a Gligar, which Guzzlord kind of lacks, but still the neutral matchups just against like a Gligar still puts you in a really good spot here. And then another Pokemon I want to highlight that both players had, but especially Sandudu just plays it so well, was the Poliwrath.
Yeah.
Poliwrath is one of those Pokemon that can just be unstoppable if it has too much energy. It's one of the prime core breakers to the Skarmory Whiscash core, which a lot of players rely on. But if there's Poliwrath, it can just debuff your Pokemon, and in that regard, you already said it resists the Steel Wings, and that just makes it, you know, very viable there, because you can hang on against Skarmory.
Yeah, and what's so cool about Poliwrath, right? The resist Steel Wings, but also the moves that do super effective damage, whether it's Wing Attack or Spark. It's not like we're seeing Shadow Razor Leaf in this tournament, and even in some of those matchups, you have super effective damage with Icy Wind for the Gligar, and there's opportunities to win. That's why Poliwrath is so strong and so flexible in this meta. Now, looping back, right? We had asked you earlier what your favorite fighter was. Our other two casters, Leo and Butters, love Poliwrath, and I said Vigoroth for this meta. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
All right, let's take a look at the interview that Zoe has with a winner of our previous match.
Against Sandudu, matches keeping us on the edge of our seats today. How are you feeling after those battles?
I think one word can describe it really well. I'm relieved. I'm relieved, basically. Like I'm super proud to achieve that at the European Championships. So everything is perfect today. So just happy.
Excellent. I mean, you've got your whole community here, by the looks of it as well. Like, I think you're doing them proud too.
Yeah,
so
I hope so.
I mean, I can hear the cheering, so I would say so.
I knew they were there and cheering for me during the match as well. But I had to be careful not to do any mistakes because
then they'll know. They'll see.
They never allow me to do so.
They're keeping an eye on you just in case.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted to ask as well, for in the second match there, your Lantern that you brought in could have been a bit of a risky pick if the Clodsire had come in. Were you just feeling confident that it was Lantern's moment for you?
So, like I wasn't, like my Lantern against my opponent's team was like pretty good. Despite the Giratina that was really scary, but really RPS as well, because I had the Guzzlord and the Lickitung. So I was confident my opponent wouldn't bring the Giratina, but the Clodsire was afraid of, because it was really good against me. Thing is, it's still last play with the Surf, so I was like, worst case scenario, it's the Clodsire in the back, and I can maybe dance around with the Icy Wind that I saved on the Poliwrath. But yeah, I was relieved it was the Poliwrath in the back for my Lantern.
Excellent. It's all worked out for you. Good luck for the rest of your battles this weekend.
Thank you very much.
On to day 2. You got this, man.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys in the casting.
It is so cool to see the trainers that are moving on to day 2. There are so many here as we have the biggest tournament in Europe with the International Championships. And today we have a special little clip for you all with 2-0 Butters as he's interviewing other Pokemon Go trainers.
We're here at the 2024 European International Championships, and we're going to talk about signature Pokemon. So, trainer, what is your name? What is your signature Pokemon, and why do you think it's strong?
My name is Axon. My signature Pokemon is Shadow Dragonair, and I chose it because I'm really comfortable with it, and it's a pick that's really flexible even into some of its harder matchups.
All right, thanks so much.
I'm a Throw Tactical. I ran Shadow Magnezone today. I picked it because I figured I needed an answer for Skarmory, and I couldn't quite make the fire types, Charge Bug or Lantern work, and Magnezone was just so much fun. It was walls to Skarmory, does very well into Lantern, and even in bad matchups, as long as it's not a ground type, you do so much damage with Wild Charge.
What's up, I'm Arrow. My signature Pokemon today was Shadow Charizard. It was one of the few things that I found in the meta that could break up the Skarmory Wishcash core. A fire type beating Wishcash, I had to run it.
I'm 23 JB. I'm running Shadow Dragonite. I think it's just a great core breaker to a lot of things, and its energy goes basically anywhere, so I think it's one of the best Pokemon currently.
I love Pelipper. I could tell you so much about the Pelipper Galarian Stunfisk matchups, and it has also won multiple tournaments.
All right, well done. Thank you so much, and stay tuned for more Pokemon action.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to poison and fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a fighting and poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup. Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resistant. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called same type attack bonus or stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Welcome back, everyone, and it's time for yet another round. And finally, I'm joined by the legendary Butters here in the casting booth.
I'm so happy to join you here, looking you eye to eye in the booth, and I can't wait to get into this next matchup because it is going to be Colin, who of course is a two-time European champion.
The only one.
Yeah, the only European to win 2 regional competitions, and can he finish that off in an international championship? He is going to be on that loser's side of the bracket, so it's a tough road ahead, but we've seen in both NA and EU, these trainers come from the loser side of the bracket and make it all the way back to the top.
Yeah, Colin has been considered the GOAT of European Pokemon Go so far. He has done what nobody else has done before, and he always uses creative teams and very interesting playstyles as well. So he has almost gotten to the point where he wins a 3rd time. He has just been 2nd place in Dortmund as well, so incredible trainer.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the team compositions, because something that he had in Dortmund, which he did well, was the Abomasnow. And he's bringing that today. He actually didn't do as well with it in Utrecht, but now he is doing well with it once again. So doubling down, even though it was strong in the past and then had a down tournament, now he's back with the Abomasnow. And I think one of those few European trainers that actually adopted the Abomasnow earlier on.
Yep. We called it earlier the EU special, playing Abomasnow with Talonflame, but what the team is lacking is the Talonflame. Where's it gone?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The Talonflame is not here anymore. We've seen it be really strong, but I feel like the European meta here at the International Championship has really shifted. Because if you look at the top Pokemon, Lantern is number 3, which is absolutely insane. We've seen for so long Chargebug being top of the meta, at least in North America. Now Lantern just skyrocketing up to the top, and it's just so tough for the Talonflame. So I actually really love the decision for this meta in particular to drop that Talonflame.
Yeah, and I mean, NA must have gotten a little advantage there, because Chargebug usually beats the matchup versus the Spark Lantern.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And as we look at these teams and how they go against each other, I believe that is going to be a Shadow Skarmory on Colin's team. So deciding to sit that Talonflame but bring a different flying type, the Shadow Skarmory, we almost never see that. We exclusively see the regular Skarmory, but one thing I really like about the Shadow Skarmory is it's so much better at threatening the bulky types with Brave Bird.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I'm in love with this pick because people, they know their calculations against regular Skarmory, you know? But Shadow Skarmory has been in the shadows, you know? And nobody really knows how to play against it. Nobody exactly knows how much a Brave Bird of Shadow Skarmory is going to deal to your Pokemon. So you have to go really risky every single time you let it move through.
Yeah, and how about the Mandibuzz on PvP David's side as well? Mandibuzz has skyrocketed in usage as well here at the European International Championships. And then, to your point, that Steel Wing, Shadow Skarmory, and then, of course, a lot of trainers run the Icy Wind Abomasnow because it's so much better in that Lickitung matchup. So this is kind of a classic team for Colin, but just putting a little spin on it, deciding for the Skarmory instead of the Talonflame, and it could be specifically because of the strength of Gligar. And we've seen all tournament, Gligar is still so strong. Even when Pokemon like Mandibuzz can beat it neutrally, it's still lurking. It doesn't really matter.
That is true. And I mean, there's just so many upsides to Shadow Skarmory, because in some situations you take out a Pokemon and then Lantern comes in and basically farms you down. So first of all, if you are a Shadow, if you get to throw a Brave Bird, it deals more damage and you won't get farmed down that hard. You take more damage from each spark. But the players are ready. We're going to get into game 1 right here of PvT David versus Colin.
And he threw it. swapped into that Spark Lantern there. So now he's going to be behind on energy. Here comes the dig into this Lantern, and you want to probably protect shield the first dig, because if you don't protect shield the first dig, then you're in range of aerial ace. So great call by Colin.
Yeah, Colin knows how to play this matchup, and after that shield was taken away, PvP David switches out into the Annihilate, and now Colin will reach double surf very, very fast before the Annihilate even reaches the Shadow Ball.
And that's what you want to go for, right? You want to go for the double surf, because one Thunderbolt isn't going to be enough, and obviously one surf isn't going to be enough, so you just go for the double surf. You get the protect shield here, and now this is actually pretty tough for PvP David, because now he will protect shield the surf, but you have to get all the way to the Shadow Ball, and you have to land the Shadow Ball. If you mess around and bait here and mess up, it will be really tough. So going for that Shadow Ball, actually really good timing to throw right before the energy was available from Colin's Lantern.
Yep, and if this is going to be... Oh, there is a no-shield from PvP David, from Colin. So PvP David keeps the switch, and that is going to be really important. And now also there's the next decision. You can't bring in a Abomasnow here. It will take too much damage. And this Annihilate is going to be easily threatened to get knocked out.
Yeah, and how do you finish off this Annihilate? It's still going to be double resisting your counters because it is a Ghost type. And then the bait and the call on the bait. If that was a Shadow Ball, that would have been the end of the road for Colin in this matchup. Able to call the Night Slash base, swap into the Abomasnow to try to Powder Snow down, because there's no way you're going to counter down. Great plays, but a two-time European regional champion.
Yes, PvP David would have gotten to the next. Oh, we are going to see a Shadow Gligar swapped in to the Abomasnow. Yes, Shadow Gligar deals enormous damage with wing attacks and also the aerial ace, but this is a fast-pacing Abomasnow.
And now you are debuffed as well, so you're going to try to go for this wing attack down, but I don't know if you can get there in time, so you have to commit to the aerial ace energy, and there is one protect shield remaining for Colin. Colin is probably not going to decide to use it here because, oh, actually does. He wants to get the double super effective Powder Snow through and try to get the farm down. He actually got the farm down. Now he has an Icy Wind, but he tried the Powder Snow down on the Annihilate. The Annihilate was able to get there. Now the counter down from Colin's Annihilate, and now he's at the Shadow Ball, but he's going to have to get to 2 attacks.
I really like the play of Colin to go for one more Powder Snow, because if the Lantern is coming in, you never want to throw the Icy Wind. You want to get to the Energy Ball. And now we're baiting against No Shield, trying to get this attack boost off the wall. Oh, he actually got it.
But this is the surf, and this surf is probably going to be enough for PvP David. Can he take out the European champion? And he does in game number 1.
PvP David overtaking Colin 6, even though he got the Night Slash boost there in the end. If that happened before that, could have been a different game.
Yeah, exactly. And you just needed to get that Night Slash and the Shadow Ball in the end. Colin played that very well, especially in the end game, but he was just too far behind. PvP David got that strong lead and strong start, having to start on the back foot by swapping in that Lantern. It just kind of was all down or uphill there for Colin. So he's definitely going to have to make adjustments going into this game number 2. Adjustment I would love to see is that Shadow Skarmory, because actually it looks good, right? Because it's good against literally everything but the Lantern.
Yep, that is a common Skarmory problem, I would want to say. The Lantern is very, very strong, and it soaks up so much energy, but I think that Shadow Skarmory actually is a little bit better than the regular Skarmory in that matchup, because your Brave Birds at least deal some damage.
Yeah. And here's the replay from game number 1. And this was the swap in to try to go for the Powder Snow down, I believe, because there was no way Colin was able to counter down. So top level adjustment to try to make sure and try to get some advantage. And he was actually even able to Powder Snow down a Gligar as well. So he actually did a lot of work with that Abomasnow.
Yeah, it came down to so many close calls. There was one shield that he didn't use in the early game of Annihilate versus the Lantern. Oh no, with Lantern versus the Annihilate.
Yes.
Like that. And of course, throwing the Powder Snow against the Annihilate in the end instead of throwing an Icy Wind, because he thought this would maybe be a Lantern coming in there. And also, I think that could have changed the game a little bit.
Yeah, it's tough because if you threw the Icy Wind blind, it was the Annihilate coming in, and then you would knock it out, and then you would get sparked down possibly by the opposing Lantern, which will give that energy advantage. You actually needed that energy advantage on your Annihilate to get the 2 charge attacks. In the end, you got outpaced by the Lantern here, and Colin probably thinking he wasted a boost because he got that boost at the end, and he was shaking his head. I didn't want that boost. I wanted that boost in the next game.
That's true.
And that game is happening right now. It's going to be the Annihilate into the Shadow Gligar of Colin.
Oh, that is going to be the exact same lead, but reverse. Can Colin take advantage of that? We're going to see an immediate switch out into the Lantern. Is this just the same game as before?
Yes, they just mirrored it. They just switched the screens here and trying to swap onto a Surf, and the patience there from PvP David to not throw the Surf right when it was available, because it would have been resisted on Colin's Lantern. That would have been an amazing play, but instead he has to take the Thunderbolt, and now suddenly PvP David is ahead because he's ahead on energy in the mirror Lantern matchup.
Yeah, PvP David just flipped the switch basically. However, there is a lot of energy on this Shadow Gligar, and there isn't really a big answer in the back for PvP David, you would think, but there is the Shadow Abomasnow that also just doesn't like the energy from Gligar.
No, it doesn't want to take those aerial aces at all. You need to try to get energy yourself if you are PvP Dave here, and getting the knockout into Colin, and this is kind of annoying because you don't want to come in with Gligar, so you actually have to go for a full counter down and maybe commit the Protect Shield, but it's just a Surf. He didn't actually try to force the Thunderbolt to try to force the Protect Shield, so Colin actually instantly no shields knowing it's a Surf.
Yep, this is still 50% of the Annihilate, so good job, Lantern. You can go back to your Pokeball. However, Annihilate and Gligar have tremendous amounts of energy, and this is such an interesting mirror matchup, especially if you have just one Shadow Ball advantage, and we're going immediately
for it. Into
for
two
the Shadow
Protect
Ball.
Shields. Can he get it? Sneak it through two Protect Shields against PvP David. No, last
What a
second
call!
clutch shield.
What a call, and now the Annihilate of Colin is so low that Night Slash is very likely to just knock out immediately, so PvP David doesn't have to go to the full Shadow Ball. He can just throw Night Slash at this point.
And it's so clunky because you can't counter down once again because of double resist. It's so weird seeing these ghost fighting types going at it, and again getting the second Protect Shield. But remember, Colin has all that energy banked. Does he try to go for a combo play? And no, it looked like it was not on charge attack priority, but the Night Slash was thrown, and now Colin is going to have to clear everything with the Shadow Gligar.
But with the amounts of energy that the Shadow Gligar has, one shield up, I think that is actually possible.
Oh, trying to swap on an attack, and he does swap on an attack. There's no Protect Shield remaining, but you're going to need to aerial ace the Annihilate as well. So you need to come out with an aerial ace. How do you do that? Can you get to the double? You're at the double, and you're going to be able to throw it against PvP Dave's Abomasnow.
It is Shadow Gligar against the rest of the world, against PvP David. It takes out the Abomasnow, and it is going to take out the Annihilate as well, even with one shield backed up. Shadow Gligar is going to knock out Annihilate here.
Is it enough, though? This is super effective. Aerial ace isn't the strongest attack, and it is! And Colin does get the knockout against PvP David to secure the tie here in a decisive game number 3 and give him a chance to move on to the top 32 tomorrow.
Oh, this is so intense. This is such a neutral matchup for both players. They're just bringing the same Pokemon over and over against each other.
Yeah, and I mean, it is very, very similar to your point. I mean, you have the Annihilate, you have the Abomasnow, but it was literally a mirror, right? In that first game, you have the swap out into the counter swap of the Lantern. And then the second time, it seems like whoever wins lead is winning the game, but it doesn't really go like that because the Lantern swap out is just happening the same way, but these trainers are playing it differently. I actually really like the way Colin played that entire battle, and specifically, like you mentioned, banking all that energy on Shadow Gligar, which was the key to his victory.
And I must say, both players with the Abomasnow lost.
That is actually very true. So in this decisive game number 3, you maybe don't want to bring it because it hasn't really been doing that well, but you know what you're definitely going to bring? It's the Annihilate. Because when you look at these matchups, there's really nothing to threaten it on any of it. Because even against Mandibuzz, the flying type, you're kind of fine. And then Skarmory, you're kind of fine. It's literally just Shadow Gligar from Colin that threatens the Annihilate. So I think we're going to see a lot of Annihilate like we saw in this. And this is such a tough 50-50 because if you Protect Shield the Night Slash, or if you let Shadow Ball go, it's just such a huge difference.
And especially in this situation when Colin had like 7 counters advantage on the Annihilate, it would have been game over right there, but Colin managed to win that game still, even though the correct calls were made by PvP David. And that is a lot of Poltergeist on the table.
And oh yeah, that definitely is. That's a lot. They're multiplying. I think every time we cut back, there's one more. But the funny thing also is the person with the Abomasnow can't counter that Say Swap Lantern, because we keep saying Say Swap Lantern, but then that trainer doesn't have the Abomasnow. So if you're expecting another Say Swap Lantern, that Abomasnow might be useful. And here we are. It's going to be Colin versus PvP David for a chance at top 32 here at the European International Championships. And there's that Lantern matched up against the Annihilate.
Oh, we're going to see a new matchup that has been seen before. It's a new lead matchup, though. So we're going to see how both trainers are going to play it out. We talked about the back-to-back serve before. This time we're going to go up to 9 sparks this time. Going to throw a Shadow Ball. This is going to go unshielded.
That is tough because you're going to take the same type attack mode. Shadow Ball just does so much damage. And now, do you go for the Thunderbolt or do you try to go for the double surf? Looks like you're going to try to go for the double surf. You need to just hang on to one more counter after this counter registers. You got the Protect Shield with the surf, so now if you can get another Protect Shield, that's actually a really strong start for Colin.
Yep.
And he waited a turn also to see if there was going to be a swap before he threw that surf as well.
Colin is just absolutely on point again, putting this Annihilate on a decent amount of energy, but very low HP. And a Pokemon that takes advantage of this situation is Lickitung.
Oh, absolutely. You can soak the Annihilate energy, no problem. You can take the Night Slash. You're not worried. Oh, wow. Actually coming in there, swapping, trying to make the play into catching the double resistant Shadow Ball. Colin thinks it's a Shadow Ball incoming, but it's actually the Night Slash. That was an awesome delayed peekaboo. It just didn't work out.
But like all the energy that is banked on the Annihilate is really valuable because there's nothing to wall the energy of Annihilate on PvP David's team. So I really like that. Those 3 counters could make a difference in the end. And now we're seeing Lickitung versus Skarmory, which is a relatively neutral matchup.
Yeah, and the problem is, though, I believe this Skarmory is going to be switch-locked against this Lickitung. Yes, it is switch-locked. So now you have to go for Sky Attacks to try to knock out this Lickitung because you don't really want to go for the Brave Bird to debuff yourself because then you just pretty much are setting up a ramp for Annihilate to just counter you down. So how do you play this? It's going to be extremely crucial from PvP David.
Oh, we're going for the Brave Bird because we are already almost at another one, so we can throw back-to-back against the Annihilate as well. This Connect, it is going to be severely debuffed. We're going to go for 1 counter, 2 counters. This is still not knocked out. We have to shield anyways. Even if this is just a Sky Attack, we will shield this.
And it's going to be Colin and his Annihilate versus 3 Pokemon here. He's going to be able to knock out the Skarmory and bank some energy. There is 1 Protect Shield remaining, and there is a Pokemon in the back for PvP David to try to catch a swap. Does he try to wait a turn one more time? No! He waited, but he also threw the Shadow Ball, and PvP David is going to absorb it and catch all of that energy.
This is such a huge play by PvP David, just being 1 step ahead of Colin. He waited, but he did not see the swap. And this is going to be another serve. This goes through. This puts the Annihilate at such low HP. Can a Night Slash boost even help in this situation? You will have to try and go for it. Colin is going to throw the Shadow Ball at basically 1 HP. PvP David is going to shield this up, and this is going to be the last spark that knocks out Annihilate.
And PvP David, the underdog, taking out the 2-time European Regional Champion to move on to top 32 and day number 2 here at EUIC. Incredible.
Wow, 2 regional champions playing against each other and PvP David coming out just on top there. That was absolutely phenomenal. Just these Annihilate, Shadow Ball, Night Slash calls, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough. I remember in the past when there's a lot of Galarian Stunfisk, that 50-50 of the Rock Slide Earthquake, it's not as extreme, but if you let the Shadow Ball go, then it is pretty extreme. And I like Colin trying to make a delayed peekaboo. He came in with the Annihilate, did 2 counters, swapped into Lickitung, thought he was catching that Shadow Ball, but the trainer that actually caught the Shadow Ball was PvP David, and that's why he won the battle.
That is true. That was about 1.5 minutes later, but this is like the game-deciding catch that you can make. A Shadow Ball that would have taken out like 10 Annihilate, but it was just 1 Annihilate with 5% HP, and this was absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I mean, just amazing play, and let's see those plays once again, because this is kind of the condensed meta here because these are the top picks. I know the Abomasnow isn't as condensed, but how about Lantern being number 3? Annihilate is number 2 in day number 1 at the European International Championship. So there's it's not wrong that there's a double Annihilate mirror to kind of get to the end of the day here at UIC.
Yeah, those Pokemon, they are proving themselves. Annihilate is putting in a lot of work for both trains. Attack rose sharply. That's a highlight if you ask me. However, can't be converted into more damage at all.
Yeah, you would hope to have that for that game number 2. He won the game number 2 anyway, so it didn't really bother him too much. But this is the most Annihilate against Annihilate combat that I've seen in a while, and it just kind of came down to it. I feel like both of these trainers tried to use the Annihilate as the closer. They were trying to figure out any opportunity that they can ramp up energy to try to use it in the backline, and it often happened that way, and it often happened whoever got to land that energy actually won the game.
Just having any kind of energy on the Annihilate is just so much momentum, and this is also why Colin went for this play, tried to catch an attack on the Lickitung. Even if it was just the Night Slash, that's a big advantage you get.
No, absolutely, and here it is, Annihilate once again in the end game, and this was the game-winning play from PvP David to soak that Shadow Ball. It wasn't even the Night Slash at just wasting all of that energy, and in the end, Colin knew he was bested in that matchup. PvP David, really impressive.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. And I'm a bit disappointed that we didn't get to see the Shadow Skarmory.
Yes, me too, a little bit, just because it looked like it had a lot of play. Even in that battle in game number 3, PvP David brought his own Skarmory and did quite well with it because he was able to Brave Bird the Lickitung that was switch locked and then get a Protect Shield and put Colin's Annihilate on its back foot going into those further matchups.
Yeah, this Skarmory took out a Lickitung with a Brave Bird. Imagine how much damage a Shadow Skarmory would have done. But I still have to mention that I really like the Lickitung. If teams aren't really hard prepared for Lickitung with something like a Vigoroth or a Wigglytuff, Lickitung is still incredibly strong. And those trainers that anticipated that people aren't going to go that strong against Lickitung anymore, they have a little bit of an advantage.
Well, what's crazy is I don't think I've seen Lickitung this low in usage in years. It's number 5. It's number 5, but it's always top 3 because even in the past, Medi, Lickitung core, and then now it still was number 1, number 2 in a lot of tournaments, and now it's dropped behind Cresselia to number 5.
38%.
Yeah.
It's not even 40% anymore. This was at least 50% most of the time, and now it has been dethroned. Shadow Gligar, on the other hand, is absolutely rampaging through the tournament scene right now.
It is rising, and it seems like even trainers prepared for Shadow Gligar, it still rises to the top. You still play it in a ton of battles. You still succeed with it, even against Ice types. You saw in that previous matchup, the Gligar was able to just take out the Abomasnow, take out the entire backline for that Shadow Gligar, so it completely makes sense. And then Annihilate 2, rising up the European rankings.
If it is not Shadow Abomasnow that is playing Weather Ball, the matchup of Shadow Gligar into Abomasnow with Icy Wind isn't as bad, because at the least thing you get is a shield. You're going to not give your opponent a lot of energy. They will have to throw the Icy Wind relatively soon because those wing attacks also do add up, and you get a shield because they have to shield this aerial ace.
Yeah, and even in these neutral matchups, we've seen Mandibuzz come in at number 9 at the European International Championships. Even that matchup where you think it should heavily favor the Mandibuzz because you're forced as a Shadow Gligar to just throw wing attack and aerial ace because you can't throw dig because it's double resisted. So
you can
throw dig. Yeah, you can do it, but it's just not going to be a great play. But we saw multiple times, I believe with Arrow, he double protect shielded and just got through the Mandibuzz with a ton of energy. We've also seen how you can force a protect shield with the Gligar and then swap out in that matchup. Not even that bad. I mean, it's dominant for a reason, and you definitely want to get your hands on a Gligar. One great way to do that is Twitch drops, because if you watch the stream actively for 30 minutes, you will be able to get LNDS Harjeffi's entire team, all 6 encounters, and that includes a Gligar.
And, very important for everyone as well, a charge TM.
Yes.
And some dust. So that's always something you will need. You also get the Medicham there.
Yes.
Medicham hasn't been dominating. We have talked about this before. But a Pokemon like Lantern and a Lickitung to get some XL candy, and of course the Charger Bug, are going to be really important.
The underrated Lickitung, as you were saying. Yes, to get the underrated Lickitung.
It's crazy that I get to say this, but Lickitung is underrated.
Yeah, it actually does sound crazy saying it, but I have to agree with you, because people are sitting it just because they're expecting the hard counters, the other normal types that will counter it, like you mentioned, and then those hard counters don't really exist. So you probably would have been better off with Lickitung.
But I mean, there has to be some kind of Lickitung substitute that you're running, because Lickitung was always very bulky and it had so many neutral matchups. What about Greedent?
Yeah, you know, you could run something like that, run a Greedent, and you could still get back to your timer because it's bulky, but it's not as bulky as that Lickitung. So it's good. It gets that neutral body slams, but it just can't do the job. But you know who could do the job? It was PvP David. So let's hear from him. Take it away, Zoe.
PvP David. Goodness gracious, those were some phenomenal battles. How are you feeling?
Honestly, it was crazy. Like the first set against Ventusky was like unfortunate. I did some misplays, but then luckily I could come back against Colin.
Honestly, a formidable trainer. A lot of people know Colin. How did it feel, to go up one of the top European competitors versing Colin?
I mean, Colin is a good friend of mine. He's a teammate, so I know him quite well. So it didn't really bother me to play against him.
That's great. It's all worked out perfectly. I wanted to ask as well. There was some really, really perfect timings for those switches in to catch a few moves, winning you the matches. Are you a mastermind for your counts, or are you just feeling it out?
Honestly, knowing Colin, he would also wait a turn. So I just waited a turn and just hoped that he would go for it. It's like you have to take a risk.
Yeah, and it all paid off.
Yeah, it paid off. Yeah. Luckily.
Would you let us know as well, who do you think is your MVP Pokemon for this weekend?
I mean, I think many people would hope to me to say Abomasnow, but it's actually Gligar. Shadow Gligar has been doing a lot of work for me this tournament.
Absolutely has. Good luck for the rest of the battles this weekend as well. You're going to do amazingly. Sending it back to the casters.
PvP, David and Shadow Gligar almost at 50% usage, and he used it beautifully there along with a lot of trainers here so far, but that was some of the most exciting battles. But we still got some more remaining. A familiar name that I know pretty well is coming up soon, which is going to be Caleb Pang. I'm quite excited about that.
Yeah, is Caleb Pang again on the Bastiodon?
Yes, he is running the Bastion. I see it in the corner of my eye. I can confirm he is running the Bastion. And also, I didn't even need to look because I know if he's doing well in the tournament, he's running Bastion. Because when he sits the Bastion, he doesn't do as well in the tournament. So I can confirm he does have that Bastion.
I mean, I've been very impressed with his Bastiodon gameplay at regionals that he played before, and I can't wait to see him play. We talked a little bit before, and he said, hey, people are not building against Bastiodon. This tournament isn't GBL. People are not really aware of Bastiodon as a threat, so they're going very, very soft against it. But I think that the players are ready, so we're going into the game very soon. You can see for yourself how Caleb is piloting that Bastiodon.
There it is.
Oh, that is not weak against Bastiodon.
Yeah, and that has a lot of good Pokemon versus. You have the Clodsire, you have the Poliwrath, you even have the Lantern that can beat it as well because of that super effective Surf. I actually don't even think Giratina Origin is terrible against it. I would say I think I would favor the Bastiodon in all shield scenarios just because it's so bulky, but I don't think it's that bad.
It's getting kind of close, and it still leaves a relatively decent amount to farm down, but not too much that Bastiodon gets to another attack necessarily. So this is actually a soft lose against Bastiodon. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have the hard counters as well because you have the Mud Shot too. You don't even have the Poison Sting on that Clodsire. So you're running the regular Poliwrath, so you even have more bulk to go for a full farm down. And then on Caleb Pang's side, of course, he is bringing that Bastion. Will it be a cheerleader once again, or will it be in the battle? And he is supporting it with the Shadow Whiscash, the Dugong, Annihilate, Mandibuzz, and Charjabug. So pretty meta team plus that Bastiodon.
What do you think about Shadow Whiscash? I mean, it's a very, very interesting question right now. This is a very unique Pokemon,
I think overall, in previous tournaments, it feels like you rely on the Scald debuff. It feels like, oh, actually, wait, we're just in the battle already. It's going to be that Shadow Clodsire versus Mandibuzz in the lead here. And remember, the Clodsire does have the Stone Edge. And if I said Shadow, I meant Shiny.
That's a very good point. Clodsire can't be Shadow. That could be an interesting pick to be fair.
That would be amazing.
You have such a big advantage with the Stone Edge here in this matchup. However, Mandibuzz, how bulky is what? That did nothing.
Yeah, it literally did nothing. And the problem is you can never Mud Shot down. So it's quite clear you're going to need 3 Stone Edges to knock out this Mandibuzz. And how many Dark Pulses are you going to need to take out the Clodsire? Can you also take out the Clodsire with 3 Dark Pulses? I don't know if you can do it. I think you might need 3 Dark Pulses and an Aerial Ace. So this is bulk on bulk here to start us off.
Yeah, I think you might need even more. About 10-ish, I want to say. That is not a lot of damage. Even though, yeah, you're right, Clodsire is already in the yellow, so Mandibuzz is really putting up a fight in this absolute disadvantage of attack typing here.
I mean, you're going to take the Stone Edge here, and then you can get to the next Dark Pulse, and then you maybe can get to an Aerial Ace here before, though the Stone Edge is just right there already. So looks like Clodsire is going to comfortably win this Zero Protect Shield matchup, and Caleb Pang is going to throw that Dark Pulse and probably just just let the Mandibuzz go and then try to go for some farm down. He's actually quite happy because as long as Cloudsire's out of the way for Charjabug, he's going to have a much better time.
Yeah, Charjabug is not going to be walled, and Charjabug is actually looking so good into the backline of Jay the Underdog. Like, Caleb would be super fine to just put all the shields on it, and now, oh, that is a big Earthquake coming out onto the Annihilate.
And this is an ABB team weak to Charjabug, and you stayed in the lead with that Clodsire. So now Charjabug is going to be down a Protect Shield, but it's going to have a huge advantage in the back, and gonna try to swap here because Mandibuzz really soaks Annihilate energy. So now this Mandibuzz is definitely gonna be staying in because you would rather take the charge attacks on the Mandibuzz than your Poliwrath.
Yeah, Poliwrath also doesn't have the greatest time against
Annihilate.
Annihilate.
Oh, he gets the bait on the Aerial Ace as well.
Oh, that is very, very big. And now Caleb Peng is also going for the bait as well. The slightly faster pacing attack, X-Scissor, is going to get shielded by the Mandibuzz, so both players are baiting.
Yeah, and it looks like you want to keep the Mandibuzz around to try to knock this out. Actually just going for the Aerial Ace, maybe thinking that you need to land an Aerial Ace plus a Dark Pulse, but you would think you would want to land the Dark Pulse first just to ensure it, but it seems like you're going to double Protect Shield this Mandibuzz, and then here comes the Dark Pulse. I don't think this is enough for a Charjabug. That is a frenzy of a swipe on that Dark Pulse, by the way.
I think he's using the double finger technique, but the Charjabug is going to keep pacing, throwing those Volt Switches, and I think we're already almost at double discharge right here. Is this going to get shielded? This is not going to get shielded, and we're going to swap immediately into the Poliwrath, and now there's another discharge coming. You have to shield this if you're Jay the Underdog. That is so much damage, and now Annihilate will just be happy in the matchup against the Poliwrath.
And this is not Shadow Poliwrath, and you already have the Shadow Ball banked. This is not enough to knock out, but plus a Night Slash is probably going to be able to do it for Caleb Peng, so all that energy that he banked up, that Jay the Underdog tried to soak on the Mandibuzz, is now going into the Poliwrath. Do you just throw the Night Slash before the Scald? And no, you don't throw, but this is not enough. And actually, you can probably just get the counter down if you're Caleb.
Get the counter down and then throw the weakest Shadow Ball into a Mandibuzz that the world has ever seen. However, it will be enough as this Mandibuzz is on 10 HP basically. So Shadow Ball is going to connect, and Caleb Peng leads 1-0.
And it's much easier to use this energy when the Mandibuzz is so low health. And that is going to be a knockout here. And that Charjabug in the back, of course, no Bastion on for Caleb in that game number 1. But as soon as he saw that the Clodsire is going to be in the lead for Jay the Underdog, and then, of course, Jay the Underdog had that ABB weak team to that Charjabug. That Charjabug was able to get both Protect Shields and almost knock out all of that Mandibuzz.
Yeah, the strategy in teams like that should be either catching Charjabug on the lead or baiting out the Charjabug. But he had nothing to switch into the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, it's just so tough in that situation. I mean, you could possibly swap in the Poliwrath. It's not the end of the world because as soon as you start getting those debuffs on the Icy Wind, but it's just more of a risky play. I do like Poliwrath, however, versus Caleb Peng's team because it's good against the Shadow Whiscash, good against the Dugong, amazing against the Bastiodon. You just kind of have to worry about that Annihilate and Charjabug, and I feel like those are the Pokemon that Caleb just wants to bring.
Yeah, that is true. That is very, very useful. The Bastion is always, don't forget, it's always bench pressure. Even if it's not that great against the opponent will have it in mind.
Yeah, you have to respect it because it's just so good neutrally, and also it can just get so much momentum in a matchup here. But at least you have those soft answers like the Giratina Origin. And how about Giratina Origin? This is one of the few teams that actually doesn't have a normal type, but it does have that Mandibuzz. So you feel like, actually, if you're Caleb, you pretty much have to bring the Mandibuzz or the Dugong to respect that Giratina Origin. Am I right?
Yeah, and even Dugong is not that... I mean, it's good against Giratina Origin, but it's not like the best answer ever. You don't want to take a Shadow Ball, so you might actually give your opponent a shield. Otherwise, you are in big trouble in that matchup as well.
Yeah, and here we are locked in to game number 2. Remember, this is a loser's final, so one trainer will be eliminated and one trainer will make it on to day number 2, and it's the same leads once again, and it's the same backline. Look at this, and does Jay the Underdog make an adjustment here?
Are we rematching this? It doesn't look like we're making adjustments here. Jay the Underdog, I'm sorry, is going to try... or he's going to hope that there is something different in Caleb Peng's back.
Yeah, I mean, hope that Caleb made the adjustment, but Caleb won game number 1 and just has the same thing here. Clodsire will, of course, win this matchup. Do you then try to pivot the Clodsire and hold it on for the backline? Because we know a Clodsire at very low health can still do a lot against a Charge Bug. So maybe he'll try to get this Mandibuzz low. Like, what if you Stone Edge here and this Mandibuzz is really low? Why don't you swap now? Because you're going to have a tough time finish off the Mandibuzz. Maybe you pivot here, but we're going to see what Jay the Underdog decides to do.
You could pivot into your own Mandibuzz as well, and even try to go for a catch that gets you a sneak snarl.
Yeah, no, exactly. And here comes the Dark Pulse into the Clodsire. Looks like Jay the Underdog is just staying here for now, just going to try to soft win this matchup almost at the Stone Edge, but has to take one more Dark Pulse. And this is literally just playing out how it was in game number 1, and I don't think Jay the Underdog wants to do that with Charger Bug in the back.
Yeah, Charger Bug looks so good against his team as well, right? There is Lantern, Poliwrath, and Skarmory that are hard answered by the Charger Bug.
Oh, an undercharge, trying to not knock out the Mandibuzz, try to get a mud shot down, and here comes the Annihilate once again, going to try to go for the counter down. Now, does Caleb actually adjust? Does he not protect shield the Earthquake, knowing that Charger Bug is going to be so strong in the back? No, just plays it the same way, but shaking his head a little bit. Maybe I should have saved that shield for the Charger Bug, but decides to protect shield the Earthquake.
Or he could have also thrown a Night Slash there to knock it out. It's just the same game. What is this? I've never seen this before.
Yeah, it's almost like a replay, and here's the same thing, and the Mandibuzz is just going to stay in once again because the Mandibuzz can't swap out because you don't want to mess with this Charger Bug on your Poliwrath. You'd rather take the bulk here and actually getting a full Snarl in there. So that's actually a huge break that Jay Underdog did not get in the game number 1, but the Protect Shield is the same.
Yeah, the Protect Shield on the X-Scissor yet again, and Caleb is trying to go for good timing and not throwing after one Volt, which he couldn't because there was the Dark Pulse registered already. We're going to shield here, and that just makes sense. You want to keep this Charger Bug healthy. You want to go after 2 Volt switches, and after this Dark Pulse, I think that is going to be happening.
Yeah, you want to try to go on the turn 8 out of the turn 9 to try to clip the attack, but it's hard to do if the other Pokemon has energy. So Jay the Underdog threw his energy, and that gave Caleb the advantage to try to throw here, and actually throws the Discharge, gets the second Protect Shield here, and now you're going to try to race to this Discharge. You get there first. No, you get to the Dark Pulse first. Is this going to be enough? Charger Bug has some decent bulk. Can he hang on to the neutral Dark Pulse to throw this Discharge? And he does! He's going to be able to throw it, but waits a turn to see if there's a swap first. So waited to see if the Snarl is going to be coming through, so he makes sure and lands it onto the Mandibuzz, but now Annihilate has all this energy.
Yeah, and this is just like the game before. The Annihilate, the catch off the Discharge would have been very, very bad for Poliwrath, but you need this damage on the Mandibuzz later. So we're going to see how the Annihilate is countering down the Poliwrath right here. Night Slash is going to be used right there. This is not a lot of HP on the Poliwrath.
No, it's going to be resisted, but still, the Mandibuzz just has no health remaining, and there's the knockout in 1 counter. 2 counters. Caleb Peng secures the victory. 2-0. It is going to be moving on to day number 2 at the European International Championships.
Caleb Peng living up to his name. He is such a fantastic trainer. He has been in regionals, finals before, and maybe this is his time to win a big tournament.
Yeah, just like tournaments before, those games were similar, and just like tournaments before, Caleb Peng brings the basket on, but relies on those strong meta picks because he is one of the best at playing those strong meta picks, and his strategy was great in those 2 games, even though they played out almost exactly the same. I mean, it was up to Jay the Underdog to try to make a different move because Caleb is like, you want to run it back? I love to run it back.
Yeah, this works for me. You have so few answers to the Charger Bug. That was just Clodsire, and you saw that in the lead, so you know it's not in the back. And there is the chance of a Giratina, but Caleb knew, hey, this guy isn't going to bring Giratina against me because my team is actually really, really good against it. I'm always bringing my Mandibuzz, and I have so many other Pokemon like Dugong as well that work against Giratina. So there has to be something in the back that is weak against Charger Bug.
Let's get into those highlights because imagine you're running a Charger Bug against a Clodsire Giratina Origin team, and Charger Bug is your MVP. That's exactly twice, 2 games in a row. That's exactly what happened for Caleb Peng because Charger Bug was just so good against that back line. The team reads just expecting Jay the Underdog to not double down, to not bring the Giratina Origin and the Clodsire, because then you are too weak to that Dugong. So just able to keep that in the back. And there's that frenzy I was talking about on that swipe there for the Dark Pulse. That's impressive from Jay the Underdog.
That is looking very impressive. Jay the Underdog also looking into the camera, showing, hey, I can swipe really, really fast.
And at this point, it came down the same way every single time. You banked up all that energy, countering down the Clodsire, and then you didn't want to throw into the Mandibuzz, so you save it for the backline. The Mandibuzz can't swap out of that Charger Bug matchup, so then you get to use the Shadow Ball and the Night Slash to knock out that Poliwrath in a pretty clean 2-0 for Caleb here.
Yep, and there it is again. I like how we're just showing different scenes of the two games that were exactly
different angles.
the same.
Yeah. And literally, I actually haven't seen two games play out that weren't like a rematch. That came down to a rematch because of a review. I haven't seen two games in a row play out so similarly. Yeah. That was actually insane.
It is actually crazy. There's the face of Jay the Underdog just says everything. I didn't want this to go exactly the same, but well, here we are.
Yeah, and the knockout, and then the knockout once again. Caleb Pang moving on that loser's side of the bracket. Like you mentioned, he is a multiple-time finalist at regionals, and he is trying to make his mark on the scene. He's trying to get all the way to the championship, but it's going to be tough because our first ever top 32 here at the European International Championships.
Yeah, he is a multiple times runner-up, but is he running it up the hill of the European International Championship to finally dethrone Tonton Batus and then become a champ himself?
Yeah, I mean,
storyline.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, he is trying to he's trying to be the winner, not the runner-up. You know, not be the bride, not the bridesmaid in this situation for Caleb Pang. But I'm actually so curious to see how much Bastion he's going to be using day number 2. Bastion in a lot of his really impressive runs has just been sitting on the bench. Just the bench pressure, like you were mentioning, is just so strong. You have to respect it. And then also suddenly he will just bring it in the weirdest moments, and then it could just beat you. So Bastion once again as the bench pressure, as the cheerleader for the rest of the team. I can't wait to hear what Caleb Pang has to say about his journey so far in London. Zoe, take it away.
Caleb, by the look on your face, you're looking happy, confident, feeling good, but tell us yourself, how are you feeling after those battles?
I'm feeling great. You know, I got knocked down to a loser's bracket pretty early on from Sammy. His Charmeleon and Ninetales was a little too strong for me, but battled my way through a loser's bracket and very happy to make day 2.
Honestly, I think it's such a phenomenal effort for trainers to have to make it through the loser's bracket. What's that sort of experience like, you know, from your side of things? How does it feel to muscle through so many battles in a row to then get on the stage?
I wouldn't recommend it because it's a lot of battles and there's a lot of really talented battlers here, but sometimes you just gotta persevere, and even if you think you're out, I was feeling a little discouraged losing early on, but I just kept my head down and did my thing, and here we are.
And it's all worked out. It's excellent.
Exactly.
Who would you say was your MVP Pokemon for these 2 battles?
Oh, for these 2 battles, I'd say it's probably Annihilate. It's really, really strong with energy as well, even into matchups that aren't so ideal. Mandibuzz is very strong too, but Clodsire was a little bit too strong in those matchups. I just knew if I took out Clodsire, I usually have a pretty good shot in the back end.
That's true. We didn't see Bastiodon, our little mascot right here. Will we see it, do you think, going into day 2 from your team?
Well, that's the secret plan, so we'll have to see. The question is, will he see it or will he not? I know Jay said that he thought I was going to bring it, which is why he brought Clodsire, but sometimes the bench pressure is enough.
You're doing a bit of the mind game sort of thing. You use it enough times, people expect you to have the Bastiodon, and then you change it up on them?
Yeah, we actually joked on stage earlier because I was staring at him. He's like, are you trying to read my mind? I was like, yeah, in before I lead a Bastion into your Clodsire. And he's like, well, you're really throwing me off here. I don't really know if you're going to bring it now or not. So it's a lot of mind games.
Have you seen any other, really wild picks that have been challenging for you over the weekend?
Well, the Shadow Lone Ninetales from Sammy's team was definitely rough. I was really lucky not to have to rematch him in a future matchup. But that's pretty much it, yeah.
Yeah. And I guess coming all the way from North America to compete, how's the travel been? You're feeling good, feeling refreshed?
Kind of. I didn't know I could sleep in today, so I showed up at 9, and I didn't battle until like 2 p.m. But it's okay. I'm ready to rest up a little bit and come back for day 2.
What if we get you in like really early tomorrow as well? And what if you're not feeling funky fresh? Are the European trainers going to have a better shot against you? They're fighting for their spot. They want to hold their spots,
Yeah, they want to defend their home turf. I'm usually running on like 4 hours of sleep anyway, so I'm pretty much used to it. Yeah.
That's fair. I guess as well, are you cheering on for anyone you want to shout out back home or cheering on other competitors?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, some friends, family, loved ones watching at home, so shout out to them. Shout out to my teammates, the Cool Cats. Shout out to Ivy Pips, who gave me some scrims, and then also LNDS Hard Jeff, who destroyed me in scrims. It was definitely the butt kicking I needed leading up to today.
Magic. I have another question. If there was, you know, one Pokemon you wish you could see more of, maybe you think it would have a really good play, but no one's really wanting to use it yet, maybe they should try it out, you know, what would you recommend?
Well, I think people should try out Bastion more. I know a lot of European players don't see it enough in their meta, which I think it could be particularly good into a lot of teams. We saw Young Koss earlier on stream. He actually stole my team, but it worked out really well for him. He waited all the way to winners finals. I'm not sure how he's making right now, but he's gone on quite a tear with that team. So yeah, bring more Bastion.
Sharing is caring. You got inspiration from nice teams that you see. It's all good. It's all part of the community. It's honestly, it's been such a phenomenal set of all the battles this whole week, whole weekend. It's been a day. It's been one incredible day. And I think going into day 2, who else should we be keeping an eye on, do you think? Do you have an eye on anyone in particular that you're, you know?
Well, honestly, I didn't even think I was going to make it to day 2, so I didn't look that far ahead. So I'm not sure, but I'm sure everyone in day 2 is going to be a tough competition, so looking forward to it.
Excellent. Good luck for it as well. And we're going to toss now to our casters in the Analyst Lounge.
All right, we're here to wrap up day number 1, and what a day it was. Our first ever top 32, 320 registered competitors, the most stacked tournament ever. Inadequate. Your thoughts of day number 1?
It really lived up to the hype that we expected from this tournament. So many great players from so many countries and other continents, right? Like, yeah, what can I say? It has been a great day. It has been a long day, and I'm so excited for what we get to see tomorrow.
Yeah, how about North American trainers and Latin American trainers make it in with Vantuski as well? Zionic, how'd you feel about day number 1?
I loved the teams that we saw today. We saw so many Guzzlords, Skeledurs, triple flyers, sometimes 4 times flyers. There was a lot of counters out there for the fighters, but that didn't stop Poliwrath. That didn't stop Vigoroth. It was such a fresh and exciting meta to watch unfold.
Yeah, and I know we just casted some amazing battles with Caleb. Congratulations to him. But Leo, what's your takeaways from day number 1?
I mean, I have said this before multiple times at European regionals and special events. I love it when the Mandy is buzzing. Mandibuzz has been absolutely crazy today. I love that the usage has been upped so much, and this Pokemon has been so good. Also, Clodsire is just everywhere now, and I just love these 2 Pokemon together as well.
You know who's also been so good? These trainers that made it to top 32. So let's see this bracket and see if you recognize any of these names. There are some big names here.
Woo-wee. Weedle versus Ventuski tomorrow.
Wow.
Status Stan versus Giappi. Mr. McAlvin versus Lurgan Rocket. Onion Frank versus Stone Collection. Bethomac versus Sandudu. Pablo Dinas versus Iceland Lapras. Dunebug versus Denoski. Zwylos versus Scaffo.
And let's look at those trainers with the fortitude to make it through on that loser's side of the bracket there.
Oh, we have Caleb Pang versus its Accent immediately in losers round 1, the NA battle. Then we have Paul Asher versus Zephy Mastix, who had a deep losers one. We have young QAS versus Hikami, who actually made it to day 2 after being kind of, as he said, cursed from winners finals in this season so far. Then we have Jamie McAlwain versus WP Gengineer, who had he knocked out Rise to Occasion, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
PvP David versus Cockshark, and many more.
Yeah, impressive day number 2. You're not going to want to miss that. You're also not going to want to miss Championship Sunday, because that is going to be starting at 9 a.m. local time here, and it is going to be absolutely epic who makes it through this entire bracket. You know, actually, it's also tomorrow starting at that time, so make sure to tune in for these top 32 tomorrow, because you want to start off seeing all the action. And then also, one more thing, we have some awesome giveaways. If you have been watching the stream, if you are a fan of Pokemon, if you dabble a little bit in VG, if you are a Pokemon Go player, we of course have Marco Silva's Iron Hands. He was the champion of the Latin American International Championship, and you're going to be able to get that Pokemon in. How about if that Pokemon comes in the Pokemon Go? That would be kind of cool, too.
It'll be pretty strong, I think.
Yeah, yeah, and then also, if you are a trading card game fan, I know Leo, of course, dabbles in the TCG.
Beautiful. Look at it.
It is beautiful, and it's a dragon type in the card game. You can get your hands on that Raging Bolt, and then, of course, we have the Pokemon Go giveaway. It's very important. You need to actively watch for 30 minutes, and you will be able to get all 6 encounters from LNDS Hard Jeffy's LAIC championship team. You saw how good Gligar was. You might want to get your hands on that Gligar, and you might want to get your hands on that Charge TM as well. But it was an amazing day number 1. I'm just going to go around real quick. What are you most excited for going into this top cut on Saturday, Leo?
There's just so many things. I want to see Stone Collection perform. This is something I always look forward to. I love his playstyle. I just love the Pokemon that he chooses. But I'm just gonna say more Mandibuzz.
Absolutely. Zionic, what about you?
I would just love to see some more incredibly close plays. We have seen amazing catches, amazing predictions, reads, boosts, hard law. Like, it has been insane. The first battles that Butters and I casted today felt like a championship caliber, and that is why it's so cool. So I just want really good battles, and I'm hoping for Status Stan to win, but if he doesn't, I want Guzzlord to win.
Oh, absolutely. And Inadequates. I know your pick is still in it.
Yeah, Scafo99 is indeed in the winner's bracket still, and he has that Feraligatr. That's what I'm looking forward to see how he's going to use that, because it just ran through teams, and it was amazing to see.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous. I got the Feraligatr pin myself, and I can't wait to see Scafo. Also, my pick is gonna be on that winner side of the bracket too. Dunebug, one of the best trainers in North America, coming in on this winner side. You're not gonna want to miss it, so make sure to follow the channels so you don't miss any of the action. And also, we would love to hear from you for the international championships. It's going to be Pokemon EUIC, and of course, you can always hashtag play Pokemon or X at Twitter. Make sure to follow on YouTube and Twitch as well. That's it for us today. We're going to be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. local time. Can't wait to see you for day number 2.